My name is Li Jai. I've been stuck in the late Eastern Han Dynasty for 913 days now. When I first arrived, I had big dreams. I wanted to change history, make a name for myself. But the reality hit me hard. Hunger, danger, and no real way to rise without connections. Even my clothes were taken from a dead scholar. Since then, I've lived carefully, just trying to survive while waiting for a chance. That chance finally came when I spotted three familiar figures in the distance. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi. I knew this could be my breakthrough. Among all the rising warlords, Liu Bei was the most open-minded. If I could impress him, maybe I'd finally step onto the stage of history. To plan my next move, I used my strategy simulator, a sort of internal tool I rely on to evaluate choices. I first tried to act mysterious by pretending to sleep and making them wait, but the plan backfired. Jingfi got angry, dragged me out, and beat me. I got infected, starved, and eventually died alone in a filthy hut. Even rebels felt sorry for me. It was brutal, but just a simulation. After recovering from the emotional impact of watching my own death, I tried again. This time, I chose to bluff and intimidate to win them over using future knowledge and clever words. It worked. At first, I impressed Liu Bei and the others, but then Guanu tested me on the spring and autumn annals. I had no clue and fumbled badly. The trust one had built vanished in seconds. They called me a fraud and kicked me out. After that, I drifted from place to place, unable to find a new patron. I died sick and poor without ever fulfilling my dreams. These failures taught me something painful. History is not just made of names and dates. People are real. They think, doubt, and react. Just knowing the future isn't enough. If I want to survive and matter, I need more than ambition. I need real skills. Otherwise, I'll just be another forgotten soul, lost in time. I've tried so many times to impress Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fei, but each attempt has nearly killed me. The first time I pretended to be a wise recluse and made them wait outside. I thought mystery would give me an edge, but Jing Fi lost patience, dragged me out, and in the simulation I was beaten, got infected, and died in a cold hot. The second time I tried to bluff and impress them with predictions. It worked until Guano asked me about the spring and autumn annals. I couldn't answer. That one mistake made them see me as a fraud. Another failure, another lonely death. Now only one option remains, debate. But debating three legendary figures is like taking an exam I haven't studied for. I barely know the books they revere. Still, I have no choice. If I miss this chance, I'll never find another leader like Liu Bei. Time is short. Jing Fi will burst in soon. I gather my strength and simulate the outcome again. I greet them kindly this time, apologize for the delay, and offer all I have. They see me as a fallen scholar, not a sage, but still give me a chance to talk. I steer the conversation toward war strategies and surprise them with insights from my past life. I win their respect until Guano brings up the spring and autumn annals again. Even in thought, that question almost breaks me. I faint from mental exhaustion before I can respond. They carry me to Jing Fi's home. Liu Bei, worried and kind, personally brews medicine for me. I wake up in a warm bed overhearing them talk about me. Jing Fi doubts me, but Liu Bei defends me. That moment tells me everything. Liu Bei is genuine. He might not be powerful now, but he cares deeply about people. So I gamble again, just a little. I tell them face a yellow turban attack in 10 days. It's not just a wild guess. My strategy simulator and collected news point to this outcome. They hesitate, unsure if I'm a prophet or a traitor, but I answer firmly. I can accept being doubted for my skill, but not my heart. Those words strike Lube hard. He sees me now, not as a recluse or a fraud, but as someone who might share his dream. Finally, I may have opened the door I've been knocking on for 913 days. After risking my life twice and failing both times, I finally gained the trust of Liu Bei and his sworn brothers. It wasn't luck, it was clarity. I used everything I had, my deductions, my map drawing skills, and my understanding of war. When I warned them that the Yellow Turban rebels would arrive in 10 days, they were skeptical. But I swore on my integrity, a vow that still meant something in this era. Liu bowed and sincerely asked for my help. That moment gave me purpose again. They had 500 volunteers and real passion to protect Shu County, but no strategy. I explained that the county's magistrate, Liu Yin, would likely stay behind his walls and let the countryside be overrun. The city might survive, but the people would suffer. Liu Bei and his brothers were furious. These were their fellow villagers, not just statistics. Then I asked for charcoal. They thought I'd lost it, but I started drawing a map of county from memory. They were stunned. Years of wandering on foot and my background in art made this possible. For the first time, they saw me not just as a recluse, but as someone with real value. I laid out the enemy's possible route and explained Jin Zio's plan. If they couldn't strike the capital directly, they'd sweep through Yuzhou like a snowball, gathering civilians to swell their ranks. I pointed out where the rebels might be and how we could intercept them. I suggested using our limited horses for scouting and told Jing Fi to send 19 riders to gather intel. He agreed without hesitation. Then I explained we had to recruit more soldiers. but Jing Fi had already spent almost everything to support the 500 men. That's when I gave them the core of my strategy. Don't plan for 6 months, plan for 10 days. If we don't succeed by then, it won't matter how much food or money we have left. We were outnumbered, underfunded, and poorly equipped, but with the right timing, information, and tactics, we might survive, maybe even win. This was my chance not just to live, but to shape history. After helping Lube plan a 10-day strategy, I raised a key question. What happens if we win with no long-term supplies? We'd normally have to disband. But I pointed out something deeper. With only 500 men, Lu Yin wouldn't take us seriously. But if we win and come back with 5,000 troops and a major victory, he would have to respect us and give us what we need. In chaotic times, power matters more than titles or morals. If I had 50,000 men, I could take all of Yuha. But right now, this small victory could be our first real step. I laid out the bigger picture to Liu Bei and his brothers. Defeat the rebels. Gather strength and you won't be begging for support. You'll be invited to lead. They were fired up. Even Liu Bei, who was hesitant before, showed a new fire in his eyes. He called this their chance to change the world. I saw then that he had the drive to do something great, and his brothers had the courage to follow him. Still, I kept my distance emotionally. In a time where loyalty runs deep, inserting myself too quickly could backfire. But Liu Bei wanted me close. He asked me to stay, and I agreed with one request: access to their books. I needed to close my knowledge gap fast, especially after my earlier failure with Guan Yu Spring and Autumnal's question. Meanwhile, Jinf selected 18 riders and called them the 18 Cavalry of Yinyan. He even saved a horse for me. I gave them their name, and it felt meaningful. I was finally beginning to understand the spirit of this era. Why men would follow someone into danger out of loyalty, pride, and shared dreams. Zhang Fei rode off with his men to scout the Yellow Turban base, trusting my map completely. For the first time, I didn't see him as a reckless brute. His loyalty and courage were real, deep, and maybe even rare. As I stayed behind and studied military texts, I realized this was more than survival. Now I had found a team, a path, maybe even a purpose. And this was only the beginning. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A series of rapid horse hooves echoed continuously through the night. After leaving county, Jing Fi led the 18 Cavalry of Yinyan, traveling day and night along the marked route on the map, searching for the Yellow Turban rebels. For Jing Fi, this was his first time leading a troop. Although he only had 18 men, he was very excited at first. However, after 2 days of non-stop travel, Zhang Fi's face lost its initial excitement. Instead, it looked wild and serious, showing both strength and solidity. Now, Jing Fi had reached the edge of the area where Li Jai predicted the Yellow Turban rebels would be. What he saw was still peaceful and calm. This made Jing Fi feel a bit doubtful. He muttered to himself, could Mr. Ziquan be playing a trick on me then? Jing Fi took out the map from his pocket, carefully examined it under the faint moonlight to confirm his position was correct, and then put it back. Next, Jing Fi turned to look at his 18 cavalrymen behind him. His face showed clear signs of exhaustion, even swaying slightly while sitting on his horse. In these 2 days, aside from giving the horses necessary rest, they had been constantly traveling. Now both man and horse were tired, but Jing Fi understood the importance of time. The sooner they confirmed the location of the Yellow Turban rebels coming from JHA, the more time Liu Bei would have to prepare and plan. Therefore, even though Jing Fi wanted his loyal cavalry to rest first, he raised his spear and ordered spread out each 300 yards apart. Search southward along the route. If you find anything, signal with 3 long whistles. We must find the Yellow Turban rebels tonight, no matter what. Yes. The 18 cavalrymen responded in unison with tired voices, quickly spreading out 300 yards apart, forming a wide net, beginning their search from north to south across the area. This was also a method taught by Li Jai to Jing Fi. The size of Zhua County is vast, and just a few dozen people are like a drop in the ocean. Even with Li Jai's defined area, if they search blindly like headless flies, those few dozen people might not find anything. However, Jing Fi clenched his teeth and prepared to search the area thoroughly through the night. In just a moment, Jing Fi and the 18 Cavalry of Yinyan regrouped after 3 signals, all gazing into the distance at the dark shadows moving slowly forward under the line of torches. Yes, we found them. The Yellow Turban bandits are really in this area. Although Jing Fi instinctively believed in Li's ability, confirming Li Ji's prediction personally still filled him with awe. Could this be what it means to anticipate the enemy 1,000 miles away, Sir Ziquan? You were truly a divine person. With Jing Fi's intelligence, he found it hard to believe what he saw. How Jai could have predicted the location of the Yellow Turbans 2 days earlier from so far away. But as Jinf led the 18 cavalry quietly to the side of the dark shadows ahead, his face grew complicated and grim. What he saw were faces of the elderly, women, and children among the shadows, slowly and painfully moving toward the torches. Only those holding torches were strong men wearing yellow turbans, and they shouted insults at the weak and old as they pushed them forward. Even though Jing Fi and his men were still some distance from the bandits, the sounds of shouting, crying, and wails in the dark created a scene that was both chilling and infuriating. To Jing Fi, it was less like an army and more like a force driving civilians forward. Yellow turbans, yellow turbans. Jing Fi clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes wide with fury, as if he wanted to bite someone. From the accents of the bandits and the large number of old and weak civilians being driven, Jing Fi quickly realized that most of these civilians were from county, while the bandits spoke with a Jiha accent. Earlier, Jing Fi couldn't fully understand Li's words that the yellow turbans would plunder civilians all along the way, growing rapidly like a snowball. He also knew that only by finding the bandits' main base could they truly defeat this group. Now, Jing Fi understood that the yellow turbans' way of plundering was far more terrifying than ordinary mountain bandits. Where the yellow turban bandits passed, they not only robbed the local people of their belongings and grain, but also forced the villagers to join their ranks. With a steel sword in one hand and grain in the other, and with the villagers robbed of almost everything, there was little hope for survival. Where could they find more options as for pretending to join and then rebelling? When a villager is forced to leave their home and join the bandits, there is little chance to resist. The elderly, women, and children have no ability to escape and can only be led and driven along. When the elderly, women, and children in the household are forced to become part of the bandits, the young and strong who are compelled to join have no choice but to follow the others in looting other villagers to feed their families. Anger Jing Fei's fierce eyes, like those of a tiger or leopard, stare tightly at the bandits holding torches among the yellow turban crowd. He wishes he could rush forward now and stab each one with his spear. The large, disorganized yellow turban army does not scare Jing Fi. Instead, seeing their scattered and chaotic advance, he instinctively thinks night attack. This group of bandits isn't even true soldiers. Even at the front, they have no defenses. Jing Fi feels that with just 18 men, he could break through the yellow turban ranks in the dark and fight happily. But he looks back at the exhausted 18 cavalry of Yin Yun behind him and abandons the idea. More importantly, Jing Fi understands that even if he kills 100 or 2 bandits to vent his anger, the helpless elderly, women, and children might die in the chaos and trampling it. Jing curses fiercely. Tomorrow, I'll make these bandits pay. Then Jing Fi leads the 18 cavalry back to a safe distance to rest and think about how to quickly find the bandits' main camp. 3 days later, just as Li Jai puts down the spring and autumn annals and prepares to sleep in his clothes, suddenly the door bursts open with a bang. Lube rushes in happily. This startles Li Jai into sitting up instinctively, giving him a headache. In the past 5 days, Liu Bei has been busy day and night with military affairs, constantly recruiting local volunteers. However, despite this, Liu still remembered to ask about Li Jai's well-being every day. No matter how busy or urgent he was, he always ate at the same table with Li Jai and slept in the same room. Of course, sleeping together was impossible. Perhaps it was a matter of the customs of that time. Lube often wanted to have deep conversations with Li Jai and sleep beside him to show his respect and friendship. But Li Jai could not accept this habit and firmly refused, almost saying, "I prefer to kill in my dreams." So whenever Lei appeared at this time, Li Jai almost instinctively thought Liu Bei was coming to invite him again. Zikuan, Lu's face turned slightly red with excitement as he hurried straight to Li Jai, took his hand and kept talking. "You're amazing, even like a divine person, Li Jai." What is Liu Bei doing in the middle of the night, just as Li Jai couldn't help but lean back slightly to put some distance between himself and Lu's excited, rosy face? He asked cautiously, "Brother Xuanda, what's going on?" Lube reached into his clothes while speaking. Yes, Zikuan, I want to show you something wonderful first and you'll understand." Then Liu Bei took out a bamboo slip from his and handed it to Lei. Lei took the bamboo slip, pretended to get up and sat on a distant bed. And under the candlelight, he opened it to read from the elder brother, second brother, and Mr. Zuan. This tone made Li Ji's spirit shake. He immediately understood the intelligence that Jing Fi had sent back. It was the urgent information Li Jai had been waiting for. Without any knowledge of the Yellow Turban rebels, even Li Gi's strategy simulator was useless. The more detailed the intelligence, the better it could help Li use his strategy simulator to analyze and plan. But what surprised Li Gi was that the next line in the bamboo slip read, "Mr. Zuan is truly a divine person. I traveled day and night for 2 days from county and found the yellow turban bandits in the direction you mentioned." As the bamboo slip was gradually unfolded, it also recorded a large amount of intelligence about the yellow turbans discovered by Jing Fei. After leading the 18 Yinyan cavalry to rest for a night, Jing Fi began collecting information on the yellow turbans the next day, 100,000, including a large number of elderly, women, and children. Jinf estimated that the Yellow Turbans numbered over 100,000. The true Yellow Turban bandits were hidden among these crowds, and their exact numbers and main base location were unknown. Jingfi specifically recorded that every day the Yellow Turban army moved, many elderly, women, and children would collapse from exhaustion. Wherever the Yellow Turbans passed, it was almost like a trail of bodies left by the weak and vulnerable. And they also kept pushing more civilians along. After spending most of the day patrolling around the outskirts of the Yellow Turban army, Jing Fi and the 18 riders of Yin Yunyan made a decision to attack the Yellow Turbans directly, not under the cover of night, but in broad daylight, 19 men against 100,000. Hearing this, Li Ji's eyebrows twitched sharply. However, Zhang Fi was not a reckless fool. He carefully chose the weakest flank to break through and targeted only those bandits wearing yellow headscarves. By chance and without much thought, Jing Fi quickly caused a small chaos. The panicked elderly women and children who were not guided or driven away by the bandits did not threaten Jing Fi and his men. Instead, they somewhat protected this small group. Plus, with Jing Fi's strength, fighting ordinary Yellow Turban bandits was almost like cutting grass, easy and effortless. Soon, the small chaos on the flank attracted the attention of the main Yellow Turban base. Over 1,000 bandits wearing yellow headscarves quickly surrounded Jing Fi and the 18 riders. But taking advantage of the obstruction caused by the elderly, women, and children, Jing Fi and his men managed to retreat safely. Then, using the exposed bandits, Jingfly identified the true location of the Yellow Turban base. By observing the distant smoke from the area, he estimated the base was roughly 5,000 to 6,000 people. Additionally, among the civilians captured and added to the Yellow Turban army, about 20,000 young and strong individuals could be driven away and posed a threat, while over 70,000 were mostly elderly, women, and children who were less threatening. Finally, in the remaining area, there was a long passage praising Zikuan's foresight. Based on Jing Fi's actual assessment of the Yellow Turban army's speed, they would reach county around the 10th day after starting. Li Jai slowly closed his bamboo scroll, his eyes narrowing slightly, and said, 5 days remain before the Yellow Turban bandits truly arrive at Jua County. If SHWA County does not resist the Yellow Turban forces, they will spread across the entire region like a shower of flowers, gradually covering county and then advancing into other counties of Yu. With this brief pause, Lube regained his composure after the excitement of confirming Li's prediction from afar. He sighed and said, "In these days, Governor Lu Yian has moved all the troops from prefecture into Zhua County. It seems as Zikwen predicted earlier that he plans to abandon the entire Zha prefecture and defend only Zhua County. It's not surprising. The Yellow Turbans are very strong. In just a month or two, they have swept through Qing, Su, Yu, Jai, Jing, Yang, Yin, and Yu provinces, almost controlling half of the Han Empire. Their power is astonishing, and Lu Yin must be very frightened." Li Jai calmly assessed. Clearly, different social classes have access to different information. When Lu Guanzhang and many common people saw the rebel army's notices, they only learned about the Yellow Turbans' existence. But Governor Lu Yin had more detailed information about them. So when the Yellow Turbans showed their intention to invade Yuzhou, Lu Yen lost his composure and even considered abandoning Zhua prefecture to defend only Zhua County. During these days, Liu Bei, as a leader of the rebel army and a relative of the Han royal family, visited Lu Yin to make a final effort to persuade him to protect more people. It was during this visit that Liu Bei learned about the shocking news of the Yellow Turban sweeping across all 8 provinces. At this moment, Liu Bei's expression showed a hint of doubt and hesitation. He asked Zikwen, "Can we win this battle? Can the Han Empire win? We can win." That calm voice sounded. Lube instinctively looked up at Li Jai. Under the faint candlelight, Li Jai's eyes shone brightly, as if he had already seen the future. To Li Jai, the millions of Yellow Turbans threatening the Horn were like dying candles in the wind, mere stray dogs and chickens. Lube was momentarily stunned and asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Ziku and even Liu with a strong will felt a mix of uncertainty and hesitation when facing the Yellow Turbans who made Lu Yin retreat 3 steps. Even Liu Bei learned from Lu Yin that even the mighty Emperor of Han is frightened by the great power of the Yellow Turbans to protect the imperial court. He spared no effort, even lifting bans on political groups to gain their support and prevent them from joining the Yellow Turbans. It is known that Emperor Lu Hong once caused the second political ban to strengthen his power. During the time, about 600 or 700 officials and scholars were executed, and many others fled or were exiled. Therefore, lifting the ban was almost like embarrassing himself or losing face. It was worse than issuing a self-criticism order because it damaged his reputation and authority. This shows how desperate the emperor was. First, Brother Schwanda has a kind heart and wants to help the people. With Jing Fi and Guan Yu working together, they can achieve something, said Li Jai. Second, although the Yellow Turban Uprising is powerful, they lack supplies and good generals. With their large numbers, they can defeat small forces easily. But once they face a stalemate, they will have many weaknesses and will surely lose. Third, and most importantly, Li paused and looked sharply at Liu Bei. Liu bowed sincerely and asked, "Please, Master Zixuan, teach me." Li Jai replied slowly, "The Yellow Turbans have lost their foundation. Even if they defeat the Imperial Army and capture the capital, Luoyang, they will eventually fall apart." Liu thought for a moment, but still didn't understand. Why? Because the Yellow Turbans started with Jing Zhao, who used religion to deceive the common people. On the surface, Zhang Zhao is the symbol and core of the Yellow Turbans, but from the beginning, the core of the Yellow Turbans has always been the people. Li spoke softly. Now the Yellow Turbans are growing by plundering the people, but in reality, they are completely abandoning their roots. Brother Schwanda, remember this. Power always comes from below. When the lower classes betray that power is just an illusion, so the Yellow Turbans will definitely fall. Even if they conquer all 13 provinces of Han, they will still fail. The only difference is the timing and process. Liu opened his eyes wide, staring blankly as if lost in thought. Li Jai looked at the bamboo slips in his hand and sighed deeply. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was a failure. Ultimately, even the officials in the capital did not manage to break through, and they never reached the foot of the royal city. The high-ranking officials and nobles never saw the Yellow Turban rebels up close. Over 1,000 years later, the righteous army led by the Chuangwang successfully entered the capital, slaughtering countless officials and nobles one after another. However, the army that entered the capital still lost in the end. The main reason was that the young dragon turned into a fierce dragon, abandoning the common people who were the foundation. Just a little external force or change was enough to break the entire righteous army. On the other hand, over 300 years after the death of Chuangwang, another righteous army that always stayed close to the people succeeded in building a lasting legacy. Therefore, in Li Jai's view, the failures of the Yellow Turban and Chuangwang were fundamentally because they abandoned their core supporters. When the Yellow Turban army started looting the people to grow stronger, their downfall was already doomed. They transformed from a righteous army into mere bandits, and their defeat was only a matter of time. After a long while, Liu's somewhat distracted eyes gradually regained their brightness. He said, "Thank you, Zixuan, for your advice. I will stay true to my original intention, prioritize kindness and uphold virtue, remaining unwavering until death." "Then, Brother Shinda, can you regain your confidence?" Li Jai asked with a smile. "Absolutely victorious. Even if I die in this battle, there will still be many Liu Shinda, Chen Shinda, and Zhao Shinda to defeat the Yellow Turban." Liu Bei replied loudly. "Then how is the righteous army you formed now?" Li Jai inquired. "There are 2,000 brave men fully equipped with weapons. Jiangzan merchant Jing Shaping has gifted 50 horses and 100 bushels of grain. In just 1 or 2 days of preparation, we will be ready for battle," Liu answered. Hearing this, Li began to make a basic judgment in his mind. If the weapons are fully equipped, it means no armor. 100 bushels of grain means there isn't much left, and the army's fighting strength might collapse after a little more fighting, but this is normal. Even though the people of Yuzhou are honest and brave, this is just a hastily assembled righteous army. Reality isn't like a game. Clicking a mouse and spending grain and money doesn't instantly produce soldiers based on standard units. Normally, training disciplined soldiers takes nearly a year. If they are truly strong and skilled soldiers, then their strength cannot simply be built up over time. The commander, officers, number of battles fought, and combat experience are all important factors. Of course, the Yellow Turban rebels are much weaker. Nearly 80 of the civilians are old, weak, women, and children, almost unarmed. Many of the young men who were robbed mostly only had farming tools. Only the core Yellow Turban fighters would have weapons. And according to intelligence collected by Jing Fei, nearly 100,000 of the Yellow Turban rebels hardly have any armor. This makes sense because although civilians are not strictly forbidden from owning iron tools, ordinary people generally cannot make weapons themselves. Most iron tools are just farming implements. The Yellow Turban rebels are mostly poor, so they can't afford to distribute weapons to the many civilians they raid. As for armor, privately owning armor is a serious crime, often punishable by exile or worse, so there are very few privately kept armor pieces. However, Li does not underestimate the Yellow Turban rebels at all. When their numbers reach a certain size, even stones can become deadly weapons. If Li were the leader of this group, he would keep the entire Yellow Turban army in a semi-starved state. Every time they conquer a place, they would reward everyone with a good meal. Plus, they constantly use religious brainwashing, calling their campaign a divine command to fight against unfaithful regions, which further deceives themselves. Through physical and mental discipline, they could forge a group of fanatical soldiers, and as long as they are passionate enough, even old, weak women and children can kill. In Lee's view, the entire Yellow Turban army from top to bottom is too inexperienced, not decisive enough, not thorough enough, and their true potential has not been fully developed. Wait, I'm not even their strategist. Why am I making such assumptions? Lee Jai gently massaged his forehead, suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, and began considering how to deal with the Yellow Turban rebels. At the same time, Liu was also thinking about this problem. The governor Liu Yin, who decided to defend Zhua County to the death, would not send reinforcements to Liu Bei. Liu could only rely on the 2,000 righteous soldiers he had just recruited, 2,000 versus 100,000. Liu, who had never fought in battle before, couldn't help but furrow his brows when he thought of this huge difference in numbers. Although Li Jai described the 10,000 Yellow Turban soldiers as easily defeated as common chickens and dogs, the 50-fold difference in numbers meant that even if the 10,000 soldiers remained still and were slaughtered, they probably couldn't be completely wiped out. Finally, after thinking hard and finding no good plan, Liu asked, "Ziquan, how can we resist 10,000 enemies?" Recalling the information from Jing Fi, Li Jai had a few ideas, but he wasn't fully confident in any of them. Then, feeling almost fully recovered after 5 days of rest, Li Jai once again immersed himself in the strategy simulator. Due to a series of unexpected events, you eventually managed to temporarily join Liu Bei. However, for various reasons, you are no longer in a rush to join him immediately. Your current goal is to prove your abilities and try to change Liu Bei's original life path so you can achieve your own dreams through him. Your first task is to help Liu Bei face the 10,000 Yellow Turbans arriving in JWA County in 5 days. Your options are 1. Fight directly, 2. Set traps, 3. Plan a surprise attack. Lai Gi sensed the different options and found that each had more detailed strategic choices. Setting traps included water attacks, fire attacks, falling rocks, and more. For the surprise attack, there were even more options, such as night raids, attacking tired enemies, or ambushing from behind during the Yellow Turbans on JWA County. After some thought, you chose the safest option, planning a surprise attack. Thanks to Jing Fi's reconnaissance, you knew that most of the 10,000 Yellow Turbans were just a disorganized mob. If you targeted their weak points directly, you might win in one battle. Therefore, after persuading Liu Bei, he led 2,000 righteous troops to leave the city quietly 2 days before the Yellow Turbans arrived in Dua County. Using their knowledge of the terrain, they first moved north to confuse the Yellow Turban spies lurking in JWA County, then secretly retreated to a valley about 20 mi outside the city and hid there. Because you chose a hiding spot away from the Yellow Turbine's route and your 2,000 troops were not conspicuous, you successfully avoided detection and surprisingly ambushed the Yellow Turbans from behind. When the Yellow Turbines arrived in Dra County and raided the area wildly for 3 days and nights, the original 50,000 soldiers quickly swelled to over 200,000. Soon after, the leaders of the Yellow Turban rebels were no longer satisfied with gradually clearing the area around Shua County. Instead, they set their sights on the wealthy city itself. A fierce siege began. Using their overwhelming numbers and to wear down the old, weak women and children, the Yellow Turban leaders drove many of their followers to surround city from all sides. They started attacking with very simple siege tools. Under threats and intimidation from the Yellow Turban fighters, even the elderly and women had no choice but to march forward and die beneath the city walls. The siege lasted 2 days. With 20 times the number of defenders, the Yellow Turbans forced their way into city through sheer numbers and corpses. Just as the city gates fell, and more than half of the Yellow Turban fighters flooded into the most awaited moment arrived. The angry Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fi leading 2,000 righteous soldiers charged directly toward the Yellow Turban leaders' headquarters. Their long-held anger burst out, and these three, mostly from county along with their soldiers, fought with incredible strength, rushing fiercely toward the enemy's main base. Meanwhile, over 100,000 Yellow Turbans, more than half inside the city, were in chaos outside the walls, their formations broken and disorganized. Because of this chaos, the Yellow Turbines, vastly outnumbering Liu Bei and his allies, could not effectively block their path. Eventually, Liu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi broke through and reached the Yellow Turban leaders' headquarters where they successfully killed the leaders. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the Yellow Turbans. Seeing this, the Yellow Turban fighters began to scatter and flee. However, most of those inside city had already gone mad, burning, looting, and killing indiscriminately. Although Liu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi hurried into the city to restore order, the defenders had already suffered heavy losses, and their remaining forces were too weak to control the chaos for a short time. This chaos lasted for 2 days before order was somewhat restored. However, outside the city, 9 out of 10 homes were destroyed, and most buildings inside the city were burned to ruins. Nearly half of the civilians died in the chaos. Even Liu Yin, the governor, was killed by the Yellow Turbans. The righteous army led by Liu Bei also suffered heavy losses in the subsequent efforts to restore order, and they were unable to capture or control the remaining Yellow Turban prisoners. The losses were devastating. During the nearly half-year period that followed, Lu Guan and Jing had to constantly deal with the remnants of the Yellow Turban rebels in JWA County. However, this also completely deviated from your original plan to pacify the Yellow Turbans in Zhua County and then move south to Ju. Eventually, as the Yellow Turban Rebellion gradually subsided across the land, Lu, Guan, and Jing achieved great merit by resisting the Yellow Turbans in Dua County, and each received rewards from the court. Due to the destruction caused by the rebellion, almost everyone in Zhua County had fled, and no local governor was willing to take on this mess. The court directly appointed Liu Bei as the governor of Zhua County. However, your successful strategy relied on using many local villagers as bait, which caused a growing distance between you and Liu Bei, Guan, and Jing, who valued their hometowns. Although Liu respected you for life, he rarely asked for your advice, believing you were willing to sacrifice too much for success, which harmed harmony. Evaluation. Your plan allowed Liu Bei to defeat a much stronger enemy with fewer troops, making your name known among the lords. However, because your methods were too ruthless and involved sacrificing fellow villagers to achieve your goals, you earned the nickname Poisonous Strategist, even surpassing Jiasu. But due to ideological differences with Liu, you ultimately could not fully showcase your talents in this era. Many later followers of your notorious reputation, especially those involved in scams, felt regretful about this. After reading the final evaluation, Li was filled with questions. How did he suddenly achieve such accomplishments? Poisonous strategist. Where did I poison anyone? Isn't this blame on Lin for being too weak? He couldn't even hold off the Yellow Turbans for a few more days, or force them to reveal weaknesses. Li Jai felt helpless and understood that even if his original intention was not to sacrifice most of Zhua's people to create an opportunity to defeat the Yellow Turbans, it was almost inevitable when Lu Guan and Zhang's rebel army was lurking outside the city. In the strategy simulator mode, Li Jai was in a state of absolute rationality. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice Zhua civilians, or even use himself, and Liu Bei as bait if it meant achieving the plan's goal. The nearly 100-fold difference in forces meant that only by exploiting the chaos caused when the Yellow Turbans attacked and set fire to the city could he have a chance to defeat their main force before they could be rescued, winning against 100 times stronger enemies. With just 2,000 men, he could wipe out 200,000 Yellow Turbans. It is easy to imagine that even if the Yellow Turban rebels are truly a disorganized group, they would still greatly damage Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Jing Fi, and Li Jis' reputations. Liu was even appointed as a governor after the Yellow Turban uprising. Li Jai, through this plan, became famous for a moment, but also earned lasting criticism. He had already secretly abandoned this choice. Even if Li Jai didn't care about reputation, the heavy sacrifice of the local people weighed on him. Moreover, once this plan was revealed, it would become Li Jai's last major strategy within Liu's group. As someone with big goals, Li Jai couldn't accept that. However, this time the results from the strategy simulator showed a possible way to succeed by directly attacking the Yellow Turban headquarters. Beating a stronger enemy with fewer troops might be the best and only option. Just as Li Jai was about to try other strategies in the simulator, he suddenly felt a sharp stabbing pain in his head. This forced him to exit the simulator and let out a low groan. Liu looked at Li Jai with a blank expression for a moment, then his face turned pale. He quickly asked with concern, "Zikuan, I'm fine, Brother Xuanda," Li Jai replied, though his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He wondered, compared to just simulating with Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fei, was this time simulation so much more exhausting because it involved 200,000 Yellow Turban rebels and the people of County. It's like running the same program but processing more data, which naturally takes more computing power and energy. Even though Li Jai was mentally prepared, he didn't expect that just one simulation would nearly push him to his limit. Li decided not to run a second simulation to avoid further mental exhaustion. He also didn't want to rely too much on the strategy simulator, using it mainly for trial and error to prevent mistakes. For example, using Zhua County as bait to find an opportunity to strike at the Yellow Turban headquarters was one of the strategies Li Ji had considered feasible in recent days. It has been proven that this plan can indeed help Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi defeat the Yellow Turban rebels. However, the consequences are much more serious than initially expected by Li Jai. Liu Bei, who is very thoughtful, clearly notices that Li Jai's spirit is significantly weaker than before. Despite feeling very anxious about the Yellow Turban army and eager to get Li's advice, Liu Bei still speaks gently to comfort him. Zikun, since you're not feeling well, you should rest first. I will. Li Jai, hearing this, feels a warm feeling inside, but interrupts Liu Bei directly. Brother Schwanda, I was just making a simple analysis of the situation. There's no need to worry. Then Li lifts a candle in one hand and pulls Liu Bei over to a map of the wall, pointing to it. The Yellow Turbans are very strong and hard to fight. We can only attack their weak points to win. Lube nods, understanding that his 2,000 righteous soldiers might face the Yellow Turbans directly and could be defeated in one. I know this. The number of the Yellow Turbans, around 100,000, is truly shocking. There won't be that many. Li shakes his head and says, the information from suggests the Yellow Turbans might be up to 100,000, but by the time they reach a county, I estimate only half remain. Li speaks very confidently. Perhaps Zhang Fi's information only describes the Yellow Turbans falling behind with the old weak women and children, but it's hard for others to be sure of the exact number of those who fall behind. However, from Li's recent analysis using the strategy simulator, he has already reached this conclusion, 50,000. Lube is a bit surprised at how Li Jai calculated this number, but trusting his proven ability to predict enemies from afar, he chooses to believe Li without hesitation. Even if it's only 50,000, that's still a very large number. Lube murmurs, it's like an ant facing an elephant. Whether it's a young or an adult elephant doesn't make much difference. Indeed, even if only 50,000 remain, we cannot fight them. Li narrows his eyes and says, however, one thing is certain. We cannot let the Yellow Turbans reach a county. Otherwise, with the population there, 50,000 could quickly grow to 100,000, 200,000, or even more. So the decisive battlefield outside Dua County, we must prevent the enemy from entering beyond no matter what, Lig said firmly, which made Liu Bei hesitate and suggest uncertainly. Zikuan, if we do that, we will be fighting alone. According to my plan, it might be better for me to lead 2,000 men out of the city to find a defensible place to set up camp, forming a strategic position with Drew County. Honestly, Liu Bei's suggestion was cautious and wise. Inside Downty, there are still about 10,000 troops. Ideally, Lube would lead 2,000 volunteers to build a camp outside, creating a mutual support point with Drew County. This way, it could threaten the Yellow Turbans, making them afraid to attack either side fully. They would have to be cautious of a surprise attack from the side. Given the poor logistics of the Yellow Turbans, they would surely lose in a prolonged fight. However, Lik shook his head and asked back, Brother Schwanda, do not rely on Liu Yin, the governor. He probably has no intention of leaving the city. If that's the case, even if we set up a camp outside, it would be no different from fighting alone. Theoretically, Liu Bei's plan was feasible, but it depended on who his allies were. If Liu Yin was an ally, any mutual support would be pointless, as it would only give the Yellow Turbans a chance to trap Liu Bei and his men, leading to disaster. This made Liu Bei look hesitant. Ultimately, the huge number of Yellow Turbans caused him great psychological pressure, making him reluctant to give up the city's advantage and the potential help from 10,000 troops. Normally, an ordinary person would be afraid when facing 10 strong men, let alone Liu Bei leading volunteers to fight dozens of times their number. Seeing this, Li Jai added fuel to the fire. Brother Schwanda, without preemptive measures like burning the fields and fortifying the city, even if you and Liu Yin form a mutual support, the Yellow Turbans won't attack the city and camp directly. Instead, they will split their forces. Some stay to hold the city and camp while the rest raid around. Then hearing this, Liu's expression first hardened. Then he realized the seriousness of the problem. The Yellow Turbans were different from normal armies. Most armies raid for money and supplies, but the Yellow Turbans also absorbed large numbers of civilians to strengthen their forces. This so-called stalemate only gave the Yellow Turban rebels more opportunities to grow stronger. Even if they ultimately defeated the Yellow Turbans, the entire area around Jua County might be left almost completely empty. Faced with the risk to himself and the safety of the local people, Lube quickly made a decision after a brief hesitation. Speaking firmly, Zikun is right. This battle is not just to defeat the enemy, but also to protect the common people. No matter what, we must keep the Yellow Turbans outside Jua County. Li Jai then pointed to a spot on the map where Daxing Mountain in the south of Jua County meets the Ju River and said, now the Yellow Turbans are probably near Fang, but beyond that, it's mostly flat land with little to defend. The only advantage is the area near Daxing Mountain and the lower Ju River, which we might use to our benefit. Lube squinted, carefully examining the terrain map by candlelight. Looking around, most of the land from Fang Toa County is flat plains. If the Yellow Turbans spread freely, their numbers could easily overwhelm us, so many that even a single spit from them could drown Liu Bei's 2,000 men. Only the rugged terrain where Daxing Mountain meets the Ju River could limit the Yellow Turban's numerical advantage. According to Li Gi's prediction of their marching route, Daxing Mountain is also a difficult area for the Yellow Turbans to bypass. It's a pity that Daxing Mountain isn't a naturally strong defensive position. If we set up a camp there, we might force the Yellow Turbans to stay outside Jua County. Lube sighed with some regret. Li said, Brother Schwanda, it's not that I don't want to use clever tricks, but the gap between us and the enemy is so large that risking everything might be our only chance. After all, I am too weak. Otherwise, why would Ziquan be so cautious? Liu said with a hint of guilt. Gee, I only want to do my part to help the people of Jua County. You and I are fellow travelers on the same path. Li comforted Liu Bei proactively, then looked intently at the map of Daxing Mountain and softly said, Daxing, Daxing, what a good name. Let's make this place the start of our great rise. Even without the strategic simulation device, Li clearly understood that after abandoning the idea of using a city as bait, Daxing Mountain was undoubtedly the last line of defense to protect the people of ZHWA County. Once the Yellow Turban rebels crossed Daxing Mountain, the wide plains would allow them to plunder the entire county freely. Their large numbers would be too much for just 2,000 righteous soldiers to handle. As Liu Bei made up his mind, he hurriedly left Li Jai's room to find Guan Yu and discuss how to organize the army. The next morning, Liu Bei and Guan Yu began their final preparations for the army and gathered supplies. Since both of them were new to leading troops, they lacked experience. It wasn't until the afternoon that they finally finished organizing the army. Just as Liu Bei was about to lead the troops out, news arrived from Fan Yang that Yellow Turban bandits were approaching Jua County. Some well-connected merchants and nobles had learned that the bandits were coming aggressively, seemingly heading straight for the county seat. The common people might not have known yet, but the wealthy merchants and nobles in Ya were already feeling anxious. When Liu Bei led his righteous army to leave the city, he saw a continuous stream of cards heading out of the city, blocking the gates completely. Escape, clearly, these wealthy merchants and nobles did not hesitate to flee. The reputation of the Yellow Turbans was fearsome. Where they passed, the people were taken, and most of the powerful landowners, officials, and merchants were nearly killed. This chaos made the wealthy merchants panic and run away immediately upon hearing the name Yellow Turban. At this moment, Liu Yin, the governor of county, was overwhelmed standing at the city gate. Originally, Liu Yin had deliberately kept the details about the Yellow Turban secret to try to unite the local landowners and use their strength to defend the city. But when news of the bandits reached Fayang and then was passed back to ZHWA County, the already frightened landowners and merchants fled in a panic. Next to Liu Yin was the captain Zojing, who noticed Liu Yin's worried expression and quietly suggested, Sir, should we close the city gates early? No. Liu Yin waved his hand and replied, the name Yellow Turban is very fierce. Now they are fleeing, and if I order the gates closed now, it will only confirm their strength and cause even more chaos. It might even provoke a rebellion as they try to escape. Perhaps Liu Yin was not very knowledgeable about military matters. But as a noble official and relative of the Han Court, he understood politics and human nature quite well. These wealthy landowners might fear the Yellow Turban rebels, but they did not fear the local officials. After all, the Yellow Turbans were known for causing chaos directly, while officials had to follow rules. Zojing looked unhelplessly as many large carts kept pushing toward the city gates. Suddenly, Zojing saw a large group of people at the end of the line. He squinted and pointed, saying, Wait, sir, look over there. Liu Yin followed Zojing's finger and saw Liu Bei leading 2,000 volunteers. His face darkened immediately. At this moment, Lei, leading his troops out of the city, looked at the crowded gates and felt very anxious. After planning with Li to fight at Daxing Mountain, the sooner Liu could reach Daxing Mountain, the sooner he could gain an advantage. Being stuck here wasting time made Lube's gentle face show some helplessness. The wealthy landowners and nobles leaving the city had between 5 and 15 carts, with accompanying guards and servants ranging from 100 to several hundred people. Some wealthy families even had up to 1,000 people. Although Liu Bei's volunteer army had about 2,000 men, their shabby appearance made some nearby landowners look down on them. Zikon, if these wealthy landowners are willing to give all their strength to fight the Yellow Turbans, why should we fear them? Lube said this with a complicated tone. It turned out that in the large county there were forces capable of resisting the Yellow Turbans, but they had no intention of fighting back. At this moment, Lai Jai riding a white horse was carefully holding the reins. Although in his previous life, Li had tried horse riding at a club out of curiosity, that experience had good safety measures, including stirrups and saddles. In this era, horses didn't have those things, and riding required skill. A fall could be dangerous. Fortunately, the white horse Li Jai was riding was gentle. After trying to control it, Li Jai's nervousness eased, and he looked over at Liu Bei, whose face was full of complex emotions. At this moment, Lu's mind was full of complicated feelings, which Li Jai could understand well. It was simply that Liu Bei was willing to risk everything, including his two sworn brothers, to protect the common people of Jua County and fight to keep the Yellow Turban rebels outside the city. However, Liu Yin, the governor, decided to stay behind the city walls because of many concerns. Meanwhile, the local noble families and landlords of county also wanted to escape, which made Liu Bei feel disappointed. Perhaps Lu's feelings were as complex as Chao Chao's when he shouted at the other lords, "You are not worth my time." "Brother Xuanda, this is quite understandable," Li Jai said, looking at the group of noble families and landlords. Choosing to stay and fight alongside the common people, risking everything for justice or abandoning some property to move to a safer place, those willing to sacrifice for the greater good are few. Romanticism is attractive, but it is also rare. Obviously, Lu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi are the main figures representing romantic ideals of this era. Great righteousness, kindness, and the revival of the Han dynasty run through their lives. This was the main reason Li chose to support Lei. Compared to Cao Cao, who had sacked cities 8 times, Lu's life was often questioned as that of a hypocrite, claiming to restore the Han dynasty while seeking personal gain. However, Liu Bei, who had suffered many hardships, finally established the Shu Han regime. He was willing to avenge his sworn brother and even risk his country's future to fight for justice. Dying in Bai City, throughout his life, Lu never sought power for its own sake and gained the respect of Zhuang and Pang Tong through his kindness and virtue. This shows he was not a false gentleman, romanticist. Hearing this somewhat strange term, Lu was momentarily stunned, but then understood its meaning. "Then what about Ziquan?" Lube asked. "Ji is also a romanticist," Li Jai replied with a smile. "But clearly these noble families and landlords are not romanticists, or their pursuit of romance is not about protecting the people, but about reviving their own families. A bunch of shallow little men," Guan Yu said proudly. "Yun Chang, there's no need to be so extreme. This is just human nature for most people driven by profit. That's all," Li said calmly. "After all, the wealthy landowners and the common people are from different social classes. In times of trouble, the common people have no chance to escape. But it is also pointless to resent these landowners for their instinct to seek profit and avoid danger. Compared to this, the choices made by figures like Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi are truly precious." Lu thought for a long time, then let out a deep sigh. It seemed he understood something, and he appeared calmer and more steady. He stopped blaming the wealthy landowners and patiently waited for the chance to leave the city. However, just as it was about to be Lube's turn to lead the righteous army out of the city, a large group of soldiers from the local commander surrounded them from both sides, showing signs of caution. This newly formed righteous army became a bit chaotic. "Stay calm," Lu shouted loudly, quickly calming his troops. Then he looked up at the city gate. Liu Yin and Zhou Jing were standing above the gate, coldly looking down at Liu. Liu then turned his horse, bowed respectfully toward Liu Yan, and asked, "Uncle, what does this mean?" Earlier, Liu had visited Liu Yin under the pretense of forming a righteous army. Because both were relatives of the Han royal family, Liu Yan had tried to win Liu Bei over by calling him nephew. Now, although Liu Bei still called him uncle, Liu Yan's gaze remained cold as he looked down at Liu Bei and said, "Shinda, where are you planning to go?" "I plan to lead the righteous army out of the city to fight the bandits." Liu Bei replied. "Huh, what bandits?" "The Yellow Turban bandits," Liu Bei answered. As soon as Liu spoke, the entire city gate suddenly fell silent. Then bursts of laughter started to ring out. "Ooha." Amid the mocking laughter that seemed to belittle Louis' overconfidence, Lei remained expressionless. However, his hand hidden in his sleeve clenched involuntarily. Even Liu Yan's originally stern face showed a faint smile. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, Shinda. I know you have a heart to serve the country, but the Yellow Turbans are powerful. We need to think carefully before acting. You should lead the righteous army back to the camp. When the time comes that you are needed to help fight the enemy, I will summon you." Liu Bei again bowed respectfully. "Uncle, I understand what I am doing." Refuting Liu Bei publicly, Liu Yan's previously faint smile faded and his expression turned cold again. He then looked around at the 2,000 righteous soldiers behind Liu Bei and said, "Shinda, your 2,000 righteous soldiers have no armor and few bows and crossbows. How can they fight bandits?" If Liu Yan didn't need to stabilize the people's support in JWA County, he wouldn't openly reveal the number of Yellow Turban rebels he knew. Otherwise, Liu Yan might as well say that Liu Bei's 2,000 so-called righteous soldiers are just like mantises trying to block a chariot. Liu naturally understood Liu Yan's hidden meaning. He even suspected that Liu Yan was questioning whether Liu Ba's current leadership of the righteous army was truly to fight bandits, or if he was just trying to preserve strength or even preparing to turn to banditry with his 2,000 men. But before Liu Bei could respond or explain, Lei quietly tugged at his sleeve, and a message reached Liu Bei's ear. Military order. Request for identity. This sentence instantly made Liu Bei calm down and understand Li's intention. Requesting for his identity. This was the most important point. Currently, whether it was Lu Guanzhang or Li Jai, they were all just common men with no official titles. Even though Liu Bei claimed to be a relative of the Han royal family and had become the leader of the righteous army, he still remained a common man at heart. In this era, social status was extremely important. During the late Eastern Han, among the many warlords, some started as local officials, often at the level of a governor. Even Kao Chao, who was from a humble background, had a father, Chao Song, who served as one of the three excellencies, specifically as Grand Marshal. Although the prestige of the three excellencies declined in the later Han period, it still showed that Cao Cao's family was much more prominent than ordinary commoners. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion ended, Cao Cao was promoted directly to Chancellor of Jinan, equivalent to a governor, overseeing more than 10 counties. Similarly, Sun Jian, who led just over 1,000 men to fight the Yellow Turbans alongside Zhu Jun, was promoted to a general of a separate division, and 3 years later appointed as the governor of Changsha by the court. In contrast, Liu Bei, fighting the Yellow Turbans as part of the righteous army, was only a county lieutenant in his original trajectory, not even a county magistrate, an enormous gap. Therefore, Lick specifically advised Liu Bei to seize this opportunity and try to gain an official position from Liu Yan. Now, of course, Liu didn't think as far ahead as Li Jai. He simply believed Li Jai was reminding him to gain Liu Yan's trust by using a military order to leave the city. Uncle, I know the Yellow Turbans are approaching. The people inside Zhua County probably won't be harmed in the short term, but outside the city, there are countless elders and villagers. How can I ignore them also? I know that the Yellow Turban rebels are very strong, but I am not afraid to die. I only fear that the common people will be harmed by the rebels. That is why I am determined to lead 2,000 righteous soldiers out of the city to fight the rebels. This speech spoken by Liu Bei with deep emotion moved many people. For a moment, not only the powerful landlords waiting to leave the city were impressed, but the righteous soldiers also felt their hearts swell with pride. Standing on the city wall, Liu Yin frowned, doubting whether he had misunderstood Liu Bei's intentions. However, thinking about the current shortage of troops inside the city, Liu Yin shouted, "Your intentions are good, but reckless actions not only risk your life and Qingqing safety, but also endanger those 2,000 righteous soldiers. As the governor of Zhua County, how can I allow you to act rashly?" Hearing this, Liu Bei clenched his teeth and said, "Uncle, I am willing to make a formal military promise." A military promise. This surprised Liu Yin greatly. Usually, breaking a military promise has serious consequences. In the story of chopping Masu with tears, Jiang had to execute Masu because he had made a military promise beforehand. In the entire late Han period, only Zhao was known to treat military promises as mere paper. Losing battles did not harm him at all, and his official rank even rose. "Xuanda, you were just an ordinary person. Why do you have to make a military promise? Can you bear the lives of these 2,000 righteous soldiers?" alone Liu Yan asked calmly. His words carried a tone of disdain, causing Liu Ba's face to flush slightly. Perhaps others might look up to Liu Ba's status after being named Prince of Zhongzhan, but Liu Yin, a recognized member of the Han royal family and the governor, did not regard Liu Bei as important because of his humble background. Guan Yu, seeing this, narrowed his eyes with a hint of killing intent. Then he stepped forward, not saluting Liu Yan, but loudly declaring, "I, Guan, also wish to make a military promise with my elder brother." "Who are you?" Luan asked again, clearly not considering Guanu an important figure. But what Liu Yin did not expect was that his words had unintentionally angered the 2,000 righteous soldiers. Almost every one of these soldiers was personally recruited by Liu Bei. Although Liu Bei might not be an expert in military affairs, he possessed a special personal charm that earned the deep respect of these 2,000 soldiers. Today, the debate beneath the city gate not only revealed how shameless the outsider official, Governor Liu Yin, was, but also highlighted Liu Bei's kindness and righteousness. From the perspective of the volunteer army from county, Liu's actions were entirely to protect the local people. He was willing to spend all his wealth and risk his life to swear loyalty to the military order. Although Liu Yan spoke with great righteousness, the wealthy landowners and nobles freely left the city while they deliberately obstructed Liu Bei, which clearly showed their hidden motives. "I also wish to swear loyalty to Lord Liu," one soldier said first in a few hesitant words, then more loudly and clearly among the volunteers. Finally, the 2,000 soldiers' loud voices echoed across half of county, frightening some timid onlookers whose faces turned pale. Hearing this, Liu Bei was deeply moved. He turned and bowed to the volunteers, saying, "How can I, Liu Bei, deserve such trust? I vow here to stand with you in life and death." In response, one after another, the volunteer soldiers knelt on one knee, showing their willingness to follow Liu Bei and defend. This scene deeply moved Li Jai, who secretly admired the army's morale. He also couldn't help but praise Liu's unique charm. Although Liu was able to quickly gather the hearts of these 2,000 volunteers, mainly because of their hometown bonds and his efforts to protect Xiongti, it also showed Liu Bei's personal charisma. Compared to Liu believed he lacked such charm and influence. No wonder history records that Liu Bei, despite repeated defeats, always had loyal officers and soldiers by his side. All the volunteers, including Liu Bei and Guan Yu, were willing to swear loyalty, which put Liu Yin in a very awkward position. If Liu Yin backed down, how could Liu Yin, as the governor, maintain his authority if a mere commoner like Liu Bei dared to disobey his orders? But if Liu Yin insisted on keeping these 2,000 volunteers, knowing they were willing to follow Liu's orders, he realized that not only could they no longer serve him, but their presence inside the city might even become a hidden danger. Caught in a difficult situation. This is exactly how Liu Yin, the prefect, feels at this moment. What makes Liu Yin even more angry is that Liu Bei always puts kindness and righteousness first in his words. Doesn't this implicitly highlight that Liu Yin, as the prefect, is someone who neglects the safety of the people? The Yellow Turban Uprising is incredibly frightening. Many provinces have fallen and countless officials and soldiers are fleeing. From high officials in the court to local governors, everyone is worried for their own safety. In such a dangerous situation, Liu Yin believes that simply defending Jua County is already a good achievement with no blame. Due to his perspective, Li Jai couldn't clearly see Liu Yin's expression on the city tower, but he could vaguely guess what Liu Yan was thinking. Liu Yan, as the prefect, was terrified of the yellow turbans and dared not go out to fight. Yet, a small volunteer army of just a few hundred led by 2,000 men dared to face death. This was like a slap in Liu Yan's face. Immediately, Li Jai spoke loudly. Brother Sh. Wanda, since you are not an official nor a martial officer, what right do you have to make a military oath? Moreover, the prefect only cares about our lives. Why such excitement? Hearing this, Luan's expression eased slightly. His eyes flickered as he looked at the young scholar standing beside Liu Bei. Who are you? Liu Yan asked. Li Jai from Jua County, courtesy named Zikyuan. I pay my respects to the prefect, Li replied with a bow. With Li Jai giving him an excuse, Liu Yin, caught between a rock and a hard place, naturally wouldn't refuse. He examined Li Ji's scholar's attire and then spoke. You are quite perceptive, understanding my intentions. Please forgive Brother Schwanda for his rashness. He is worried about the people outside the city being harmed by the yellow turbans, and he is anxious, which has caused some confusion. Li Jai explained, Old Liu would not blame Sh. Wanda. I see him as my family member, so I can't help but feel a little anxious, Liu Yan said. Thanks to the tacit understanding between Li Jai and Liu Yan, the tense atmosphere at the city gate quickly eased. The issue of Liu Yin neglecting the lives outside the city and stopping Liu Bei from going out to fight the bandits was quickly reduced to Liu Yin caring about his family affairs, helping him save face. With his reputation intact, Liu Yin saw the 2,000 volunteers led by Liu Bei as somewhat useless. He was planning to find an excuse to let Liu Bei lead these volunteers out of the city on their own. Whether Liu Yi is afraid of death and plans to lead 2,000 troops to establish his own base, or truly wants to lead them to their doom, at this moment, Liu Yin, already overwhelmed by the Yellow Turban rebels, couldn't be bothered to pay attention. However, before Liu Yin could give the order to send Liu Bei out of the city, Li Jai spoke first. I also understand that the governor cares for his relatives and doesn't want Brother Schwanda to risk himself outside the city. But as a relative of the Han royal family, Brother Schwanda is at a time when the common people are in danger. Naturally, he wouldn't want to step back out of fear of death. Now, the governor bears the heavy responsibility of the lives of countless people in JWA County. He dares not act lightly. Why not agree to Brother Schwanda's idea? Let Brother Schwanda go out of the city on behalf of the governor to protect the people. If he does something notable, it could also ease the governor's worries about the people outside the city, allowing him to sleep better at night. This series of logical and morally upright words made Liu Yin look at Li Jai with deep admiration. Such an eloquent speaker. Why had his name never been heard before? At first, when Li Jai deliberately tried to flatter Liu Yan and save face, Liu Yan didn't pay much attention to him. But after this speech, Liu Yan's gaze toward Li Jai subtly changed. The common people, soldiers, even Liu Bei and Guan Yu only saw Li Ji's righteous side. But Liu Yan, who had been in government for many years, since there was more beneath the surface, hidden interests and exchanges masked by the appearance of righteousness. Li Jai first pointed out that Liu Bei, as a relative of the Han royal family, was risking his life for the people outside the city. As a relative of the Han royal family himself, Liu Yan knew that if Liu Bei failed to act, even if he managed to defend Jua County, he would still be criticized and attacked by political enemies later. As for the next two sentences, especially the word represent or standed for, it was very clever and full of hidden meaning. Under what circumstances could Liu Bei be recognized as acting on behalf of Liu Yin by going out of the city? Adding to this, Li's initial words implied that Liu Bei, who had no official position or military rank, was seeking a position that could represent Liu Yin to some extent. Furthermore, Li Jai also offered a way for Liu Yin to benefit. If Lai fought against the Yellow Turban rebels and achieved something, some of the credit would naturally go to Liu Yin. It's clear that Liu Yin was somewhat tempted. After all, Liu Yin only needed to give up a government position. Even if Liu Bei did nothing notable, Liu Yin wouldn't lose much. But if Lai achieved something, Liu Yin would definitely benefit greatly. Even if Liu Bei led 2,000 righteous soldiers to die outside Jua County, what did Liu Yin lose in fact? Liu Yin could even report this as an achievement to the court, claiming that Liu Yin sacrificed his relatives to defend against the Yellow Turban rebels. Thinking of this, Liu Yin immediately left the city tower and approached Liu Bei and Li Jai, speaking with a look of regret. "Are you really determined to leave the city and fight the Yellow Turban rebels?" "Yes, I am determined," Liu Bei replied firmly. "Are you not afraid of death?" "No, I am not afraid." "Good." Liu Yin clapped his hands and smiled, praising him. "Not only are you a relative of the Han royal family, but you are also my nephew. Since Xuanda is so determined, even if I feel reluctant, I will support your wish." He paused, then loudly declared in front of everyone, "But Xuanda is currently just an ordinary man. Leading troops out of the city might not be appropriate. How about starting today, you take the position of supervisor of bandit suppression?" At this, Liu Bei was momentarily stunned. The supervisor of bandit suppression was not a real official, but a kind of official position with significant power within a commandery. Normally, a commander had three main officials: the commander-governor, the assistant, and the captain. The commander-governor was the highest authority in the region, while the assistant and captain managed civil and military affairs and assisted the governor. The supervisor of bandit suppression was one of the 5 officials directly under the governor, usually trusted by the governor, and an important aide controlling the entire commandery. Specifically, the supervisor of bandit suppression, responsible for military security, had real command over troops. He was in charge of guarding the governor's staff and eliminating bandits within the region. In a sense, Liu Bei, a common man, was almost promoted instantly. More importantly, with the title of supervisor of bandit suppression, after the Yellow Turban uprising ended, Liu Bei would no longer be appointed as just a county captain. When Liu realized this, he quickly bowed and replied, "Thank you, uncle. I will live up to your high expectations." "Very good, very good." Then Liu Yan looked at Liu Bei's simple leather armor that only protected his chest, and at the 2,000 righteous soldiers behind him, who were just common cloth-clad men. He hesitated slightly, then spoke. "Since Xuanda has already been appointed as the leader of the bandits, these 2,000 righteous soldiers will now be under his command. Additionally, a batch of weapons and armor stored in the treasury will also be handed over to Xuanda." Liu was very happy to hear this. However, Zhou Jing, who was following Liu Yin downstairs, looked somewhat unhappy. He said, "Sir, that batch of weapons and armor still has great use." Before Zhou Jing could finish, Liu Yin glanced at him sharply, making Zhou Jing dare not speak further. As the governor of Jua County, Liu Yin was willing to make small sacrifices because he planned to secretly exchange benefits with Li Jai. More importantly, Liu Yin, who cared about his reputation, looked down on these volunteer soldiers dressed in simple cloth, and he didn't want others to criticize his troops for lacking proper armor. Of course, Liu Yin's words sounded generous, but the armor was just basic leather armor, standard equipment for ordinary soldiers. Following Liu Yin's orders, Zhou Jing reluctantly led Guan Yu and a team of volunteers to the treasury to collect weapons and armor. Meanwhile, Liu Yin was holding Liu Ba's hand, talking about family matters and giving cautious advice on military strategy. After leaving the city, Li Jai, who was watching nearby, couldn't help but feel that perhaps the bloodline of the Liu family was consistent in this aspect. Not long ago, Lion probably wished he could imprison Liu Bei out of frustration. Now, he seemed more like an elder worried about his nephew going to war, trying to win people's hearts. If it hadn't been Li Jai who secretly made the benefit exchange with Liu Yin, even witnesses to the entire process might have thought the conflict was caused simply by Liu Yin's overprotectiveness and nervousness about Liu Bei. Soon, Guano returned happily with the weapons and armor for 2,000 volunteers. Besides spears and bows, the most important items were 2,000 sets of leather armor. In addition, Guano also brought 3 sets of fish-scale iron armor. Guan Yu's face was usually serious with phoenix eyes and a gentle brow, and in his usual simple cloth clothes and leather armor, he didn't look particularly impressive. Now dressed in fish-scale armor and holding his green dragon crescent blade, Guan Yu looked mighty and imposing. He went straight to Liu Bei and handed him the fish-scale armor, saying, "Big brother, I will help you change your armor." Lube looked at the two remaining sets of fish-scale armor in Guan's hands, frowned, and said, "Second brother, you should change armor for Zikuan, and keep one set of fish-scale armor for need." Guanu was momentarily stunned and immediately understood Lu's meaning. He thought that Guanu only cared about his brothers and overlooked Li's safety. So he hurriedly explained, "Brother, it's not that I forgot Mr. Zikuan. It's just that there are only 3 sets of fish-scale armor left in the treasury." Lube's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but still said, "Then let my armor be given to Mr. Zikuan." Feeling touched, Lei quickly tried to dissuade him. "Brother Schwanda, I am just a scholar. There's no need for me to fight at the front. Compared to me, Brother Sh Wanda needs the armor more for protection. Please put it on quickly." Meanwhile, Lu Yan, who had been watching the whole scene, smiled at the right moment. "Wanda, the battlefield is dangerous. Why not leave Mr. Zikuan in the city? I will take good care of him and look after him on behalf of Schwanda." Suddenly, Lu's usually calm face, which often remained unchanged even in the face of danger, showed a faint hint of distress. Liu Yan's words were not really about helping Liu Bei with Li Ji's safety. It was more like trying to pull him away. Lube almost instinctively wanted to refuse, but he hesitated and then looked at Li Jai, biting his lip, and said, "Zikuan, my journey ahead is uncertain. Life and death are unknown. You are just a gentle scholar. It might be better for you to stay in the city for now. If I survive, I will come back for you." Li looked at Liu Bei, whose eyes were Riening with a mix of reluctance and helplessness. When Lu Yin unexpectedly said this, Li Jai predicted that Liu Bei's reaction would likely be one of 2 options. Either he would sternly refuse, treating Li Jai as a treasure to be protected, or he would accept Li's choice, leaving the decision to him. But what Li Jai didn't expect was that Liu Bei would actually actively persuade him to stay in the city. For a moment, a smile involuntarily appeared on Li Ji's face. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. Although Li Jai hadn't known Liu Bei for long, Lu's response showed his kindness and also made it clear that Li Jai's safety was extremely important to him. However, in the next moment, Li Jai suppressed his smile and said in a serious tone, "Brother Schwanda, do not underestimate me. A true man born under heaven should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve greatness. Though I am a gentle scholar, I am not willing to be someone who lags behind." This revealed his great ambition, and everyone present couldn't help but be moved. Then Li Jai bowed to Lu Yan and said, "Thank you, Lord Prefect, for your concern. However, Brother Shinda and I share the same goal. We have long agreed to defeat the bandits and save the people. How can we retreat just because of fear of death at this moment?" Lu Yan looked at Li Jai with almost open admiration. Before speaking with Lei, Lu Yan intentionally or unintentionally inquired thoroughly about Li Ji's background. After a brief interaction, Lu Yan highly appreciated Li's quick wit and eloquence. This made him consider bringing Li Jie into his own command. It would be a pity for such talent to die with Liu Bei. Perhaps it would be better to have him serve under me. He could be a great help. With this thought, Lu Yan used the matter of the fish-scale armor to invite Lei. He even secretly arranged for there to be only 3 sets of fish-scale armor in the treasury, using the 2 peaches, kill 3 warriors strategy to create a conflict between Li Jai and Lu's brothers. However, Lu Yan did not expect Lei to be so kind and virtuous, nor did he expect Li Jai to have such ambitions. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yan solemnly invited, "Mr. Zikuan, you have great ambitions. Our government is short of advisors. Would you kindly serve as one?" Li Ji's heart moved slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. In turbulent times compared to the uncertain future of following Liu Bei, choosing to follow Lu Yan to Izhou for stability seemed like a good option. But in the next moment, Lei suppressed this thought. If Lu Yan had made such an offer before meeting Liu Bei, Li Jai might have truly been tempted. After all, assisting Lu Yan to take control of Izhou first, gaining prestige and reputation, could lead to greater opportunities. When Liu Yan's son, Liu Zhang, succeeded as governor of Izhou, with Liu Zhang's similar personality to Liu Sha, if Liu Jai gained enough trust from Liu Zhang, he might even help Liu Zhang expand his power and potentially dominate the land of Tainfu. I could also serve as a statesman father, and perhaps write the memorial of the expedition to leave my name in history. Then, when Zhuge prepares to come out of seclusion, he might be inspired and realize that his life's ideas are all rooted in Lei Qian's shadow. This thought flashed through Li Ji's mind, and he understood that Lu Yan valued him not only because Liu highly praised him during their introduction, but also because Lu Yan believed that others' talents are the best. It's like Dian and Suchu's strength and loyalty, which are not inferior to Guan Yu. Why then does Cao Kao treat Guanu with such special favor? Ultimately, because Guanu is someone else's loyal general. Lord Zio favored him. Now it seems Lu Yin also shares this appreciation. If Guan Yu had joined Lord Xiao early on alongside Suchu, his favor might not have been greater than Suchu's. With Guan Yu's proud nature, he might have even angered Lord Xiao and been ignored. If Liji remembers correctly, many official histories and unofficial stories mention Lu Yan's unclear relationship with Jing Rua's mother. Jing Rua, originally just a toist, gained control of Hanzhong with Lu Yan's secret and orders. In such chaotic times, how many traitors are there? I only regret that I have kindness and righteousness in my heart, but lack the power to act. I cannot be a hero to eliminate evil. Lu Yan, who appears to be a kind and gentle man with thick eyebrows, is indeed a villain. Li Jai secretly sneered, then outwardly bowed respectfully and said, "Your honor's favor, I cannot repay." At this moment Li Jai paused slightly, making Lu's heart tighten with worry. Liu knew well the gap between himself and Lu Yan, and Li Jai had not yet recognized Liu Bei as his lord. Liu was worried about Li Ji's safety and wanted to keep him in the city, but that didn't mean he was willing to let Li Jai fall into Lu Yan's hands. It hurt so much. Thinking of that scene, Lube felt heartbroken and almost fainted. "Oh heavens, how could you be so unfair to me?" Lube was nearly 24, living a mediocre life. Thankfully, he was sworn brothers with Guan Yu and Jing Fi and friends with Zikui. He wanted to make a difference. Why could he only watch helplessly? Isn't this also a form of suffering at this moment? Lu wanted to speak and persuade Li Jai to stay, offering him high official rank, wealth, and glory, willing to give everything to keep him. But with his limited resources, where did he find the courage? Li Jai, unaware of Lu's changing expression, hesitated for a moment and then continued. "My talent is shallow, and I have promised Lord Xuanda to fight evil. A gentleman's promise is worth more than gold. How can I betray it? I fear I can only repay Lord Lu Yan's kindness and another life." Lu was overjoyed. For a moment, Lu tried to hide his excitement, but a slight smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel some regret. The land of Yin has many heroes, but few talented and learned scholars. Therefore, Lu Yin's court lacked advisors and strategists, which is true. That is why he was eager to recruit Li. Not to mention, Li Jai had not yet recognized Liu Bei as his lord. Even if he did, Lu Yin would only become more excited. Ah no, what Lu Yin meant was that if Li Jai acknowledged Liu Bei as his lord, Liu Yin would find it easier to handle. In Liu Yin's eyes, Liu was just one of his subordinates. Now, if he showed interest, he would naturally be offered to him. Currently, Li Jai was still free and openly refused, so Lu Yin couldn't force him without damaging his reputation. "Very well, since Mr. Zikin insists, I hope you take care." Lu Yin waved slightly, then pretended to be friendly with Liu Bei to win his trust. After winning people's hearts, he personally saw Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Lei, and 2,000 loyal soldiers out of the city. No, now that Liu Bei was appointed as the inspector of bandits. These 2,000 soldiers were no longer considered loyal troops, but official army of the court. At this moment, dusk was approaching, and the setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long. A large convoy leaving Zhua County slowly headed north while Liu Bei and his group turned south, walking against the flow. Unlike the anxious and confused feelings of those heading north, everyone going south knew their purpose clearly. Their goal was to eliminate bandits and save the people. Walking with Liu Bei suddenly heard a faint voice that seemed like a mistake. "Today, you did not let me down. I will treat you as a patriot in the future." Li Jai turned his head to look at Lei, who was still staring ahead as if he hadn't spoken. However, under the glow of the setting sun, Lu's large, noticeable ears were now redder than ever. Seeing that Li Jai seemed to have heard something, Lei wished he could ride away on his horse immediately. He had no place to stand yet, but he spoke of treating Li Jai as a patriot, which was too vague and uncertain. But this was Lu Ba's strongest thought at that moment, so much so that he unintentionally said it out loud as a reminder to himself. "Zikuin, he must have heard it, right? Or should I explain what I just said to Zikuin? No, that would be too obvious and make it worse. If Zikuin asks again, how should I answer?" While Lu was feeling anxious and uncertain, Li Jai remained silent, lowering his head and continuing to read the bamboo slip in his hands. To become a patriot, one must have the ability of a patriot. Now Li Jai feels he lacks many skills, so he almost races against time to read the books of Lu Guan and Jing to improve himself. Soon darkness covers the Yen region. Fortunately, south of Zhua County is mostly flat land, not rugged mountains. Plus, the soldiers are all from Yen, so their morale is good. Even at night, there was no chaos, and they smoothly arrived at Daxing Mountain under the cover of darkness. Then, as the leader of these 2,000 men, Liu Bei and Guan Yu found a place to set up camp. During this process, Li quietly compared what he learned from military books and gained some insights. Setting up camp and marching at night are both tests of a leader's skill. Liu Bei and Guan Yu, who were experiencing these for the first time, quickly became more skilled in Li's eyes. They worked hard, sweated a lot, and finally relaxed with a deep breath, quietly reflecting on their first experiences, good and bad points. Zuga, this is my first time leading troops. I hope you won't laugh at me, Liu Bei, sweating heavily, hurried into the tent to apologize to Li. Lig smiled and said, no, Brother Schwanda, you are young but have studied under Lord Liu. Though it's your first time leading troops, you are organized and admirable. Really, Liu Ba's eyes brightened slightly, clearly valuing Li's praise. He asked instinctively. This question surprised Li J. People are just being polite. If you take it too seriously, it's not very polite. Honestly, Liu Bei in this era might not be considered a top commander, but he is definitely not mediocre. Apart from his most outstanding personal charm and influence, Liu Bei is like a well-rounded soldier, good at many things but not excellent at any. If we rate everything out of 100, Liu probably has a lot of charm, close to 100, and the rest around 80. Don't underestimate 80. In this era, only a few can score above 80 in each skill. Probably fewer than 100. Liu's skills are all around 80, which is quite good. However, in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the three major battles where weaker forces defeated stronger ones. The worst players were Yuan Sha, Cao Cao, and Liu. A great fire at Iling destroyed the dream of restoring the Shu Han and unifying China. In one night, the foundation of a united empire vanished into smoke. Therefore, the rest of Li's thoughts were not about praising Liu Bei, except that in military leadership, Liu Bei should not be overly confident. These thoughts flashed through Li's mind quickly, and then he spoke seriously. Brother Schwando, I have a question. Are your ambitions to be a victorious general in countless battles, a strategist who can decide victory from afar, or to govern peacefully and ensure the people's happiness, or perhaps to study crafts, medicine, and farming to benefit the people and leave a lasting legacy? Liu Bei thought for a moment after hearing this, then shook his head and said, I was young and studied under Master Liu. Master Liu did not think highly of me. As a general, I am not as good as Bu Yue, and as a strategist, I am quite foolish. I also haven't studied crafts, medicine, or farming much. If possible, I wish to govern and serve as the emperor's steward, protect the people, and restore the great Han dynasty's prosperity. Li nodded, then continued, in that case, Brother Sh. Wanda, you shouldn't be obsessed with military command. You should focus on managing people, He Liui asked. Have you heard that Emperor Gao once said, strategizing in the tent and deciding victory from afar? I am not as good as Ziyang, governing the state, caring for the people, providing supplies, and maintaining the grain supply. I am not as good as Ziyoi, commanding 1,000,000 troops, winning battles, and conquering cities. I am not as good as Han Zhen. These are all outstanding people, and I can use them. That is how I gain the world. Liu was stunned on the spot, unable to regain his composure for a long time, then suddenly felt enlightened. In the past, Liu, perhaps because of his background or ability and being only 24, felt somewhat inferior and self-doubting. Now he suddenly understood. Emperor Ga was only 48 and started as a minor official. I am only 24, less than half his age when he began his uprising. Why should I feel self-pity when Gazu started his rebellion? He had the bravery of Fan Kuai. I also have Guan Chang'anda by my side. He had strategies and governance skills like Xiaoyi and Zioin. I also have Li Ziquan. Li Ziquan is like my Xiaoi, Zhang Liang, and Zioin. If Emperor Gao could overthrow the tyrannical Qin and establish the Han dynasty after 400 years, I too. Cough, cough. Liu suddenly coughed fiercely, quickly shaking off the rebellious thoughts that had unconsciously appeared in his mind. Lig stepped forward to pat Liu's back, showing concern. Brother Schwanda, are you all right after a while? Liu Bei finally calmed down and said, It's nothing. It's nothing. Thanks to Ziquan's guidance, I suddenly had a realization and got a bit too excited. Brother Schwanda, what did you realize? Li asked with some curiosity. This made Liu Bei's face turn red involuntarily, and he quickly tried to change the subject. How could he dare compare himself to Emperor Gao, such a foolish descendant? He was more like a celestial hero. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the tent. Big brother, I'm back. Liu felt like a savior had arrived, his excitement showing clearly. He hurriedly shook off Li Jai and rushed out of the tent. Big brother, third brother, big brother, third brother. Seeing Liu and Jingfi hugging each other, Li instinctively took a few steps back. Liu and Jingfi had only been apart for a few days, yet they seemed to be separated by life and death. Could the rumors be true? The saying, Chaya loves wives, Eastern Wu controls young girls, and Shu Han is full of loyal friends. Wait, I seem to be called Li. Li fell into deep thought, seriously considering whether he should pack his belongings and leave. Fortunately, Liu's excitement came quickly and went just as fast. Soon, Liu returned to his usual calm, entered the tent with Jingfi, and Guanu also hurried back upon hearing the news. The three brothers reunited, naturally showing concern for each other. Then Liu Bei's expression turned serious as he asked about important matters. Etta, luckily, Mr. Ziquan is here. Quickly tell us about the situation with the yellow turban bandits. Yes, big brother. Jing didn't hesitate and directly got to the point. After Jing Fi led the 18 Yinyun cavalry into battle once, he tried to delay the Yellow Turban bandits as much as possible to buy time for Lei. Using his fast horses, Jing Fi and his men kept harassing the bandits. This made Jing Fi and his men a thorn in the side of the Yellow Turbans, who repeatedly tried to ambush him. Unfortunately, the Yellow Turbans had few horses, and even if they managed to gather some, their riding skills couldn't compare to Jing Fei's 18 Union cavalry. So faced with the bandits' pursuit, Jiang Fei either escaped or fought back. In just a few days, Jing Fi's cavalry not only suffered no losses, but also killed over 100 bandits and seized around 20 horses, making each rider more agile and quick, relying on the advantage of having 1 or 2 or even 3 riders. When news arrived that Liu Bei was preparing to station troops behind Daxing Mountain, Jing Fi was able to return to Daxing Mountain in time that very night. After Jing Fi finished speaking, Liu Bei couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. Good, 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 Edita did well. Such a plan to exhaust the enemy can not only cause little damage to the Yellow Turban bandits, but also greatly boost our morale. It shows that our territory is not without capable people. That's right. How could I let down the reputation of the Yen people? Jing Fi slightly lifted his head proudly, speaking confidently. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Such a pity, such a pity. Hearing this, Jing Fi's eyes sharply turned to Li Jai, and he loudly asked, Master Zuan, what is such a pity? Li Jai sighed and replied, Eda's actions do have the effect of tiring the enemy, but they also unknowingly increase the vigilance of the Yellow Turban bandits. In the future, they will be more cautious. If we want to launch a surprise attack on their leader headquarters, it will be much more difficult. Immediately, Jing Fi's eyes widened like bells, his chest rising and falling rapidly, showing a mix of defiance and fear. As for Liu Bei and Guan Yu, their expressions became noticeably more serious. To win against the stronger, one must take risks. Now, with Jing Fi's harassment, the Yellow Turban bandits' alertness has been fully triggered. Although killing over 100 riders seems like a gain for the large number of bandits, the daily losses during marching are far greater than this number. Essentially, Jing Fi is like a fly constantly buzzing around, unable to cause real harm to the bandits, only making them feel disgusted. Zikyuan, what should we do now? Liu didn't blame Jing Fi, but asked Li Jai in a serious tone. Li Jai frowned, lost in thought, and didn't speak immediately. Jing Fi clenched his teeth and said, Big brother, Master Zikyuan, since I messed up the big plan, I will go and fight the bandits to the death. If I can manage to kill their leader, that's great. Even if I die trying, it might make the bandits relax a bit. After saying this, Jing Fi grabbed his mighty spear and was about to rush out of the tent. Stop, third brother, Lei shouted, quickly stepping forward to hold Jing Fi's shoulder while Guan Yu also blocked in front of him. Jing Fi struggled and said, Big brother, second brother, let me go. I've made a big mistake and need to fix it. Stop talking nonsense. When we 3 brothers swore to be loyal, we promised to face life and death together. If third brother is willing to die, I, as your elder, will never live alone, Liu scolded. Guan Yu with his fine beard said, Big brother is right. If third brother insists on acting alone, I will follow him. Even if he falls into danger, I will never let him face it alone. After hearing this, Jing Fei felt both guilty and moved. Meanwhile, Lei, holding a bamboo scroll and standing nearby, did not speak to comfort Jing Fi. Perhaps this was intentional on Li's part. Jing Fi's personality is often reckless, and he tends to ignore others' words, which could easily cause trouble in the future. This time, Jing Fei led the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun to harass the Yellow Turban bandits repeatedly. His goal was good to delay the bandits, but the effect was not very effective. It might even have made the bandits more alert. Since Jing Fi's original task was just to scout the bandits' base, his subsequent actions, though brave and spirited, were unnecessary. If the bandits had over 1,000 cavalry or a fierce warrior who could hold Jing Fi back, then the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun would have no chance of escape. This time, Jing's reckless actions accidentally turned out okay. But that doesn't mean there won't be trouble in the future. Therefore, whether for the sake of the matter itself or to help Jing Fi learn to control himself, Lei decided to make Jing Fi remember this first lesson so he wouldn't be proud of reckless actions later. After a long while, Liu and Guan Yu finally managed to calm Jing Fi down, though his face still showed reluctance and fear. Yang, you take Eda to rest first, Liu said, giving Guan Yu a quick look. Then he gently comforted Jing Fi. Eda, don't worry, Big Brother is here, and Master Zuan also has good plans. No matter how bad things get, the 3 of us will face it together. Besides, your mission to find out about the bandit situation was a great achievement. Big Brother is proud of you and won't blame you. Go and rest well. After speaking, Liu personally helped Jing Fi out of the tent, watched Guan Yu lead him away to rest, and then hurried back inside, apologizing to Li Jai. Was a bit reckless. Please forgive him, Master Zuan. When Li heard this, he asked back, Brother Schwanda seems quite confident. Does Li Jai already have a good plan in mind? Lei smiled a little awkwardly. Perhaps Liu was not very skilled in military strategy, but he was good at reading people. Just now, when Zhang Fi insisted on charging a loan to repay his brotherly kindness, Liu casually glanced at Li's calm expression and roughly understood Li's meaning. Therefore, Lu's words of comfort to Zhang Fi were genuine, but they also secretly aligned with Li's intentions. Then Li Jai slightly bowed and spoke directly. Brother Schwanda, I apologize for my earlier behavior. From my perspective, he is brave and strong, but he is also somewhat rough. His impulsiveness might make it hard for him to handle everything alone. Before Li finished, Liu Bei stepped forward to support him and interrupted. Ziquan, don't say more. Although we are not sworn brothers, we are like brothers. Also, it was my duty as an elder to teach you, so I shouldn't trouble Zuan with this. I am grateful and do not blame you. Li Jai looked at Liu Bei's sincere expression and felt genuine gratitude, which made him feel somewhat satisfied. After all, even if Li Jai was willing to serve Liu Bei as his lord in the future and admired the brotherhood among Liu, Guan, and Zhang, it did not mean he accepted Guan Yu and Zhang Fi as superior to himself. Li Jai could accept being below one person, but only one. He would never allow Guan Yu and Zhang Fi to act as if they were coloreds or three lords in front of him. Thus, Li Jai was also testing Liu Bei's attitude on this matter. Of course, Li Jai did not explicitly state all his intentions, but maintained his role as a guest and companion. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Sh. Wanda. Liu sat down with Li Jai again, then spoke with a serious tone. His actions are satisfying, but they also increase the vigilance of the yellow turbans. That is a fact. If we want to attack the yellow turbans, it will not be easy. Li nodded and pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Sh. Wanda, since some things have already been done, it's time to make a decisive move. Ziquan, what do you mean? Liu asked. Li Jai slowly replied, the yellow turbans have few horses. That's the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't let a lead the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun to harass them back and forth. Since that is the case, it might as well be a matter of going along with the mistake and taking advantage of the situation to first eliminate the yellow turban cavalry and scouts. Currently, Jing Shipping has 50 horses funded, and Inda has also acquired some war horses, enough to form 100 riders. These could be handed over to Ingda, who can continue to harass the yellow turban bandits to lure out all their cavalry. Then with a force of 100 riders as the main attack, they could wipe them out in one strike. Hearing this, Liu Ba's eyes lit up slightly and he said, good idea, going along with the mistake. Previously, Inda's harassment only involved about 10 riders, so the yellow turban bandits probably won't suspect much. As long as Inga keeps provoking them and shows a slight sign of weakness, he can draw out all their cavalry in one go. Then Lig unfolded a detailed map of the area around Daxing Mountain and carefully examined it before speaking to defeat the yellow turban bandits. We need to stretch the front line as much as possible. This way their main camp will be exposed when they are surrounded by thousands of old weak women and children. So Aningdo will be the bait to lure out the bandits' cavalry, and perhaps those cavalry will also become the bait to draw out the main camp of the bandits. Where should we plan this? Liu asked excitedly. Li Jai put away the leather map in front of him and shook his head, saying, although most of the terrain in county is familiar to me, we can't rely solely on plans on paper. Every aspect will be affected, so we need to examine the terrain in person tomorrow. Hearing this, Liu gradually calmed down and said, all right, but I still need to select 100 men to form the cavalry in advance. Li nodded, then thought of something and said, tomorrow, this task will be assigned to Inda. Brother Schwanda, you should also hide your intentions a bit so we'll remember the lesson. Ah, Ingda is a brother and sworn brother of mine from the Peach Garden oath sworn to share life and death. To deceived like this, I feel guilty. Liu Bei sighed and said helplessly, principally, that's not right. But since it's for Ing's sake, I will give it a try. Li curled his lips and after discussing some details that needed preparation, hurried off to rest. The next day it was just on. Besides Guan Yu remaining at the camp to command the troops, Liu Bei, Jing, Fi, and Li Jai, protected by the 18 riders of Yin Yun, headed straight into the depths of Daxing Mountain. The general terrain of Daxing Mountain has always been in Li's mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quickly draw a map of Zua's landscape. Since crossing over, Li has noticed that his memory and thinking speed have greatly improved, almost as if he never forgets anything. However, Li Jai doesn't feel proud about this. Remembering the entire terrain of Zhua County might sound impressive, but it is indeed quite remarkable. Compared to Jing, who memorized the entire Zhou terrain and drew the map of western Sichuan, Lig's ability to remember details is not as strong. Moreover, due to seasonal and climate differences, as well as the passage of time, the terrain around Daxing Mountain might have slight changes. For example, an area that was once dense forest could have been burned clean by a wildfire at some point. Li planned to hide his troops in that forest. Wouldn't that be a joke? In addition, factors like the current flow rate and water level of the Juma River near Daxing Mountain need to be carefully considered. Even a tiny difference in terrain can lead to huge mistakes in military planning. The key to winning battles from 1,000 m away depends on knowing detailed intelligence beforehand. Can it be based on guesswork alone? Soon, Li Jai and his men riding horses crossed Daxing Mountain and arrived at the Juma River. In spring, the season hasn't yet brought frequent rains. The water from the melting winter ice has already flowed into the river early on, so the current flow of the Juma River isn't abundant. Li and his men followed the river for a while. The river's width varies from 200 to 300 m in some places to just a few dozen meters in others. It was easy for a few of the Yinyan 18 riders to cross on horseback or on foot. At most, the deepest part reached chest height. Additionally, the water near Daxing Mountain isn't very swift, so adult men can cross easily. Even the elderly, women, and children could help each other and cross slowly. This outcome made Liu Bei and Jing Fi with relief, whispering to each other. The river's flow is so low that even if we wanted to try a water attack, it's impossible. Brother, I was thinking I could block the only bridge nearby, stand guard and hold the pass. No matter how many yellow turban bandits there are, I could hold them off, but now it seems pointless. The bandits don't need to cross the bridge. They can just wade through the water. Very difficult. With such bad timing and terrain, there is basically no way to rely on help. Big brother, don't worry. I have seen the leader of the yellow turban rebels before. If I recognize him on the battlefield, I will fight to the death to take him down. When that happens, the yellow turbans will be thrown into chaos, and they might even turn the tide. Edda, you must not be impulsive. The rebel leader will be well protected by his men. If you rush in alone and get trapped, it will be hard for us to rescue you. During Liu Bei and Zhang Fi's conversation, Li remained silent, mostly just riding at the front with a calm expression, watching the surroundings carefully. As the sun reached its hottest point in the midday, some of the 18 riders of Yin Yun started showing signs of discomfort. Jing Fi couldn't hold back and rode over to Li Ji's side, lowering his voice on purpose. Master Zikuan, do you have any good ideas? Li Jai, also feeling very hot, wiped his sweat and asked back. Edda, are you in such a hurry? Jing Fi clenched his teeth, looked around to see that none of the 18 riders of Yan Yun were close, and even Liu Bei had fallen behind without realizing. Then he spoke. Master Zikuan, last night my big brother and second brother were present. I feel embarrassed to apologize, but I know I messed up your plan. I accept all the blame. Please, no matter what, come up with a plan to help my big brother and also help the people of Zhua County. Li Jai looked at Jing Fi for a moment as if thinking deeply, but did not speak. Seeing this, Jing Fi became anxious. He hadn't slept at all last night, and his mind was filled with the mistakes Li pointed out and the serious consequences they could cause. This made Jing Fi, who was new to battle, calm down from his initial excitement and feel even more afraid. Leading the 18 riders of Yin Yun to attack and harass the yellow turbans who numbered in the tens of thousands sounded brave. But Jing Fei gradually realized it was not the act of a great general but more like reckless behavior. Because leading just 18 riders, they hadn't caused any real damage to the yellow turbans. At most, they just annoyed the enemies a little. This came at a cost. Not only did it put himself in danger, but it also made the yellow turbans more alert, which was a loss overall. Master Zikuan, Master Zuan, Jing Fi kept whispering to himself anxiously. Please, I beg you. As long as you help me and my elder brother, I will do whatever you ask in the future. Li's eyes flickered and he asked, for example, quit drinking. Jing Fi's face immediately froze, showing clear hesitation. And he said awkwardly, can we change it to something else, like quitting? Li chuckled softly, flicking his whip gently as he rode up the hill ahead. The scenery within 10 miles was fully in view, and his plan was nearly complete with the last piece of the map. Li Jai closed his eyes slightly, using his strategy simulator to think through his plan. After a moment, when Jing Fi reached Li's side, he heard Li Jai open his eyes and sigh, saying, I have seen the future. This is where the yellow turban rebels will be defeated. Really? Jing Fi asked excitedly. Really? What? Lube, who had caught up from behind looking worried, asked Jing Fi. Brother, it seems Mr. Zikuan already has a plan. Jing Fi said cheerfully, full of joy. Since the yellow turbans acted exactly as Li Jai predicted, Liu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi no longer doubted Li's abilities. Liu was first surprised, then overjoyed. He quickly rode his horse to Li Jai's side, wanting to speak, but suddenly saw Li Jai sway and almost fall off his horse. Zikuan Lube hurriedly called out and quickly dismounted to support Li Jai. Li Jai, who had just opened his eyes but felt darkness before him, took several breaths before feeling himself recover and said, Brother Schwanda, I am fine. Did Zikuan just do another simulation? Lube asked with concern. In less than 10 days of knowing each other, Liu had learned a lot about Lei. He knew Li Jai was very skilled at strategic planning, but each simulation also took a heavy toll on him. From fainting when they first met to once turning pale suddenly, and now his complexion clearly worse, Liu Bei, even if slow to notice, understood what was happening. "It's nothing. I just need to rest for a moment," Leg said. This time, he wasn't just comforting Liu Bei. Although using the strategy simulator to analyze the impact of tactics on a war involving tens of thousands of people is quite demanding, as long as enough time passes between each session, Li won't completely tire out. What makes Li feel uncomfortable is mostly the overload of information in his mind. His mind is full and naturally he feels a bit confused. Rest. Good, good. Even though Liu Bei is very anxious about resisting the Yellow Turban rebels, he orders his soldiers to rest on the spot without hesitation. "No, Brother Schwanda, we shouldn't waste more time. We should return to the camp now. And Li Jai can rest for a moment on his horse," Li Jai says. Lube hesitates for a moment, carefully observes Li's condition, then nods in agreement. However, Lu does not get on his horse again, but instead leads Li Jai's horse back toward the camp. "Brother Schwanda, what are you doing?" Lei is a bit surprised by Liu Bei's actions. Lube knows that Zikuan is not good at riding, and now he is unwell. Lube worries that Zikun might not handle the horse well, so he offers to lead the horse for him. Lu explains naturally, "That's not right." "Li is fine," Liji quickly says. Lei insists in a tone that leaves no room for refusal. Zikuan's gratitude to Liu Bei, Lu remembers in his heart, leading a horse is no big deal. If Liu Bei weren't limited now, he would personally be in the carriage with Zikuan and hold the whip for him. This Li Jai doesn't know if Liu Bei is sincere or just putting on a show. But in this clearly ritualistic era, even in Li Jai's past memories, bosses were like beasts at their desks and models were like beasts on the runway. There was no such boss as Liu Bei, who would willingly lead a subordinate horse. Behind them, Jing Fi watches Liu Ba's back with a grimace, his face twitching fiercely. He opens his mouth several times but holds back. However, Li occasionally hears Jing Fi muttering softly to himself, "It's okay. I will always be the third brother that Big Brother loves most when I achieve great success in the future. Maybe Big Brother will also lead my horse once. Zikwen is one of us," and so on. As they return to the camp tent, they quickly summon Guan Yu into the tent. At this moment inside the tent, Liu, Li Jai, Guan Yu, and Jing Fei were all present. Lei sat at the main seat, Li was on his right, while Guan Yu and Jing Fi sat clearly on the left. However, Liu did not seem to have the sense of being the leader. Or perhaps he was not interested in showing authority in front of Li Jai and his two sworn brothers. When Guanu arrived, Liu Bei asked Li Jai Zikuan, "Is your body fully recovered? Rest assured, Brother Sh Wanda," Li Jai replied. Liu Bei nodded and then said, "Good. From now on, the three of us will follow your orders." "Then I will humbly obey," Li replied. He nodded and then stood up, walking to the map of the terrain around Mount Xing that had been prepared earlier. He spoke confidently. "I have figured out how to defeat the Yellow Turban rebels." Unlike his usual calm and gentle demeanor, Li now exuded confidence. "I plan to divide the soldiers into two groups. Brother Schwanda will lead 1,000 and Yun Chang will lead another 1,000. He paused, glancing at Jing Fi, who seemed hesitant, and then continued, "Brother Schwanda should prepare fire, oil, and other materials hiding in the forest on both sides of the mountain valley. When you hear the shouts and sounds of battle from the forest, set the fire immediately at the edges of the forest." Hearing this, Lube frowned slightly, but whispered, "Zikuan, I passed by that place earlier. The forest there is still with no wind. Even if there is fire, oil, or other flammable materials without wind, it will be difficult for the fire to spread quickly." "No problem," Li waved his hand, interrupting Lube, and then continued, "Brother Schwanda, just follow the plan. After setting the forest on fire on both sides, quickly lead your troops to the back valley of the forest to set up an ambush, cutting off the Yellow Turban rebels' retreat. No one should escape." "Understood." Liu Bei replied with some doubt but spoke seriously. Then Li Jai looked at Guan Yu, pointing toward the forest ahead, and said, "Yang's troops will stay here, waiting patiently. When the Yellow Turban rebels arrive, Yin Chang just charge forward and fight to capture the flags." As Li Jai drew a circle on the map, Liu Bei and Guan Yu gradually saw the hint of his plan. Clearly, Li Jai intended to set up a hidden trap in the dense forest of Daxing Mountain, aiming to use fewer than 2,000 troops to completely defeat the Yellow Turban rebels. However, even though Guanu was confident and proud, he stroked his beard and said, "Mr. Zikun, there are so many Yellow Turban rebels. I'm afraid this trap won't hold them all. If it breaks, not only will I be caught inside, but my elder brother will also be attacked from behind and in front. Have you thought this through? Furthermore, my third brother has already angered the Yellow Turbans who number in the tens of thousands. The dense forest probably can't hold so many rebels, and the soldiers hiding on the sides of the mountain valleys might be easily spotted. Please, Mr. Zhuan, clarify your plan or I cannot follow your orders. Li listened calmly, not angry, but instead smiled as he looked at Guan Yu. Among Lu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi, Guan Yu was undoubtedly the most talented leader. The concerns he raised were sharp and crucial. A trap like this is usually set by the stronger side, trying to wipe out the weaker. Right now, Lu's force was only about 2,000 men. To be honest, 2,000 men could hardly water a small vegetable patch. Meanwhile, the yellow turbines numbered tens of thousands more. If the trap failed, it would be a total disaster. Lube, Guan Yu, and their 2,000 soldiers would have no chance of survival. Guan Yu was most worried about whether, even if the trap held, how many enemies could be swallowed by just 2,000 soldiers before Li Jai could explain. Lu spoke first to support him. Yun Chang, Zikyuan has his reasons for this plan. Brother, I don't doubt Mr. Zikyuan's abilities. I know what he can do. It's just that this plan seems a bit too wild and unrealistic, almost a fantasy, Guan Yu said in a serious tone. Zikyuan's talent surpasses us three brothers. To Lei, he is like a brother, so how could he harm me? Lube responded with a slight scolding tone. Then he openly expressed his support for Li Jai. I will follow this plan and make sure no yellow turban rebels escape the forest. If I fail, I am willing to be executed. Guan Yu clenched his teeth and had no choice but to agree. Zhou will certainly follow the plan, but if my elder brother makes a mistake, Mr. Zikyuan, please don't take it personally. Li Jai smiled calmly and confidently, saying nothing further. The point is, even if Li Jai tries to explain, it involves a series of complex deductions that might only confuse military generals more. It's like Shugalong predicting the weather days in advance. Initially, skeptics doubted him, but later generals like Guan Yu and Jing Fi believed wholeheartedly. Now, Li Jai's thoughts are similar. Since his goal is to become Liu Bei's strategist, he can't always explain every confusing or hard-to-understand decision to generals like Guan Yu and Jing Fi. He can explain, but there's no need to do so every time. In daily interactions, Li doesn't mind creating a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. But when it comes to strategy and military commands, the relationship between commander and soldier must be clear. Moreover, with Guan Yu's pride, showing humility won't earn his respect. Only demonstrating enough ability will make him listen. Then Li Jai looked at Jing Fi, who was already eager and impatient and showed a clear hesitation on his face. This was almost an obvious bait, and Jing Fi couldn't resist biting it. He asked proactively, Mr. Zikyuan, what about my task? What am I supposed to do? And all those soldiers were recruited with my family's resources. Why are they all being led by elder brother and second brother? Li hesitated for a moment, then spoke with some uncertainty. Gi indeed has an important task to entrust Toa, but he worries that I might act recklessly and disobey orders. If that happens, not only will the 2,000 soldiers be in danger, but also Brother Xuanda and Yun Cheng's lives might be at risk, so he has doubts. Jing Fi's eyes widened and he suddenly stood up shouting, Mr. Zikyuan, if you look down on me so much I always act carefully and prudently. Where does recklessness come from at this? Lei and Guan Yu, who had been listening nearby, looked at each other with strange expressions, trying not to laugh. Jing Fi's carefulness and prudence didn't really connect. Does Jiwanita to tarnish his reputation? Li asked. For me, reputation is like a passing cloud. If it doesn't harm loyalty and righteousness, it doesn't matter. Jing Fei replied, pounding his chest. Does Juanita to fake a defeat and run away? Li asked. Deception in war is not forbidden. Even faking defeat is acceptable. Jing Fi answered. Okay. Li nodded and said, since that's the case, I will give all the horses to he can choose skilled riders from the soldiers to form a cavalry unit and then have his cavalry hide here on the north side of the barrier. At this point, Li Jai took out an object from his pocket and handed it to Jing Fi, saying, tomorrow morning, we'll lead the 18 Yinyan riders to the front of the yellow turban army. He will open this item and follow the instructions written inside the silk pouch. Why can't we open the silk pouch now? Jing Fi asked. Why, if we open it now, Liu Bei will see what's inside and I'll lose my dignity. Li Jai smiled silently and looked at Jing Fi, asking in return, does Ida agree to follow the orders? Jing Fi gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Jing Fi, I accept the order. Then Li Jai patted Jing Fi's shoulder firmly and said, Eda, remember your life is in your hands. Be sure to follow the instructions in the silk pouch. Master Zikyuan, rest assured. Even if I die, I will not ruin your plan. Jing Fei said, pounding his chest. After the serious talk, Li Jai didn't forget to give Jing Fi 2 rotten dates and said, Eda, as long as you follow the plan, I promise that after this battle, your name will be famous in Han. Heroes across the land will hear of Yen Ren Jangada, and they will be afraid, rarely daring to challenge you. Really? Jing Fi's eyes widened happily. Really? Li Jai replied with certainty, then added, but you also need to promise me one thing, no, even 10 or 100. I promise you, Fi Ashureta, you truly are a loyal and righteous man. Li Jai first praised him, making Jingfi feel proud, then his tone changed as he continued. But I feel I'm not talented enough. I prefer to stay behind the scenes, so I kindly ask you not to tell anyone about my role in this plan, however. As soon as Li Jai said this, Zhang Fi had no immediate reaction, but Liu Bei couldn't help but speak up. Zikon, how can you say that this is your achievement? No one can take it away. Li Jai waved his hand and said, Brother Xuanda, I have made up my mind about this. I am not someone who seeks fame. Please don't persuade me. As long as you remember me in your heart, that's enough. Rest assured, I will never forget. Tears shimmered in Lu's eyes as he replied. At that moment, Li Ji's already noble image in Lu's heart seemed to rise to an unprecedented level instantly. Li did not seek fame or profit, only offering some kindness and the great justice of protecting the people. He had been quietly giving his efforts all along. Is there anyone more loyal than Li Ziqian? Liu Bei thought silently, unaware that Li Ji's gaze at Jing Fi occasionally flickered with strange expressions, as if he was thinking of some joke. What about repaying kindness later? If you cause trouble, just don't mention the master. Then Li Jai cupped his hands toward Liu Bei and said, This plan's success depends entirely on Brother Xuanda, Yin Chang, a soldier's obeying orders. The day after tomorrow, early morning, the scattered Yellow Turban camp stretched over several miles. Compared to the camp led by Liu Bei and Guan Yu, the Yellow Turban camp looked like a group of refugees gathered together. It lacked any order, and even the simplest tents for resting were absent. A few scattered Yellow Turban fighters, about 7 or 8, huddled together for warmth, shivering in the early spring cold of Yuyan. As the sun rose from the horizon, many old, weak women and children would forever remain in their dreams, unable to open their eyes again. Some relatives would cry bitterly, but the rest of the Yellow Turban fighters seemed completely numb. Only in the very center of the camp, tents were set up for men wearing yellow turbans to rest. As these fighters started fires and cooked, the aroma drifting through the camp made the old, weak women and children look eagerly toward the nearest Yellow Turban fighters, although they knew these fragrant corn meals had nothing to do with them. Only half a hard pancake was allocated daily. They instinctively looked toward the corn. When the fighters began eating, a neat chorus of shouts echoed 3 times through the camp. The heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise, the year of Jiazi, great fortune for the world. The heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise. The year of Jiazi, great fortune for the world. The heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise. The year of Jiazi, great fortune for the world. Among them, some of the Yellow Turban followers who wear simple yellow robes and have their heads bound carry bowls of corn rice. Behind them, dozens of Yellow Turban bandits pull black and flatbreads as they wander around the camp. They kindly assign the bandits to distribute the flatbreads. Before an elderly person, a weak person, or a child receives a small piece of bread, they must sincerely recite, Heavenly Emperor above, I respectfully accept the blessings of the wise teacher. May a harmonious world come soon. As for the robed Talai's priests, they keep watching those who have voluntarily followed the Heavenly Emperor. They stop in front of strong young men, testing their faith in the Heavenly Emperor. If they pass the test, they are rewarded with corn rice and yellow scarves blessed by the wise teacher, and they are accepted into the typing sect. In this way, many voluntary followers gradually forget that the so-called rice and bread are actually stolen from their homes. Every morning, they wake up and are driven by bandits until night when they are allowed to rest. Their bodies and minds are exhausted under the temptation of rice and bread. The bandits keep assimilating strong young men from those forcibly recruited into the group. At the center of the camp, in a large tent, there is a muscular Yellow Turban warrior with a face marked by symbols different from ordinary bandits. He holds a tray with 3 dishes and a soup and respectfully says, Commander, breakfast is ready. A lazy, deep voice with a hint of weariness responds inside the tent, Come in. Yes, the Yellow Turban warrior pulls aside the curtain, bows his head and enters the tent carefully, avoiding looking at the large bed in the center to not offend the leader who preached to the ignorant followers all night. He then places the tray on the table and quickly steps outside. The aroma from the delicious dishes on the tray awakens a girl sleeping on the bed. Driven by hunger, she instinctively crawls and rolls to the table, grabbing the food with both hands and stuffing it into her mouth. This action angers Commander Chung Yuan Jai, a strong man with a yellow turban on his head, lying on the bed. Chung Yuan Jai slowly stood up, grabbed the long sword placed beside the bed, and suddenly swung it down at the girl kneeling with her back to him, who was devouring her food. Ugh, the girl was cut in half, still holding food in her mouth. She didn't even have time to scream before she died, her muffled whimpering fading away as her blood splattered and dyed half the tent red. This noise also alarmed the guards outside the big tent. 2 Yellow Turban warriors, each holding a large sword, quickly rushed in. Commander Chung Yi kicked aside the half-dead corpse blocking his way and sat heavily at the blood-stained table, eating his meal as he spoke. I'm fine, Commander Chu. These followers are possessed by evil spirits and controlled by heaven, so I had to kill them on the spot. Please handle the rest. Yes, the yellow turban warriors respectfully bowed and looked at the corpse of the possessed girl with disgust and hatred. One of them dragged away the body. Outside the tent, a man wearing a yellow headband, rare among the yellow turban bandits for wearing armor, saw this scene with a look of helplessness. The two warriors saw the man and stopped to salute him. Greetings, Deputy Commander. Go and bury the girl properly. After saying this, Deputy Commander Deng Mao entered the tent. Chun Yuan Jai pointed to a seat beside him and said, "Junior brother, you've arrived. Come, let's eat together." "Thank you, senior brother, but I've already eaten." Deng Mao nodded and handed a bamboo slip to Chun Yuanji, speaking scout reports from Zhua County. A few days ago, Lu Yen, the governor of Commander, sent Commander Zalu Bei with 2,000 soldiers out of the city. Their whereabouts are now unknown. Chun Yuanji's greasy hand paused and he grinned. "How many 2,000? Ding Mao repeated. Haha, Chung Yuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Yan, a relative of the Han royal family, sent 2,000 soldiers out to die. What a fool. His brain is even worse than my junior brother's. I wonder how his body will hold up as a Han royal relative." This comment made Deng Ma's face look a little grim, but he quickly recovered and said, "Lu Yan is over 40 years old. Chung Yuan's I spoke calmly. Even 40 days have their own benefits. Younger brother, you are too rigid. Don't bring the old scholar's ways into the taping Dao. We value equality. Everyone, regardless of gender or age, should be treated the same." Hearing this, Deng Mao's chest rose noticeably more. And he warned, "Senior brother, if the great virtuous teacher finds out about your actions, he might dislike you. Don't forget your mother is still in Jul. If she learns that you disobey the great virtuous teacher's orders and he becomes angry with you, she might even cut ties to protect him." Suddenly, Cheng Yuanji's expression froze. His eyes flashed with killing intent as his tall frame emitted a fierce aura, causing Deng Ma to instinctively step back. Humph. Then Cheng Yuanji snorted coldly, his aura dissipating as he resumed eating and drinking indifferently, saying, "The great virtuous teacher is now fighting the imperial troops led by that scoundrel Lu Zai in Guangzhou County. If I lead the Taiping Daut to swallow half of Yuhe and bring tens of thousands of troops from the north to support Huang Tian in defeating Tong Tun, do you think the great virtuous teacher would care about such small matters?" After a pause, Cheng Yuanji casually asked, "Junior brother, how long until we reach Shioni? 2 days at most, then we will arrive." Deng Mao replied, "That annoying Yin man Jangida, have you already sent someone to deal with him? It seems these past 2 days of marching have been much quieter." Chang Yuji continued. No, not yet," Deng Mao answered. Just then a thunderous voice echoed throughout the yellow turban camp. "Thief, your Jing grandpa is here." In an instant, both Qing Yuani and Ding Mao couldn't help but twitch their mouths. If the yellow turban forces led by Chang Yuanji had been smooth sailing since entering Zhua County, then Zhang Fi was the only one who made them feel truly annoyed and disgusted. Meanwhile, outside the yellow turban camp about 100 steps away, Jing Fi leading the 18 riders of Yin Yun roared loudly to announce his arrival before pulling a silk bag from his chest and opening it to look inside. The next moment, as Jing Fei looked at the silk bag, his expression changed visibly. Even his hand holding the bag trembled faintly. Ever fearless Zhang Fi looked at the words on the silk pouch and felt as if his values were being corrupted and even feared himself. "Is this really written by Mr. Ziquin?" Jing Fi muttered with unfocused eyes, his mind recalling Li Jie's calm and elegant appearance. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he felt that the words on the pouch could never be connected to Li Jie's gentle and refined nature. He even hesitated whether he should follow the instructions on the pouch. But as the faces of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and many villagers from Zhua County appeared in his mind along with his past mistakes and Li's earnest trust, he remembered, "Etta, remember our lives are in your hands. Be sure to follow the pouch's instructions." If he had read the pouch earlier, Jing Fi would have argued with Li Jai. But now he clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the camp again. "Chung Yuanji, I will curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Your ancestors are all Han people. How can you betray the Han for some wise teacher betray your ancestors? Did the wise teacher fill your head and body with nonsense? Don't think that using all your eyes to gain power makes you impressive. You're just a sad little creature. Was your first half of life full of trouble like a bug hiding in dark, damp places, so now that you've gained a little success, you think you're different, no longer an ordinary person, and you start robbing and bullying common folk? Haha, I know you're from Jihu. Wait for me. I'll ride quickly to Julu. Don't think I'm joking when I say I'll curse your ancestors for 8 generations. If I find your mother, she'll suffer greatly. And when I find your family's grave, I'll dig it up. Since you like to serve the wise teachers so much, I'll gather a pack of wild dogs and feed them near your family's grave every night, making them mate and bark, so your ancestors will be disturbed for 8 generations. This matter, to be honest, I've suffered a loss. Your mother was irresponsible to give birth to such an unfaithful and unjust person like you. I had to work hard to let your mother experience the true essence of loyalty and righteousness, and even to create a loyal and righteous younger brother for you to teach you as an older brother. But don't call me father then. I don't want a disloyal and unjust son like you. As Jing Fi's voice started off a bit shaky, it became smoother and more confident as he spoke. He felt like he was opening a door to a new world. Turns out this is what a real verbal fight is. In the past, Jing Fi had to strain to find words, quoting classics to insult someone's disloyalty, injustice, cruelty, or lack of filial piety. His insults were harsh, but they mostly call the other person a servant, traitor, or dog thief. Now Jing Fi suddenly understood a different kind of battle, one that cut straight to the root of a person's existence, crossing moral boundaries. This kind of fierce verbal fight, where the whole family seems to be involved, made Jing Fi feel like he had reached a new level. At first, he thought insulting others like this was too dirty, and moral condemnation made him feel uncomfortable inside. But once he started speaking, he found himself enjoying the thrill. He even began to create new insults based on the strategies in his manual, adding his own understanding. Especially with Jing Fi's powerful voice, which could carry for miles like thunder. The entire Yellow Turban camp fell silent in just a few moments. Everyone was stunned. Normal insults, especially from uneducated common folk, could only be understood roughly, but Zhang Fei's straightforward, clear insults made everyone understand perfectly. Inside the tent, Cheng Yuanji was stunned by the sudden barrage of insults. When he finally reacted, he was so angry that he spat out blood. But Cheng Yuanji didn't fall down. His eyes turned red like a demon's and he grabbed a long spear, rushing out of the tent and shouting hysterically, "I won't kill you, Zhang Fi. Then I'm not a man. All horse-riding believers gather on horseback now." Dang Mao, who was a step slower, quickly ran out and shouted, "Wait, senior brother." But before Dang Mao could finish speaking, Chang Yuanji kicked him to the ground. He pointed his long sword at Dang Mao and gasped angrily, "Those who block me will die." In a valley on Daxing Mountain, Lube looked worriedly toward the south and said, "Zikuan, do you think Ida can really succeed? What's written on that secret note?" The gentle and confident Li Jai smiled and replied, "Brother Xuanda, don't worry. As long as follows the plan, there's nothing to fear." In Li's view, the moral standards of this era are much higher than in later times. Insulting someone for being unkind, disloyal, unfaithful, or unfil can easily make them furious. Even Zhugo Ling's attempt to provoke Sema Yi with tricks was just a disguise. If it were Li Jai's old roommate, giving him a disguise would only make him happy. Therefore, the language from Xuan is like forced sarcasm in this era, especially when used by Jing Fi with his loud voice. It's the strongest form of forced sarcasm. Li Jai feels a bit emotional when thinking about this part of the strategy simulator. Under your guidance, Jing Fi loudly recited the Zan language for several miles, not only fully angering Qing Yuani, but also unknowingly opening the door to the collapse of etiquette and music. From then on, Jing Fi went from resisting to understanding, then to embracing and promoting the Zhuan language. On the battlefield, whenever Jing Fi spoke, it was always Zhuan language, sarcastically insulting enemy generals, causing the verbal battles to become dirtier and dirtier, no longer resembling the refined customs of the spring and autumn period. Because of this, Li Jai clearly understands that Jing Fei might become the most hated person of the era in the future, fearing that one day Jing Fi might reveal the truth and ruin Li's reputation as a gentle scholar. Seeing Lu Ba's still worried expression, Li calmly and confidently said, "Brother Xuanda, just wait patiently. Ida will complete the task." Bang, bang, bang. After a brief silence in the Yellow Turban camp, it suddenly seemed to erupt completely. The entire Yellow Turban headquarters under Cheng Yuanji's orders poured out in a swarm toward Jing Fi. Leading the charge was Cheng Yuanji himself, riding a black horse with wild hair, wielding a long sword, leading over 100 Yellow Turban warriors charging at Zhang Fi. "Thief, stop running. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a person." Cheng Yuanji's eyes were bloodshot, almost as if he had gone mad as he shouted angrily at Jing Fi. Compared to Cheng Yuanji's loud voice, Jing Fi's thunderous laughter echoed for miles. "Uha, what are you so eager to call me stepfather? Too bad, too bad. You're such a worthless and unworthy son, not fit to carry my surname, you rascal." In an instant, Chang Yuani's eyes turned red as if they were about to bleed. While venting his anger with loud roars, he wildly whipped his beloved horse and chased after Jing Fi. Jing Fi saw Chang Yuani leading the Yellow Turban warriors out of the camp and quickly whispered, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." Then he pulled on the reins and led the 18 Yingan riders to retreat toward the Juma River. "Stop, stop, you thief, stay here." If I don't kill you, how can I be a good son? Changing Yuani's furious and helpless shouts kept ringing behind Jiang Fi, but all he received in response were Jiang Fi's teasing laughter. Such a filial son coming to see off his stepfather. You'd better try harder. If you can catch up and kneel to lick my shoes, I might consider being kinder to you and your mother in the future. Adding to this were the bursts of laughter and cheers from the 18 Yin writers, which made Qing Yuanji's anger rise even more, almost to the point of losing his mind. In the Great Han Dynasty, where filial piety was the foundation of governance, most people valued loyalty and righteousness, and few were unfil. But Jiang Fi often targeted Qing Yuanji's most cherished points, attacking directly and swiftly with 7 moves in and out. Whether for personal pride and dignity or for future reputation within the taping Dao, Qing Yuanji had no reason to let Jiang Fi go. If only Qing Yuani had a smart watch, he would see his blood pressure soaring to new heights again and again, turning his face redder than Guan Yu's complexion. Kill, 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 kill. At this moment, Qing Yuji's mind was almost unable to hold any other thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Fi's back, full of the desire to personally end this troublemaker. For a moment, Jiang Fei led the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun in a wild charge forward, while Chen Yuanzai, with over 100 yellow turban fighters, chased fiercely from behind. Following them were Deng Mao with about 5,000 yellow turban bandits, and at the end, a large group mainly composed of elderly women and children, driven by over 1,000 yellow turban fighters. However, as time passed, the different groups' speeds varied and their distances grew wider. Two-legged runners could not outrun four-legged animals, and the yellow turban crowd, mainly made up of the weak and old, was visibly falling behind the main yellow turban force. This situation caught Deng Ma's attention, and his face grew more serious and hesitant. Unlike Chen Yuanzai, who was a mountain bandit turned leader through sheer bravery, Deng Mao came from a humble background but had studied military texts. Now, the disconnection among the yellow turban groups was very dangerous. With just 5,000 elite soldiers, they could block the way and cause the roughly 60,000 yellow turban fighters to lose contact from front to back, leading to chaos and defeat. But Deng Mao looked around the terrain. They were on a flat plain with no hiding spots for soldiers. Most of the troops from Zhua County were gathered inside the city, and Deng Mao had secretly sent dozens of spies into county. Any large movement by the county soldiers would not escape the spies' notice. Recently, only about 2,000 soldiers left through a county, led by a bandit chief, which was not a big threat. With this in mind, Deng Ma's uneasy feelings quickly eased. He urged the yellow turban main force to hurry and catch up with Qing Yuangi. In Deng Mao's view, the biggest danger was that Jiang Fi might be deliberately luring the enemy, putting Qing Yuanzai as the leader in danger. Knowing he couldn't persuade Qing Yuanzai, Deng Mao kept urging his troops to quickly catch up. As the sun rose higher, Jiang Fei and the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun, chased by Qing Yuanzai's hundreds of yellow turban fighters, seemed to be panicking and fleeing to a riverbank. Seeing the hundreds of yellow turban fighters led by Qing Yuanzai blocking their retreat, Jiang Fi and his men had no choice but to ride across the river. The water was so deep it nearly submerged their horses' legs. Therefore, even though Jiang Fi and the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun kept urging their horses with whips, by the time Qing Yuanji and the yellow turban warriors reached the riverbank at Jumur River, Jiang Fi and the 18 cavalry had only crossed more than half the river. Seeing this, Qing Yuanji's face showed a cruel and joyful expression as he spoke. Traitor, once I catch up to you, you'll learn what cruelty really is. Chase. Without hesitation, Qing Yuanji led his horse across the river, pursuing Jiang Fi and the others who seemed very close. At that moment, Qing Yuani clearly saw the panic on Jiang Fi's face about 50 or 60 m ahead, and Jiang Fi's whoop cracking the horse's back grew more urgent. The thrill of revenge made Qing Yuanji feel incredibly excited, especially as the cold river water caused him to shiver uncontrollably several times. Traitor, do you think you can still escape even if you cross the river? The opposite bank is either cliffs or dense forest that horses can't easily pass. Haha, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, call me grandpa a few times. Maybe I will let you suffer less before you die. Shang Yuanji shouted excitedly, but the only responses he received were Jiang Fi urging his horse with the whip in the tone that made Qing Yuan's anger rise uncontrollably. You're truly a rebellious son, aren't you, whether it's me or grandpa? Have you forgotten you wanted to be my son? I don't even want to accept you. How maddening. Changing Yuanji gritted his teeth and shouted, but he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Fi and the 18 cavalry reached the riverbank first and headed toward the dense forest. Furious, Qing Yuani knew he couldn't defeat Jiang Fi and kept shouting at the 100 or so yellow turban warriors following behind. Everyone, move faster. If Jiang Fi escapes today, I will skin all of you and feed you to the grass. By the time Cheng Yuanji and the Yellow Turban warriors reached the riverbank one after another, Jing Fi and the 18 cavalry were already near the edge of the forest. Just as Cheng Yuanji was anxiously rushing toward Jing Fi, fearing Jing Fi might abandon his horse and go deep into the forest, losing his trail completely, Jing Fi and the 18 cavalry suddenly stopped and turned their horses around in unison. Plop clop. Next, the sound of hooves pounding on the ground came from the dense forest behind Jing Fi, and figures slowly emerged from the woods. In this seemingly ambush situation, Chang Yuanji was the first to stop voluntarily, his gaze heavy as he looked into the dense forest that seemed to hide countless soldiers. However, when Shang Yuani saw the cavalry appearing behind Zhang Fi, numbering no more than 100, he couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Haha, I thought there were thousands of soldiers hidden in the ambush, but it turns out to be just this few. If your trump card is only this weak, then just let me kill you here. Who will die here is still unknown. Jingfi pointed his 6-foot snake spear at Xing Yuji and shouted, "Today I will cut down this traitor like a dog for the people of Zhua County, an insignificant nobody. How could you know the name of Taiping Dao Chang Yuani? I am recognized as a 100-man opponent in Taiping Dao. Your 100 men are not enough to make my great sword drink blood." Changing Yuanji shouted angrily, "Today I will make you, this reckless and ignorant thief, understand the name of Qing Yuanji and apologize with your life. Kill him for me." In the next moment, on this relatively wide riverbank, two groups of 100 cavalry faced each other in fierce combat. The dense forest was in front and the river was behind. In a sense, this was undoubtedly a no-retreat arena. Among them, Zhang Fei and Chang Yuanji chose to fight head-on. Clang, the clash of the great sword and the snake spear sparked sparks. Changing Yuanji's face slightly changed as he felt a powerful force, nearly causing him to lose grip of his weapon. This nameless and shameless thief actually has such strength. Then seeing Zhang Fi's expression also changed. Shang Yuanji felt confident, thinking that their strength was probably evenly matched, and that his battlefield experience far surpassed Jing Fei's, giving him the advantage. However, what Cheng Yuji did not know was that Zhang Fi's slightly changed expression was more due to surprise at how weak Cheng Yuji's strength actually was. Jing Fi had only exerted 310 of his strength and almost knocked Chang Yuanji's weapon flying. Could it be that Chang Yuani is not good at martial arts? Jing Fi couldn't quite understand how Chang Yuanji, leading tens of thousands of followers among the yellow turbans, could be so lacking in strength. What made Zhang Fei even more troubled was the secret strategy written in Master Zuin's treasure bag, which instructed him to feign defeat at all costs. This put Jinf in a difficult position. In addition, at this moment, the 100 riders led by the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun clashed with the yellow turban warriors. The result was that the 100 riders were almost instantly overwhelmed and suppressed. Unlike ordinary yellow turban bandits, the so-called yellow turban warriors are believers who have been officially blessed by the great sage. They firmly believe that after death, their souls will ascend to the realm of the great unity in the yellow sky. Their fighting style is extremely wild and fearless of life and death. The 18 horsemen of Yin Yun and the 100 riders they lead are actually just local fighters who recently joined the righteous army. Even though the Yin and Yu regions are known for good riders, untrained cavalry can only fight based on bravery. They are clearly weaker in combat than the fanatic yellow turban warriors. Seeing each rider being cut down by the yellow turban warriors, Zhang Fei, in a fit of anger, suddenly swung his mighty spear to block Chang Yuanjai. He then rode straight toward the densest area of the yellow turban warriors. With a sweep of his spear, 6 or 7 heads of yellow turban warriors flew into the air. Jingfi then turned back to block Chang Yuanzai, who was chasing behind. Using his greater strength compared to Chang Yuanzai, Jing Fi appeared to fight evenly on the surface. But whenever yellow turban warriors gathered to attack, he would find opportunities to break away from Chang Yuanzai and swiftly kill a group of them. In this small-scale battle of 100 men, a fierce general like Zhang Fei, who can influence the outcome decisively, is truly a gamecher. However, Cheng Yuanzai, driven by rage and blinded by fury, did not realize this. He thought every time Jing Fi tried to escape, he was blocked by the yellow turban warriors. Unknowingly, before Cheng Yuanzai could regain his composure, over 100 yellow turban warriors had already been slain, and the 100 riders led by the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun had also lost more than half. The intense smell of blood flooded Cheng Yuanzai's nose, suddenly waking him up. He realized he was surrounded. Just as Cheng Yuanzai's anger was still burning, and a hint of fear arose, someone shouted, "Commander Chu, Deng Mao is coming." Across the Juma River, Deng Mao led 5,000 yellow turban bandits rushing over. Seeing Chang Yuanzai surrounded, he shouted urgently, "Hurry, hurry, save Commander Chu." Prompted by Deng Mao, the 5,000 yellow turban bandits quickly crossed the Juma River and charged straight toward the opposite bank. This scene rekindled hope in Chang Yuanji, who had been feeling hopeless. He swung his long-handled sword like a windmill, deflecting water effortlessly. Even though Jing Fi was furious and attacked Qing Yuanji along with the 18 cavalry of Ying Yun, the chaos and the number of enemies made it difficult for them to launch an effective attack. Seeing the nearest yellow turban thief about to reach the shore of the Juma River, Jing Fi roared with a mix of anger and helplessness. Then spoke, "I'll spare your rebellious son for now. I will come back to deal with you another day. Retreat." Retreat. Immediately, Jing Fi led about 50 remaining riders along with some wounded, quickly heading into the dense forest. Shang Yuani wanted to stop them, but by the time he reacted, he was nearly exhausted and almost dropped his sword. However, after fighting many enemies alone, Chang Yuani's heart unexpectedly filled with pride. He felt that no hero in the world could compare to this. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Dang Mao rode up and looked at Qing Yuani, who was covered in blood, asking with concern. Although Deng Mao didn't like Cheng Yuanji's violent nature, he knew that as the leader of the canal troops, Cheng Yuanji's safety was crucial. If Cheng Yuani died, the Yellow Turban Group, which relied on faith to unite, might collapse quickly. A few bandits. "What can they do to me?" Shang Yuanji shook his trembling arm and scoffed disdainfully. "If you hadn't arrived a little late and scared Zhang Fei away, I would have cut him down here," he said. Deng Mao didn't argue, but wanted to persuade Cheng Yuji to regroup with the main force. Just as Chang Yuani, now calmer, raised his sword and ordered under the heaven, following the wise teacher's command, "We will change the world, rebuild the great unity, and create a new world. All soldiers, follow me and fight." "Wait." Deng Mao hurriedly grabbed Cheng Yuanji and urged him urgently. "Senior brother, the military texts say, do not enter the forest when you encounter it. Do not pursue the defeated." "Shut up," Cheng Yuanji snapped angrily. "The bandit Zhang Fi insulted me like this. If I don't kill him, I'm not worthy to be a son. Besides, I still know that in war, circumstances change and water has no fixed shape. Do you think you'll never go into the forest when commanding troops don't think I haven't read military books? I fought and killed officials when you were still learning to speak." Deng Ma's face turned very grim, but he forced himself to speak calmly. "Chu, I am worried that there might still be an ambush in the forest." "An ambush?" Cheng Yuanji looked at Deng Mao with a foolish expression and said, "If Jing Fi's men had any strength left, they would have attacked me earlier. Why would they fight me so fiercely and end up retreating without success?" Upon hearing this, Deng Mao was momentarily speechless and felt that Cheng Yuanji's words made some sense. If Deng Mao were Jin Fi and he had lured the enemy's commander into an ambush, he would surely attack with everything he had to kill the enemy general. If Qing Yuanzai as the leader were to die, it would cause chaos among the Yellow Turbans, and most of them might scatter and run away. The danger in Dua County would be resolved. "All right, Deng Ma, stop talking nonsense." The horse's speed in the forest has slowed down, and Jing Fi even took some injured soldiers with him. "We can still catch up." The mention of Jing Fi made Qing Yuanji grit his teeth with hatred, wishing he could eat him alive. But Ding Mao looked at the deep forest with unease and said, "I'm still a bit worried." "Enough. If you're so afraid, coward, stay here and wait for the other Yellow Turbans," Zhang Yuanji said impatiently. He then mounted his horse and led 5,000 Yellow Turban bandits into the forest, leaving Deng Mao and 10 Yellow Turban warriors as personal guards. What Deng Mao didn't know was that on the east side of the riverbank, Liu was watching Qing Yuani lead the mighty 5,000 Yellow Turban bandits into the forest. He looked worried and muttered, "I thought my third brother's bravery was unmatched in the world. Even if he isn't invincible, he's incredibly fierce. I didn't expect Cheng Yuanji to be so formidable. Even when my third brother led 50 riders to attack, he stood firm. Now, with my second brother leading only 1,000 men, can he really stop Qing Yuani?" And 5,000 bandits. Lu's concern was met with Li's cheerful laugh. Lu, feeling anxious, asked, "Why are you laughing?" As he cueing Li Jai raised his hand, turned it over, and gestured. "Brother Asachwanda, you lack confidence in strength. In my opinion, there are fewer than 10 generals in the world who can match his bravery. Could it be that heaven is not helping us, and we are just lucky to encounter one of those few?" Lu sighed and spoke. Li Jai shook his head helplessly, understanding that the young Liu Bei lacked confidence. He decided not to hide anything and simply said, "Brother Schwanda, aren't you surprised that Cheng Yuanji's Yellow Turban warriors couldn't defeat 100 riders?" Liu Bei was momentarily stunned, realizing he had overlooked this point. If Cheng Yuanji's bravery could rival Jing Fei's, then how could the Yellow Turban fighters all be defeated by just a hastily assembled 100 riders? Zikuan, do you mean Ah is pretending to be defeated? Exactly. Li Jai nodded with a smile. Why, if Cheng Yuanji had been killed on the spot, wouldn't the Yellow Turban army be thrown into chaos? Liu asked. And then Li Jai responded with a question, causing Liu Bei to fall into deep thought. Currently, the Yellow Turban main force, along with the civilians captured and added to the army, still numbered over 60,000. Even if Chung Yuji died and the Yellow Turban army fell into chaos, it would be an enormous challenge for Liu Bei's 2,000 soldiers to handle. At that time, most of the Yellow Turban fighters might split up and scatter across Shua County, causing severe destruction. So it's not that can't kill Chang Yuani, but that Li Jai has strict orders in the strategy to make a pretend to be defeated at the riverbank ambush. The Yellow Turban warriors can be killed, but Chung Yuani must not be. Only killing the bandit leader would cause chaos in Zhua County. The real solution is to eliminate most of the Yellow Turban fighters here. Li Jai spoke slowly, his eyes growing colder as he looked toward the distant forest as if he already saw flames rising. With that fire, Liu Bei and Li Jai soared through this chaotic world on waves of heat without absolute advantage. How could a famed defeat make Qing Yuani fully believe there was no ambush in the forest? How could it cause the entire Yellow Turban army to break apart and be defeated? Li Jai muttered, astonishing Liu, who was hearing the full plan for the first time. Li Zuin had devised such a scheme. It was a masterful use of both human hearts and terrain to the utmost. Most people, when first trying to lure the enemy, would be cautious. But when there's an obvious chance to retreat, they would do so helplessly, leaving no defenses for a second attack. Certainly, here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Without a doubt, Chang Yuani was tricked by Jing Fi's anger and fell for the first enemy trap. However, Deng Mao remained calm and quickly led the main forces of the Yellow Turban rebels to support him. But neither Cheng Yuanji, Deng Mao, nor the other Yellow Turban fighters expected that the real ambush was hidden in the dense forest. Every step was carefully planned, controlling Cheng Yuanji and Deng Ma's minds completely. Ziquen, you are truly a genius. Liu Ba's eyes shone brighter and he looked full of energy. He was confident about his future with Li Jai. With Li Jai's help, why worry about his ambitions being lost in the mountains and fields? Brother Xuanda, don't praise me too much. My small plan is just enough to fool the Yellow Turban soldiers. If the enemy has a clever military advisor, it wouldn't be hard to see through it. Li Jai shook his head with a sigh. Liu patted Li's shoulder and said, seriously, Ziquen, you should have more confidence in yourself. Your plans are as good as anyone's in this time. Moreover, even if Chang Yuanji's military advisor sees through your plan, then your strategy is already very clever. Even if the advisor has doubts, Chang Yuji will still trust the plan because it makes sense. Seeing Liu Bei's serious expression, Li felt appreciated. Although he had the strategy simulator to help analyze, his plan was mainly based on his own ideas. Lig smiled and suggested, haha, Brother Xuanda, your praise is too early. The enemy has already entered our trap. Once we capture the Yellow Turbans, we can celebrate and praise Li. Exactly what Li Jai said. Liu suppressed his excitement and nodded. As Chang Yuanji's Yellow Turban forces moved deeper into the forest, the noise from their 5,000 soldiers was loud and clear, even for Li Jai and Liu Bei on the hillside near the forest edge. Suddenly, Liu saw small flames rising from the other side of the forest. He quickly ordered the flag-bearer to give instructions to the soldiers at the forest edge. With the help of oil and fire, a wall of flames quickly appeared along both sides of the forest edge, clearly visible to the eye. Only here, because the dense forest has plenty of water and no strong winds, the fire cannot spread to the center of the forest. Otherwise, this small fire could have buried the 5,000 Yellow Turban bandits here. Similarly, due to the abundant moisture, the smoke from the fire is much thicker than usual. A large amount of smoke rises quickly and spreads across the entire forest. Then, Liu leaves 10 of the strongest soldiers to serve as personal guards for Li. He personally leads the remaining soldiers toward the entrance of the forest from the riverbank, cutting off the Yellow Turban army's front and back. This thick smoke suddenly appears, causing Deng Mao, who was waiting at the riverbank, to change his expression drastically, realizing that Chang Yuanzai might have fallen into a trap. However, Deng Mao only has 10 Yellow Turban warriors left. Even if he wants to enter the forest to support Chang Yuanzai, he is powerless. Hurry, urge the rear Yellow Turban troops to arrive quickly or our leader will be in danger. Deng Mao, looking extremely worried, quickly sends 5 Yellow Turban warriors to urge the main force still behind. What reassures Deng Mao slightly is that in a short time, the Yellow Turban troops driven by the bandit commander are about to reach the Juma River. Without hesitation, the anxious Deng Mao keeps urging these mainly old, weak women and children to cross the Juma River, quickly preparing to enter the forest to rescue. Li, who has been watching from a distance, sees the scene and a faint smile appears on his face as he murmurs, the overall situation is decided. When the Yellow Turban troops finish crossing the river, Deng Mao quickly organizes his forces to prepare to enter the forest for rescue. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, leading 1,000 soldiers, has already set up a defensive formation at the narrow entrance from the riverbank to the forest. There's definitely an ambush. Seeing Liu Bei leading 1,000 soldiers, Deng Mao's heart sinks completely. He cannot understand how soldiers could set such an ambush given that spies from the Taping Dao are everywhere in Jua County. Could it be that the bandit leader Zolo Liu Bei leading 2,000 men? Deng Mao recalls the recent intelligence from spies and finds this guess ridiculous. A mere 2,000 men, just a small force. How could they set such an ambush? But even though Deng Mao knows he has been completely fooled, he can only keep ordering the yellow turban troops to attack the line formed by Liu Bei's soldiers, desperately trying to support Sheng Yuanzai. However, most of the yellow turban fighters consisted of the elderly, women and children who were already weak in combat and had few proper weapons. Usually, if they fought behind true yellow turban bandits or warriors, they could still be somewhat useful. At this moment, after such a hurried march and crossing the cold Juma River, most of the weak and elderly had already lost their fighting ability, even without engaging in battle. Even though Deng Mao kept trying to organize troops to break through at the narrow river mouth that could only hold about 10 people at once, the yellow turban fighters couldn't take advantage of their numbers. Instead, they were firmly held back outside the river crossing by Liu Bei's 1,000 soldiers. Unlike the situation at the river, the dense forest was now filled with thick smoke, making it hard for the 5,000 yellow turban bandits deep inside to tell east from west and causing them to cough constantly. As the smoke grew thicker, visibility in the forest was so poor that they could barely see 10 steps ahead. Chang Yuanji, known for his bravery, understood he was deep in an ambush. He could see faint flames through the smoke on both sides. He knew he had to leave the forest quickly or he might be burned alive. So Chang Yuanji shouted loudly to guide his yellow turban followers, then led his men forward, trying to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, he saw a figure ahead in the thick smoke, holding a long beard, wielding a green dragon crescent blade with sharp eyes and a face as red as a date, resembling a divine being. Changing Yuan Gi was unexpectedly startled. He quickly pulled on the reins, stopped his horse, pointed his long blade at Guan Yu, and shouted, "Who are you?" Guan Yu tilted his head slightly, his half-closed phoenix eyes seeming to look down on Cheng Yuanji with contempt. He said proudly, "A mere bandit who sells his head for a price." "What right do you have to know my name?" Cheng Yuanji's face showed anger, but in the smoky forest, he could vaguely see many blurry figures behind Guan Yu, which made him instinctively feel fear. However, when he shifted his gaze, he noticed that Guan Yu was wearing scale armor identical to Jing Fi, and he questioned, "What is your relationship with Jing Fi?" Guan Yu replied, "Jing Fi is my third brother." Shang Yuanji was certain in his heart, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Using this to boost the morale of the yellow turban bandits behind him, he said, "Now I understand. Jinfi is not my match. First, I fought the young one, and now an older one has come out." Then, having made up his mind, Cheng Yuanji patted his horse's flank, turned his long-handled sword high, and swung it down toward Guan Yu, shouting, "Perfect. I will use your head to boost our spirits and let your third brother, Jing Fi, see the consequences of insulting me." Facing Chang Yuanji's rapid approach, Guyu kept his stance, one hand gently stroking his long beard, the other holding his green dragon crescent blade, seemingly stunned by Chang Yuanji's intimidating presence and not moving. "Prepare to die," Cheng Yuanji shouted loudly. His long sword suddenly swung down with a whistling sound. In that moment, He Guan Yu's phoenix eyes widened sharply amid the thick smoke. It was as if a blue dragon soared into the sky, clashing with Cheng Yuanji's sword. Clang! Cheng Yuanji's horse, driven by inertia, took a few more steps forward before suddenly stopping. "Such a fast blade," Cheng Yuanji muttered in disbelief. Suddenly, blood burst from both his neck and his horse's neck, pouring out in large streams. Both man and horse fell to the ground. In Shan Yuji's difficult backward glance, he could only see Guan Yu's proud gaze and hear a light, dismissive remark. "Humph, a mere farm chicken and dog. How dare you wave a big sword in front of me?" The scene of Chang Yuanji being cut down from his horse, and a single strike also threw the yellow turban warriors behind him into chaos. They shouted in disbelief, "Commander! Commander has been cut down. No way. Absolutely impossible. It must be a hallucination. Commander is blessed by heaven, a disciple of the great sage destined to bring peace to the land. That red-faced man is not human. Absolutely not human. Whoever killed Commander must be a divine spirit descending from the heavens." For these yellow turban warriors who deeply believed in the Taoist teachings, nothing was more terrifying than their faith collapsing. As one of the representatives of the great sage, Commander Guanu's beheading in front of them was undoubtedly a complete to their inner beliefs. In their teachings, Guanu was spoken of as a divine figure. Why was he killed? The explanation seems to be limited to two possibilities. Either everything about Taiping Dao is just a lie, or the hero Gu who killed Qing Yuan Gi is not an ordinary person. Seeing the yellow turban bandits visibly falling into chaos, Guanu naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. "Soldiers, attack!" With a loud shout, Guanu led the charge into the yellow turban ranks. Behind him, over 1,000 soldiers who had been resting and gathering strength in the dense forest for a long time with wet cloths prepared on their faces also became highly motivated and followed Guan Yu into the enemy lines. In the smoky forest, visibility was very poor, and they mostly relied on sound to judge directions. With Guan Yu as the leader rushing into the enemy formation, the other soldiers only needed to follow closely and keep their formation to kill all the enemies they saw. When the 5,000 yellow turban bandits heard the terrible news that their leader, Qing Yuanzai, had been slain, and combined with the strange environment they were in, where screams, shouts, and fighting sounds echoed everywhere, they couldn't tell how many enemies there were or where they were located. For a moment, the yellow turbans felt like they were suddenly in a hellish trap, surrounded by countless enemies who could take their lives at any moment. Kill, kill, kill. Finally, in less than 15 minutes, the morale of the 5,000 yellow turbans completely collapsed. They couldn't even maintain their basic formation, let alone fight back. Most of them were running around aimlessly like headless chickens. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and his over 1,000 soldiers were slaughtering the yellow turbans, who had lost all fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. The change in environment and morale had caused a complete reversal in their strength. Although each yellow turban warrior was stronger individually than the temporary soldiers recruited by Liu at this moment, the entire group of yellow turbans had almost no power to fight back. After Guan Yu had cut down countless enemies, he suddenly realized that he had led his soldiers to break through the 5,000 yellow turbans completely. Breaking through the enemy lines with cavalry was mainly about causing damage, but the goal was to destroy the enemy formation. Infantry breaking through the enemy ranks usually meant that more than half of the enemies had been slain, and there were countless wounded and fleeing. Victory. Guan Yu raised his blood-stained green dragon crescent blade and muttered softly. Before this, when Guan Yu accepted Li's task, he thought it would be a tough battle where 1,000 men had to stop 5,000 enemies. Surprisingly, it turned out to be very easy. Guan Yu felt it was effortless. Just follow Li's instructions to kill the enemies who came to him, then lead his soldiers forward, forward, forward. Guan Yu instinctively stroked his long beard, his eyes half-glowed in thought, enjoying the thrill of his first major victory. He no longer held any resentment toward Liu for how he had treated Li Jai before. Unlike Jing Fi, who openly disagreed, Guan Yu had some thoughts but kept silent out of respect for Liu Bei, and because Li Jai had shown good skill without making mistakes. At this moment, Guan Yu truly realized how clever Li Jai's plan was. Facing 5 times more enemies, even Guan Yu, who considered himself unbeatable, knew he would be defeated if they fought directly. But with Li's help, facing 5 times more enemies was like sweeping away a bunch of weak chickens. Mr. Ziquen may not be unbeatable, but his wisdom is just as good as that of many enemies combined. Brilliant, Guan Yu exclaimed. Suddenly, he remembered Li Ji's recent instructions and quickly asked a nearby guard he had chosen for the mission, whereas the head of the enemy general, the soldier behind Guan Yu, quickly searched among the few enemy heads tied to his waist, then handed one over and said, "Sir, the enemy general's head is here." Guan Yu lifted the head with his green dragon crescent blade, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was Qing Yuanji's. He then relaxed a little. According to Mr. Ziquen, this head could be very useful, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Next, Guan Yu looked at the thick smoke rising from the forest behind him. After gathering his soldiers to reorganize the formation, he quickly moved forward. As the fire grew bigger, the smoke in the forest also thickened. Even though Guan Yu soldiers had tied wet cloths over their faces, many began to feel unwell and couldn't stay in the forest much longer. The remaining yellow turban rebels inside the forest, even if some managed to escape, were no longer a threat. Meanwhile, at the gap leading from the riverbank into the dense forest, taking advantage of the narrow terrain, over 1,000 soldiers led by Liu Bei remained firmly stationed here, blocking wave after wave of attacks. As time passes, more elderly, women, and children gradually regain some strength. Dang Mao begins organizing another wave of yellow turban fighters to charge forward. With their overwhelming numbers, even though many of the yellow turban fighters have fallen in front of Liu Bei, the pressure keeps increasing. Fortunately, these fighters, mainly composed of the elderly, women and children, lack bows and arrows. Otherwise, Liu wouldn't be able to hold off the continuous attacks through the small gap. However, as the thick smoke rising from the forest grows larger, Deng Mao's heart sinks lower and lower. By this point, Deng Mao is unsure of the enemy's numbers and doesn't know how the battle on Chang Yuanji's side is going. This makes Deng Mao feel increasingly uneasy, and he begins to struggle internally. Should he continue the attack or withdraw? For now, both options are difficult for Deng Mao. If he retreats, abandoning the 5,000 members of the Taiping Dao trapped in the forest. He even doubts whether the remaining fewer than 1,000 Taiping Dao members can control over 50,000 elderly, women, and children. But if he continues to attack, Deng Mao feels that breaking through Lu's defenses in a short time is impossible. If the battle drags on, he fears he might get caught in it himself. Finally, Deng Mao clenched his fist tightly and decided to send in another last wave of attack, mixing 500 Taiping Dao members with the young and strong among the yellow turban fighters. This was the final limit Deng Mao could accept. Even so, he had to accept that only 500 Taiping Dao members would be left to control over 50,000 yellow turban fighters, a ratio of 1 to 100. From this point on, any slight disturbance could cause the entire yellow turban army to break apart completely. Breakthrough, follow the command of the heavenly mandate, charge with all your might. Led by several core yellow turban warriors, 1,500 men charged wildly toward the forest entrance. Ding! Ma's eyes were fixed nervously on the battle, knowing this was definitely the last chance. If this breakthrough failed, not only would the massive yellow turban army risk losing control at any moment, but the task given by the wise master would also be completely lost. Gradually, Deng Mao's face unconsciously showed a smile. Even though Liu Bei bravely fought at the front with his twin swords, the yellow turban soldiers, relying on their overwhelming numbers, kept attacking non-stop. Many soldiers were already exhausted. Under this by a large force of yellow turban bandits and young fighters, the entire defense line was beginning to collapse. Seeing this, Deng Mao gradually felt more at ease and muttered to himself, "It seems that the only about 1,000 troops are just bluffing. Their strength is also very limited." But at this moment, a loud shout came from the dense forest. "Big brother, don't worry. Guan is here." Next, it was as if endless reinforcements were pouring out from the forest. More importantly, these reinforcements were all covered in blood, as if they had fought a fierce battle. Seeing this, Deng Mao felt like he was falling into an abyss. The appearance of these people clearly indicated that Commander Chang Yuanzai in the forest was in serious trouble. As Guan Yu charged out of the woods and held up Chun Yuanzai's head, he shouted, "Here is the head of your commander. Quickly surrender." Suddenly, the entire yellow turban army was in an uproar. Many people stared intensely at the head Guan Yu held up, trying to recognize it. The soldiers closest to Guan Yu almost immediately identified Chun Yuanzai's features and shouted in disbelief, "It's really Commander Chun. Commander Chun has really been killed. No, this can't be true." In an instant, the yellow turban soldiers fell into chaos at a visible speed. In this special group of the yellow turban army, the death of their leader, Commander Qing, was much more serious than the loss of ordinary soldiers. The already low morale of the yellow turban army was collapsing almost visibly. Next, Deng Mao shouted loudly, who was spreading false rumors. "The heavenly decree has informed me that Commander Qing has broken through the forest and reached the other side. The head in that red-faced man's hand is fake." The shout temporarily calmed the chaotic yellow turban army and also drew Guan Yu's attention. Then Gu threw the head into the crowd, causing many yellow turban bandits to rush forward to check and confirm. Meanwhile, Guan Yu spurred his horse straight toward Deng Mao about 100 steps away. "Stop him. Stop that red-faced man. Just Yangla's strength far surpasses Deng Ma's. Yet even Shang Yuani, who is much stronger, seems to be defeated by this red-faced man." Deng Mao dares not compete with Guan Yu and quickly commands some of the remaining yellow turban bandits to advance while he himself directly abandons his horse and hides among the yellow turbans. After Guan Yu kills more than 10 yellow turban bandits blocking the way, Deng Mao's figure has already disappeared into the crowd, making him hard to find. Hiding among the crowd, Deng Mao has to admit that even though there are still 50,000 yellow turbans, the defeat is now certain and irreversible. However, don't think that this means you have won. Deng Mao looks far towards Liu Bei and Guan Yu, grits his teeth, and says this. Then he gives a few commands to the 20 yellow turban warriors still loyal to him. Soon after, Liu and Gu lead their soldiers out through the gap, killing yellow turban bandits who are trying to stop the large number of yellow turbans from surrendering. At almost the same time, various parts of the yellow turban crowd start to shout tempting words. "Don't surrender. If you do, these court traitors will surely kill us all. If we surrender, will these court traitors give us food? Don't trust them. Yeah, they're only 1,000 or 2, but we have tens of thousands. We could drown them with a single spit." If a reporter traveled back to the late Han Dynasty to interview common people and asked if they were happy, most of them would probably ask in return, "Your mother is sick. File children should hurry home to care for their parents." The implication is that if your mother weren't sick, she wouldn't have given birth to someone like you asking such questions. Since your mother is sick, you should go home quickly to avoid embarrassing yourself outside, not to mention the continuous natural disasters, rampant banditry, and robberies across the land, which worsen the land seizures by powerful families. Even the court was extremely corrupt, openly selling official positions for money. At first, the officials sold were not powerful positions, but many things changed once the system was opened up. Development often exceeded expectations once it was made. Now, even officials who didn't buy their positions directly still had to pay the fee after being appointed. Most of those who paid for their positions naturally thought of taking from the people and using it for themselves. The Great Han dynasty, though weakened, still maintained strong control over foreign tribes and a deep sense of pride among its people. Without this, the entire empire might have fallen apart long ago. However, the Taping Dao, which sparked the Yellow Turban Rebellion, was born from the suffering of ordinary people. Even though Liu Ba's current force of over 50,000 yellow turbans was mostly recently recruited civilians, they harbored doubts and resentment toward the government. The Taiping Dao claimed to bring peace, and as long as people were part of the yellow turbans, they could at least survive each day. That small hope of basic food and safety was very important to many. Despite being dragged along with the yellow turbans, many elderly, women, and children fell behind or died in their sleep from exhaustion, but hope still kept some going. Dang Mao sent yellow turban fighters to spread confusing messages. His words weren't very clever, but they still encouraged many to join the uprising, which soon turned violent. Lube's forces, less than 2,000 soldiers, couldn't stop the chaos. Seeing the unrest, Lube tried to calm the crowd with promises and threats, but sweat poured down his forehead as his efforts seemed ineffective. The remaining yellow turbans among the crowd began to stir, and the large group on the riverbank showed signs of rebellion. Some waved sticks, stones, and hoes at Liu Bei, attacking him while others fled toward the river, planning to escape across. Among those fleeing, Deng Ma was mixed in, even leading some of the escape. As long as he removed his yellow cloth and armor, he looked just like any other civilian crossing the river, holding only a spear. Deng Mao sneered as he looked at the chaos on the riverbank. Controlling over 50,000 civilians was not easy. Still, he had no real intention to harm them. He simply wanted to remind everyone of the facts. In the style of the imperial court, these common people, who had been labeled as yellow turbans when swept up in the chaos, would only become military achievements in the hands of many generals and officials. Therefore, Ding Mao, realizing he could no longer control the yellow turban crowd, also hoped that this uprising might allow some of them to escape, and that he could take a strong stand against the imperial army. However, when Deng Mao thought about his own situation and was immersed in cold river water, he sighed deeply, feeling guilty for betraying his wise teacher's kindness. Years ago, after offending a minor official, he was unjustly imprisoned, subjected to humiliation and torture. He thought he would die in despair and resentment, but he was ultimately rescued thanks to the connections of his wise teacher. Because of this, Deng Mao vowed to serve his teacher faithfully to repay the great kindness. Unexpectedly, his teacher appointed him as a deputy commander to attack Yuzhou, but he failed at Zhuo County. Suddenly, the sound of urgent horsehooves woke Deng Mao. Where did that sound come from? His heart trembled as he quickly turned his head toward the direction of the hoofbeats. What he saw was none other than the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun, led by Jing Fi. Jing Fi is coming from that direction. In an instant, Deng Mao realized something, his eyes widening in shock, almost bloodshot, feeling worse than hearing about Chang Yuanji's death. At this moment, Jing Fi's thunderous voice echoed across the riverbank. Big brother, following Mr. Zuin's orders, I launched a surprise attack on the yellow turban supplies behind their lines. We've killed all 300 of their grain guards. There's so much yellow rice, enough for us to eat for 3 or 5 years without worry. Hearing this, Lu was overjoyed and froze in place. Earlier, Lu only knew that Jing Fi pretended to retreat with his cavalry into the forest, expecting him to meet with Guan Yu and ambush Qing Yuanji. He didn't expect Jing Fi to actually be attacking the yellow turban supplies. Then Liu Bei remembered the detailed map of Daxing Mountain etched in his mind, which made him realize that Jing Fi's route must have been to retreat into the forest and then leave from the other side. Using the terrain of the plains, Jing's cavalry could maximize their speed and possibly flank the Yellow Turban army from behind. Furthermore, because the Yellow Turban army was rushing forward constantly, their supplies, which should have been protected by the bandits, and the Yellow Turbans were now fully exposed behind them. Without the protection of the main force, just 300 Yellow Turban bandits escorting supplies on the plain could be easily defeated by the cavalry led by Jing Fei. After only 2 or 3 charges, they would have no chance to escape on the open plain. Good, good, good. Lu's face turned red with excitement as he cheered, repeatedly praising Jing Fei, and also complimenting Li Jai, who had secretly arranged everything behind the scenes, luring the enemy into ambushes, setting fire and water traps, cutting off the front and back, attacking the supplies. Lai's series of plans were so perfect that Liu Bei couldn't find any flaws. He truly maximized the advantage of his 2,000 soldiers and the strategic positions at Daxing Shan and Juma River. The Yellow Turban rebels, who were already on the verge of complete rebellion, fell silent at this moment. Supply lines are everything, especially for these starving yellow turban fighters. Nothing was more despairing and painful than hunger. Their resistance seemed like a joke. Even if they killed all the soldiers in front of them, without food, these displaced yellow turban fighters who had lost their land wouldn't survive long. Lei also took this opportunity to raise his long sword and shout loudly, "Everyone, I am Liu, descendant of the Marquis of Zhejiangzan and a relative of the Han royal family. If you surrender, I swear on my ancestors that I will not let you go hungry." No words were simpler or more heartfelt than this for these yellow turban fighters. "We surrender. Spare us, sir. Please give us a way to live." Amidst the calls and pleas, over 50,000 yellow turban fighters gradually gave up their resistance. Lube let out a long breath, relieved, fearing that these villagers might have truly rebelled just now. Whether Lus soldiers could withstand the impact of the angry crowd or not, he didn't want to threaten the lives of the old, weak, and children. Meanwhile, Jingfi watched the situation on the riverbank gradually stabilize. He then focused on the part of the yellow turban fighters who were soaking in Jumur River, preparing to escape, and shouted, "Retreat, everyone, fall back now, or don't blame me for being harsh." His thunderous voice, combined with Jing Fi's fierce appearance, hawk-like eyes, tiger-shaped beard, easily intimidated many of the yellow turban fighters. Furthermore, even if Shanfei only led the 18 cavalry of Yinyun to the bank of the Juma River, his fast horses were enough to intercept each yellow turban soldier trying to cross from the river, much like hitting moles. Therefore, the yellow turban soldiers trapped in the Juma River could only slowly retreat to the riverbank under Jing's watch. Thanks to this barrier at the Juma River blocking their retreat, Jing Fi could easily stop the yellow turban soldiers. Otherwise, no matter how fast the horses were, if the soldiers scattered, they could not be stopped. However, Deng Mao did not retreat. Instead, he slowly swam toward the shore. When Deng Mao reached land, Jing Fi was already in front of him, holding his spear across his shoulder and shouted, "Retreat or you will die." "Hump," Deng Mao snorted disdainfully. "Death is death. What's there to fear? The great and wise teacher has shown me great kindness. I wanted to carry the supplies back to Ju to deliver to the teacher, even if I had to sacrifice my body. But now, since the grain has fallen into your hands, I have no face to see the teacher in Ju." He Jingfi looked Deng Mao up and down, noticing the spear in his hand, and said, "It seems you are also a notable figure among the yellow turban bandits." Deng Mao held his head high and proudly declared, "I am Deng Mao, deputy commander of the Taping Dao, a big fish." Jiangfi grinned, moving his spear away from Deng Mao's shoulder. "What do you mean?" Deng Mao asked in response. "I see you are a man of loyalty and kindness." "I'll give you a chance," Jiang Fi said, then signaled to a rider from the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun behind him to give Deng Mao his horse. "Good." Deng Mao mounted his horse, raised his spear, and said, "Your Yan people are interesting, but I won't hold back." This scene of a one-and-on duel also drew the attention of everyone on the opposite bank of the Juma River. Guanu frowned slightly and said, "Third brother's action is not appropriate." "Why do you do this?" Lu thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps third brother is still upset about the fake defeat, so his fighting spirit remains. Or maybe he deliberately challenges Deng Mao, the deputy commander. If he can defeat him, it will greatly intimidate the yellow turban soldiers and prevent chaos." He paused and asked with concern, "Yin Chang, from your perspective, how does Deng Ma's martial skill compare to yours? Do you think Yinda can win rough and weak?" "No match at all." Guan Yu proudly said this, which made Liu Bei feel at ease. While Lu and Guan Yu were talking, Deng Mao was the first to rush toward Jing Fi on horseback, brandishing a long spear aimed directly at Jing Fi's neck. "Good move." Jing Fi shouted, quickly tightening his legs, and his horse immediately moved. In an instant, the two horses sped toward each other. Everyone watching the scene widened their eyes, nervously watching. Just as the horses were about to meet, Jing Fi's weapon clashed with Deng Ma's spear. The spear suddenly flew off and dropped into the Juma River. Jing Fi's snake spear pierced into Deng Ma's chest, knocking him off his horse and hanging him completely on the spear. Remarkably, Jing Fi held the hanging Deng Ma's spear with one hand, still seeming to do so effortlessly. This incredible strength shocked many of the yellow turban soldiers, and even Li Jai on the distant hillside was stunned. This made Li Jai think of a strange idea. With Jing Fi's strength, he could probably carry Guan Yu on his shoulders and fight together. If Jing Fei and Guan Yu teamed up, they would be unstoppable. Maybe even able to defeat Lu Bu, known as the strongest at the end of the Han dynasty. What about the famous red horse? That kind of mount couldn't compare to Jing Fi, who personally practiced horse stance. Deng Mao, who was pierced through, clearly felt his life slipping away. As he was dying, he looked at Jing Fi and said, "Please, Lord Lu, do not forget your promise." "Rest assured, my brother is a relative of the Han royal family. How could he break such a promise?" Jing Fi replied, patting his chest. Hearing this, Deng Mao forced a difficult smile and shouted, "Great virtuous teacher, if I have a next life, I will repay your great kindness." Before he finished, Deng Mao died on the spot. Jing Fi carefully laid Deng Ma's body on the ground and ordered, "Bury him properly, but don't a tombstone." Burying him with respect was Jing Fi's way of honoring loyal and righteous warriors. Since there was no tombstone, it also reflected Jing Fi's strong dislike for the bandits who disturbed the peace of the people in Jua County. As a local from the Yellow Turban Bandits do not deserve to have tombstones in the land of Yuan. Yes, during this time, the 18 riders of Yin Yun, who followed Jing Fi closely, already regarded him as a divine figure. They quickly agreed and sent 2 men to place Deng Ma's body on a horse, planning to bury him after the battle. Deng's death also became the final straw that broke the back of the Yellow Turban forces. P.S. Yellow Turban Bandits members who truly joined the Taping Dao. Yellow Turban crowd, ordinary people swept up by the Taping Dao, also seen as forced followers but not yet true members. Yellow Turban Army, a collective term for both the bandits and the crowd. Because the Yellow Turban group is quite complex internally, different titles are used for clarity, making it easier for readers to understand. Additionally, a new book is starting, and I ask all readers for lots of support, such as votes and other encouragement. Please do your best to support me. One-on-one duels can boost the morale of one side and break the backbone of the other, clearly demonstrating martial bravery. Lower-level soldiers are often obedient and blind, especially in an era with very slow information flow. For example, General Xing Dong of Lingaling is considered the strongest warrior there, highly respected and admired by Lingaling soldiers. So when 2 armies face each other, the soldiers naturally think that the enemy general may be powerful, but their own general is also the strongest in Lingaling, and his true strength may not be inferior. In such cases, a duel between the main generals can directly reveal the differences between both sides. If the main general on one side loses, it will naturally cause the soldiers to blindly feel fear and helplessness, believing that their opponent's general is unstoppable. Now, Deng Mao's death has drained the last bit of morale from the Yellow Turban forces. Without the hidden incitement of the Yellow Turban bandits, the Yellow Turban crowd under Liu Bei's capable leadership quickly calmed down. However, Liu looked at the crowd of over 50,000 Yellow Turban followers filling most of the riverbank, feeling a great pressure. After all, Liu currently is only about 1,500 soldiers under his command. Managing over 50,000 Yellow Turbans is not an easy task. Moreover, many of these Yellow Turbans are secretly planning to rebel, making them like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment and destroy Liu Bei's forces. By the way, Mr. After Ziku and planned this situation carefully and must have good ideas to calm the Yellow Turbans, Liu suddenly realized. He quickly turned to Guan Yu and said, "Yach, go and invite Mr. Ziku in here. Be sure to show proper manners." "Yes," Guan Yu replied, bowing slightly. Just as he was about to leave, a calm voice sounded behind Liu Bei. "Brother Xuanda, there's no need to trouble yourself. I am already here," said Li, who was protected by 10 soldiers in the middle. Although they had just met again, Liu and Guan Yu looked at Li Jai very differently because of his success in planning the Yellow Turban Army. Previously, Liu believed Li Jai was a talented man, but after defeating 60,000 Yellow Turbans with only 2,000 soldiers, Liu now regarded Li Jai as almost a divine figure. Quickly, Liu went to meet Li Jai and asked with concern, "The battle is not over yet and there may be dangers. Why doesn't Zikyun wait for Yan to him down while speaking?" Liu kept an eye on his surroundings, worried that some danger might suddenly appear and harm his precious person. Guan Yu, who had been somewhat proud in front of Li Jai before, now followed Liu Bei and bowed respectfully. Li Jai, who keenly sensed all this, wanted to stay calm and indifferent, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt a great sense of achievement, especially because it was Guan Yu, a proud man, who showed such respect. However, Li Jai did not feel overly proud. He thought his wisdom was as bright as the full moon in the sky. Although defeating 60,000 enemies with only 2,000 soldiers was a remarkable achievement, his opponents were the disorganized Yellow Turbans, lacking real strategists. More importantly, to confirm this victory, Li Jai had run many strategy simulations to plan his moves. First, through the strategy simulator, the approximate time when the Yellow Turban army arrived near Zhua County was determined, and then their general marching route was inferred. This allowed Zhang Fei to lead the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun to find the Yellow Turban army early and to harass them along the way, laying the foundation for Jing Fi's later provocations and tricks to lure the enemy. Next, based on Li Jai's plan to use Zhua's city defenses as bait to secretly attack the Yellow Turban base, it was confirmed that there were many Yellow Turban spies hidden within Jua County. It also helped compare the strength of the allied army led by Lei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fei against the Yellow Turban base. Both points are very important. The first allowed Li Jai to arrange for Liu to make a big show of leaving the city, which relaxed the vigilance of the Yellow Turban soldiers. The second became the key to planning the next move. Thanks to these factors deduced through the strategy simulator, Lee was able to set the plan for Daxing Mountain. Therefore, Lee felt that his wisdom still had gaps. Even with the help of the special strategy simulator, he knew he must be very careful in everything. He did not want to earn a negative title like General of Lingaling, such as being called Great Talent of Zhua County. When faced with Liu Bei and Guan Yu's respectful attitude, Ling naturally did not become arrogant or look down on others. He quickly returned the courtesy and said, "The danger I faced is only a small part compared to the bravery of Brother Schwanda and Brother Yacht." Loei shook his head excitedly and said, "That cannot be compared. Zikuan devised such a shocking strategy, which is a great achievement. I and my two brothers only use some courage and strength." Li modestly replied, "The victory in this battle depends mainly on Brother Schwanda's perseverance and Yu Chong and bravery. The soldiers' strong desire to defend their homeland is what truly matters. I just played a small part with words. Honestly, there's nothing more pleasing than mutual praise in business, especially when both sides genuinely believe the other is impressive. Such praise becomes more sincere, heartfelt, and contagious. Therefore, not only Lu and Li Jai, but even Guan Yu, who is often praised, seems to have a crescent-shaped eye like a curved moon. Though he appears cold and aloof, he secretly listens carefully to every word, feeling secretly pleased. After all, Guanu doesn't disdain others' praise unless the praise is directed at someone he respects. If the ancient sage in the spring and autumn annals were to praise Guan Yu in a dream, he might be furious and slam the coffin lid. What if the praise for Guanu is from someone who deeply respects him as a big brother, or perhaps it is from Li Jai, Mr. Lai Zikon, who possesses unmatched talent for understanding the world and is currently in Guan Yu's heart. Guanu naturally stroked his long beard listening to Liu Bei and Li Jai's conversation as if savoring wine. He nodded occasionally and slowly uttered a word. Brilliant. However, Liu quickly suppressed his excitement, straightened his face, and changed the subject. Zikuan, my troops are now fewer than 1,500. Managing over 50,000 yellow turbans is like a child pushing a big cart. Any mistake could crush them to pieces. Do you have any ideas to help me? Lai looked beyond Liu Bei at the yellow turbans sitting in small groups on the riverbank. Most of them were old, weak women and children. Many clung nervously to their families, and some infants were being held in arms, still learning to speak. Under the cautious gazes of these people, Li Jai could feel their confusion, fear, worry, and unease. Perhaps in that moment of planning, the young girl from the yellow turbans who once offered him a bite to eat was also among them. Li silently thought, feeling a sense of compassion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a method to keep them confined on this riverbank. The current challenge was not only about stabilizing these yellow turbans, as Liu Bei suggested, but also about how to arrange them afterward. Brother Schwanda, if you want to temporarily calm these yellow turbans, it is easy. Li considered briefly before speaking. Brother Schwanda can send 100 men to assist a who is immediately preparing porridge across the Juma River. The 50,000 or so yellow turbans must be starving now, and with the hope of filling their stomachs, they won't rebel, not even if the sky falls. Liu was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately dispatched 100 red men to help Jing Fi. Jing Fi had now taken full control of the entire Yellow Turban army supplies, claiming they could feed Liu Bei's 2,000 troops for 3 or 5 years, which was not an exaggeration. After all, it was close to the spring planting season, and every household in Yuzhou had some leftover grain. Although the Yellow Turban army came from Zhu and had plenty of supplies, they clearly did not spare the local nobles and common people. Instead, they took everything, including people and property, into their ranks. Therefore, the supplies captured by Jing Fi included not only enough grain, but also a large amount of gold and silver, enough to fill 2 big carts. As Jing Fi quickly arranged for people to cook and bury the food, the rising smoke attracted almost all the Yellow Turban soldiers' attention. Their eager eyes watched the smoke across the river. The smell of rice from the cooking smoke made the soldiers' stomachs growl repeatedly. Seeing this, Lube couldn't help but feel very happy and said, "I never thought that calming these Yellow Turban soldiers could be so simple and effective. You are truly talented, Zikon." However, Lia's expression was not as relaxed as Liu Bei. He spoke with a slightly serious tone. "Brother Schwanda, this method is only a short-term solution. Even if Ida's captured supplies are many, we cannot keep feeding the Yellow Turban soldiers forever. It's okay." Lube waved his hand, feeling relaxed. "Later, I will send Yun Chong back to Zhua County to report to the governor that the Yellow Turban army has been defeated. We will hand over these soldiers to the governor, who will then disperse them back to their villages, and there will still be time to restore the spring planting." But suddenly, Li Jai poured cold water on Liu Bei's plan, saying, "With this approach, these more than 50,000 Yellow Turban soldiers will surely die." What? Liu looked at Lea in shock and confusion. Li Jai sighed and pointed at the yellow-turbaned soldiers in front of him, saying, "Good, who knows who believes it, Zikuan. Look at these people. Most of them are the elderly, women, and children. They must have been forced to join the yellow turban army." Lube was also a bit anxious now and said, "Brother G, are you sure that all of them are forced? What if some are actually yellow turban bandits hiding among them? The hideout of bandits and robbers also includes the elderly, women, and children. They enjoy the possessions stolen by the bandits. Are they innocent to the travelers who died at the hands of these bandits in the eyes of the officials? Are the elderly, women, and children supported by the bandits truly innocent?" Lube's face turned pale, but he didn't know how to respond. From Lube's perspective, he wanted to believe that most of the yellow turbans were forced into rebellion. But for those who died at the hands of the yellow turbans, are they necessarily innocent? Thinking deeper, in the court's view, whether coerced or not, these rebels are considered troublemakers who should be killed to scare others. In this way, even if Lu Yin kills all the surrendered yellow turbans, the court wouldn't blame him. Instead, they might praise him for maintaining the court's authority. Killing good people to make achievements wouldn't be considered a crime. Li Jai watched Liu Bei's expressions carefully and spoke slowly. "Therefore, Brother Xuanda, if you hand over these 50,000 yellow turbans to the county governor, Lu Yin, not only will these yellow turbans undoubtedly die, but you will also give up a great achievement. Now that Brother Xuanda has official rank, if you also have the credit of completely defeating the 60,000 yellow turbans during the crisis of the Han Dynasty, this would be a huge boost to morale. You might even be promoted directly to a provincial governor." However, the Han Empire only covers 13 provinces. The temptation of becoming a provincial governor didn't make Lube, who was just a shoemaker not long ago, hesitate for even a moment. With a wave of his hand, he decisively said, "If my achievements are built upon the bones of countless elders and villagers, I would rather die than accept such a reward." After a pause, Lu turned to look at Li Jai. His firm and gentle eyes seemed to see through Li Jai's heart, and he said, "I understand, Zikuan. Surely you hold the common people close in your heart, or you wouldn't have spoken so frankly to remind me. Therefore, I ask you to teach me. I am grateful. The people of ZHWA County will surely remember your great kindness." At this moment, Li finally couldn't help but smile. Li was not the type to accept brutal, blood-stained gains easily, but in this era, many warlords had plenty of opportunities to do so. Some even saw human flesh as military rations. So Liji's reminder was also a way to understand Lu Ba's deeper character. Li is not wrong. Even if he kills all the yellow turbans in the mainstream view of that time, it wouldn't be considered a great crime. So Li Jai is offering Lu a perfect excuse to comfort himself, while also hinting at the promising position of governor as a temptation to gauge Lu's true thoughts. P.S. Here is a note: if we only look at the story from the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Lai crossing the river with his people might seem foolish and hypocritical. But if before this Cao Cao had already carried out 5 actual sieges at Shuzhou, Yangqiu, Pingqing, Yeding, and Luing, especially the 2 sieges near Jinggo, at Shuzhou and Pingqing, even in ancient times when news traveled slowly, the nearby events and refugees from Shuzhou spreading the news would make the people of Jinggo very afraid. Under these circumstances, it is normal for many people to follow Liu Bei and escape. As for the idea that Liu Bei used the common people as a shield to block Cao Cao, that is even more unreasonable. In ancient times, without satellite navigation, if Liu Bei really wanted to run away, he could have just taken a few people into the mountains and forests. No one could find him. Instead, he led the people to escape with the elderly, women, and children slowing him down, which allowed Cao Cao to catch up and even put Liu Ba's family in danger. Of course, this is not meant to belittle Cao Cao. He was a real warlord, but he didn't care much about the lives of ordinary people. In the end, Liu truly was a kind and virtuous person, or perhaps a rare rebel of his time. Even if exchanging the heads of these yellow turbans for merit was in line with the main ideas of that era, Lube's heart remained unchanged. The same words can mean different things to different people. When someone is short of money and is told there is money in the bank, a robber might see it as a target. A businessman might see it as a loan. And an ordinary person might think there is no money in the account or they can't withdraw it. Therefore, the meaning behind Li Jai's words isn't as important as how different people interpret it, which often reveals their true feelings. What made Li even happier was that Liu seemed to gradually understand Li's thoughts. He believed that Li Jai did not truly want to exchange the heads of the yellow turban rebels for merit, but was simply using this method to remind Liu. Since brother is determined to save these common people, let me lend a hand, Li Jai said with a smile. He then added, today, in the eyes of the court, these yellow turban rebels are considered bandits. The key is how to clear their name and remove the label of bandits. This is easy to say but difficult to do. Where is the easy part and where is the hard part? Lube asked. Easy if a local official was willing to defend them. Hard if no official was willing to speak up for them in front of the court. Li Jai replied. Hearing this, Liu and Guanu frowned slightly, then understood what Li meant. The word official has two parts, one facing down, one facing up. The crucial point depends on Liu Yin, the prefect of Zhua County. If Liu Yin firmly claims that these Yellow Turban rebels are remnants of the Yellow Turban army, then even if most of them are innocent, no one will listen to their voices or care about what they have to say. But if Liu Yan changes his stance and claims to have rescued innocent civilians from the rebels, then the court has no reason to investigate further, and these rebels can return home. After making some arrangements, I will set out to county to see Uncle Liu Bei said in a serious tone. In my opinion, Brother Xuanda, as the backbone of the situation, must not act rashly. Any rash action could cause chaos. Be aware that among these rebels there are also many yellow turban bandits hiding, which is a big risk, warned. Lube immediately realized how big a problem this was, like a hot potato in his hands. Li Jai watched Lue's expression, trying to see if he would show regret. In troubled times, holding on to kindness and virtue is extremely difficult, full of dangers and obstacles. It is much easier to solve problems by using any means necessary to maximize benefits. However, if you aim for great achievements, staying true to your original principles is the right path. Otherwise, the benefits gained through ruthless means will eventually come back with a much higher cost. As with the Sema family's cost of usurping the throne, murdering the king in the street, breaking the oath of Luo River, it also brought countless hardships to the Jin state after its founding, leading to the Sema family being despised for generations. Therefore, Li Jai clearly hopes that even a young man like Liu Bei in his early 20s can begin to uphold kindness and virtue consistently. If he can achieve great things, his foundation will be as solid as Mount Tai. Since Bei has sworn that he will never let them go hungry, he must follow through to the end. No matter how difficult or dangerous, he will do his best. Liu solemnly expresses his determination. Li nods and then bows his hands. In that case, I am willing to act as a messenger for Shinda to visit Liu Yan, the prefect of Zhua County, and ask him to accept these yellow turban rebels. Liu Bei is momentarily stunned, then instinctively objects. No, absolutely not. Li Jai is a bit surprised, not expecting Liu Bei to oppose. At this moment, Liu feels an inexplicable sense of fear, even though he doesn't know why. He suddenly recalls that Liu Yin previously expressed interest in recruiting Li Jai, as if afraid that Li Jai might not return, or that Li Jai might be willing to serve Liu Yin at the cost of changing his loyalty. This matter is Ba's insistence. How can I let Zikyun take such a risk? Liu tries to suppress his suddenly chaotic thoughts and grabs Li's wrist. I will go personally to see Uncle. If I offer my achievements in destroying the Yellow Turban rebels as a gift, I believe Uncle won't take advantage. Li Jai shakes his head and confidently replies, Shinda, you can't persuade Liu Yan. In Li's eyes, Liu Yin is undoubtedly a pure politician. Interests are what Liu Yin values most, and the efforts Lei can offer are simply not enough to move him. Or perhaps Liu's own achievements in suppressing the rebels are partly credited to Liu Yin, who was his superior. If Liu Yin were more cunning, he could report to the court without mentioning Liu's name, or even take full credit for defeating the Yellow Turban. Therefore, using what a politician naturally gains as a bargaining chip is simply wishful thinking. Is it not necessary for Zikun to go? Liu frowns and asks. Li Jai sigh and then responds, it is not that Jai Fi must go, but that Brother Shinda currently has no other capable and eloquent person under his command. Although Jai is not particularly skilled, he knows how to persuade Liu Yin, the governor, to cooperate. Therefore, Jai must go personally this time. This statement made Liu Bei feel unwilling and unexpectedly thought that perhaps Li Jai was a burden, risking himself to sacrifice. Liu Bei forcefully shook Li Jai's wrist, his eyes shining with emotion, and said, Ziquan, you must promise me that no matter what, you cannot harm yourself in any way because of me, nor can you force yourself to agree to anything. Otherwise, I even in death would not be able to rest in peace. Li instinctively nodded, then suddenly froze. Wait, something seems off. This conversation sounds like a loyal wife preparing to visit her husband's superior alone, which is a common warning sign. Even Liu Ba's words made Li Gi feel inexplicably scared. After all, the term homosexual preference originated from the Western Han dynasty, suggesting that even in this era, such one incidents wouldn't be surprising. Could Liu Yan have a problem? Li Jai thought, and suddenly he became a bit worried about his safety. After all, Li considers himself a handsome man from any perspective. I need to be careful, Li secretly thought. Even though his spirit was not fully recovered, he decisively used the strategy simulator to evaluate whether visiting Liu Yin was feasible. Golden scales are not common fish in the pond. Once they meet wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. For Liu, who is committed to practicing benevolence and virtue, a difficult path awaits. Even with the help of the mighty generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fi, it is destined to be a story of heroism and tragedy passed down in the land of Yen. However, Guan and Zhang are like clouds, while you are like a fierce wind that can make the golden scale soar. Liu Bei, who should be commanding and leading the 500 righteous soldiers like Guan Yu and Zhang Fi to attack the enemy, begins to follow a completely different path. Compared to the original story where Liu Bei with Guan Yu and Jing Fi managed to slay Chang Yuanzai and Ding Mao by luck, not only did he gain no rewards, but he also offended Liu Yan. He lost all his achievements and was eventually driven out of Zhua County by Liu Yan with nothing but a humble status. Now, Lube, who has captured more than 50,000 yellow turban soldiers, has the potential to truly establish himself in this chaotic era. However, the key is to persuade Liu Yan. To do this, you choose 1. Use power to pressure him. 2. Use a beauty scheme. 3. Offer benefits to tempt him. When you see that the strategy simulator automatically presents 3 different options based on Lee's abilities, you feel a bit nervous when beauty scheme appears. But then you realize, no worries, no worries. It's just a beauty scheme, not a scheme involving handsome men. As long as I am not the main character in this scheme, it's fine. Regarding using power to pressure, even without deliberate simulation, you understand that it means helping Lei first solve the yellow turban problem, possibly even taking control of the entire yellow turban army. At that time, Lei leading over 50,000 troops would arrive outside Draconti, and Liu Yin would become a kind and friendly uncle. Lu's requests out of love for his family would likely be agreed to happily as long as Liu Bei doesn't go against the heavens. However, Li knows well that Liu Yin's position and reputation in the court, along with his recent success in defending Zhua County from the Yellow Turbans, make the position of governor of a province easily within his reach. This approach seems simple and direct, but it could also seriously offend Liu Yin. Liu Yin, being a politician, might not show any outward signs of displeasure now, but if future interests clash or opportunities arise, he would definitely give Liu a harsh response. Therefore, this method has significant risks, which is why Li is reluctant to advise Liu Bei to use it. The last option offer benefits to tempt him is the approach Li plans to take this time, and it is the main focus of this simulation. However, driven by curiosity, Li chooses the beauty scheme. There's no other reason. Li is simply curious about how he would test Liu Yan, a government official using a beauty scheme. After some hesitation, you realize that human weaknesses mainly revolve around wine, wealth, and power. In history, Liu Yin was said to have been obsessed with Jing Rua's mother, which led to the loss of Han Zhang and caused Liu Bei's successor, Liu Zhang, to lose hope of unifying the Central Plains. Therefore, you decide to use the beauty scheme to win over Liu Yan, whereas the beauty it lies among the common people. Subsequently, you personally selected 3 beautiful young girls from among the yellow turbans, each with their faces deliberately hidden. You paid a high price for them and promised their parents a stable life, then made the girls loyal to you. You were named the 3 girls Mingji, Magi, and Chuani. While helping Lube eliminate the real yellow turban bandits and stabilize the situation, you also personally trained the 3 girls. Perhaps you haven't faced the test of seduction, but having watched many videos in your previous life, and considering the unique and striking styles of the 3 girls you chose, you knew exactly how to guide them. Under your careful training, within less than 7 days, they uncovered their hidden talents and underwent stunning transformations. 1 cute, 1 charming, and 1 pure. Then you led the 3 girls back to appearing publicly. You arranged for them to meet Liu Yin, disguised as captives among the common people. The 3 girls claimed that their visit was to repay Liu Yan's kindness. He had sent troops to help them and their families escape danger. They expressed their willingness to serve as slaves or maids in gratitude. Initially, Liu Yan hesitated and refused multiple times, but his slight resistance was no match for the new tempting methods you had taught the girls. Within a few days, Liu Yan was deeply captivated by their gentle charm. Soon after, sensing the right moment, you appeared and reported the results of the campaign to Liu Yan, asking how to handle the more than 50,000 yellow turban bandits. Liu Yin wanted to use their heads as a military achievement to improve his career, but the 3 girls spoke up in gratitude for his kindness in saving their families and villagers. At that moment, Liu Yan, obsessed with the girls, changed his mind quickly. He declared that the 50,000 bandits were innocent civilians who had been captured and ordered officials to relocate them back to their hometowns. This resolved a serious conflict of opinion between Liu Yin and Liu Bei perfectly. Later, with the help of the 3 girls, Liu Yin, who had fallen into their gentle influence, did not secretly take credit for Liu Bei's achievements. After the battle, Liu was promoted to the rank of captain and began his journey to pacify the Yellow Turban rebels. Meanwhile, Liu Yin became obsessed with the beauty of the 3 girls, living a dull life with no accomplishments. Within less than 3 years, his health was completely drained, and he died 7 years earlier than his original lifespan. Until his death, Lu Yian still gazed longingly at the three princesses, leaving a heartfelt remark. My will is not weak because of the princesses. They are so beautiful. Later, Lu Yian's son, Lu Jiang, inherited his father's favor and position. Unhappy with his father's defeat, he also tested himself with the three princesses. Within 10 years, he too died, and before his death, he expressed his admiration. The princesses are very beautiful. Evaluation. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with the allure of beautiful women, and Lu Yin is no exception. Lu Yin and his son uniquely demonstrated that the beauty of princesses can be irresistible, not just because of strong willpower. Looking directly at their beauty, they ultimately fell for it. Lu Yen, having fully succumbed to beauty, lost his desire for power and did not actively propose strategies to the court, which influenced the political situation at the end of the Han dynasty. But do you think this influence is acceptable after Li finished understanding everything predicted by the strategy simulator? He was almost completely confused. Only 4 words kept echoing in his mind. The 4 words kept echoing in Li's mind. Desire, bone scraper. Lu Yian couldn't hold out any longer. Even Lu Jiang, following his father's legacy, forcibly shortened their lifespans. However, the content predicted by the strategy simulator mentioned that Lu Yian's ambitions were gradually worn down, but it was impossible to fully control Lu Yan with the three princesses alone, which was somewhat regrettable. But this is normal. Even if it were Lu Jiang, or if Xiao Chan kept whispering beneficial things to Lu about Cao Cao, Lu Bu might start doubting whether he had become a green cloth, a metaphor for being easily manipulated. Therefore, using the beauty trap could weaken, guide, and influence Lu Yan, but relying on just a few women to control him like a puppet was unrealistic. On the other hand, after the three princesses repeatedly eroded Lu Yan's will, he didn't even propose the Fairyqing governor strategy, which was quite a troublesome problem. Currently, the highest official in a province is nominally the prefect, but the prefect does not hold real military and political power. Instead, they supervise local officials, including the 2,000 stone officials like the governor. If the court changes the title from prefect to governor, then the governor can control the military and political affairs of the entire province, effectively decentralizing power to the governor. As a result, provincial governors could freely and flexibly move more troops to quell rebellions. However, this also meant that local lords might start to truly carve out their own territories. Not every official was qualified to suggest the governor's strategy. Only someone like Lu Yan, a local governor and a relative of the Han royal family, had enough influence to avoid suspicion from the emperor. Currently, the emperor was very cautious of the three main powers in the court: eunuchs, relatives of the imperial family, and the scholar officials. However, he still trusted the Han royal kin quite a bit. Therefore, if Lin abandoned this idea, the governor's strategy might never appear again. Of course, simply stopping the governor's strategy wouldn't be enough to save the deeply weakened Han dynasty. It could at best delay its fall somewhat and make the local lords' divisions less justifiable. But true ambition isn't easily stopped by just moral reasons. In Li's view, this would likely lead ambitious men to abandon even the respect for the Han royal family and openly rebel to fight for dominance. Whether to maintain the last bit of dignity for the Han or to give the common people some sense of order during chaotic times, the governor's strategy was actually beneficial. It would at least keep most ambitious men respecting the Han even as they fought among themselves for provincial positions. For someone like Liu Bei, who aimed to restore the Han, the governor's strategy was the most legitimate way to control military and political power in a region. Li carefully considered this and realized that the beauty trap seemed to be the most peaceful way to resolve the yellow turban threat while also wearing down Lu Yan's will. However, for Liu Bei, the real enemies were never Lu Yan himself. Even if Lu Yan's will was worn down, it wouldn't matter. In fact, Luan's weakness could be better used later. Right now, Lu needed Lu Yan's help in many ways. Otherwise, his achievements and reputation wouldn't reach the court. Li Jai then checked his mental state and surprisingly found it was better than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he had recently read many ancient texts, strengthening his understanding of various matters, which reduced the mental burden of his calculations. Before just 2 strategic analyses almost pushed him to his limit, Li Jai silently guessed and then chose to proceed with the profit and temptation strategy for further analysis. You are not very satisfied with the beauty trap plan. After some hesitation, you decide to still use profit and temptation on Lu Yan. Then you order soldiers to pack the heads of Chang Yuanzai and Deng Mao in a beautiful box, along with the yellow turban banner, which symbolizes thief. Just as you prepare to lead 10 riders back to county, Lu worried about your safety forces Guan Yu to lead all the cavalry to you back to Zhua County. After you near the city walls of Zhua County, you do not rush to enter. Instead, you instruct Guan Yu to raise the yellow turban banner and lead 100 riders around Zhua County 3 times, loudly claiming that Lu Xianda has defeated the yellow turban rebels. When Liu Yin learns of this and arrives at the city gate, the name Lu Xianda has already shaken Zhua County. This news spreads rapidly within a few hours, creating a sense of fear and awe across the area. Later, after Liu Yin inspects the yellow turban banner and the 2 heads, he calls you in to ask about the details. For this important conversation, you prepare various arguments and strategies, using all your skills and calculations during the talk. In the end, Liu Yin is completely persuaded by the benefits you present, and he reevaluates Liu Bei's importance and value. Although no one besides you and Liu Yin knows the specifics of the discussion, it effectively leads to an alliance between Liu Yin and Liu. In your view, this alliance is very significant for Liu Bei, giving him a voice to fight for benefits and status in the court. Conclusion: since ancient times, diplomacy has been an essential tool in politics and war. Skilled diplomats and orders can steer situations in incredible directions. In history, figures like Zhang Yi and Such Qin use strategies of alliance and separation. Though you are far from the masterful statesman of that era, your personal abilities act like a lever, helping the weak Liu Bei group to gain larger benefits. From then on, even though you often claim to be not good with words and honest, the world sees you as one of the top negotiators in the land. The strategy simulator process and results did not surprise Li much because of his understanding of Liu Yin. Li clearly knew Liu Yin's weaknesses and demands in this situation. Even with some leverage, if Li Jai cannot persuade Liu Yin, it only shows that Li Jai is too incompetent. Furthermore, Liu Yin and Liu Yi currently have no direct conflicts of interest. As long as Liu Bei can offer benefits exceeding the military achievements of over 50,000 yellow turban soldiers, Liu Yin might be willing to agree. The only regret is that the strategy simulator does not specifically simulate the persuasive speech Li would use to convince Liu Yin. Li will need to come up with the speech himself. Copying the answers directly would save a lot of effort. However, after 2 consecutive simulations, Li's face unconsciously showed signs of fatigue. Seeing that Li Jai had not responded for a long time, Lube looked increasingly worried and said, "Zikon, maybe I shouldn't trouble you to go to Zhua County. Once I prepare the gifts and visit my uncle sincerely and honestly, explaining the difficulties faced by the yellow turban soldiers, I believe my uncle will understand." Unfortunately, Li knew very well that this approach wouldn't move Liu Yin. Li smiled confidently and said, "Brother Xuanda, don't worry. I have already seen the future of this trip to Zhua County and everything will go smoothly." Really, Lube asked. "Of course, but I need to borrow 3 items. Li Jai replied. Liu Yi immediately agreed without hesitation. "Any items you need, I will provide them, but I have one condition. You must return safely, Zikuan." "Good." Li nodded and then requested to take the heads of Cheng Yuanzai and Ding Mao as well as the large banner. These 3 items almost represent the military achievements in defeating the Yellow Turban Army. If used properly, they could even overshadow Lu's own accomplishments. However, Lu did not hesitate and immediately arranged for soldiers to bring these items over. Seeing Li Jie prepared to leave for county with 10 soldiers, Lu suddenly remembered something and called out urgently, "Second brother, quickly gather all the cavalry who can still fight," and personally Ziku went back to Zhua County. "Be sure to protect him closely." After a pause, Liu Bei said, seriously, "If Zikuan encounters any difficulties or if anyone tries to harm him, you must protect him at all costs." Seeing this scene, Li Jai did not refuse or hesitate because having Guan Yu lead the cavalry to him back to Zhua County would indeed help persuade Liu Yan. However, Guan Yu looked somewhat hesitant and said, "Big brother, there are many yellow turbans. Although we have temporarily calmed them, if we move all the cavalry away, it will be hard to control any future chaos if they rebel again." Lube waved his hand and said, "Second brother, don't worry. Compared to the difficulties with Zikuan, this is a small problem." Guanu saw that Liu Yi had made up his mind and could only nod in agreement, saying, "Yes, I will do my best to protect Mr. Zikuan." Lei nodded seriously and replied, "Then I entrust Zuin to second brother." At this moment, Lei, feeling Lu's care and attention, spoke up. "Brother Sh. Wanda, I have a small idea about how to prevent the yellow turbans from causing trouble again." Lei looked serious and said, "Tell me, I am listening." Li explained, "If we remove all the yellow turban bandits hiding among the people, the remaining ones will mostly be obedient civilians. The risk of rebellion will greatly decrease." Lube said, "Zikuan, if we try to remove each bandit one by one now, it might cause those bandits to become desperate and act rashly. Plus, our soldiers are exhausted from recent battles." Li smiled and said, "Removing the bandits doesn't require using any soldiers. Most of them wear yellow headscarves that look like ordinary young men and women, so they are hard to identify easily." Lube asked, "What does Zikuan mean?" Lei softly explained, "Brother Schwanda, just gather the horses that died or were injured in the recent fight, cook some meat, and then announce to the people that anyone who kills a yellow turban bandit will be rewarded with half a gene of meat." Many of the bandits already hold grudges against their leaders. They joined out of fear of the yellow turban's power, but now that the leaders are all dead, the remaining ones are hiding among the people, scared and hopeless, trying to survive. However, the real bandits will be recognized by the yellow turban followers. By offering meat as a reward, you don't need Brother Schwenda to act personally. Brave young men will gradually bring in the heads of the bandits. With the recent victory of Edida and killing Deng Mao, the bandits won't dare to act openly for a while. They will hide or surrender. After Li finished speaking, Liu Bei and Guanu both showed admiration. That plan is somewhat similar to the strategy of killing 3 soldiers with 2 peaches. Brilliant. Immediately, Liu did not hesitate at all. He quickly followed Li Jai's plan and ordered the meat to be cooked. To be safe, Liu kept 500 soldiers to block the entrance to the dense forest, while Guan Yu led nearly 1,000 soldiers to line up in the center of the yellow turban group, ready to suppress any unrest. Later, when Lube loudly announced that he would exchange the head of a taping follower for half a gene of horse meat, the eyes of all the yellow turban fighters changed subtly. For the common farmers working in the fields, meat was a rare treat they might not get all year, and being forced to join the yellow turban group made it even harder to find enough to eat. Suddenly, many of the yellow turban fighters looked around, trying to recognize familiar faces. As the smell of cooked horse meat spread, some young men finally recognized a yellow turban thief and couldn't hold back. They suddenly rushed from behind and grabbed his neck. Since all weapons had been taken away from the captured fighters, even though the thief was stronger than the young men, the surrounding yellow turbans quickly reacted. They stepped forward to help and share some of the meat. The thief was quickly subdued and dragged in front of Liu Bei. Reward. The leader gets half a gene of meat and helpers get 1 liang each. Lube announced loudly, distributing the fragrant horse meat. Almost immediately, hundreds of young men moved to attack the hidden yellow turbans. "How dare you! I have the protection of the yellow sky. You villains, slap, yellow family, meat. I've endured enough of your yellow sky. Now I only want meat. Give me your head in exchange for half a gene of meat. Don't blame me." However, since neither side had weapons, the situation quickly calmed down. One by one, the young men dragged the bodies of the yellow turbans and eagerly began exchanging them for meat. Lube naturally paid out the rewards as promised. Some young men, after eating the meat, still felt it was not enough. They boldly moved through the crowd, searching for familiar taping followers, and then let out one yellow turban thief after another to be rewarded. As Jing Fi prepared the porridge, it was soon ready. He began distributing it to the yellow turban fighters one by one. Over 50,000 of them had become orderly with no risk of chaos remaining. To Liu Bei and Guan Yu, this plan seemed to have a clever touch of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors, but Li Jai knew the real name of this tactic was involution. Under limited resources, meat and work, yellow turban bandits, anyone wanting to eat more meat or help their family eat more had to compete fiercely among themselves. The bandits hiding among the yellow turbans would kill one another if they dared to act against each other. The visible meat was divided, and each share was less than before. Once someone made a move, the entire group was doomed to compete and fight among themselves. After the big plan was set, Li Jai, protected by 50 cavalry led by Guan Yu, headed straight back to the county city. On the way, Guan Yu was deep in thought, as if pondering something for a long time, then suddenly spoke. "Mr. Zikuan, I have some doubts. May I ask for your guidance?" Li felt a shadow of doubt return briefly, but he quickly regained confidence. Although only a few days had passed, Li used his excellent memory to review the spring and autumn annals once more. He didn't understand everything, but he could answer questions without being speechless. "Master Guan, please go ahead," Li said. Guan Yu asked, "The plan you used just now, after careful thought, I find no flaws. But if evil people falsely accuse ordinary citizens of being yellow turban bandits to steal their meat, wouldn't that harm innocent people?" Li thought for a moment, and then asked, "I remember, Master Guan, you are from Jack County in Hadong Prefecture." Guanu was puzzled but still answered, "Yes, with your courage and strength, I believe the villagers within 10 or 20 m of Jack County all know you well." Li Jai guessed. Of course, Guanu replied naturally. Seeing Li's meaningful smile, Guan Yu suddenly understood. In this era, communication was very limited, but people in the same village knew each other quite well. When the yellow turban bandits raided the common people, they often recruited large groups of villagers, and because of human nature, familiar groups tended to stick together naturally. Therefore, those villagers gathered together might not be sure if the unfamiliar faces around them were bandits, but if someone they knew was wrongly accused of being a bandit, they would not stand by and ignore it. Brilliant. It turns out that the villagers involved in this plan are also the best watchdogs for each other. Guy praised and then asked another question. What if some villagers deliberately protect their fellow townsmen who have already joined the bandits? Then what does it matter? Li Jai said casually. There's no need to be too harsh with the villagers. Since villagers who join the bandits are often forgiven by their neighbors, we shouldn't investigate too deeply. Furthermore, this also shows that the weakness of the bandits lies in their fellow townsmen. As long as we have no intention of harming the villagers, the bandits won't cause any large disturbances, so unnecessary violence isn't needed. Guanu nodded in agreement and said, Mr. Ziquan also has kindness in his heart. I admire that kindness. Li Jai didn't comment on this and instead looked toward the distant walls of Zhua County, where the soldiers had noticed the movement of the 50 riders and quickly closed the city gates. By the time Li Jai reached the front of gates, they were fully shut and many soldiers were ready with bows drawn. Who goes there due to the distance? Li couldn't see who was asking at the gate. However, he did not intend to answer and instead spoke to Guan Yu. Yun Chong, please lead the 50 riders to circle around Dhwa County twice. Show off your strength. Make a display, create a spectacle. Hang the heads of Qing Yuani and Ding Mao on the yellow turban banner. Then shout loudly, great victory. The bandit leader Zaluanda defeated the yellow turbans, captured their banners and leaders right here. Gu listened, judged that Li Jai was currently outside the arrow range of the city wall, and after confirming there was no immediate danger, immediately followed Li Jai's instructions. Great victory. The bandit leader Chaoyuanda defeated the yellow turbans, captured their banners, and leaders right here. At once, the sound of galloping war horses like drums of battle reached Chua County. Guan Yu and his 50 riders shouted this message together. Suddenly, not only the soldiers on the city walls looked over, but also the common people inside county who were surprised by the loud call began to cheer loudly. The city walls of Zhua County were not very tall. After Guan Yu led his 50 riders around twice and finished shouting, even Li Jai could faintly hear the commotion inside the city, especially since Liu Bei had led 2,000 soldiers openly out of the city to fight the bandits just 3 days ago. The lively discussions about Liu Bei's bravery and righteousness had not yet died down. Most of the people inside Zhua County were more worried about whether Liu, a man of great kindness, would have a chance to return alive. At this moment, news of Liu's great victory over the yellow turban bandits had completely stirred up the city. The county governor, Liu Yin, naturally was also alarmed. He hurried to the city tower and looked out from above, watching Li Jai and others below. Compared to Li Jis' attire, Guan Yu's distinctive beard and mustache were easy to recognize. Even from a very far distance, Liu Yin could tell that the bearded man was likely Guan Yu. Liu Yin was very surprised and accidentally pulled a few of his own beard hairs, making a few his sounds. It was unclear whether he was exclaiming in shock that Lu's small force of 2,000 had defeated the yellow turbans, or simply crying out in pain. Could Lei really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Liu Yin wondered aloud. Standing next to Liu Yin, Zhou Jing bowed and said, Sir, in my opinion, not only does Liu Bei have 3 heads and 6 arms, but even if all 2,000 men had such abilities, they could not have beaten the yellow turbans. The scouts report that the yellow turban army is overwhelming with no end in sight, at least 50,000 strong. That man is clearly Liu Ba's second brother, Guan Yu. And what is that head and banner in his hand? Luan asked back. Zhou Jing hesitated for a moment before replying. Perhaps it's a fake. The art of war involves deception. Maybe Liu Bei has already surrendered to the yellow turbans and deliberately sent Guan Yu to trick the city gates open. However, Liu Yin's gaze at Zhou Jing was like saying, Are you fooling me? Luan knew he was not very skilled in military matters, so he mostly entrusted Juani's military affairs to Zhou Jing. But Liu Yin was not a fool. And the large banner was definitely not something Liu Bei could fake. As for the yellow turban bandits pretending to open the city gates by handing over the banner, that was also impossible. Even if they were willing to deceive with tricks, they would never give away the base crystal. Liu Yen stroked his beard, and his mind unconsciously recalled Liu Bei's determined face and Li Jis' confident, calm smile. He unexpectedly trusted this unbelievable news more and ordered, Go use a basket to send 2 soldiers down to verify their identity, the head and the banner. Yes, sir. Zhou Jing quickly assigned 2 soldiers who could recognize Guan Yu, and they were lowered from the city wall using a basket to confirm their identities. Soon the 2 soldiers returned holding the banner and the heads, presenting them to Liu Yin and Zhou Jing. It really is the yellow turban banner. Liu Yin personally examined it, then asked, Who led those dozens of riders? Could you see clearly? The 2 soldiers replied, One is Guan Yu, the other is Lei. We saw them before they left the city. Then it seems they are genuine, Liu Yin said with amazement, feeling a surge of joy inside. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Great Han Empire was constantly defeated with few victories. Now, Luan's forces in Dua County had defeated a large yellow turban army, Just imagining this, Liu Yan knew it would bring him great fame, respect, and achievements. After a moment of deep thought, Liu Yan's face returned to a neutral expression, neither happy nor sad. And he said, since it's confirmed they're under the command of Lu Xian, I see no reason to refuse their entry. Let them in, and then send Jai and Guanu to the governor's office to meet with me. Then Liu Yan waved his sleeve and calmly went downstairs to return to the governor's office, taking the two heads and the banner with him. However, when Liu Yan left the city wall and sat in his carriage, heading back, he heard voices on both sides of the road discussing Liu Ba's great victory over the yellow turbans. Suddenly, Liu Yan remembered something, and his expression darkened. Childish boy trying to force me with such tricks. How laughable. Liu Yan calmly spoke, and almost instantly several ways to make Liu Bei obediently surrender his great achievements came to mind. If you listen and serve me obediently, I might help you, but since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for what I do. Liu Yan snorted coldly and then ordered his horsemen increase speed. Soon, Liu Yan returned to his prefecture office, then quickly greeted the county magistrate, who hurried over, and after giving a few instructions, he strode into the office. When Li Jai and Guan Yu arrived Ezra County and reached the prefecture office, they did not see Liu Yan personally waiting to greet them. Instead, they saw rows of strong county soldiers holding weapons standing in formation. Is this a show of strength? Li saw this and smiled quietly. 10 days ago, Li might have been intimidated by such a scene, but after close contact with fierce generals like Guan Yu and Jing Fi, and after planning and witnessing the destruction of the Yellow Turban rebels, Li Jai was no longer easily frightened by small displays of power. As for Guan Yu, standing beside Li Jai, his eyes narrowed slightly with disdain for these petty soldiers. He quietly reminded Li Jai, Master Zikin, if there is any danger, quickly hide behind me. I will risk my life to protect you and ensure your safety. Haha, Yin Chang, don't worry too much, Li Jai replied with a hearty laugh, facing the dozens of shining weapons extending from the prefecture office to the main hall. We fought side by side with Brother Xuanda, charging into battle with 2,000 soldiers. We're unstoppable. Even the overwhelming Yellow Turban army couldn't defeat us. How could these mere 100-ounce soldiers dare to attack? Furthermore, everything we do is for righteousness and virtue. We are willing to risk our lives to protect the people of Jua County. Returning now, we will surely be deeply appreciated by the elders and villagers. There's no reason for violence. His confident voice not only reached Liu Yan inside the main hall, but also clearly echoed to every soldier present. Many soldiers blushed with shame and lowered their heads, afraid to meet Li's gaze. Even their weapons subtly shifted away, unwilling to face him directly. Seeing this, Li felt no pride. Instead, an indescribable sense of pride filled his heart. The Great Han may have many flaws, but we are never short of brave singers, heroes willing to sacrifice for justice or grateful, loyal followers who understand true righteousness. Ah, Liu Yan, your orders may not be enough to overcome the shame and sense of justice in these soldiers from the commandery. The soldiers fighting for the people would not turn their backs on those who protect the common folk. If only Brother Xuanda were here to raise his voice now. Liu Yan is secretly working with the Yellow Turban rebels. Perhaps these soldiers from the commandery would listen to you, or they might listen to Luanda, a fellow townsman and clansman. Suddenly, Li Jai waved his sleeve calmly and walked through the 2 rows of soldiers to the main hall, bowing to Liu Yan sitting on the main seat. Li Jai, a scholar from Jua County, respectfully greets the governor. The situation outside the main hall was not hidden from Liu Yan, and his expression darkened visibly. However, after a few moments, Liu Yan's stern look disappeared, and he personally stood up, approaching Li Jai and gently supporting him with a warm smile. Please, no need for formalities. I heard that Master Zikin returned victorious and was about to organize soldiers to welcome you with the highest honors. How is it that you arrived so quickly? Li Jai returned a smile, seemingly unaware that his words were a subtle warning, and replied, I was eager to report the good news of victory to your excellency, and I apologize for my haste. Master Zikon, what is there to apologize for? Please let us sit down and talk in detail. Liu Yan took Li Jai's arm and sat down, then did not return to his seat of honor, but sat directly opposite Li Jai. However, when Liu Yan saw Guan Yu standing behind Li Jai with a green dragon crescent blade in hand, his expression stiffened slightly. He then gestured to a seat nearby. Is this the second brother, Guan Yun Chang of Xuanda? Please have a seat. Unlike Li Jai, who was pretending to be polite, Guan Yu's narrow, fiery eyes showed clear contempt and disdain for Liu Yan. He proudly declared, I thank your excellency for your kindness, but I am clad in armor and stained with the blood of enemies. I should not dirty your noble seat. I will stand here instead. Even Liu Yan, with his deep cunning, could not help but become angry at Guan Yu's blatant contempt. He raised his teacup high and suddenly threw it down in frustration. Is throwing the cup a signal? Lu Yin had prepared not only the soldiers lined up outside the main hall, but also 20 axe-wielding men hidden behind the hall. As long as the soldiers blocked the main gate and cut off the retreat in the narrow space of the main hall, these 20 axemen could easily cut people into pieces. However, just as Lu Yen raised his wine cup to the highest point, intending to smash it forcefully, he suddenly noticed Guan Yu opening his slightly red phoenix eyes. The edge of the green dragon crescent blade seemed to be subtly pointing in Lu Yian's direction. In that moment, Lu Yian inexplicably felt the chill run down his neck. Li Jai also raised his cup, played with it briefly, and said, "Governor, please forgive Yin Chang's rudeness. He has achieved great merit by defeating the Yellow Turban leader, Chang Yuanzai, with a single strike, capturing flags and breaking the enemy's formation. Please understand. Is the man with the red face the one who killed the Yellow Turban leader?" Lu Yian's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt a bit scared. After all, each Yellow Turban leader was a formidable warrior. Xing Yuanzai being cut down by this red-faced man in one meant he was no ordinary fighter. At such a close distance, Lu Yin realized that the moment his cup might fall to the ground, his head could follow. Immediately under Li Ji's seemingly amused gaze, Lu Yin smoothly withdrew his gesture of smashing the cup once more. He raised his cup respectfully and signaled upward, saying, "Today we have defeated the Yellow Turban bandits. Both of you have achieved extraordinary merit. I, an old man, do not care about such small matters. My mood is still turbulent. I wish to celebrate the Emperor, the Han Dynasty, and the millions of people of Zhua County." If Lei were to say this is why Lu Yin became a distinguished governor, his quick wit and ability to know when to retreat are truly exceptional. Not only did he smoothly hide his original intention to smash the cup, but he also immediately elevated the tone of the conversation. Li naturally raised his cup in response and echoed to celebrate the Emperor, the Han Dynasty, and the millions of people of Zhua County. Then the two exchanged gestures, drinking all the wine in their cups, as if the tense moment just now was an illusion. This caused the county magistrate hiding behind the main hall to feel a sudden wave of relief. Watching Lu Yin lift his cup, he was ready to give the order to lead the axe-wielders inside. Unexpectedly, Lu Yin fake acted and withdrew his cup again, almost confusing the magistrate. Then Lu Yin stroked his beard and said with emotion, "Mr. Zikyuan, now that Shinda has defeated the Yellow Turban bandits, I feel very pleased. It was not in vain that I entrusted Shinda with great hopes, supporting him against many objections, and even supplying him with weapons and armor." Li nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes, indeed." Brother Schwanda was able to defeat the Yellow Turban bandits, partly because the governor lent full support. After the fighting eased a bit, Brother Schwanda immediately sent me and Yun Chang back to Zhua County. One reason was to report the great victory, the other was to save the governor's life. Lu Yian's face showed a slight surprise, and he asked, "Could it be that many Yellow Turban remnants are heading toward county it is?" Li paused, then deliberately looked around as if observing the surroundings and whispered, "Governor, this matter is very secret. Please allow Yin Chang to leave the room and patrol outside. No one else should come near." Lu Yin thought for a moment, nodded, and said loudly, "Since that is the case, please let Yin Chang leave first. After I discuss military affairs with Master Zikyuan, I will hold a separate banquet for Yun Chang." Guan Yu ignored Lu Yin and looked down at Li Jai. After Li Jai subtly nodded, Guan Yu bowed to both Li Jai and Lu Yin, then stepped outside the main hall. Meanwhile, the officials and guards hidden behind the hall also slowly retreated after Lu Yin signaled them quietly. Lu Yin maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Now that there are no others inside, Master Zuan, please tell us clearly, where are the Yellow Turban remnants now, and how far are they from It's not the Yellow Turban remnants that are the problem, nor is it the danger to Zhua County. It is the danger to the governor himself. That is why Brother Schwanda hurriedly sent me here to inform the governor." Li Jai replied, "The danger to the governor, where does that come from?" Lu Yin asked. "Now the governor has sent Brother to decisively defeat the Yellow Turban bandits numbering up to 60,000. His achievement is extraordinary, but how should the governor handle himself?" Li asked. Lu Yin squinted and asked, "What do you mean?" Li rotated his wine cup and said meaningfully, "The Duke of 2,000 stones, such a great achievement. If the Emperor rewards you, you would surely be called back to the court and placed among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, earning the respect of all. However, with the recent lifting of the ban on factions, the court is now embroiled in conflicts among eunuchs, relatives of the Empress, and scholars. If you as a relative of the Han royal family enter the court, all 3 factions will think the Emperor intends to favor the Han family, aiming to establish a balance of power within the court. In that case, you would face rejection from all 3 sides, making it hard to stand firm or survive." Suddenly, upon hearing Li's words, Lu Yin felt a cold sweat break out on his back. A man well-versed in politics, Lu Yin clearly understood that what Li Jai said was not impossible. Since the emperor took power, he has been appointing eunuchs to balance the court's factions. Over the years, these three sides have fought each other fiercely, with many officials dying or being exiled. If all three sides believed that the emperor wanted to support the royal family to balance the court, they would unite to oppose him. Eunuchs, as close servants of the emperor, could not tolerate members of the royal family. External relatives would not accept the emperor's true kin trying to share power. Even scholars recently released from political restrictions would not want to see the royal family take their share of influence. If the eunuchs, external relatives, and scholars all turned against each other, Liu Yin would not be able to withstand it. It might even be possible to replace the emperor altogether. However, even if Liu Yin did not want to enter the court, it was impossible. Now, the highest official position locally was only a governor with 2,000 stones. And the official overseeing the governor, the provincial inspector, was only a 600-stone position in name. Therefore, Luin faced a difficult situation. He could not rise further locally, but entering the court was full of danger. The more Liu Yan thought about it, the more frightened he became. Before Li revealed this, Liu Yin, who was inside the situation, did not realize it, but now he clearly understood that the credit for defeating the Yellow Turban rebels was just a hot potato for him. Although the situation in the court was not as dangerous as Li Jai suggested, Liu Yin was now determined to avoid getting involved in the darkness and chaos there. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Liu Yin looked grim as he poured himself another glass of wine, then looked at Li Jai and spoke pointedly. Master Zikuan's eloquence is rare in this world, but relying on that alone might not be enough. At this moment, Liu Yin no longer concealed his intentions. He openly expressed his interest in exchanging benefits. Since only he and Li Jai were present in the main hall, Liu Yin was too tired to pretend to be polite. He admitted that he was convinced by Li Jai's words and no longer planned to monopolize Lu's achievements, but he also did not want Lai to take all the credit. If Liu Yin wanted to manipulate the situation, it would not be difficult to let Sojing take most of the credit. As for Liu purely caring about his uncle and Hurley sending Li Jai back to Zhua County to remind him, Liu Yin naturally wouldn't take it seriously. However, Li Jai still felt he needed that cover of dignity and spoke earnestly. Lord Taisho, you misunderstand. On the court today, many officials are just occupying positions without doing much, causing public anger. Even the Yellow Turban rebels have gathered 1 million people and threatened 8 provinces. Brother Asachwanda and Lord Taisho are both relatives of the Han dynasty. Seeing this situation, I believe they are also very upset but feel powerless. Liu Yin nodded and wanted to see what kind of secret Li Ji was hiding. So he asked, Mr. Zikuan is right. What I hope for is the peace and stability of the Han dynasty. Exactly. That's why Brother Schwanda is willing to contribute his merits to help Lord Taisho enter the court, becoming a pure force to cleanse the corruption, Li Jai said loudly. But inside, Liu Yin only wanted to sneer. If Li Jai had said this right at the start, Liu Yan might have believed him a little, thinking Liu was sensible. But now, after explaining the dangers of entering the court, Liu Yin clearly understood that Li Jai was just trying to appear loyal while secretly wanting to keep his own position. Yes, I have this intention, but I am alone and weak. It's better for me to petition the emperor and have Schwanda join the court with me so we can stand side by side and maybe achieve something, Liu Yin said passionately. Old fox, he really only aims for his own benefit. Li cursed inwardly, but had probably figured out Liu Yan's bottom line through repeated tests. He also uncovered an important piece of information. Then, Li spoke seriously. However, faced with Lord Taish's difficulties, I have thought of a way. It can allow Lord Taisho not to enter the court, but still show your ambition and help restore peace to the Han. Mr. Zikuan, please tell me, Liu Yan asked curiously. Li Jai slowly began to speak. Do you know that in the first year of Emperor Cheng's reign, the Han Emperor changed the title of inspector to governor of a province suddenly? Liu Yan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but stand up sharply. An inspector only had supervisory power. The governor truly controlled the military and political affairs of a province. Seeing Liu Yan's reaction, Li Jai further confirmed that Liu Yan had not yet thought of the governor plan, or he wouldn't have reacted so dramatically. At this moment, Liu Yan could no longer care about his embarrassment. He walked straight to Li's side and whispered, Mr. Zikuan, do you have a way to advise the old man if the governor can earn enough merit during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and then present this advice to the emperor? It might help in the chaos within the court where factions are fighting. The emperor might adopt this plan to maintain peace across the land and prevent the Yellow Turban rebels from rising again. Lit replied, would my subordinates, the officers overseeing the bandits, including Luanda, be enough to achieve this merit? Liu Yan asked. No. Li Jai shook his head and said, if the governor acts this way, the emperor might think you are only doing it to advance your own career, offering advice just for personal gain. When the time comes, the emperor might promote governors of all regions, but only transfer you into the court. What then Lewin nodded habitually, rubbing his beard and squinting as he thought. He then asked, "What does Mr. Zikuin suggest we do?" After a pause, Lu Yin grabbed Li Jis' wrist, shook it, and said, "If I were the governor of the region, I would appoint Mr. Zuin as the deputy." This was a heavy promise. Being the deputy to the regional governor was a high honor, making him the top civil official of the region. Clearly, after Li Jai mentioned the word governor, Lu Yin was completely moved and was willing to do anything to secure this position. To Lu Yin, controlling a region's military and political power was almost like ruling a small kingdom himself. Rather than entering the court and fighting with many factions, it was better to stay as a relative of the Han royal family, govern a region peacefully, and enjoy wealth and happiness. Lewin's response to Li Jai's promise was noncommittal. Instead, he continued, "This matter is simple. The governor should set an example of selflessness, present the good news of defeating the Yellow Turbans to the emperor, and order my subordinate commander Shinda to lead troops immediately south to support Jiha. If Shinda earns merit by defeating Jing Zio, the leader of the rebels, the governor's achievements will not be forgotten by the emperor." Hearing this, Lu Yin's face turned red with excitement, even more so than Guan Yu standing outside. Lu Yin clearly understood Li Jis' goal. Since he couldn't personally take credit for defeating the 60,000 Yellow Turban soldiers first, Lu would surely be rewarded by the court. He could then lead troops south again to support Jiha, possibly taking advantage of the situation to rise in power. However, once Lu Yin takes the opportunity to propose the governor's plan, he will unknowingly be closely tied to Liu Bei and stand to gain great benefits. As a local governor and a relative of the Han royal family, after successfully defeating the Yellow Turban rebels in Dua County, he does not forget his public duty. He immediately orders his nephew to lead troops southward to support the battle in Ziha. This is called professionalism. This is called being a role model among the many officials of the Han dynasty who can compare to him. This clearly appears to be a selfless example of a Han royal relative likely to earn the emperor's trust. Once the governor's plan is put into action, will there be no position for Lu Yin among the governors of the land? Brilliant. Very brilliant, truly superb. Lu Yin praised 3 times in a row. Excited, his gaze toward Li Jai changed completely. Previously, Lu Yin saw Li Jai as just a capable talent. But now Lu Yin realizes that Li Jai can manipulate the great affairs of the world effortlessly, without giving anything in return, and has completely lured him into helping Liu Bei wholeheartedly. Mr. Zikuin, my county magistrate, has unfortunately fallen seriously ill and is about to pass away. I intend to ask Mr. Zikuin to temporarily take over the position, Lu Yin said seriously. Whether the county magistrate is truly gravely ill or not is a minor matter. Lu Yin can have him sin away immediately. Outside the main hall, Guan Yu stood proudly at the door, seemingly closing his eyes to rest with a slight squint, but in fact listening carefully to the sounds inside. As time passed, a trace of worry appeared on Guan Yu's brow, fearing that Mr. Zikuin might encounter danger, but he had not heard any suspicious sounds from behind the door. Therefore, Guan Yu could only endure his anxiety, ready to rush into the main hall at any moment. Suddenly, the main door creaked open, and Guan Yu, with half-closed eyes, opened them. He saw Li Jai and Lu Yan walking out together, both with smiles on their faces. Only then did Guan Yu relax his tense heart. "Mr. Zikuin, there's no time to delay. I will go now to prepare the memorial and present it to the emperor as soon as possible," Lu Yin said, bowing slightly to Li. "Then I will trouble the governor to handle official affairs," Li Jai replied. "Please, Mr. Zikuin and Lord Yun, move to the back courtyard. Later, I will personally host a banquet to entertain both of you." Soon after, Lu Yun politely called a small official to properly entertain Li Jai and Guan Yu, then hurriedly left. Li Jai and Guan Yu, guided by the smiling official, headed toward the back courtyard of the governor's residence. Once in the courtyard, Li casually found an excuse to dismiss the official, and Guan Yu eagerly asked, "Master Zikuin, do you think Lu Yin might be deceitful?" Li calmly admired the scenery in the back courtyard, plucked a peach blossom to his nose and said, "Yang, there's no need to worry. Everything is settled." Hearing this, Guan Yu's face showed a hint of happiness. And he asked again, "But has Lu Yin agreed not to pursue those yellow turbans?" Li smiled without answering directly. Since they were in the back courtyard of the governor's residence, he had to be careful about eavesdroppers. In fact, during his conversation with Lu Yin, Li Jai never revealed Liu Bei's bottom line regarding the lies of the more than 50,000 yellow turbans. Before returning to county, Liu Bei seriously explained to Li Jai, as long as Lu Yin agreed to let go of the 50,000 yellow turbans, all military achievements and captured wealth could be handed over. Li understood that in negotiations, whoever reveals their bottom line first would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he never discussed what to do with the 50,000 yellow turbans, but focused on superficial military merits and benefits until Liu Bei and Liu Yin formed a political alliance. Only then did Li Jie casually suggest that Liu Yin, when submitting his military report, should write that he had wiped out over 10,000 bandits and rescued more than 50,000 civilians to show the governor's kindness and justice. Liu Yin had no objection and was even very pleased, thinking Liu Yi was willing to sacrifice most of his military achievements to gain Liu Yin's reputation for kindness, thus further earning the trust of the emperor and court. As for why it was written as over 10,000, it was easy enough to gather enough heads to reach that number. Even just a few thousand would seem insufficient. Li Jie also knew that Liu Yin was publicly preparing to submit the report, but secretly sent subordinates to Daxing Mountain to verify the situation to avoid being deceived. But this was only natural. So Li continued to calmly enjoy the scenery in the back courtyard with Guan Yu while pondering another tricky issue. Liu Yin invited himself to become the county governor. Was he trying to keep himself as a hostage in Dua County, or was he genuinely interested in recruiting him? However, after Li Jie politely refused, Liu Yin did not seem overly forceful. This made Li Jie feel that Liu Yin might truly value him this time. At this moment, joining Liu Yin might seem like the best choice for Li Jie to enjoy a peaceful life. Liu's new beginning is uniquely wonderful, but Liu Yin is definitely much stronger than in the original story. According to Li Jie's memory, Liu Yin only proposed the province governor plan 3 years after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, then asked to govern the most remote Gu. Later, by chance, the former governor of Izhou Xian was reported to the court for corruption and greed. The court then appointed Liu Yin as the governor of Izhou to clean up the government. Now, if Li's plan goes well, Liu Yin might become a governor of a province as early as next year, much earlier than in the original story. However, Li Jie decided to give up this idea. The main reason is that Liu Bei's appreciation and favor for Li Jie is one reason. Without Liu's support, Li Jie, a commoner, wouldn't even have the chance to speak with Liu Yin, let alone gain Liu Yin's favor. More importantly, Li Jie, living in turbulent times, secretly dreams of creating a new Han dynasty, or even establishing a lasting empire that will be remembered forever. Although the decay of the Eastern Han seems unavoidable, Li Jie cannot accept chaos and disorder where the Han people suffer and the land is in turmoil. Sh Wanda, if you can trust me enough, whether to restore the Han dynasty or to bring about a peaceful era like the times of harmony, I will do my best to help you achieve it. All I want is to see the land bathed in sunlight and moonlight, and to create a lasting dynasty with you so that the Han people can stand tall forever. Unknowingly, Lick stood under a pavilion, gazing into the distant sky. His heart began to stir as he finally took the first perfect step toward rising from chaos. Li believed he might not be the greatest strategist of his time, but with Liu Bei's trust and influence, he could craft a grand plan, one that transcends the era and has the potential to be realized, centered around Liu, the true heir of the Han. This is also true for all the other warlords of the era, except Liu Bei. Their personalities and values do not allow them to trust Li Jie or give him a voice, nor do they support the legitimacy of the Han dynasty. Standing beside Li Jie, Guan Yu watched his expression and somehow sensed a feeling of vast potential, as if holding the universe and the ambition to control the world. Guan Yu squinted, thinking silently. This feeling is strangely similar to the drunken boast of my older brother once made. At that moment, Mr. Ziquan Yin Chang, I have been waiting for you. Liu Yin, dressed in new clothes, approached and invited them. The banquet is ready. Please follow me to the table. Thank you. When Li Jie turned around, his face had returned to its usual calm, scholarly, and composed look, and he accepted the invitation to join the feast. This time, Liu Yin prepared a very grand banquet which greatly impressed Li Jie. Not only were the dishes delicious and beautifully arranged, but there was also a series of music and dance performances. For someone experiencing the high society of the Han dynasty for the first time, Li Jie found himself captivated. Liu Yin also deliberately arranged for his heirs and many officials from Zhua County to accompany him, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere for both hosts and guests. Li Jie couldn't help but glance at Liu Jiang, the chubby and innocent-looking young boy sitting in the corner. What surprised Li Jie even more was that the supposedly seriously ill prefect was lively and energetic, even performing a sword dance in front of everyone, earning applause. However, amid the lively celebration, Lick faintly sensed that Liu Yan was deliberately prolonging the banquet with continuous music and dance performances. Suddenly, Zhou Jing hurried in from outside and whispered something to Liu Yin, who, despite maintaining a calm expression, showed a hint of joy. Li Jie, taking a sip of wine, glanced at Liu Yin out of the corner of his eye and immediately understood that Zhou Jing, who had not appeared at the banquet until now, must have gone to Daxing Mountain himself to check the situation. Now Liu Yan was clearly waiting for an answer, which meant that the cooperation between both sides could officially begin. As expected, after Zhou Jing reported the situation, Liu Yan finally ended the banquet, which had already gone on longer than it should have. Later, Liu Yan even wanted Li Jai to stay overnight at the governor's mansion so he could seek advice at any time. Li Jai still politely declined to go earlier to avoid any misunderstandings. And then he led 50 riders with Guan Yu to stay at Zhang Fi's residence in Sajua County. Only after returning to the residence did Li Jai have the chance to carefully explain things to Guan Yu Yin Chang. Tomorrow, you will lead the cavalry back to Daxing Mountain to meet with Brother Shinda. Please tell him everything that happened today and also inform him that I have formed a political alliance with Liu Yin on his behalf. From now on, Liu Yin will do his best to support Brother Shinda. I have agreed with Liu Yan to prepare 5,000 sets of weapons and armor, 1,000 war horses, and supplies for 10,000 soldiers for 3 months, including banners and other materials. So Brother Shinda can quickly recruit suitable soldiers among the Yellow Turbans, strengthen the army, and then move south into JHA. At this moment, even Guan Yu is stunned. From Guan Yu's perspective, aside from a tea break with Liu Yan, it seemed like the rest of the time was just spent at garden parties, as if no real negotiations had taken place. When did Mr. Zuan actually agree on so many matters with Liu Yan, and the large amount of supplies Liu Yan prepared was undoubtedly impressive, almost like he was about to empty the entire county treasury. If Li knew what Guan Yu was thinking, he would surely praise him with a thumbs up. You guessed it right. After confirming that Liu Yan truly defeated the 60,000 Yellow Turbans with only 2,000 soldiers and was determined to cooperate with Liu Bei, Liu Yan set out to empty all the treasuries of Zhua County. In Liu Yan's view, everything was going smoothly. He planned to become the governor next year, so he didn't care if the county treasury ran out of funds. Using public money for personal affairs, such a good opportunity, how could Liu Yan hold back even though Guan Yu was surprised? He didn't question Li Ji's quick accumulation of influence. Instead, he silently remembered everything in his mind. Yes, Mr. Zian. Guan Yu bowed and replied, then asked with concern. But does Mr. Zian not plan to return to Daxing Mountain with me? Ji, I cannot leave for now, or Liu Yan might become suspicious. Li Jai shook his head and answered. Guan Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke. Since that is the case, I will leave the 18 cavalry of Yin Yin under the command of my third brother at the residence to serve as Mr. Zikin's personal guards. Li Jai did not refuse this offer. Although he was confident that Liu Yan would not attack him, he worried that some fanatic Yellow Turban spies hiding in JWA County might sneak into the residence. With the protection of the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun, carefully chosen by Jing Fi and all skilled fighters, safety was more assured. Next, Li Jai explained some details about Liu Yan sending officials to take over the Yellow Turban followers and arrange for their return home, asking Liu Bei to help as much as possible so that the Yellow Turban followers could go back without delaying spring farming. This was a very important matter related to whether these common people would go hungry next year, so Li Jai repeatedly emphasized its importance. Mr. Zikyuan, rest assured. The three of us brothers also come from humble backgrounds, so we understand how important this is. Guan Yu replied seriously. That's good. Li nodded and said politely. Wai Chan, you should also go rest now. You've been fighting all day, and after accompanying me back to Zhua County, you must be exhausted. It's a small matter. I only used a little strength. Mr. Zikyuan, you've worked hard. Please rest well, Guan Yu said with a bow. He then stepped back 3 paces, preparing to leave when Li Jai suddenly called out, Young, wait a moment. Guan Yu turned around without impatience and asked, Does Mr. Zikyuan have any instructions? Li Jai spoke seriously. I suddenly remembered an important matter. Please speak, Guan Yu urged. After returning to Daxing Mountain tomorrow morning, please ask brother to take in all the women who have no homes and send them back to Zhua County, Li said. Guan Yu frowned slightly and asked, How many does Mr. Zikyuan need? As many as possible, Li replied. Guan Yu's brows furrowed deeply, thinking to himself, Mr. Zikyuan's fondness for this is not good. I fear you won't live long. He knew he probably couldn't persuade Mr. Zikyuan now, so he planned to quickly return to Daxing Mountain tomorrow morning and tell his elder brother about this, hoping his brother could persuade Mr. Zuan. Understood. Guan Yu responded slowly. Li, lost in thought, did not notice the slight change in Guan Yu's tone. Just as Guan Yu hesitated whether to speak or withdraw, Li spoke again. Besides women, all young boys and children who are not yet suitable for joining the army can be taken in and sent to my place. The more the better. Guan Yu. At this moment, Guan Yu, who was used to squinting, couldn't help but widen his eyes. His face, already a reddish color, became even more flushed. No, Guan Yu could no longer hold back and spoke out firmly. Doing so would harm health and shorten life. I kindly asked Mr. Zikyuan to think carefully. Shortening life Li Jai, who was thinking about some matters, was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion. Yun Chang, why do you say that the yellow turban rebels are very cruel, and many innocent civilians are killed during their plundering? Among them, there are many young boys and girls who have no one to rely on. It is a good thing to raise and care for them. Suddenly, Guanu realized that his thoughts had slipped. When Li Jai looked up at Guanu, he saw that Guan Yu's face was glowing red, full of energy and vitality. I apologize. Guanu stammered and quickly covered his face before rushing away. Li watched Guanius back with some confusion but didn't think much about it. Instead, he picked up a blank bamboo slip and began writing excitedly. Most of Li's energy had been focused on the first step of rising to power. Limited resources, connections, and supplies meant that even if he had ideas, he couldn't act on them. Now, with Lube truly having accumulated his first pot of gold, some preparations needed to be made early. He who does not plan for the long term cannot succeed in the short term. He who does not see the big picture cannot succeed in a single area. Although Li was quite exhausted, he forced himself to keep writing on the bamboo slip. The next morning at dawn, as the sky was just beginning to lighten and the city gates opened, Guan Yu, feeling guilty about his slip of thought, was too ashamed to see Li Jai. He didn't wait for Li Jai, who had stayed up all night studying, to get up. After instructing the 18 riders of Yin Yun to protect Li carefully, he hurriedly left Zhe County with the other riders, heading straight for Daxing Mountain. Meanwhile, on the riverbank between Daxing Mountain and the Juma River, Liu, who had not slept all night, was standing on a high place, gazing into the distance towards Zhe County. Jing Fi shouted loudly from afar, Big brother, it's very windy here. Why did you come here? There are dense woods below blocking the view, so I couldn't see if Zikyun had returned. I couldn't sleep well, so I came up high to look. Lube sighed and looked towards Rayanti, murmuring. Yesterday, Captain Zhou Jing came to check the situation. I think Zikyun has already reported the victory to Uncle, so Uncle sent Captain Zhou to confirm. No matter if the negotiations succeed or fail, Zikyun should have returned this morning. Why is he still not here? Zhou Jing doesn't know when he upset Zikyun, but he refuses to share any news. It's frustrating listening to Liu Bei's constant talking about Li Jai, who seems to be on his mind. I held a robe in my hands, feeling a bit unnecessary. I shouldn't be inside the carriage. I should be lying underneath it. Big brother, don't you miss second brother? Jing Fi tried to get Liu Bei to look at him more by implying himself, saying, but when Jing Fi said this, Lu's expression grew more sad and anxious. Zhao Zikyun once said that Guanyang's bravery is among the best in the world, so Lube isn't worried about Guanyang, but he's worried about Zikyun's safety. Zikyun doesn't even carry a sword at his waist, so he's probably not skilled in swordsmanship. If he faces danger, how can he defend himself? Lube paused and suddenly thought of something. He turned to Jing Fi and said, Etta, why not send someone on horseback to quickly check the situation in Jua County? We don't have a horse. Jing Fi's rough voice carried a hint of frustration. All the horses were taken by second brother. Who says we have no horse? I still have 2 horses with Da, don't I? Lu replied. Jing Fi hurriedly said, Big brother, those are our riding horses. If something happens to them, we can only walk into battle. Before he finished, Liu Bei, who had been watching towards, suddenly noticed a dark shape approaching from the edge of the dense forest. He's coming back. He's coming back, Lube excitedly said, then quickly raised his hands and rushed downhill. After running about 10 steps, Lube remembered his third brother was still behind. He turned to Jing Fi, who was still standing there, and urged him, Etta, why are you still standing here? Hurry and come with me to welcome Zikyun. After a moment, Lube finally noticed the robe in Jing Fi's hand and praised him. Thought carefully. It's quite cold in the morning, and Zikyun left early to travel. This robe will keep him warm when he needs it later. Jing Fi. At this moment, Zhang Fi realized one thing clearly. Although he had sworn brotherhood in the peach garden, he only received his older brother's body, but he didn't know when the older brother's heart was taken away by Le. Jing Fi felt a bit sad inside, but he didn't blame Le. In his eyes, Mr. Zikyun's talent was impressive, and he truly deserved these courtesies. However, when the moment came to fight for something, Jing Fi suddenly realized that his brother's love had already disappeared. Here he comes, here he comes. Jing Fi's voice sounded a bit weak and tired for the first time. He responded faintly and hurried to catch up with Liu Bei, who was already eager to go. After quickly descending the mountain, Liu couldn't wait for their arrival. He rode alone with Jing Fi straight toward Guan Yu and the others. Seeing Liu Bei rushing over from afar, Guan Yu felt very touched. He quickly stopped his horse, dismounted, and knelt on the ground, feeling ashamed as he lowered his head and said, What merit do I have that I bother big brother to come so warmly? But Guanu, kneeling on the ground, waited a long time without hearing Lu's response. When he looked up, he saw Lu standing in front of him, seemingly searching for something among the crowd. After a moment, Liu looked confused and anxious, then withdrew his gaze and dismounted to help Guanu up. He said, "You and I are brothers who share everything. There's no need for such formalities." "But why isn't Zikuan here?" Guan Yu, without overthinking, replied. "Mr. Zikuan is still in Jua County." Immediately, Lube's face darkened noticeably, and he slowly muttered through his clenched teeth, "But Uncle deliberately detained Zikuan." "No, that's not it." Guan Yu quickly answered, and then carefully explained what happened after they returned Ishwa County. He mentioned that Li Jai had already formed a political alliance with Lu Yin on behalf of Liu Yi, and Lu Yin was preparing a series of supplies, horses, and money for Lei. "If that's the case, then why hasn't Zikuan returned?" Lu still frowned deeply, looking worried as he said. Mr. Zikuan mentioned that his current departure from Jua County might cause Lu Yin to have some doubts. Guanu replied briefly, then continued. "Moreover, since everything has been arranged, Mr. Zikuan would be better staying at the third brother's residence for a while, waiting for us to return rather than camping out on Daxing Mountain with us." Hearing this, Lu's tense expression eased and he said, "That is very good. Yin Cheng's thoughts are quite correct. Since everything is settled, it is indeed better for Mr. Zikuan to stay at the third brother's house." Jingfi, seeing this, asked, somewhat confused, "Why does Big Brother prefer Mr. Zikuan's safety over the money, supplies, and horses Lu Yan is about to give? If I can get Mr. Zuan's help, then the money, supplies, and horses are easy to obtain. There's no need to be happy about that. As long as Mr. Zikuan is safe, I am even happier than having thousands of troops," Liu Yi answered naturally. This left Wen Yu and Jingfi somewhat speechless, as Li Ji's talent truly cannot be replaced by mere money, supplies, or horses. Then Liu Yi asked again, "When Yin Chang returns, does Mr. Zikuan have any advice for me?" Guanu paused slightly to organize his words, then replied, "Mr. Zikuan repeatedly reminded us that for the survival of over 50,000 Yellow Turban followers, we must fully cooperate with Lu Yin's officials to quickly relocate the followers back home and restore spring planting. He suggested that before the officials arrive, Big Brother could influence them to organize the Yellow Turban followers properly according to their counties and villages. This way, it would save time for the officials to verify each area. They could directly take the followers to their hometowns for quick settlement. Lu pondered the details and realized that Li Jai's advice was very wise and experienced approach. Being from the lower classes himself, Lei knew well the character and conduct of most low-level officials. If Lei simply handed over the Yellow Turban followers to the officials Lu Yin appointed, those officials might just set up a few tables, let the followers line up to register, and take their time. Some officials might even try to take advantage of the situation to extort some benefits from the followers. Lei's method completely avoids these problems. It allows the Yellow Turban followers to be divided into groups based on their local counties and villages. Then officials can lead each group back to their hometowns directly. Although there may be some flaws, this is currently the best and most efficient way. It ensures the Yellow Turban followers can return home in time for the spring planting. "Zikuan, if you govern a region, you would surely be a good ruler," Liu Bei praised repeatedly. Guanu nodded in agreement. Jingfi felt a bit jealous but did not speak against it. Mr. Zikuan is a rare talent in the world. This conclusion was fully accepted by Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jingfi. Although Liu Bei was eager to quickly organize the Yellow Turban followers, he patiently asked, "Yang, besides this, does Zikuan have any other instructions?" Guan Yu thought for a moment, his face turning slightly red, but since his face was naturally reddish, it was not obvious. He replied, "Mr. Zikuan mentioned that besides recruiting brave men among the Yellow Turban followers, he could also take in the homeless young men and women and send them to Zikuan." Lu paused and asked, "Does Zikuan have any specific purpose for taking in these young men and women?" Guan narrowed his eyes slightly, avoiding Lu's gaze, and answered, "Mr. Zikuan seems to be kind-hearted, not wanting those young men and women to be homeless or become refugees again, left all alone. Big Brother, Second Brother, I've roughly counted. There are at least 2,000 young men and women among the Yellow Turban followers. Most of them probably lack farming skills. If we keep them for a long time, the food and money spent will be a big burden." Jing said, "Maybe we should send someone to ask Mr. Zikuan. If he is just kind-hearted when they are sent back home, we can give some extra grain as support." Liu Bei suggested thoughtfully. He waved his hand and said, "Let's follow Mr. Zikuan's plan. Since he has made this decision, there must be a good reason. Delaying it might ruin his plan." As a member of a noble family, Jingfi was naturally more sensitive about matters of money and supplies, and he reminded everyone of this. "Big Brother, you still need to recruit soldiers to go south to Ji Province to settle the Yellow Turban rebels. Although we've captured a lot of their money and supplies, we must be careful with how we use them." Lube shook his head firmly and said, "It's okay. Now that I have some momentum, besides my two sworn brothers helping me, Zikuan has also made great contributions. It's not just about a little money and supplies. No matter how much we spend, it's what Zuan deserves." Hearing this, Jingfi stopped trying to persuade Liu further to Liu. Although his small group was led by himself, Guan Yu and Jingfi were the most important original shareholders, and Li Jai was also a key member. Moreover, Li Jai was kind-hearted and didn't want young boys and girls to be unable to support themselves. Lei felt a sense of camaraderie with him and grew to respect and admire him even more. Soon, Liu assigned tasks to Guan Yu and Jingfi. Liu, who was the most approachable, personally went to gather the homeless young boys and girls who couldn't support themselves. Guan Yu was responsible for recruiting brave men from among the yellow turban rebels to serve as soldiers. Zhang Fei, the loudest and most intimidating, recited the names of counties under Hua's jurisdiction, dividing the yellow turban rebels by county, then further breaking them down by villages and neighborhoods. Fortunately, Liu had gained the loyalty of many yellow turban followers through small acts of kindness, like sharing a meal and announced plans to help them return to their hometowns. Although there were occasional cries from children among the rebels, everyone understood right from wrong and cooperated with Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jingfi's arrangements. Many local fighters, moved by Liu's kindness and justice, or because their families had been lost in the chaos, responded eagerly to the call to follow him. As for the homeless young boys and girls, they were deeply grateful to Liu. After touring around, Liu found himself followed by over 2,000 boys and girls aged between 8 and 14. Without delay, Lei was worried that Li Jai might have other plans for these young people. Therefore, as the Yellow Turban rebels' order gradually stabilized, Gu was ordered to lead 50 riders and 200 men to the boys and girls back to Zhua County the next morning, planning to settle them in a peach orchard outside Jua County near Zhang Fi's home. At Zhang Fi's residence in Zhua County, not all servants were initially assigned to join the righteous army. There were still a few old servants living there. Because of this, Lig stayed at the house and didn't need to arrange his own meals with the Yin 18 cavalry. Instead, while patiently waiting for news from Liu Bei's side, he briefly summarized his recent thoughts on military strategy and then focused on reading books. Although Zhugelong once boasted that a general who doesn't understand astronomy, terrain, secret arts, yin and yang, doesn't read battle formations, and isn't clear about military strength is a mediocre talent, Li Jai thought this was probably just Zhejiang's way of showing off. He didn't fully agree with Zhuang's words. After all, Zhuang is seen as a symbol of wisdom, but in terms of military achievements, he failed to succeed in the campaign against Mount Kai. Compared to him, Li admired generals like Han Zhenyi and Hu Bing, who excelled in specific areas of military tactics. In terms of overall talent, perhaps Han Zhen, Bakai, and Huizubing were not as versatile as Zhuang, but their single skills reached such heights that they could dominate their enemies easily. However, Li's self-positioning was never just as a strategist. He was also very interested in astronomy, geography, secret formations, yin-yang, and military tactics, and he welcomed all these topics. As Li Jai casually flipped through the books in Liu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fi's collection, he noticed that there were no books about secret formations or yin-yang diagrams, which made him a little disappointed. But he quickly composed himself, brewed a pot of hot tea, and began to read with great interest. He often compared what he read with his past experiences, knowledge, and perspectives from previous lives, feeling that he gained a lot. A sense of fulfillment and happiness grew as he filled his mind with knowledge. Of course, Le was so motivated and active partly because he knew he might soon need to use this knowledge. His life, safety, future, and dreams depended on it, which heightened his focus. He became completely immersed, feeling the joy of being filled with knowledge little by little. Suddenly, Li Jai heard a voice entering his ears. "Mr. Zixuan, you have such refined taste. You achieve great success without arrogance, and you are calm enough to focus on reading." Li Jai slightly turned his head and saw a young man in his early 20s standing at the gate of the courtyard. He wore scholar's clothes, had a short beard, and looked quite free and relaxed. Although the man spoke loudly, he did not step into the courtyard, showing respect to Li Jai, who was inside. "I have been watching Mr. Zixuan here for an hour. You do not look away from your book and are fully immersed in it. I really admire that." Li Jai thought for a moment and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. "Who are you?" Li Jai stood up and asked politely. "I am Jin Yang, courtesy named Shauna. I am a former friend of Sh. Wanda. I was studying in Yuhe and heard about Xuanda forming a righteous army with his brothers in the Peach Garden. I hurried back to Zhua to help." Gi Yang quickly bowed and spoke. Suddenly, Li remembered some impressions of Gi Yang. He was one of Liu Bei's early advisors, loyal throughout his life, never abandoning him, even after setbacks and defeats. Although not skilled in military strategy, he was practical and good at debating and discussing affairs, so he was not very famous. In an instant, Li's eyes lit up. He warmly invited Gi Yang to sit down. "So you are an old friend of Sh. Wanda, please." Then Li Jai casually prepared tea with a relaxed style. Jin Yang watched as Li Jai skillfully made the tea, skimming foam, rubbing the tea leaves, shaking the aroma, pouring into the cup, butterfly dancing, unfolding the tea, falling butterflies, and finally returning to unity. His expression gradually became serious when Le handed the tea to him. Jin carefully held it with both hands, took a sip, and praised good tea. Li smiled calmly but said nothing. Actually, Le didn't even know why the tea was good. The tea leaves were just a handful that his old servant had casually picked. With Jin Fi's boisterous personality and love of wine, he wouldn't bother collecting fine tea leaves. Jin Yang was more likely impressed by Li Ji's mysterious tea-making skills than by the tea itself, so he naturally thought it was good. Even if it didn't taste good, it wasn't the tea's fault. Maybe his taste buds weren't in the right state today. Please enjoy the tea. Li Jai poured more tea for Gi Yang enthusiastically, inviting him to taste it carefully. Gi Yang is truly a straightforward person. He watches Li Jai's tea ceremony closely while continuously drinking tea himself, carefully tasting what makes the style of tea preparation special, until Gi Yang finally realizes he's drunk a full stomach of tea, and his face shows a pained expression as if he's struggling. He then can't help but bow slightly and speak frankly. Mr. Zikuan's tea skills are new to me. They are quite different from the usual way of making tea, but the elegance and charm of his style seem to surpass others. It's a unique style that truly opened my eyes. Just a small skill, not worth mentioning, Li modestly replies, though he doesn't mention that he once practiced this style to impress a senior in a tea arts club. After all, this is a craft that has been refined over more than 2,000 years, very different from modern mainstream tea brewing with many subtle and hard-to-explain nuances. Besides, Jing is also quite impressive. In this period, tea leaves are mostly roasted, which makes the tea more bitter. So the main method of tea preparation was boiling the tea and adding seasonings like salt to balance the flavor. Therefore, tea brewed in the later style like Li Ji's tends to be more bitter. But Gi Yang drank a whole stomach of bitter tea without complaint. A true hero. He understands what elegance really means. No one would complain about bitterness if they truly appreciate the art. After a moment, Li spoke again. If Shinha is interested in this kind of tea art, he can learn from me when he has free time. Hearing this, Jin Yang was very happy. His face eased and he quickly stood up, bowing politely to thank him. Then I Shinha respectfully meet teacherly. Li Jai hurriedly helped Jin Yang up. No need for such formalities. We are friends of Xuanda and we should treat each other as equals. Those who understand are teachers, and since teacher Li wishes to teach me tart, I will humbly learn from him. Jin Yang spoke seriously with genuine sincerity in his heart. For someone like Jin Yang who is skilled at socializing, knowing a unique and charming tea art different from mainstream brewing is like adding an extra layer of wisdom. Truly wonderful. Moreover, Li Ji's open and generous attitude toward newcomers made Jin Yang deeply admire him as a humble gentleman. That's enough. If Shinha insists, don't blame Li Jai for getting angry. Li Jai pretended to be angry and said. Gi Yang hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. He puffed his hands and said, Zikuan, this is my mistake. In the future, if there is anything I can help Zuin with, Shinho will not refuse. Hearing this, Li's face finally lit up with a genuine smile. He deliberately played with the art of tea just for this moment. Only Jai pondered briefly and then said, speaking of which, Ji does have some small matters or tasks that she and Ho might need to help handle for a while. You and I are like old friends. Zikuan, just say it. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse. Jing agreed without hesitation and did not even ask Li Jai to first demonstrate the big plan of teaching tea. Then Li's expression turned serious as he brought up the suggestion of accepting homeless young men and women into their care. However, after Guanu left, Li carefully refined the arrangements for those young people and suddenly realized a small but significant problem. Providing food, supplies, and resources for those young people was manageable for now. Liji believed that after explaining the plan to Liu Bei would not be stingy with money or supplies. But currently, Lube's trusted personnel were few, and even Guan Yu and Zhang Fi still lacked the strength to handle things alone. The young men and women could only be temporarily placed in JWA County, and trustworthy confidence would be needed to manage them. This matter troubled Lei. Even if Li Jai was very capable, he couldn't conjure capable and trustworthy confidence out of thin air for Liu Bei, so Li Jai was worried about not finding suitable people in time. Unexpectedly, Jin Yang just happened to come to him, and Li Jai certainly wouldn't let him go. Perhaps Jin Yang had only heard that Liu Bei had defeated the Yellow Turban Army with Li Jai's help and hurried over to visit Li Jai out of curiosity. However, after Jin Yang introduced himself, Li Jai had already arranged Gi Yang's work for the next year, just waiting for him to fall into the trap. Of course, Lei wouldn't say he was so happy to meet such a generous benefactor, but instead explained what he wanted to ask Lei for from Lu's perspective. So that's how it is. Zikyuan is truly a kind and righteous person, Jin Yang said, looking at Li Jai with admiration. Suggest that Xuanda adopt the homeless boys and girls. Saving lives is a great act of kindness. Practicing kindness is important, and I cannot fall behind. Honest Jin Yang stood up again, clasped his hands, and said sincerely, if I have enough to eat, I will never let those boys and girls suffer from cold or hunger. Very good, looked at Jian Yang with admiration, as if seeing a rising nanny figure. At that moment, Guan Yu's voice sounded at the gate of the yard. Mr. Zikin, I have been ordered by my elder brother to the homeless boys and girls from the Yellow Turban group back here. They are now settled in a peach garden outside the city. Li Jai smiled and said, perfect, Shinha, come with me to see them. Jiani Yang also felt a strange sense of an important duty and agreed. Of course, I am willing. Just as Li Jai reached out to invite Jin Yang to go along, Jin Yang took a few steps but then stopped. Mr. Zico, Jin Yang hesitated and spoke awkwardly. Yes, Jin Yang stammered. Please allow me to go to the restroom first. Li Jai. After Jin Yang managed to empty his somewhat full stomach, Li Jai and Jin Yang followed Guan Yu to a peach garden outside Jua County where Jingfi was. This peach garden estate was surprisingly large. A quick look showed it was about the size of 2 or 3 football fields, with rows of peach trees creating a beautiful scene. Yin Chang, is this the peach garden where the 3 of you swore brotherhood? Li asked. Exactly, Guan Yu replied. Because this place is meaningful. When my 3rd brother sold off his family property, he left this estate untouched aside from the city residents. Le nodded and praised, it's a wonderful place. Soon Le saw the group of boys and girls being escorted back by Guan Yu. Many were ragged and unkempt with dirt on their faces. Their innocent, confused, and fearful eyes made people feel a deep sense of pity. Mr. Zikyuan, these boys and girls are between 8 and 14 years old. There are 1,639 boys and 513 girls, Guan Yu explained. Lei nodded without asking why there was such a large difference in the number of males and females. It was not simply a matter of valuing boys over girls, but because after losing the protection of elders, the girls' physical strength was naturally weaker than that of boys. Just a slight cold could cause them to die during their constant travels. As for why there were no boys or girls under 8 years old, it was because without elders' protection, all children under that age had died. Those over 14 had developed some ability to take care of themselves. Even if they didn't choose to return home, they responded to the call to become soldiers. Previously, Jin Yang, who was studying in other counties of Yuzhou, truly felt the danger of the Yellow Turban rebels and said with gritted teeth, the Yellow Turban rebels are truly the most hateful. Absolutely hateful. Although not all civilians were killed directly by the rebels, how many civilians died because of them, how many families were destroyed, I hate them with all my heart, wishing I could draw my sword and kill the rebels, even eat their flesh. Compared to this, Li Ji's heart was also turbulent, but he had seen even more tragic scenes, such as the over 50,000 ragged Yellow Turban rebels gathered together, so his expression remained relatively calm. Li said to Guan Yu, Young, please tell Brother Sh Wanda that these 200 soldiers will temporarily be under my command. Brother has already intended that, Guan Yu replied. Then he hurriedly led the cavalry back to Daxing Mountain. For Liu Bei, now the most important thing was always the affairs at Daxing Mountain. Wei also had some responsibilities in recruiting soldiers. Li Ji's position in Liu Bei's mind was very high, so even though Liu Bei didn't fully understand the reasons, he still considered this matter a priority. He sent Guan Yu to quickly the boys and girls back. Guan Yu didn't delay at all and hurried back to Daxing Mountain to assist Liu. Afterward, Li Jai and Jianong truly began to work hard, commanding the 200 soldiers to quickly arrange temporary shelter for the boys and girls. The main task of arranging the shelter was handled by Zheng, ensuring the basic needs for food and lodging. Fortunately, the area of this peach orchard was large, and Li Jai had already made some basic plans in advance, sectioning off part of the orchard for this purpose. While Jian's work mainly involved following plans, he relied on Li Jai's arrangements. Under the guidance of carpenters hired in advance, he and some young boys and girls worked together to build simple wooden houses that could block the cold wind. As for Li Gi, he set up a table and carefully examined and recorded each young person's name, hometown, family situation, personality, and abilities. This task wasn't very difficult, but required a lot of patience. After finishing with each person, Li would add a brief comment. Additionally, since common people often gave their children nicknames like Stone, Little Cow, or Second Dog, it was easy to call out these names. For example, Shouting Dog Egg would get responses from at least a dozen people nearby. To manage them better, Leg assigned each person a unique number based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches, such as Jia 01, Ding 99, or High 55. This system helped organize the slightly over 2,000 boys and girls. Even so, it took Li Gi 3 days to finish registering everyone. He used 22 bamboo scrolls, each recording one of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in order. During these 3 busy days, Jinyang also worked hard and managed to organize some things. He asked curiously, "Master Zikin, I don't quite understand." "Why are you asking so many detailed questions?" Li Jai replied vaguely. "Teaching a person to fish is better than giving them fish. Brother Xuanda can't support these children forever. By understanding their individual differences, we can teach them in ways that help them become self-reliant." "Ah, I see." Gi Yang nodded in understanding and returned to his busy work without much further thought. Since Li only registered the information and Jin Yang was the only scholar in the estate, most of the small chores fell on Jin Yang. From Li Jai's perspective, the worry lines between Jin Yang's brows didn't lessen, but grew deeper. Li also didn't tell Jin Yang the full truth. While he did want to teach the children according to their talents, his real goal was to cultivate a loyal group of children who could slowly form an intelligence-gathering organization. For Li's special strategy simulator, nothing was more important than gathering intelligence. As long as the intelligence is sufficient, even if the overall situation changes greatly later, you can firmly grasp the overall trend of the world through the strategy simulator. Compared to other powerful and well-connected lords, Liu Bei needs to set up an early intelligence gathering system. Otherwise, he risks being infiltrated by spies from other lords or being misled by false information without realizing it. Once Li Gi truly begins to understand the basic details of over 2,000 children, he uses the strategy simulator again to test the feasibility of this plan. After your great victory against the Yellow Turban rebels, you gain much experience. The promising future Lord Liu has also gained some capital for rise. However, you clearly see that Liu Bei's resources are far behind compared to the Yuan brothers, who are 4 generations of high officials, or even compared to Cao Cao. In your view, the biggest gap is in how both sides gather information. There's almost a different dimension of disparity. True aristocratic families are deeply rooted, complex, and have wide networks. Not only do they have many channels for gathering information, but many also exchange information proactively to strengthen alliances. This is a disadvantage Liu Bei, who comes from humble origins, cannot easily overcome. So you start planning how to solve the information problem. For this, you choose hidden in fine clothes. This time Li's goal is very clear, and even the strategy simulator shows no other options, proceeding directly based on Li's plan for further simulation. This fine clothes does not mean wealth and status, but refers to the secret service Genui. You intend to establish a specialized intelligence agency called the Genie Division. Train Genui and send them to various provinces to serve as hubs for gathering intelligence when necessary. That can also carry out reconnaissance, assassinations, spread rumors, or sabotage. In this chaotic era, these agents are orphans with no support, so loyalty is your top priority to prevent leaks of information. To achieve this, you devise a series of brainwashing-like measures, instilling in them from a young age that they must remain loyal to the Genie Division no matter what. They live like drifting plants in this turbulent world, raised by the Genie Division, and are expected to dedicate their lives in return. In this era of deep loyalty and gratitude, this series of mental controls ensures the absolute loyalty of the agents just as you desire. It is simply frustrating that individual talents and gifts vary. Even with the same education, there are unavoidable large differences in ability. Therefore, in the early stages of building an intelligence network, more than half of the Genie Way were sacrificed in a very short time. However, the sacrifices and tests of more than half of the team members provided valuable experience and lessons for the better Genie Way. In the end, under your relentless orders, you quickly and successfully established an intelligence agency across the 13 provinces of Han. It continuously supplied the Ministry of Intelligence with a large amount of information, causing many lords to worry and giving you a strong advantage in information. Conclusion: intelligence information can always change the course of a war or even the fate of the world, no matter the time period. You understand this well, and the Ministry of Intelligence you built allows you to stay inside your office, but control countless spies and informants across the land. You become a hidden sword hanging over everyone's head. However, since ancient times, those who manipulate intelligence rarely see the light of day. Although Lube always trusted you, this also made many colleagues deeply resent, fear, and respect you. Unknowingly, they subconsciously regarded you with awe. Because of this, you became a lonely official. You were glorious in life, but after Liu Bei, who always protected and trusted you, passed away, future generations would inevitably pay the price. Before you died, the faces of over 2,000 children who loved and respected you like a father or brother appeared in your mind. You felt ashamed for the many children who died because of the establishment of the Ministry of Intelligence. Li Jai carefully read the final piece of information deduced, feeling strangely suffocated inside. After multiple uses of the strategy simulator, Li gradually uncovered more patterns. During the simulation process, the personalities Li Ji modeled were completely rational. Their actions disregarded feelings, morality, or ethics, focusing only on efficiency and maximizing benefits. The final conclusions often contained subtle reminders based on Li's own thoughts, feelings, and values. For example, in the final conclusion, it even explicitly stated that Li Jai's mind was filled with the faces of those children before death. This suggests that Li Jai might spend the rest of his life haunted by guilt over those children. This reveals an important point. As a strategist, one must act according to their conscience. Otherwise, once the conscience is lost, planning and scheming become more efficient and foolproof. Li touched his conscience. Aha, it's still there. How annoying. Li let out a small sigh, mocked himself, and then carefully reviewed his deductions again. This is also Li Jai's habit, and he knows that during the simulation process of the strategy simulator, some details that Li Jai usually overlooks or finds hard to predict are often revealed. Suddenly, Li noticed a word died or passed away. In an instant, Li couldn't help but smile and quietly said, "That means the genie division is very important." Once the intelligence network is well established, even with Liu Bei's current abilities and conditions, with my help, Liu can at least become emperor. However, this piece of information remains somewhat vague. It was unclear whether this meant establishing a small kingdom like the Three Kingdoms period or completing a unified empire again. But when Li Jai thought about his own future fate, he quickly lost his smile. Although Loei always trusted and protected him, unlike the head of the Ming dynasty's secret police, who was often blamed by Zhu Yuanzhang, Li knew he wouldn't be sacrificed without reason. But after Liu Bei's death, he and his descendants would face a split. Li suspected that while he was alive, the genie division might stay united. But after his death, if the division was handed over to others, even his body might be torn apart. It seems that even if the genie division is truly established, I can't personally control it. Li silently thought, instinctively considering who could help him manage the division. As for others managing the genie division, Li wasn't worried about loyalty issues. After all, the core members scattered across various states and counties, mainly these children, as long as their loyalty was guaranteed, could secretly monitor whether those managing the division had other intentions. Besides that, Li felt a bit upset about the fact that during the early establishment of the division, he had sacrificed the lives of half of these trained children, which made him feel somewhat blocked inside. Li naturally understood that military and national affairs often required sacrifices. However, when considering his plans, he realized that he could completely control the children's hearts, making them see him as a father or older brother. Yet, he was coldly pushing them to die one after another. Perhaps if he remained completely rational within the strategy simulator, he could do it. But in real life, just imagining it caused him great mental stress. It seems my idea is highly meaningful and feasible. The problem is how to find a safer way to establish and manage a suitable overseer. Li gently tapped his fingers on the desk and muttered to himself. In the strategy simulator, it didn't show anyone else taking over the Jinsi Imperial Guard. This suggests that given the current conditions, there is no better solution than him directly managing it. However, regarding the number of children sacrificed, there might still be room to ease the situation. If I remember correctly, when I registered the children earlier, I initially judged many of them as too timid, lacking confidence, or slow to react. These children were clearly unsuitable for directly working as key intelligence hubs in the provinces. In the simulation, I ruthlessly sent all the children out, which probably meant that many of them became sacrifices in building the intelligence network. Li's furrowed brow relaxed a bit, and he started to form a new idea. By slowing down the initial construction of the intelligence network and reassigning those children unfit for deployment, he could avoid unnecessary sacrifices. He then wondered who could take the blame and manage the Jinsi instead of him. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Jin Yang. Jin Yang, who was busy writing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively clenched his legs. But Li Jai quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Jin Yang was good at social skills, but his other abilities were average. It wasn't that Li Jai didn't trust him, but he believed Jin Yang wasn't capable of managing the Gene EC effectively. Anyway, even teaching the children would take at least a year or two, not to mention building the intelligence network. It would take even longer for the Gene EC to be fully established. At worst, if I really can't find a suitable person at that time to manage the Gene EC, I will put more effort into training someone myself to handle it. Thinking this, Li's previously furrowed brow relaxed completely. Then he took out a rough plan for the genie that he had prepared earlier, and based on the information he had deduced, he carefully revised it. 2 days passed quickly. Lube finally finished the aftermath work at Daxing Mountain. He not only handed over the yellow turbaned soldiers to officials as carefully as possible, but also buried many bodies to prevent the spread of disease. Lai also received news that Lube, along with 6,000 soldiers including local militia recruited from the Yellow Turban followers, was expected to return to Zhua County at dusk. However, by noon, Liu, tired from his journey, appeared with Jing Fi at the peach garden, full of joy and anticipation, heading inside. Li Jai, who was leisurely drinking tea and reading beneath the peach garden, looked up unintentionally and saw Liu Bei standing in front of him. He suddenly felt a guilty sense like a boss catching him slacking off and blurted out, "Brother Xuanda, why are you back so early in the afternoon?" Thinking of Zikuan. Lube, with tears flickering in his eyes, spoke with excitement, then stepped forward and held Li Jai's hands, carefully observing him from top to bottom as if worried Li Jai was not doing well. He said, "Although we haven't seen each other for only a few days, it feels like a long time. 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns." But Li Jai felt that Liu Bei was just worried because he thought Li Jai might run away, which made him anxious. This made Li Jai truly feel that he had completely kept Liu Bei on a string, which was very good, so he didn't expose Liu Bei's thoughts but responded calmly. "Brother Xuanda is truly a person of sincere nature. Come, Zikin. This place is also where I swore brotherhood with my 2 sworn brothers. The scenery is beautiful and I plan to travel with Zikin." Lube said, "There's no rush for the garden tour. I have something to tell brother." Li Jai waved his hand and pointed to a corner of the table where more than 20 bamboo scrolls were stacked, saying, "The more than 2,000 children sent to the peach garden by brother Wanda have been carefully recorded. Thank you for your hard work," Zikuan Liu said. Li Jai pointed at Jin Yang, who had been standing behind Liu Bei for a while, and humbly said, "Jai only did a small part. Most of the work was done by Shanhai." Hearing this, Liu turned to look at Jin Yang, who looked disheveled and careless. He was surprised, but then happily said, "When did Xinhai arrive? Why didn't you tell me earlier so I could welcome him?" Jiang's face, which had shown some sadness, trembled slightly as he spoke slowly. "Xianda arrived just as I was at the gate of the estate. I was there and followed him all the way inside." Lube widened his eyes but couldn't remember seeing Jiang's figure just now. Immediately, Lube openly admitted his mistake, bowing politely and apologizing. "It is my fault. Shanhai, don't be angry. I was anxious to meet Zikuan and completely overlooked my surroundings, which caused me to neglect Shanhai. Please forgive me, and I will host a banquet later to make amends." Hearing this, Gi Yang's previously neglected heartfelt warrant. If Liu had deliberately hidden his mistake, Jin Yang might think Liu Bei was not a noble person. But Liu's honest apology made Jian Yang respect him more and understand him better. Having known Liu for many years, Gi Yang already sensed Liu's great ambitions. Therefore, less eager attitude toward talented people made Gi Yang see him as a true ruler more so than before, which made Gi Yang more satisfied. For a moment, Gi Yang, who originally just wanted to support his friend, couldn't help but start thinking about pledging loyalty to Lube. "Shenda, you are too polite. I wouldn't care about such trivial matters," Jin Yang said with a bow. "Furthermore, in this chaotic time, I just want to find a safe place with Xianda." This statement subtly expressed Jin Yang's desire to pledge loyalty to Liu Bei. If Lei agreed, Jin Yang would naturally officially become his follower. This was also a promise made between Liu Bei and Jin Yang during their drunken conversations in the past. However, what puzzled Jin Yang was that Liu Bei, after hearing this, looked happy but seemed hesitant. After a moment, Liu grabbed Jin Yang's wrist and said, "Xinhai, our friendship is close and my place is your place. There's no need to borrow titles. Just stay and follow me." Hearing this, Gi Yang felt a bit confused inside. Liu seemed to subtly refuse, yet also appeared to be trying hard to keep Jian Yang. Not only Liu Bei, but even Li Jai beside him noticed something strange. He took the opportunity to ask directly, "Now, brother Wanda is in need of help. Why not let Shinha assist? I also hope Shinha can help," Liu Bei replied. "But I am currently only a minor officer overseeing bandits, and I am about to lead troops south to fight the Yellow Turban rebels. I have no solid foundation yet, so I dare not entrust Shinha." As he spoke, Liu looked at Li. Strangely, Li seemed to see a hint of sadness in Liu's eyes. Li Jai, meanwhile, Jian Yang, who was unaware of the exchange of glances between Liu and Li Jai, was deeply moved. He felt Liu's kindness and virtue as a ruler, truly considering him a close friend without any ulterior motives. In truth, Liu was fully aware of his inner struggles. He knew Jin Yang's abilities and character well. Jai Yang wasn't a great genius, but he was a capable and eloquent official. If he could get Jian Yang's help, it would be a big advantage. However, Lu already had his own plans for his ministers. If he wanted to build a great cause someday, he would establish his own court with Li Jai as the top official, no one else. Therefore, if he took Jing as a subordinate first, Gi Yang's seniority would surpass Li Jai's, which might cause some trouble for Li Jai. Lube also secretly hoped that his first choice would be Li. After all, Guan Yu and Jing Fi were sworn brothers with Liu Yi, not truly talents he was recruiting. Unfortunately, Li didn't quite understand Lu's complicated thoughts. He only saw that the sad look in Lu's eyes was more like a hint for him to accept Liu Bei as his lord. Only Jin Yang moved from the heart, bowed, and said, "Since that's the case, Jin Yang will temporarily trouble Lord Sh Wanda. If in the future you need me, I will not refuse." "Loyal Shinhe, I understand," Lu replied sincerely. "I've heard that Zikyuan has been busy arranging for my children lately. I feel truly guilty." He patted Jin Yang's hand and said sincerely, "Please, Shinhe, take a rest for a while. I will hold a banquet to thank you." Jin Yang nodded and replied, "Yes." After several days of nonstop work, I completely neglected my manners. If I go to the banquet without proper grooming, even Jin Yang, who values decorum, finds it hard to accept. Then Liu Bei told Zhang Fi to take Jin Yang to rest properly before turning to Li Jai and speaking. "Tonight's banquet is both to thank Shinhe and to celebrate our achievements. Zikyuan must attend. I will thank him sincerely. Then I won't refuse." Li Jai responded and took out a bamboo scroll from his sleeve, handing it to Liu Bei. "Shanda, please take a look." Although Lu was a bit confused, he accepted it immediately and carefully examined it, his expression becoming more serious. After a long while, Lu finally carefully put away the bamboo scroll, his face showing seriousness as he murmured, "Genie spies of this kind have existed since ancient times. It describes creating a spy network that covers all 13 states." Li did not speak, but let Liu Bei think and understand at his own pace. He did not mention that Genie was a large spy organization in troubled times, which could also become a tool to monitor officials and oversee the land during peace. The benefits of such an organization in peaceful times would be enormous and hard to imagine. As long as Liu Bei had some foresight, he would see the great advantages and importance of it. However, Lube's first reaction was not to evaluate the feasibility of Genie C, but to sigh thoughtfully. "Sir, you dwell within the peach garden, yet your plans reach across the entire world. Your thoughts are beyond 3,000 mi. Compared to that, how lucky is Shinda? What virtue and ability made Zikyuan set up such a plan? Shinda, you are too modest. From my perspective, few in this world possess the kindness and virtue like Shienda. Building Genie C requires the help of children. Without your benevolence to win their loyalty, it would be impossible to establish it." Li explained, "It's important to note that these children are often people with no support or attachments. Such people, if recruited, tend to be fiercely loyal, but they are hard to control through family ties. Only kindness and moral virtue can make them truly loyal." However, if Zikyuan's plan to establish Genie C is used, many of these children are already deep in darkness and anxiety, and there may be sacrifices. Lube sighed. Li thought for a moment before speaking. "I have thought about this matter for a long time. Not everyone should join the brocade clothing office, but some honest and loyal children can be chosen to serve Brother Shienda and other important officials. This way we can prevent others from planting spies among them and avoid leaks of secrets." After a pause, Li continued, "Of course, if some children have special talents, they should be trained and nurtured carefully." At this point, Li's first thought was about the 3 princesses who once confused Lu Yin during a strategy session. Using beauty as a tactic can be very effective against certain targets. From what Li Jai knows, many noble families of this time raise beautiful maids as gifts to build good relationships, such as Lu Bu, who was taken in by this method. Li Jai also worries that Liu Bei might spend his whole life missing out on the pleasures of beauty, and perhaps one day there might be a situation where they have to continue the music and dance. So training a few beautiful maids not only helps attack enemies' weaknesses, but also serves as a way to test their own strength periodically. For example, Li is curious whether he himself has any weaknesses in this area and needs to check himself from time to time. Zikyuan's plan is very thorough, but establishing the brocade clothing office will require Zikyuan to put in extra effort. Lai said this while observing Li's expression carefully. Li Jai understood that Liu Bei was testing his thoughts, trying to see if he intended to stay by Liu Bei's side for a long time. He calmly replied, "This matter is still early. It's just a preliminary idea. The children are still very young and need several years of training before they can be used. Before that, it will cost a lot of money and resources. Money and resources are minor issues," Liu Bei said casually, now quite wealthy after capturing the Yellow Turban army supplies, not caring at all. Li Jai, sipping his tea slowly, softly reminded him, "That's good. For now, I have entrusted the upbringing of the children to Cyanhe. Brother Shiendo will probably need some time to organize the army in Jua County. Please don't forget to care for those children and help win their hearts early. Lube was not worried about losing the children's trust. These children had suffered so much hardship. If Lube in his lonely and helpless times had a benefactor willing to raise them, anyone with a shred of conscience would be willing to die for such a cost. Currently, noble families and powerful clans secretly raise loyal fighters, often choosing strong orphans to train as their soldiers. However, training these loyal fighters costs a lot, mainly because they need to be fed meat to grow stronger. The children being prepared to become guards do not need to be very brave or strong, so they don't eat much meat. Feeding over 2,000 children is a huge expense. At this moment, Lui also noticed that Li Jai's way of drinking tea was different from the usual, and he looked at him with curiosity. Seeing Lu's gaze, Li Jai poured a cup of tea for him and placed it in front of him. Lube took the cup and took a sip, immediately frowning. Too bitter, Li Jai saw this and remembered how Jinyong once drank a cup of very bitter tea in silence, and he couldn't help but laugh. He said that bitterness can clear the mind, but Liu Bei was not like Jin Yang who sought elegance. After tasting it twice, he put the cup down and said, "While tasting tea this way is more natural, it is very bitter." Li Jai replied, "If there is a chance, Lord Xuanda can use a cast iron pot to roast the tea leaves. This can reduce most of the bitterness and then brew it with this tea ceremony, which leaves a sweet aftertaste." Lube clicked his tongue and said, "Using a lot of cast iron pots might be wasteful, but if Zikwen likes it, I can cast one as a gift." Li knew that iron was very scarce in this era, mostly used for weapons, forming tools, and armor. They didn't have enough iron to make pots just for tea, smelting iron. Li looked a bit sad as he didn't know much about iron making. After all, people not in the industry wouldn't spend their time studying ancient methods of smelting iron or copper. Later, when Jing Fi returned, Liu Bei insisted on taking Li Jai to tour the peach garden. At dusk, Gua led about 6,000 soldiers to the estate and set up camp around it. Although only about 1,500 soldiers were fully equipped with armor and weapons, the other 4,500 were unarmed. Liu Yin was afraid to let these soldiers enter county, so they could only stay outside the city for now. That evening, there was a banquet where everyone enjoyed themselves. Perhaps the dishes and dance arranged by Liu Bei were not as good as those of Liu Yin, but there was no trickery or deceit at the banquet. Because of this, Li Jai felt more relaxed and enjoyed the unique charm of this era. The next morning, when Li Jai woke up drunk, it was already midday. He saw Liu Bei sleeping soundly beside him. Li Ji's face instantly fell, and he desperately tried to remember what had happened last night. Suddenly, he realized that both he and Liu Bei had fallen asleep fully dressed, which made him feel relieved. Drunken mistake, drunken mistake. Li Jai reflected on himself, feeling that he had relaxed too much and enjoyed himself too freely last night. It was also the first time since arriving in this era that he could drink without worry, and he had unknowingly gotten drunk. When Li got up to wash, he looked at his reflection in the water and couldn't help but sigh. "Indulging myself all night, I've become so haggarded. Starting today, I will quit drinking." Then Li woke Liu Bei and they headed to a corner of the peach orchard where more than 2,000 children were being cared for. He also had his servants buy some treats that the children liked from county in advance. Soon, with Liu Bei's kind face and the treats, Liu easily became friends with the children. Seeing their faces full of color and happiness, Liu couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. He spoke to Li Jai. "Even if these children cannot establish a noble court, I still want to raise them." Li Jai shook his head and said, "Brother Xuanda, you can raise them for a while, but how can you raise them for a lifetime in such a world? Only by restoring a glorious era can they avoid such tragedies." Lube was silent for a moment before sighing and saying, "Zikuan's words are very true. Raising 1,000 people is just small kindness. Recreating a glorious age is true great kindness. I just wonder if I can achieve that in my lifetime." Li didn't reply, but looked at the children in front of him. Inside, many emotions were surging. Only in truly chaotic times can one understand how fragile and humble human life is. This made Li instinctively want to change the chaos, as if the education he learned in childhood had taken root and grown over the years, filling his heart. "Brother Xuanda, do you know why I study?" Li asked. Liu was hearing Li Jai openly share his feelings for the first time and hurriedly asked why. Li Jai replied slowly, "It is my goal to help the Han people stand strong in the world through education, so that the elders are cared for and the young are taught." Lu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Li Jai, who appeared calm, but seemed to have waves of emotion in his eyes. "So this is Zikuan," Liu thought, silently, feeling suddenly at ease. If Zikuan is here, how could the great Han fall? Then both Liu Bei and Li Jai fell into their own thoughts, neither speaking for a long time. "Zikuan, many of these children still go by nicknames, and some don't even know their Fath surnames," Liu Bei said after a pause, looking at Li Jai. "I plan to give them surnames. I believe these children will become the foundation of our shared ideals." but Lei nodded in agreement with Lu's idea. In truth, if Lei didn't understand the right timing, he would have already used this method to win the children's hearts and strengthen their loyalty. But he knew it was better for Liu to do it himself. I want to give all the boys the surname Lu and all the girls the surname Li, calling them the Peach Garden Group, Liu Bei said. Li Jai was surprised and looked at Liu Bei with a hint of curiosity. He wasn't sure if Liu Bei was just using this as a metaphor or if he was instinctively trying to win people over. Brother Schwanda, you're not just trying to gather the children's loyalty, you're also trying to win my heart. Li silently sighed, but he didn't refuse Liu Bei. This plan also had benefits for Li. Having the children officially given surnames meant that even if the Peach Garden Group later established the Genie Division, Liu Bei and Li Jai would still hold a fatherly influence over them. Even if others took control of the Genie Division, Liu Bei and Li Jai could still influence and oversee it at any time. After touring the Peach Garden Group, aside from Guan Yu practicing soldiers in the camp, the two hurriedly under Jing Fi's cavalry headed straight to Zhua County to meet Lu Yin. Lu's cooperation with Lu Yin was arranged by Li Jai. Now that Liu Bei had returned to Zhua County, he naturally needed to meet Lu Yin regardless of the reason. Lu Yin was quite pleased with Lu's proactive visit. Subsequently, with the support of two noble relatives of the Han royal family, who carried on the traditions of their ancestors, the relationship between the two sides appeared more like that of uncle and nephew, even more harmonious and friendly than that of a father and son. It was a scene of parental kindness and filial piety. Their cooperation also advanced further. Lu Yin's request was for Lu to quickly lead his army south to defeat the bandits, so that Lu Yin could gain enough political capital to promote the governor of the province strategy and be appointed as provincial governor. Lu's main goal, besides defeating the bandits to restore peace and help the common people, was also to revive the glory of his ancestors from the Jingzan Jing Wang lineage riding in grand carriages. Soon the supplies of money, grain, war horses, and other resources promised by Lu Yin were quickly sent to the camp outside Tuan. Lu's allies, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, were busy daily training and preparing their troops. Previously, Lu's forces numbered only 2,000 soldiers, and due to a lack of weapons, there was no need to distinguish between front and rear units or different types of soldiers. Just 2,000 soldiers under his command could understand basic commands and charge together. In essence, Li saw them as a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. However, because they fought to protect their hometowns, their morale was very high. Plus, they were fighting against the Yellow Turban bandits who had fallen into dense forests and chaos, so they performed quite well in battle. But if both sides faced each other in formation, these undisciplined soldiers, untrained and unorganized, would likely be defeated quickly by well-trained elite troops. Thanks to Lu Yin's support, even if he drained the treasury of Zhwa County, various weapons such as spears, shields, swords, and axes were now available in large quantities, enough to equip Lu Bei's 6,000 soldiers. Therefore, Lu Guan and Jing began intense training, even providing plenty of meat to boost morale and prevent resentment during the rigorous drills. Unfortunately, Liu Bei didn't have much time to prevent trouble on the Exhao battlefield. And due to Lu Yin's frequent urging, worried that Liu Bei might become complacent in Zhua County after gaining benefits, Lu had to quickly organize his troops. Within half a month, Liu managed to briefly assemble his soldiers and then set out to march south. Besides leaving Jin Yang and Taoyuan to oversee the Taoyuan group, there were also more than 10 old servants and 100 soldiers in the garden. Xinhe, for now I will entrust the Taoyuan group to you, Liu said, bowing respectfully to Jinyang. I will not fail Lord Schwanda's trust, Jinyang replied solemnly. Lai Jiza also stepped forward, took out a bamboo slip from his sleeve and handed it to Jinyang. He said, Xinhe, this is a summary of what I have quickly compiled recently. It mainly contains arrangements for the Peach Garden Group over the next 6 months. You can train them accordingly. Rest assured, Zhu and Jinyang replied in agreement. Then Lu turned his horse around, waved goodbye to the crowd gathered at the Peach Garden estate entrance, and pulled on the reins. He led everyone to slowly march forward. As they passed through the gates of county, Liu Yin also led many officials from Zhua Prefecture. Waiting for a long time, he put on a big show to send a message to the world about his determination to fight bandits. When they finally left Ya County and began marching south, Zhang Fei, who had been holding back his frustration, shouted out, "That old guy is so fake. It really annoys me. I wish I could poke 7 or 8 holes in him with a spear." Everyone was a bit tired of Jing Fi's venting, knowing his temper, so they let him express himself freely. Lu Yin was still the governor of his region and a relative of the Han royal family. Overall, he was an important figure in the Han Empire. Although the land was full of Yellow Turban rebels today, the Han court was already rotting from within, but it was not completely finished. The charge of killing a governor was serious enough for the court to take notice and send troops to eliminate the rebels. Meanwhile, Gu was quite interested in the bamboo slip Jin Yang received from Li Jai on departure. He asked Mr. Ziquan, "Does the bamboo slip you gave Xianhe contain some special military training method?" Li shook his head and said, "If I were good at training soldiers, I wouldn't hide my skills and keep them from Yun Chang." Guan Yu quickly explained, "I didn't mean that, I am just curious." Li vaguely replied, "Most of the arrangements in the bamboo slip are about self-reliance and literacy, along with testing some strategies." Guan Yu understood and did not press further. In fact, the strategies in the bamboo slip, even if shown to Lu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi, would not reveal the secrets inside. Even Jin Yang, who was executing the plans, wouldn't fully understand the deeper meaning. The contents of the bamboo slip included instructions for Jin Yang to regularly teach the Peach Garden group to read and write, and to have them do necessary farming and weaving. It seemed to be a way to reduce the costs of raising the group. However, Li intentionally used this method to secretly test a system, the military household system. This system, established by Emperor Ta Zhu Yuan Zhang of the Ming Dynasty, was a clever strategy to maintain a large army during times of internal trouble and external threats. It was said to maintain 1,000,000 soldiers without burdening the common people. Although from a modern perspective, the system had flaws such as worsening land consolidation and weakening military strength, which contributed to the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Discussing the system without considering its historical context is unfair. In times of peace, the military household system was more harmful than helpful. In chaotic times, Li Jai saw it as a powerful tool to unify the country. The system was also a form of settling farmers in military colonies, originating from the Warring States period in Zhao State. It appeared frequently during the Western and Eastern Han dynasties, with Cao Cao being one of the first to widely implement it during the late Han period. However, there were subtle differences between the military household system and regular settlement policies. Because such policies could have far-reaching effects, Li dared not make hasty decisions. Instead, he secretly tested them with the Peach Garden group, gathering feedback for future analysis and validation. Better safe than sorry. Shinda's foundation is weak, so I must prepare early. Li silently thought to himself and began his first experience of a military expedition. Clearly, this was not a friendly or comfortable experience. Although he only needed to ride a horse, unlike many soldiers who had to walk on foot, he still found it quite exhausting. The march was often very dull, not only for the commanding officers, but even more so for the soldiers. Fortunately, it was still spring, not the rainy season or winter, and the area around Yuyin was mostly plains, so morale was relatively good. Only after experiencing it firsthand did the GTR truly understand why a real army couldn't survive the rainy or winter seasons. Those times were almost like inviting death. Most ordinary troops would suffer from cold and rain, and many would fall ill on the spot, making it hard to maintain basic fighting ability. Therefore, even Li Jai, who could occasionally read books while riding his horse to pass the time, found it tough. The soldiers who had to march on foot must have faced even greater hardships. However, under the continuous urging of Lu, Guan, and Jing, after about 7 days of marching south to the edge of Zhwa County, the soldiers' appearance changed. They began to show some determination and fighting spirit. When they reached the border area of Jihe, they often encountered groups of yellow turban rebels raiding in small bands. After half a month of marching, everyone felt extremely bored, and this boosted their morale. Immediately, 1,000 cavalry under Zhang split into 10 groups to hunt down the rebels. Meanwhile, Lu, Guan, Jing, and Li Jai gathered together to study a map. This map was obtained from Lu Yen. It was not a detailed military map, but only showed the general directions of different regions in Jihe. The most important issue was the marching route for Lei. Now there was little information about the battlefield in Jihe. The only known details were that Luji led the Han army fighting Jing Zhao near Guangdong County, and the Yellow Turban's main camp was in Zhou. Lu knew little about the exact troop distribution of the rebels. If they took a wrong route and their 6,000 soldiers faced the main force of the rebels, it would be a big problem. After thinking for a long time, Lu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi looked at Li Jai and asked, "Ziquan, what do you think? What do I think? If possible, I'd like to lie down and watch." Li Jai, experiencing his first long march, felt like his was about to turn into a corpse. Don't ask why, it just split open. To keep up his usual calm appearance, Li had to pretend everything was fine. At this moment, Li finally understood why Zhugelong wanted to get a four-wheeled cart and why Gu Jia died from overexertion during marching. It's not that Xiao Chao is too cruel, but that traveling is hard. As Lu, Guan, and Jing looked at him with dry eyes, listening attentively, Li took down the water bag hanging on his horse. First moistened his throat, then put the bamboo slip into his bag. Then Li looked at the map of Jihe. The map was very simple, only showing the general divisions of counties and main roads. Barely useful for trade, Jihe controls 9 prefectures, including Wei, Julu, Changzan, Zhangzan, Aping, Haiyan, Qinghe, Zhao, and Bohai, which are the true heart of the Central Plains. Although Li Jai understands the terrain of later generations, he knows that over a long period of landscape changes, this knowledge has little practical value. For example, the ancient 9 marshes, Daluo Marsh, located in Julu County, are well known today. But in Li's memory, the terrain from later times has completely disappeared. Furthermore, lacking detailed intelligence about the Ji battlefield, Li's use of the strategy simulator is meaningless. He can only vaguely recall the general course of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. According to Prefect Liu Yan, at the end of February, the emperor appointed Lu Zai as the Northern Middle General, leading 5 units of the Northern Army to fight against the bandit Jing Zhao at Guangzhou. Given the strength of the Northern Middle General, even if their forces are much smaller than the Yellow Turban rebels, they probably won't be defeated by them. Otherwise, Cheng Yuanjai and Deng Mao wouldn't need to march north to Yuzhou to try to open new battlefields. Therefore, the Northern Middle General must have the advantage, firmly holding the main force of the Yellow Turbans in the area from Guanghang to Julu, preventing them from advancing towards Sili. Li Jai slowly shared his thoughts, causing Liu Bei and Guan Yu to nod in agreement. Jingfi couldn't help but clap Li Jai on the shoulder and said, "Haha, Master Zixuan, I think like you. Come on, tell us more, keep going. Let's see if we all think the same." Li almost lost his balance from Jingfi's strong slap and nearly sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Liu quickly scolded to be careful. "Don't be reckless. Don't interrupt Zixuan's train of thought." Jingfi pouted, feeling that Li Jai's ideas were indeed similar to his own. Li Jai wasn't surprised by Jingfi's comment. His recent analysis was something any capable general could figure out. "Brother Xuanda, right now we are in the northern part of Zhongshan and want to quickly join the Northern Middle General. There are basically 3 routes we can take." Li Jai raised 3 fingers and said, "Zixuan, please tell us." Lube asked. "The first route from Zhongshan southward directly behind Julu County. The second route go around Zhongshan to Aping avoiding Julu, initially then advance to the side of Julu." Article 3. This route is exactly opposite to the second one. It starts from Zhongshan State and goes straight south through Chaos State, also reaching the side of Julu County. Li explained while drawing 3 lines on the map summarizing basically, one is a direct route and the other 2 are winding routes. Jing Fei scratched his head and asked gruffly, "What's the difference between a direct route and a winding one?" Li replied, "Seriously, the benefit of a direct route is clear. It saves travel time. Speed is crucial in war, and a surprise attack directly on the Yellow Turban rebels' main camp deep in Julu, but the risk is also very high. If we encounter the main Yellow Turban forces or cannot quickly defeat Julu, our small army of 6,000 might get trapped in Julu County and find it hard to break out." Lube thought for a moment and said, "This plan is very risky, and we know nothing about the strength of Jul's defenders, so it's not a good idea to use it." Li's own thoughts were similar. Without knowing anything, rushing straight into Jul's Yellow Turban camp is basically gambling. If we win, defeating the Yellow Turbans in one battle would be a great achievement, making us famous in the Han Empire, and possibly ending the chaos of the Yellow Turban army across 8 provinces. But if we fail, our small force of 6,000 might be completely wiped out, just sending people to die in Julu. It's like starting from Jua County and sending troops 1,000 miles to Julu. Gu asked Master Zixuan, "What's the difference between these 2 winding routes?" Li pointed to the map and explained, "One goes east into Aping State and the other goes west into Chaos State." He continued, "The capital of Jihe, Shindu, is located within Aping State. It was also the first city to fall to the Yellow Turbans at the start of the chaos, and Guangzhou is in the southern part of Amping. So if we choose to enter Aping State, we don't know if the northern General Luji has already retaken Shindu. Going south all the way will be very difficult, but if Lu Zai has already retaken Shindu, then entering Aping State will allow us to meet him quickly." As Li Jai finished speaking, Liu Bei and Gu looked hesitant. The key to entering Aping State is whether the city of Shindu is controlled by the northern General Lu Zai. If it is, that would be ideal. However, if the Yellow Turban rebels still occupy Shindu, Lu's attempt to join forces with Lu Zai will be blocked by Shindu. And with only 6,000 troops, it may be difficult to break through Shindu. At that time, once the Yellow Turban rebels fully realize the situation, they will surely do their best to stop Liu Bei from merging with Lu Zai. "Then it seems the best choice is to enter the Changzan Kingdom," Jingfi muttered. "Choosing Changzan has the advantage of many mountains, which makes it easier to hide our movements. If we succeed in heading south to Gao, the distance to Julu City is only about 50 mi. Such a short distance means our horses can travel quickly, and even soldiers marching fast can reach the back of Julu in half a day. As Li Jai pointed to a spot between Gaoi and Julu on the HAB map, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi all looked serious, feeling a surge of excitement. The plan seemed very promising. Following Li's idea, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi focused on Gaoi and Julu on the map, feeling as if a huge temptation appeared before them. But Liu Bei, the calmest of the three, was the first to settle down and asked, "Ziquan, what are the disadvantages of entering the Chongzan kingdom?" Li Jai thought for a moment and replied, "The main problem is that Chongshan has many mountain roads, making marching difficult. It's not as easy as plains for large-scale movement. Also, if we want to secretly attack Julu from Gaoi, we need to hide our tracks well along the way." In just a few words, Li Jai seemed to downplay the difficulties, but Liu Bei knew the real challenges involved, especially the marching issues. Mountain roads are very hard to traverse. Rough, uneven paths often cause the actual distance to be 3 or 5 times longer than expected. In such conditions, it's crucial to avoid alerting the Yellow Turbans and having them report our movements to Julu. After thinking for a long time, Lube looked at Li Jai and asked, "Ziquan, which route do you think we should take?" Li Jai didn't speak, but pointed directly to the area within the Chongzan kingdom. Good. Li Jai's action was like the final weight tipping the scales. Lu's hesitation disappeared, and he said, "Then we will enter chaos from Jingzan, heading south straight to Gi. May the ancestors of Han protect me, Luanda, so we can defeat the Yellow Turban rebels quickly and bring peace to the people." Soon after resting briefly, the soldiers under Liu Bei's command set out again, heading west toward the state of Chongshan. Jing Fi personally led the 18 Yinyan cavalry and over 1,000 other soldiers as scouts, expanding the search area and killing nearby Yellow Turban bandits. Without a detailed map of Jiha, the march relied on directions, asking for guidance occasionally and adjusting the route to successfully reach Chongzan. Then, suddenly changing course, they continued southward. As they entered Chongshan, the journey became even harder. The path was initially narrow, barely wide enough for one person. After walking a few dozen steps, it remained difficult. Later, 100 men went ahead to clear the way, making it easier for others to follow, and the area suddenly opened up. This describes how tough the march was. Li Jai couldn't even ride a horse and had to walk on foot with branches and twigs blocking the way. Lube and Li led the front, facing great difficulty. Later, Li moved to the middle of the group with those ahead clearing the path. With their help, walking became less hard. Traveling through such terrain was several times more difficult than on flat plains, and their speed dropped sharply. Adding to the despair, after entering Chongzan and heading south, they lacked a detailed map. So Liu and Li Jai had no clear idea of their exact position, only following the general direction. Finally, they saw a plain ahead again. "Finally, we've come out." Liu, known for his determination, looked at the distant plain inside in relief. "Ziku and Yin Changa, come quickly and look." Liu Bei, always leading the way at the front, called out happily. Suddenly, Li Jai's spirits lifted. He quickly moved beside Liu Bei, squinting at the distant plain. "Wait, there are several columns of thick smoke rising over there." Zhang Fi's thunderous voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention toward that direction. Guan Yu stroked his long beard and squinted, saying, "I can faintly hear sounds of fighting and screams." Li then looked at the Ziha map and made a rough guess. "If this isn't the seat of the Yuan family in Chongzan, then it's Ding. Let's go see." Lube, having made up his mind, eagerly led the way toward the plain ahead. Soon after, all the soldiers entered the plains to prepare for battle. Just marching through the mountains had already caused the loss of over 300 men. Even before fighting, the loss rate reached about 5, which made Liu Ba's face tighten when he heard the news. Jing Fi, who was acting as a scout, quickly returned with information. Ahead was a small town called Jinding, and about 3,000 Yellow Turban soldiers were looting around it. "Should we go around or attack the bandits?" Liu asked, looking troubled. He preferred to attack so the local people wouldn't be harmed, but he was worried about messing up the big plan. Li Jai sensed Liu Ba's hesitation and his hesitant look, and suggested, "In the plains, the Yellow Turban bandits have no horses. We can have a lead the cavalry to block their escape routes. It's unlikely they will get away. Also, Brother Schwanda's troops need rest. Janing is a good place to rest and plan." With Li Jai's support, Liu had no more doubts. He quickly ordered Zhang Fi to lead the cavalry to block the area and then led Guan Yu to attack the bandits. Because Liu Bei's side had more soldiers and the advantage, the outcome was obvious. Li didn't even plan to join the fight. Instead, he stayed with 500 soldiers to protect the supplies, rest, and think carefully about their next move. Half an hour later, Jing Fi, covered in blood from the fight, returned to Li. It seemed he had fought fiercely and was no longer upset about the march. He loudly called out to Li Jai, "Master Zikuan, the battle is decided. My elder brother has confirmed the identity of the Zinding County magistrate, and he has arranged a room for you to rest. Thanks for your hard work, Ali replied. He was eager to go to Zinding and quickly washed up until he no longer smelled sour and sweaty. Only then did he feel fully alive again. Suddenly, just as Li Jai was relaxing in a wooden tub, a knock came at the door. Liu Bei's excited voice followed. Zikyuan, are you finished washing? Just a moment. Li Jai quickly got up, changed into Scholar's clothes, and opened the door. Li Jai was a bit surprised to see Liu still looking a little disheveled, but his tired face showed some excitement. Brother Sh Wanda, is there some happy news? Li asked with surprise. Lube replied, yes, there is good news. I happened to meet a talented person in Zinding who could greatly help Zikyuan's plants. Suddenly, Li Ji's heart skipped a beat and a name unconsciously appeared in his mind. Jin Ding, talented person. Could it be that Lube truly has some kind of good luck, so that as soon as he entered Jinding, he met that man, someone who could stand up to the entire tiger leopard cavalry 7 times? Lube also turned slightly, revealing the person following behind him. He was strong and sturdy with a face that looked weathered and wise, and he exuded a strong sense of blood and strength. This man, Li's originally excited expression paused. I am Shai Obo, he said, slightly bowing to introduce himself. Shai Obo Li narrowed his eyes, suppressing his disappointment. He had no particular impression of this name. Then Lig stepped aside to invite Liu Bei and Zai Obo inside. After they sat down, he asked, may I ask if you are from the Zio family of Chaio County? The Zio family of Chaio County refers to the ancestral family of Chao Chao, Zio Dun, and Zio Yuan. Although Chao Chao's surname is Chaio, it was only because Chao Chao's father, Chaos, was adopted and changed his surname. As far as I know, my family has been settled in Jining since ancient times, Zai Obo answered. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Li Jai said, realizing he had mistaken Zai Obo for someone from Chao Chao's clan, thinking he was sent by Cha Chao to Jinding. Indeed, although the Zio surname is not very common, not all Zio families come from Chaio County. Li Jai also took the chance to carefully observe Zai Obo. His hands had many calluses, but they didn't look like those from working with farm tools. They seemed more like they were used to wielding weapons. However, what surprised Li Jai was that Zai Obo's palms did not have the prominent calluses from drawing a bow like those of Guan Yu and Jin Fi. It seems he's not a veteran general who has been in the army for many years, Li silently judged. After all, in this era, not only military generals, but even scholars were generally skilled in riding and archery, as archery was a basic subject. Zai Obo's hands lacked the calluses from drawing a bow, and his sturdy build suggested he was from a rough background. Is he a wandering swordsman? Li Ji's eyes flickered with suspicion, wondering if Zai Obi might be a disguised bandit who took off his yellow cloth and pretended to be a commoner to deceive Liu Bei. Then Li turned to look at Liu Bei and asked, Brother Schwanda, do you think Zio's brother can help us with our plan? Yes, that's right. Liu nodded and said. Zio's brother is a wandering hero from Jai province, and he is from Chongzan. He knows the terrain around Chongzan state and the regions of Julu County very well. Oh, Li showed a happy expression and asked, if that's the case, it really is a blessing from heaven. With Zio's brother helping us and guiding the way, we might find a route that bypasses the yellow turban bandits and directly reaches Julu. He paused, then slightly bowed to Zio Obo and said, this matter is very dangerous and we don't know how to thank Zio's brother. No need to thank me. I act for righteousness, Zio Obo replied, brushing his sleeve and kneeling down before Liu and Le, speaking seriously. Moreover, without your timely help, Chindi village would face great danger. I cannot repay this kindness fully, but I will do my best with what little strength I have. At that moment, Li Jai vaguely saw a hint of Guan Yu in Zio Obo, which made his initial doubts and worries waver. As Liu Bei and Li Jai helped Zio be to his feet, Li Jai asked with some curiosity, Chindi village is Zio's brother's home village. Liu Bei took the lead to speak, looking at Zio B with admiration. At that time, about 300 yellow turban bandits tried to raid Chindi village. Zio's brother led more than 10 villagers in a fierce fight to cover the retreat, helping the villagers, including the elderly and children, carry their food up the mountain to escape. At that moment, Zio's brother wielded a single sword, showing great bravery. He quickly cut down more than 10 bandits' heads. Later, Jing Fi and Zio's brother fought side by side, and they battled for over 20 rounds without a clear winner. Hearing this, Li's expression changed as he looked at Zio Obo. Being able to fight Jing Fi for over 20 rounds and not lose shows an extraordinary level of skill. No wonder Liu was so excited that he forgot he was still bathing and eagerly pulled Zio Obo over. In terms of bravery and skill, he truly is a talented warrior. However, Shai Obo shook his head and said, I am not good at riding horses. I have some understanding of foot combat, enough to hold my own against General Guan. But if I face him on horseback, I fear I am no match for him. Li Jai heard this and silently evaluated. Actually, you can probably withstand the first 3 strikes of the second master, and maybe hold him off for a few dozen moves. His moves are most powerful in the first 3 strikes. Then he quickly loses strength and needs to gradually regain his energy over many turns. Watching Guan Yu and Jingfe up close, Lick has roughly understood their fighting styles. Guan Yu, inspired by the spring and autumn classics, has a sword technique where his first 3 strikes are mighty and unstoppable, each strike heavier than the last, great for quick kills and sneak attacks. Indeed, reading the spring and autumn helps him understand the greater meaning. Those with kindness, loyalty, and filial piety know how to use black tricks in battle effectively. But after the first 3 strikes, Guan Yu's strength drops sharply, and he needs to slowly rebuild his energy during the fight. If an opponent can block his first 3 strikes, they usually won't give Guan Yu a chance to recover within dozens of moves, making him unable to continue fighting. At that point, he's out of options. In such cases, the most compassionate second master can only resort to underhanded tricks like delaying with a hidden weapon. As for Jingfe, he is a typical fierce warrior, bold with spear techniques that are aggressive and overwhelming, growing more courageous as he fights. He's the kind of opponent that others simply cannot beat no matter what. Moreover, if enemies fear Jingfe, that fear boosts his fighting power even more without him realizing. Therefore, whenever Guan Yu and Jingfe spar, Jingfe usually wins, and Guan Yu genuinely admits that Jingfe's bravery surpasses his own. However, in Lig's view, Guan Yu is a fierce but ruthless fighter. His first 3 strikes can crush opponents weaker than him, but he then becomes exhausted. Jingfe, on the other hand, fights better and more excitedly as the battle goes on, perfectly countering Guan Yu. In conclusion, both Guan Yu and Jingfe are among the top warriors of their time, but Zai Obo's ability to fight Guan Yu to a standstill for over 20 exchanges is also impressive. Li Jai finally realized he had overthought things. Perhaps within the Taping Dao, there are warriors who can rival Ziob, but they are definitely top-tier generals, not mere spies. Furthermore, Lu personally saw Ziob bravely fight to protect the local people and battle the Yellow Turbans fiercely. This clearly shows that Ziobo has no real connection to the Yellow Turbans. However, to be cautious, Li decided to secretly send a few soldiers to Chingi village later to ask the villagers. Bringing some grain and oil would be enough to find out exactly when Ziobo's ancestors last made loud noises during family gatherings. Suddenly, Lig remembered something and asked, "Brother Zio, have you heard of Zio Zilongzhou Zilong?" Ziobo frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I haven't. What are his features? Where is he from? How old is he? If you want, I can try to find out, but with the Yellow Turban chaos now, it might take some time. Never mind." Li Jai waved his hand, not wanting to press further. He mainly knew that Zio Ziong was from Chongshan, but had little other information. Based on Li's guess, if Zio Ziong was in his 30s when he fought 7 times, he might be around 10 years old at that time. Even if he found him, what difference would it make? Would he be just a kid playing leader among the Peach Garden boys, teaching other little kids to and play with guns, of course? If Uncle Zio was already in his 50s, leading chaos at Chongban with a dough, then he would be about Lu Ba's age now. Thinking too far ahead was pointless. If they really wanted to find Zio Zong once the Genie division was established, it wouldn't be difficult to locate him. Since Li Jai had already decided to trust Ziobo, he immediately asked, "Brother Zio, what do you know about Julu, the Han army that was fighting the Yellow Turbans in Guangzhou? What is the current situation?" Ziobo replied, "I do know some about that. Previously, I was in a county robbing the rich and helping the poor. I happened to witness the great virtuous Zhang Zio leading a large group of Taiping Dao followers attacking Shindu. With inside and outside support, they quickly took over Shindu. At first, the Taiping Dao still had some reason. After they entered Shindu and burned the government offices, they only looted the wealthy families, shared the grain, redistributed land, and gained a lot of support from the common people. They then gathered followers, raised banners, and attempted to attack the silly. Then the northern general led his army out of the command post and fought against the Taiping Dao on the border of Jihe, near the Zio kingdom. The two sides had a huge difference in strength, with the northern general's forces being more than 10 times larger at one point. Unexpectedly, the northern general personally commanded the Han army in wild battles against the Taiping Dao, winning many victories. The Taiping Dao soldiers even became frightened when they saw the large banner with the character Lu. Hearing this, Lu couldn't help but clap in praise. No wonder Luke sure is so great. A true man should face challenges head-on and turn the tide in difficult times. Even Li Jai was deeply impressed by Lu Zai, whom he had heard about many times. Lu Ji is now the backbone supporting the large decaying Han Empire. He is worthy of being honored in the Confucian Temple during the Tang Dynasty. Although most of the Yellow Turban bandits were inexperienced, they were led by Jing Zio himself, a fanatic with strong fighting power. Yet Luji's weaker forces managed to defeat them decisively, causing the bandits to become terrified even at the sight of the Lu banner. His leadership skills are truly formidable. Yes, at that time I and several friends watched from afar on the battlefield. The Han army commanded by the northern general was as brave as General Viking, soaring like a flying star, making the Xiong new tribes afraid to look south. But as he spoke, Xiaobo sighed deeply. Since then, the Taiping Dao realized that they couldn't defeat the northern general in open battle. They kept retreating to Guanghang and Xindu, using the city walls to continue fighting him. However, after their offensive was blocked, the Taiping Dao began to plunder the common people wildly. Many in the regions of Julu and Aping were looted, and countless yellow turban bandits set fires, killed, and robbed amidst the chaos. Their influence spread further and further. I also noticed that many yellow turban bandits started entering Chaos Shan, so I worried about my hometown. I couldn't stay in Guangzhou and hurried back to Zanding. Unexpectedly today, yellow turban bandits attacked again. If it weren't for the two of you leading the troops to suppress the bandits and restore order, even if the bandits couldn't break through Ding's walls, countless civilians outside the city would have faced disaster. At the end, Xiaobo moved his body, as if he wanted to bow again to Liu Bei and Li Jai to show his gratitude. Seeing this, Liu quickly stopped him and felt a deep connection with Xiaob. Li Jai comforted Xiaobo while mentally reviewing the general situation on the battlefield in Jihe. As a result, Chang Yuani and Deng Ma intentionally led a group of yellow turban bandits northward to raid Yue, making their goal clearer. It was simply because Jing Zhao faced Luji directly, received a few heavy blows, and immediately realized what it meant to be scared. The challenge of confronting the Han dynasty directly had been attempted by the former Xiongnu, who were then split into two groups. One became the whip of the gods in the west, and the other, the southern Xiongnu, relied daily on submission, farming, and drinking milk. Zhang Zhao probably endured quite a bit of punishment, and his slogan of Thunder God helps me was no longer shouted. Instead, he relied on the common people, constantly raiding them using large numbers to fill Luji's forces. More importantly, Xiaobo's intelligence clearly showed one thing. Lu Zai is very fierce against the weak. He is so strong that he has made the entire Jihe Yellow Turban forces struggle to breathe, and now they are completely weakened. Before Xiaobo returned to Changshan, the Yellow Turban bandits barely fought back, but now they could only stay inside their city walls and defend. Honestly, it sounds like a fairy tale. It was always said that the attacking side would be 10 times stronger. But now it's the Yellow Turban bandits with 10 times the troops hiding inside their city to survive. They have truly pioneered a new tactic. Haijai unconsciously fell into deep thought. Eyes slightly closed and his index finger kept tapping his forehead. His mind began to imagine a map based on the locations of the cities in Ziju. He visualized the areas where the Yellow Turban bandits gathered, the regions where Lu Zihan army fought, and his current position with Liu Bei. After a moment, Li Jai opened his eyes, looking somewhat excited. "Brother Xuanda, I think I see a big opportunity for a major battle." "What kind of opportunity?" Liu asked eagerly. "The intelligence is still somewhat limited. We need to reach GI to investigate further before we can be sure." He paused briefly, then continued. "However, whether we follow the original plan to attack Julu or change our approach, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay long in Jing. If the demon Jing Zhao is thoroughly defeated by the northern general, and he abandons Guanghang in despair, retreating to the great city of Julu to hold out, then even if we arrive at the battlefield, we might only be able to join forces with the northern general. We won't be able to act alone effectively, and we will lose the chance to quickly eliminate the Yellow Turban rebels." Hearing this, Lu's spirit was instantly lifted. He immediately thought of giving an order to continue rushing forward. However, Lig stopped him, insisting that the exhausted soldiers should rest for the night first. Furthermore, everything depended on the truth of what Xiaobo said. Lig needed some time to investigate Xiaobo. Otherwise, it might be a trap. P.S. Xiaobo. According to the records of the Three Kingdoms in the annals of Emperor Wu, in the first month of the 5th year of Jian, Keang led an eastern expedition against the Lord, defeated him, and captured his general Xiaobo. However, there is no record of Xiaobo's courtesy name. So if anyone has naming ideas, please feel free to leave a comment. Soon after, a tired Lube left Xiaobo with Li Jai to ask about details of the battlefield in Ziho, then hurriedly departed. From Lu's perspective, he judged Xiaobo to be a loyal and righteous person, likely to be very helpful with the marching plans. However, Liu Bei also knew he was much less clever than Li Jai in strategy, so he deliberately brought Xiaobo along, allowing Li Jai to decide how much help Xiaobo could provide. Additionally, Liu Bei as a military commander still needed to settle soldiers and set up camp. That evening, the magistrate of Jinding County invited Liu to a banquet to thank him for defeating the bandits. Liu Bei, wanting to ask for some grain supplies from Zandian County, naturally could not refuse the invitation. Although Liu Bei had previously seized a large amount of money and grain from the Yellow Turbans in Jua County, long-distance marches meant that continuous supply from county was impossible. So Liu Bei kept most of the loot in his estate in JWA County. After leaving, his army only carried enough grain for 1 month. 1 month's supply was quite sufficient, and carrying more grain would slow down the march significantly. If they carried too much, the army would become unwieldy, more like a grain transport convoy. Moreover, Liu was fighting on his home ground. With official documents stamped by Liu Yin, he could reasonably request grain aid from passing officials. All these minor matters weighed heavily on Liu Bei, making his schedule very tight. Ultimately, the main reason was a lack of personnel. There were no clerks in the army to help coordinate all these affairs. Originally, Li didn't mind helping Liu Bei, but Liu Bei didn't ask him either. Since Li Jai wasn't officially a subordinate yet, he naturally didn't take the initiative to get involved in military affairs. However, when Li Jai was about to see Li off, Liu seemed to remember something and turned back to remind him. Zikyuan, learn more about the situation from the Zio brothers, but if you're tired, rest well first. You've worked hard during this time. As Li grew more familiar with Li, their conversations no longer felt as distant as before. Lig simply nodded and said, okay. Then Lube hurriedly left downstairs. Outside the door, seeing the 2 soldiers guarding there, Li spoke kindly. Thank you both. After you finish your handover later, take a good rest. The soldiers quickly responded with a bow. Yes, sir. Also, please don't let anyone disturb Zikin's rest. Liu added, yes, sir. Seeing the serious expressions of the soldiers, Liu Bei felt more at ease. He looked up at the room upstairs where Li Jai was and felt a bit guilty. With Zikyuan's talent, why should he suffer through mountains and rivers with me? Liu knew well that if Li Jai helped him handle military affairs, it would be much easier. But he also felt that Li Jai was already working very hard traveling with the army, and he didn't want to waste Li Jai's energy on trivial chores. It might be better for him to spend more effort himself and let Li Jai rest more. As for whether Li Jai had grand plans for himself, Liu Bei never thought that way. He was just a fallen relative of the Han dynasty, reduced to selling straw sandals for a living. What was he really compared to other Han relatives who were stronger than him? There were countless like stars in the sky or fish in the river. So Liu Bei felt he had nothing to repay except to give Li Jai his full trust and create a comfortable environment for him as a way to thank him for his help. Liu also hoped this would make Li Jai stay a little longer and perhaps develop some loyalty to him. Suddenly, with a loud slap, Liu slapped himself and spat out in frustration, shocking the 2 soldiers. Luanda, oh Lushwanda. Zikyuan helps you revive the mountains and defeat the enemies and even sets up the genie division for you. He follows you on your campaigns to JHA without complaint. Yet you do not thank him and instead you expect to gain from his loyalty. You are despicable, shameless, and only care about Zikyuan's loyalty. You must not behave like that. If Zikyuan is willing, that is very good. You should not force him. While Liu was speaking, he walked away mumbling, leaving 2 soldiers with surprised and confused expressions. As for Li Jai, who was inside the room chatting happily with Ziobo, he had no idea what was happening downstairs. Ziobo, a wandering hero from Jiha, was indeed well informed about all sorts of news in Ju. Of course, a wandering hero is not exactly the same as a great hero. They value loyalty and reputation more, and many are willing to fight for righteousness. For example, Jingo from the Wearing States period was essentially a wandering hero. They have their own unique ideas and rules of conduct, often valuing loyalty over life, making them a very special group in this era. After carefully asking Shai Obo about the intelligence on the Han army and the Yellow Turbans, Lig also took the opportunity to learn about the wandering hero group through Shai Obo, hearing many interesting stories about them. Only then did he arrange for Ziobo to rest. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, after Li Jai finished washing and was about to continue reading, there was a knock. Knock, knock, knock. Master Li Jai opened the door and let the 3 soldiers in, listening carefully to their reports about their visit to Chingi village. Of course, Li Jai would not let them openly reveal that they were there to gather information about Ziobo and Chingi village, as that would surely upset him. If Ziobo was truly a capable person, it might cause him to feel suspicious. Therefore, Li instructed these 3 soldiers to go to Chingi village in Liu Bei's name, carrying plenty of grain, oil, and meat, claiming that Ziobo was preparing to follow Liu Bei on his campaign. When Liu heard that life in Chingi village was quite difficult and that Ziobo was worried about the villagers before leaving, he secretly sent these supplies to the villagers. With this goodwill established, the villagers warmly welcomed the 3 soldiers. They didn't need to ask about Ziobo. The villagers eagerly shared all they knew through lively chatter. After confirming this, I finally felt at ease about Ziobo's identity. He kept his hands to the three soldiers and said, "Thank you all. I will report your efforts to Brother Shinda." "Not at all." The three soldiers quickly returned the gesture. Although Li Jai held no official position in the army, these three soldiers had originally followed Liu Bei's righteous army. They understood how wise and respected Li Jai was, so they dared not show off in front of him. Once Li Jai confirmed Ziobo's identity, he had no more doubts and quickly went to find Liu. In less than half a day, Liu had reorganized his troops and left Janding again. This time, they no longer had to follow a rough direction like before. Led by Ziobo, their guide, they traveled along small paths away from official roads, heading straight toward Gaoi. Meanwhile, Le ordered the 18 riders of Yin Yun to split into 3 groups. They changed into yellow turban bandit disguises, following Ziobo's instructions and the map Li drew. They rode quickly along the official road toward Zulu City to check the situation. According to Ziobo, the area around Julu was now very chaotic and disorderly. There were no roadblocks or checks by bandits. Earlier, Ziobo had successfully returned from Guanghang by disguising himself as a bandit. So, as long as they didn't march in large groups, the 18 riders could split into 3 groups and explore Julu without worrying about being detected early by the bandits. Half a day after Liu Bei hurriedly left with his army at Chindi village, as the evening sun cast a golden glow over the land, a white horse galloped swiftly across the ground, carrying 2 young boys. One boy dressed in white robes held a silver spear. His face still looked a bit childish, but his expression was full of confidence and determination. His eyes were sharp and intense with a hint of anxiety. When the white horse stopped at the entrance of Chingi village, looking at the peaceful scene inside, the boy in white suddenly pulled on the rein sharply. In an instant, the majestic white horse calmed down from its rapid movement. Its front hose lifted high, and it stood upright like a person. Despite this, the boy in white remained steady on the horse, not even swaying. Behind him, another boy who was being held tightly let out a surprised cry. Suddenly, the boy who had lost his balance loosened his grip and fell straight to the ground, but then everything spun around him. He didn't feel the expected pain. Instead, a seemingly slender and not very tall young man in a white robe had caught him with one hand and held him in midair. After a moment, he gently lowered him to the ground. The white-robed young man took a deep breath and asked with concern, "Lon, you were so careless. Are you hurt anywhere?" Ziolan chuckled and replied, "Hey, Brother Yin, I'm fine. You caught me, didn't you?" The white-robed young man said, "Seriously, that's good. Be more careful next time. You're not very skilled at riding, so you need to be extra cautious on horseback." Ziolan waved it off, saying, "It's okay. Brother Yun will protect me anyway." The white-robed young man smiled helplessly and then looked toward Chundi village, saying, "Lon, didn't you say there would be a large group of yellow turban bandits coming to raid the village?" "I don't know," Ziolan replied, looking at the peaceful Chindi village with some confusion. "Not long ago, my elder brother was worried about yellow turban rebels attacking Zanding after he returned home. He would go out early every day to check the situation. That day, I was still a bit sleepy when my brother, looking anxious, pulled me out of bed and told me to hurry up the mountain to ask our master for help. He would try to delay the attackers so the villagers could hide in the mountains and wait for the master to come and save us." The white-robed young man nodded upon hearing this and said, "Brother Bo is usually steady and experienced. Since he urged you to go to the master, he must have sensed something unusual. It seems the village hasn't suffered much damage, so there might be some other change." "Phew," Shahalo Lon sighed in relief. "Anyway, it's good that everything's fine." The white-robed young man whose face had been tense finally relaxed and said, "Yes, it's good that everything is fine." As his worries eased, he looked again at Shingi village with a strange feeling of nostalgia and shyness. "Brother Yun, you haven't been back to the village for 3 or 4 years, right?" Zion asked. The white-robed young man dismounted, led his horse, and walked toward the village with Zion. He added seriously during the walk, "It has been over 4 years and 5 months since I was taken into the mountains by my master to learn martial arts. I have never been allowed to leave the mountain." "Oh, so it's been that long," said Ziolan, scratching his head. "Every year my master allows me to train in the mountains for 1 month. I didn't realize that Yungiru hasn't come back for so long. My master said that learning to use a spear requires full concentration and no distractions. He didn't want me to leave the mountain and be disturbed by trivial matters. He did it for my good," replied the boy in white. Ziolan clicked his tongue and said, "My master was just speaking casually. He's afraid that if his disciple leaves the mountain, he might be kidnapped and never return. Only you, Junger, would take it seriously. Don't speculate about my master's intentions. That is disrespectful." The boy in white shook his head and scolded. "Master's teachings are one set after another, but he can't beat Junger," Zion said dismissively. The boy in white replied, "That's because my master is deliberately being modest. He wouldn't truly fight seriously. Young, you're just too humble." Even my master says you're very strong, Zioalin said with some helplessness. My master is just encouraging me. How could I become arrogant or look down on heroes of the world? He paused, then looked seriously at Zioalin and said, Lan, you should be the same. Whether you join the army, face battles, or fight in duels, remember to leave some strength in reserve at all times. This way you can handle unexpected situations and protect yourself. Shyalin looked surprised and said, I guess no one can beat you then. How could that be? Led is also quite capable, the boy in white encouraged. Zio Holland replied weakly, Young, you don't have to pretend to encourage me. I know you usually hold back for my sake. As the boy in white entered the village, almost everyone's gaze followed him, showing some surprise at such a brave young man's identity. Suddenly, a woman who had been watching him intently seemed to remember something and asked, Are you Zio's younger brother? The boy in white hurriedly bowed to her and said, And Fu, I am Zio Yun. I followed my master to learn martial arts and left my hometown years ago. I just returned to the village and Fu became interested and asked further as expected of Yun Ziozi. It's been many years and I hardly recognize you. You're already such a brave young man almost ready for marriage. Right before returning home, my master had already given you the name Xiong. Zioin respectfully replied and Fu's smile grew brighter as she said, That's right, that's right. I happen to have a niece who is quite lovely, Zio Yun. On the way home, Anfu gave Zio Yun a big shock to his heart. Even when Zio Yun reached his door, Afu kept talking enthusiastically. His polite and humble smile started to stiffen. Yun, thank you for Anfu's kindness, but today is chaotic and you are talented. You should help the people of the world a little. Love and marriage are not something to think about now. And Fu muttered unhappily, Hey Yuan, why don't you understand? Forget it, talking more won't help. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. I'll go talk to your older brother about it. Suddenly, Zio Yian felt numb all over, worried that his brother might agree without thinking. Just then Zio Lan seemed to understand Zio Yian's thoughts and said, And Fu Yun just returned home and doesn't understand much. It's too early to talk about this now. That's true. And Fu thought for a moment and agreed. In that case, Yun, you go home and rest, then talk to your brother about this. I'll visit again in a few days. Hearing this, Zio Yun didn't hesitate to say goodbye to Aunt Fu. He watched her leave and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zio Lan happily said, Yaun, luckily, you didn't agree to Aunt Fu. Zio Yun, who usually doesn't gossip or talk behind people's backs, couldn't help but ask, Why is Aunt Fu's niece a bit difficult to describe? Zio Lan honestly replied, No, it's not that. I actually like Aunt Fuzz. I was thinking of asking my brother to help me talk to her. If Yin had agreed just now, I'd have to bring this up again, and my brother would definitely scold me. Zio Yun. Then Zion lightly tapped Zio Lan's head and said, Young and naive, all your thoughts are on love and marriage. How can you achieve anything if you're so distracted? Marriage is important. It's about continuing the family line. Zio Lan said unhappily. Then go home and tell Brother Bo. Zioin helplessly then turned and pushed open the old wooden door of the small farmyard. Walking inside, what he saw was still much the same as before, as if leaving home at 11 was just a dream. Brother, Yun was momentarily lost in thought, then called softly a few times, but there was no response. Is he not at home? Zio Yun thought silently, then found a wooden stake to tie up his horse. He's Zioyu the lion. After rolling up his sleeves, he went over to the pile of uncut firewood in the corner of the yard and began chopping. Bang, bang. When his long body fully relaxed, it revealed strong arms hidden beneath his white robe and a sturdy waist. Zio Yin didn't seem to exert much effort. Yet the wooden stakes split almost instantly, each one breaking into roughly equal halves. In less than an incense stick's time, all the firewood that might take a normal person a whole day to chop was already split. Just then, the small yard's wooden door was pushed open again, and Jahalan hurriedly entered. What's wrong? Lan Ziahalan looked worried as he said, Brother Yun, I figured out why the yellow turban bandits are gone. The yellow turban bandits did come to raid the village. But then a man named Liu Bei, the prefect of Zhua County, led troops and defeated the bandits who had looted Jing. But before Zia Holland finished, Zio Yin slightly frowned and interrupted. Zhua is hundreds of miles away from here. How could the Han army from Zhua County appear in Jing? Unlike Zio Lan, Zio Yun had studied martial arts, military strategy, astronomy, and geography while learning on the Mount. Although Zio Yun had never been to Zhua County, he roughly knew its location and distance. That's why he was confused about how the Han army from Zhua County could appear in Jing. I'm not sure about that. Zion didn't think as deeply as Zio Yun, and hurriedly said the important thing is brother left with the Han army from Zhua, and I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Zio Yin thought carefully. After a long moment, suddenly widened his eyes and fully understood, then spoke. Brother Bo is a calm and righteous person, since he judged that the Han army would not lie. His decision to leave with him is likely related to his understanding of the terrain in Zhu. So is the Han army's goal a surprise attack on Julu Ziolan? Listening to Zio's analysis, was surprised and quickly asked, "Brother, are you in danger?" Zio Yunin did not answer Zio Lan. Instead, he frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up, walked to the Nightshade Jade Lion, untied the reins, and mounted his horse. "Brother Yin, where are you going?" Zio Lan asked eagerly. Zio Yun, sitting on the Jade Lion holding a spear, said resolutely, "What Brother Bo is doing is a great cause. The Han army has helped us, and we must repay them." "Lon, did you ask when the Han army left?" "Yes. I heard that this morning someone named Lu sent people to deliver a lot of food and supplies to the village." "They probably left less than half an hour ago," Zion replied. Although Lu is a kind and virtuous man, Zioyu nodded in approval. His young face showed determination and courage as he spoke. "I want to go help the Han army and also to ensure Brother Bo's safety." Zio Lan's eyes widened. He quickly said, "Wait, Brother Yin, take me with you. Lan, your skills are not enough to protect yourself in battle. Stay in the village." After a pause, Zio Yin tugged the reins, looked back at his home, which had yet to host him for a night, and said, "Lan, tell my elder brother that Yun is going and will return soon. Don't worry. When I come back, I will show filial respect. Go." Immediately, Zion pressed his heels into the horse, and with a movement that was perfectly in sync with his thoughts, the Jade Lion's hose moved. In an instant, the horse went from stillness to motion, jumping nearly 2 m over the wall. When Zio Lan hurriedly pushed open the small courtyard door and ran out, Zio Yan's figure was almost out of sight. "Brother Yin, come back early," Zio Lan called out from afar. Hearing Zio Lan's voice behind him, Zio Yan felt an inexplicable thrill, as if returning to Chingy village might only happen after a very long time. However, Zio Yan's mind quickly became firm. Almost instantly, he rode away on the Night Shine Jade Lion from Chingy village, heading toward Zinding County, trying to follow the trail of the Han army from Shwa County. After leaving Jinding, the large army entered less traveled paths, moving swiftly toward Gaoi under Ziobo's leadership. Although they were not on official roads, the mountain and muddy rural paths were not too difficult to travel. They only allowed 3 to 5 people to walk side by side at a time, but this greatly shortened the march time. By the next day, the army reached Gaoi, very close to Julu County, and with Ziobo's help, they found a hidden mountain hollow to set up camp and defend. At dusk, Ziobo and Jingfi returned from outside, where they had gone to support the 18 riders of Yin Yun, but they only brought back 12 men. "Why are there only 12? Lu asked. Jingfi shook his head and answered with a slightly low mood, "They haven't returned. They may have encountered something unexpected." Immediately, Liu, Guan Yu, and Li Jai looked somewhat silent. It is known that Jiangfi treats the 18 riders of Yinni almost like brothers. When there was food and drink, Jingfi never forgot to share with them. The 18 riders of Yin Yun are divided into 3 groups, each with 6 riders exploring Julu. Now, one full group has not returned as expected, most likely due to some accident or mishap. This is Ziobo's fault, leading to 6 brave men. Before Ziobo could finish, Jingfi interrupted. "Battlefield dangers are everywhere. When Master Ziquen suggested sending the most reliable of the 18 riders of Yin Yin first to gather intelligence, I was already prepared. Otherwise, there was no need to split them into 3 groups. The goal was to avoid total defeat. Just don't let me find out who betrayed the 18 riders of Yinyan. I will make them pay dearly." After speaking, Jingfi sat down heavily and grabbed a jar of wine, drinking it quickly, clearly still very upset. Neither Lu nor Li Jai could persuade Jiang Fi, so they could only watch him and look at the exhausted 12 men. "Please, everyone, report the news from Julu," Liu Bei said. "Yes." Among the remaining 12 people, 2 stepped out and reported their findings. As the reports from the 18 riders of Yiniyun were summarized, everyone inside the tent grew increasingly serious. Julu was completely lost. Truly, it was truly gone. After the 18 riders of Yin Yun entered Jul County, the villages they passed through were almost entirely deserted. The large Jul County was now mostly inhabited by 2 types of people, the dead or the yellow turbans. Everyone, whether old, weak women, children, or young men, wore yellow scarves and roamed the land like locusts, searching for food. As for Julu City, which the Taping Dao regarded as a holy city, only certain yellow turban fighters could enter. The 18 riders of Yin Yun, following Xiaob's advice, used their horses to draw markings on their faces resembling yellow turban warriors, allowing them to blend in as yellow turbans and successfully infiltrate Julity. Zulu City had already fallen completely under the control of the Taping Dao, with General Jing Ling personally stationed there. Inside, everyone wore yellow scarves and every household worshipped the Great Sage and the Heavenly Yellow. Although the 18 riders saw no soldiers within the city, it was clear that for the Taping Dao, every believer was considered a soldier. However, the riders had already learned the locations of the city's treasury, granaries, and other important facilities. these places were not well guarded, and their defenses were surprisingly lax. In the eyes of the Taiping Dao, Julu was a sacred city protected by the heavenly yellow, and no one dared to offend it. From the perspective of the higher-ups of the Taiping Dao, Julu was in the rear with high walls and deep moats, and countless believers served as a barrier, making it extremely safe. As the writers shared their gathered information, everyone in the tent fell into silence. Julu may not have soldiers, but its countless believers are just as formidable. Not just 6,000, even 600,000 attacking might not be enough to break through, Lu muttered softly. At this moment, even Guan Yu and Jing Fi fell silent. The entire city of Julu being controlled by the Yellow Turbans was an overwhelming piece of news. Not to mention Lu's current forces were fewer than 6,000. Even if they had the strength to attack Julu, would they have to slaughter the city? Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Rest now. Li Jai waved his hand to dismiss the remaining 12 members of the Yini 18 cavalry, then smiled calmly. Startled by Li's smile, Liu Bei and the others looked at him with confusion. Ziquan, why are you laughing? They asked. If we're only depended on comparing the number of soldiers on each side, it would be easier. Also, the Yellow Turbans wouldn't be overwhelmed by the northern middle general around Guanzhou. Li Jis's words immediately energized Lu Guan and Jing. Even the former wandering hero Ziobo felt Li Jis's fearless attitude as if he saw that the Yellow Turbans were nothing to him. Mr. Ziquan is right. The Yellow Turbans are just a bunch of sneaky bandits. When we fought 2,000 against 60,000, we made them run in fear, Jing Fi said loudly while drinking. Guanu stroked his long beard proudly and said, no matter how many bandits there are, they are just weak chickens and dogs. Only Liu still frowned, knowing that Guan Yu and Jing Fi's words didn't match the current situation. The victory at Daxing Mountain was mainly because Li Jai used clever tactics to separate the Yellow Turbans from their captured followers, then ambushed and destroyed them. He also used the terrain to force many Yellow Turbans to surrender by threatening to kill Changui. After that battle, Lube often thought about how he had beaten the odds and learned a lot from it. But he also understood that the current situation in Julu City was very different from Daxing Mountain. Most of the people in Julu City were probably devout followers of the Taiping Dao. Once the Taiping Dao leaders gave an order, even if Liu Bei led an army to attack and seize Julu City, they wouldn't withstand the counterattack from the Yellow Turbans. At this moment, Liu was most thankful that he hadn't rashly entered Julu County from Jingzan because with the huge number of Yellow Turbans there, he might not even see Julu City and could be overwhelmed by countless enemies. Just as Liu looked up at Li, he saw Li Jai closing his eyes slightly and pressing his index finger to his forehead as if he was thinking deeply. Could Ziquan have a clever plan? Liu quickly raised his hand to stop Guan Yu and Jing Fei from speaking. Making a shushing gesture, Guan Yu and Jing Fi looked in the direction Lai indicated and quickly fell silent. This scene caught Ziobo's attention, but he couldn't help feeling surprised inside. Although Ziobo had not known Liu, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi for long, he had a good understanding of their personalities. Liu was known for his kindness and virtue, while Guanu was proud, and Jing Fei was hot-tempered. The fact that Guan Yu and Jing Fei quickly became quiet showed that Li Jai had completely convinced them. Right now, Li Jai was quickly sorting through useful information in his mind, trying to find what benefited his side. He wasn't sure how other strategists planned their schemes, but for Li Jai, information was the most important. He considered the current situation in Julu, the number of Yellow Turbans, the defenses, and other details. These pieces of information intertwined in his mind, helping him instinctively judge the chances of victory. It seemed that only a situation of complete chaos could turn the tide. Otherwise, only a divine intervention like a meteor strike on Julu Castle could change things. Likewise, Liu Bei, who was skilled in military strategy, judged correctly. Li Jai also believed that even if they launched a surprise attack on Julu and entered the city, their less than 6,000 soldiers would not withstand the large Yellow Turban army inside. The terrain of Julu made water attacks impossible. The only option seemed to be fire attacks. However, Li, relying on instinct, also felt that a fire attack might not work either. After a long march, Yu and Liu Bei, leading 6,000 soldiers, moved to Gaoi, less than 50 mi from Julu Castle, to quickly end the Yellow Turban chaos, to preserve as many people as possible, and to seize the opportunity to rise. Your next choice would determine the future of the era. After gathering a lot of useful intelligence, you considered 1. Wait for the right moment to act. 2. Launch a surprise fire attack. As Li Jai sensed these options in his mind, he paused. The gap in strength between the enemy and himself was too large, and there were too few exploitable factors from the intelligence. Even in this special situation, he could only see 2 possible paths. Without hesitation, Li chose to test the surprise fire attack plan. You, unwilling to miss this great opportunity, decided on the surprise fire attack. Although you knew this plan was risky, it was the only feasible option at the moment. Summer had arrived in Jiha, and heavy rain could fall at any time. Using your basic knowledge of astronomy, you determined that there will be no rain tonight, making it a rare good opportunity for a fire attack and surprise strike. Additionally, the large army lurking in Gaoi cannot be guaranteed to avoid detection by the yellow turbans. Speed is crucial in warfare. Under your command, Guan Yu, Jing Fi, and Xiaobo each lead 100 soldiers disguised as yellow turbans. They use the experience of entering Julu through the Yin 18 cavalry to secretly bring in fire-starting materials like oil into the poorly guarded city. You already know that Julu has many empty houses which Guan Yu, Jing Fi, and Xiao used to hide in, taking advantage of the vacant buildings. That night at the third watch, when people are most tired, Guan Yu, Jing Fi, and Xiaobo follow the plan. They each lead their soldiers to launch surprise attacks on 3 key places inside the city: the granary, the treasury, and the government office. With their strength, they quickly kill the guards at these locations and set fire to the buildings using oil and other materials. Attacks from 3 different directions ignite fires simultaneously, causing chaos within Julu. Unfortunately, the amount of fire-starting materials they carry is limited, so they can only set fire to the granary, treasury, and government office. But the flames are not enough to burn the entire city. As General Jinglong is suddenly awakened from sleep, he orders the yellow turban fighters to attack the enemies and closes all the city gates. Meanwhile, Guan Yu, Jiangfi, and Xiaobo's soldiers become trapped inside the city. Although Liu leads all his troops to attack Julu at dawn, trying to create an opening to rescue Guan Yu and others, the city walls are high and the moat deep, making it impossible for Liu Bei to break through quickly. Inside the city, Guan Yu and Jingfi fight fiercely, causing chaos everywhere, but everyone has their limits. When Liu Bei hears that the fighting inside the city has stopped and sees the heads of Guan Yu and Jingfi thrown outside, he feels hopeless and reluctantly orders a retreat. However, for you, your strategic goal has already been achieved. The large stockpile of food, weapons, and supplies inside Yulu is completely destroyed by the fire. Even the strongest beliefs cannot withstand hunger, and within less than 3 days, the city occupied by countless yellow turbans collapses on its own. Many yellow turbans fleet outward from the city in chaos. The fall of Julu spread quickly like a chain reaction, affecting the entire Hab region and even the broader war situation. When Jing Xiao learned that the rear route to Julu city was cut off, the supplies for the large yellow turban army, enough to last a year, instantly turned to ashes. He died on the spot, coughing up blood. Cities like Guanghang were quickly captured by Liu Zai. Liu Bei sees this good opportunity to attack Julu himself, personally killing Jing Ling to avenge Guan Yu and Jing Fi. According to Xiao Bo, who hid inside the city and escaped safely, Jing Fi, exhausted and about to die, still looked furious, shouting, "Kill the traitors for my brother, it's so satisfying." Guanu sighed deeply, saying, "I wish I could walk with my brother again and fulfill our ideals." Even after his head was cut off, his body remained standing as if he were a divine being. Hearing this, Liu Bei fainted again from grief. As the war in Hub was settled, the Yellow Turban Rebellion was quickly suppressed. Lube was promoted beyond normal ranks for his daring attack on Julu and burning the Yellow Turban supplies, making him famous across the Han Empire. However, the deaths of Guan Yu and Jing Fi haunted Lube, and he often remembered the oath he made in the Peach Garden. Though Lube did not hold a grudge against you, he could not forgive himself. He died of illness less than 5 years later, overwhelmed by grief and longing for his fallen brothers. Strategy evaluation. The huge difference in strength between the Yellow Turbans and the Han Army in JWA County forced you to take risky actions. Rationally, although you didn't capture Julu, you achieved your strategic goals and greatly contributed to the fall of the Yellow Turbans. Emotionally, you betrayed Guan Yu and Jing Fi's trust, relying on the trust you built at Daxing Mountain. Guan Yu and Jing Fi had no doubt that you would support them after igniting the fire, and they fought hard to complete their mission. More painfully, the deaths of Guan Yu and Jiang Fei dealt Lu an irreparable, leading to his early death from grief. Before he died, Lu entrusted all his forces to you, and you also tried to carry forward the Peach Garden ideals. However, compared to Liu Bei, you lacked the legitimacy to revive the Han dynasty and did not possess Lei's inspiring and easily rallying benevolence. In the end, facing increasingly fierce attacks from other warlords, you had to lead your trusted followers to flee overseas, settling in, for example, for the rest of your life. You dedicated yourself to developing Izhou, leaving a final wish. When China is reunified, bring Izhou back to the 9 provinces. After your death, the people of Izhou recognized you as the king of Egypt. After your descendants successfully bring Izhou into the territory of Jio, they were repeatedly posthumously honored and listed in the Temple of Confucius. This time, the deduction produced even more details than ever before. Li Jai is unsure whether his knowledge has significantly increased during this period, but he seems to have gained better judgment about the future. King of Ijo, based on the outcome of Liu Bei's death from illness, Li assumes that if he has to inherit Liu Bei's power and is too weak to fight other warlords, he would choose to escape overseas. After all, both emotionally and logically, Li would never want to submit to another warlord, as loyal ministers do not serve two masters, and the other warlords would not be his ideal leaders. As Li Jai once again feels his mind heavy like being flooded with mercury and must open his eyes and take a deep breath to relax, Jingfi sees this and takes the opportunity to ask Mr. Zikyuan, "Do you have any good plans?" Guan Yu also asks. "From my view, the 18 cavalry of Yinyan have found that the defenses in Zulu City are not very strict. Perhaps we could use fire attacks." Mr. Zikyuan, what do you think? Li Jai massages his temples, feeling somewhat tired, and replies, "Just now, I deduce that a surprise fire attack on Julu could work. However, the number of soldiers who can sneak into the city is limited, and so are the supplies of fire-starting materials. Therefore, the biggest problem is that even if we set a fire, we can't let the flames spread across the entire city. Only 3 or 5 areas would catch fire, and the resulting chaos would be quite limited." Li Jai, having thought it through once more, clearly points out the main issue with the fire plan. Normally, to burn down the entire city with fire, one would need to place large amounts of oil and other flammable materials throughout the city, and also set dry grass and firewood at the connecting points of buildings. It would also require a strong wind to help, so the fire could quickly become a raging inferno, engulfing the entire city and making it impossible to extinguish. However, even if the defenses of Julu City are lax, it's impossible to just randomly place hay and firewood in each house without raising suspicion. Wouldn't that be foolish? Even if Guan Yu, Jing Fei, and Shai Obo personally led teams to sneak into the city, they could only manage to burn down the key places like the government office, granary, and treasury. Jing Fei's eyes suddenly light up, and he excitedly shouts, "How about I go to Julu City and start a quarrel challenging Jing Liang? If I kill Zhang Liang, the chaos in Julu City will surely erupt." Li Jai shook his head and said, "There are rumors about Jing Zhao's 2 brothers, Jing Bao and Jing Ling. Jing Bao is hot-tempered and eager for battle, while Jing Ling is cautious and careful, not good at fighting. Because of this, even if he did keep scolding, he cannot lure Zhang Liang out of the city alone. In the end, no matter how much Jing Fi insults, Jing Liang would not be tempted to challenge him alone. Instead, he would likely lead many yellow turban warriors to attack and kill Jing Fi." Suddenly, Jing Fi shouted in frustration, "This isn't working. That isn't working. Are we just going to stay here doing nothing, watching everything happen? My 6 brothers would have died in vain." Before he could finish, Liu Bei slammed the table and shouted, "Yida, how can you talk to Zikyuan like that? If your plan was good, Zikyuan wouldn't stop you. Now Zikyuan is stopping you because he cares about your safety and doesn't want you to die needlessly." Jing Fi was stunned for a moment, then sat down defeated and bowed to Li Jai, saying, "Sorry, Master Zikyuan. I was upset and spoke without thinking." Li waved his hand, understanding Jing Fi's impulsive nature, but he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he furrowed his brow and thought about another possibility. From the previous analysis, Li concluded that the real stronghold of Julu City was not the walls, but the large number of yellow turban fighters gathered inside. Therefore, to break the city, the key was not just attacking the gates, but breaking the psychological defenses of the yellow turbines inside. In the earlier plan, even if Liu Bei didn't attack the city during the fire, after the granaries were burned, the yellow turbines inside Zulu would collapse within 3 days. What if the goal was only to burn the granaries? Li Jai's eyes lit up slightly. Using the strategy simulator again, he changed the task assignment. After selecting the fire attack surprise, speed is crucial in warfare. Under your command, Zai Obo leads a 100 soldiers disguised as yellow turbans, secretly carrying fire oil and other incendiary materials into Julu City. Guan Yu and Jing Fi plan to attack from the east side of the city once the fire breaks out. Thanks to Shai Obo's familiarity with the city from his past as a ranger, he easily led the 100 soldiers to hide until around midnight. Then Shai Obo led his soldiers straight to attack the most important granary. Almost instantly, they broke through the defenses of the granary. However, before Zai Obo could order his men to pour oil and set fires, a large group of yellow turbines surrounded them. The small flames that had just started were quickly extinguished, and only Zai Obo managed to escape and hide. At this point, Li decided to stop the simulation. It was clearly a failure. Since neither the Treasury nor the government office, both key facilities were attacked at the same time, chaos in Jewel City was avoided. Even if Zai Obo had succeeded in attacking the granary, there would not have been enough time to burn it down. Without enough chaos, even if Guan Yu and Jing Fi led troops outside to attack Julu City, it would be useless. Surprisingly, the strategy simulator confidently judged that Ziobo with his abilities would not be captured in Julu City, allowing Ziobo to escape once again. In the end, the meeting concluded without any major issues. Only Li Jai suggested sending more scouts to patrol the surrounding area to prevent the large army from accidentally wandering into Yellow Turban territory and being discovered. Later, after returning to his own tent, Li was visited by Liu. When Lai pushed aside the tent flap and entered, he found Li Jai calmly reading a bamboo scroll, not showing the restless impatience like Jin Fi. Li Jai was also pouring 2 cups of hot tea in front of him, sipping them slowly. Seeing Li Jai so relaxed and composed, Lu suddenly felt at ease. His previously anxious heart calmed completely. Zikwen, is the other cup of hot tea prepared in advance for me, of course. Please, Brother Shanda, have a seat. Li Jai stood up, bowed to Liu Bei, and then gestured for him to sit in the seat in front. Liu happily sat down and asked, Zikwan, how did you know I would visit? Li smiled but said nothing. Seeing this, Liu sighed slightly and then said, there are only the 2 of us here, so I will speak frankly. Brother Shindanda, feel free to speak. Liu paused for a moment and then spoke. Just now during the meeting in the camp, I noticed a change in Zikoin's expression. I sensed that he had some thoughts but was holding back. Could it be that he has some difficult secret he's not telling us? When I said this, Li Jai paused slightly while holding his teacup and looked at Liu Bei with a hint of surprise. Li Jai believed his acting was decent, at least not revealing his true thoughts easily. He didn't expect Liu Bei to be so sharp and noticed this so quickly. Then Li didn't hide anything and nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier, Li admitted that he had considered a fire attack plan. He explained that while this plan might succeed, the cost to both of us would be too heavy. What cost? Liu hesitated and asked. Li Jai closed his eyes slightly and replied, Yang and Ito would risk their lives, burning all the grain, money, and weapons in Julu, causing the yellow turbans to collapse. Suddenly, Lu's expression changed clearly, and he exclaimed, no, I prefer to face the danger myself, and I absolutely cannot agree to use Yun Chong and Ida's lives to push this plan forward. After saying this, Liu realized the seriousness of the plan, sighed, and said slowly, you are right, Zikuan. This plan is too heavy. I have sworn a brotherhood with Yun Chong and a sharing life and death. How can I sacrifice their lives to achieve this plan, even if it could help us defeat the Yellow Turbans? I would not take it. Li knew very well that once this plan was revealed, Liu Bei would definitely choose this way. To make the plan succeed, the main condition was to hide it from Liu Bei and secretly involve Guan Yu, Jing Fei, and Zai Obo. From a rational point of view, Liu is somewhat compassionate. Why would a great leader care about his subordinates' lives if it were Cao Cao? He might think carefully and then happily accept such a sacrifice. However, emotionally, Liu also didn't want Liu Bei to use this plan. Today, Liu can abandon Guan Yu and Zhang Fi, but tomorrow he might abandon Li Ji's life too. Li Jai sighed and said, I also know this plan is not good, which is why I didn't mention it during the meeting. Otherwise, with Yun Chong's nature, they might not care about their lives and could insist on taking this dangerous risk, which is not impossible. Liu listened and looked at Li Jai with a moment of surprise. Zikon, you are truly considerate and gentle, and you understand my thoughts so well. Could this be what the Book of Documents Taishir refers to as shared hearts and minds? Suddenly, with a meaningful smile, Liu slowly revealed a subtle expression in response to Li's confused gaze. This made Li's well-trained gluteal muscles tighten instinctively, and he unconsciously wanted to shift back a little more. As the saying goes, guard carefully and be prepared. Liu looked somewhat embarrassed and said, Zikwan, I have a request that may be a bit difficult. If it's truly hard to ask, Brother Shwanda shouldn't have brought it up, Li Jai replied softly. This caused Liu Bei, who was about to continue, to hesitate, surprised that Li Jai was not following the usual way. Truly worthy of Zikuan, never easily understood. Actually, it's not a very difficult request, Liu Bei said. Not difficult, Li asked. Yes, is it not difficult for Brother Wu or just not difficult for me? Li Jai confirmed. It probably isn't very difficult for Zikuan. Liu replied, then Brother Shwanda just say it, Li Jai said casually. Liu looked at Li Jai with bright eyes and said that's because Shwanda has great ambitions, but he hopes to achieve his goals together with Zuan Yang, and none can be missing. Therefore, in the future, Zuan's wise plans must not harm himself. After saying this, Liu's gaze on Li Jai was almost filled with passionate warmth, and he felt the atmosphere was very good at this moment. Zuan, you should understand my intentions. Zikwen, to me, your importance is no less than Yun Chong Anda. Will you accept me as your leader and pursue our great goals together? Of course, Liu didn't truly express these thoughts openly, fearing it might pressure Li Jai or cause a complete split if Li Jai refused. He could only hint at it in a strongly suggestive way, almost revealing his feelings. However, Liu didn't realize that during the discussion, Liu had performed intense mental calculations, which burdened his mind heavily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hurried back to his tent to rest. Therefore, Liu Bei's heartfelt and sincere hint was beyond Li's capacity to interpret at that moment, like winking at a blind person. When Liu entered Li's tent, he felt anxious inside. When he left, he was filled with melancholy. Could it be that there's still something about me that Li Jai isn't fully satisfied with? The only thing that slightly comforted Liu Bei was that before leaving the camp, Li briefly analyzed their current situation. Now the greatest advantage of the large army hidden in Gaoi is that the enemy is visible, but they are in the dark. If they take action or gain something, the chance only comes once. Therefore, until they are quite sure, it is better to wait and do nothing. Wait for the right moment. Send more cavalry disguised as yellow turbans to infiltrate Zhou County and gather intelligence, preferably confirming the situation on the Guanzhong front. Thinking of Li Jai's advice, Lei immediately made arrangements. After Liu Bei left the camp, Li Jai took out a bamboo scroll from his sleeve, spread it out in front of him, and thought for a moment before starting to write on it. The previous analysis about the fire attack surprise plan was undoubtedly something Liu Bei and Li Jai would not accept. But in such a special situation, the value of the analysis was not just in the outcome. Some important intelligence that Li Jai might normally overlook was also very valuable. 1. The grain and supplies stored inside Zulu City belong to the entire Yellow Turban forces in Jai Province, which is very important. 2. General Jingling is not a fool. He is cautious and careful not to be underestimated. 3. The strength of Julu does not lie in its walls, but in the faith and loyalty of the Yellow Turban people inside. To break Julu, one must first break the hearts of the Yellow Turban followers. There is no situation in this world that cannot be broken. It is only a matter of ability or lack of information, or perhaps not having enough conditions to break the deadlock. Li Jai mumbled this, rolled up the bamboo scroll in front of him, and put it into his sleeve. Then he picked up the military strategy book and began to study it again. Li, who had been reading inside the camp, felt his spirits had recovered quite a bit. He continued to simulate another option for his previous strategy simulator. Before you feel you have grasped a chance to win, you decide to wait for the right moment. The premise of waiting is how to hide the movements of the army and gather enough supplies to sustain it. Therefore, based on your suggestion, besides sending 10 groups of 10 cavalrymen as scouts to continuously explore around Guanghang and Julu, Jingfi personally leads 900 cavalrymen to disguise themselves as bandits and raiders, roaming around Yuanshire and Chan State to plunder and attack the Yellow Turbans. With Jingfi's strength and the advantage of cavalry, the Yellow Turbans were heavily disturbed by Jing Fei's mounted troops. This drew some Yellow Turbines' attention, and they tried to surround and attack Jing Fi. This is exactly the situation you wanted to see. Jing Fi caused enough noise near Yuan's area a good distance from Gaoi to attract the Yellow Turbines' attention without alerting those inside Julu City. By raiding the Yellow Turbans with Jing Fi's cavalry from time to time, the army could practice fighting and also secure food supplies. Time passed quickly. You learn more about the current situation in Julu and Guanghang. Just as you planned to contact the North Middle General, a scout brought news. Because Liu Zai, the North Middle General, failed to capture Guanghang after a long time, the emperor dismissed him and sent him back to Luoyang in a prison cart to face punishment. Then Donga, the Eastern Middle General, took over the army from Liu. You realize that the moment you've been waiting for might finally be here. You urgently ordered Jing Fi to return his cavalry to Gaoi and sent more scouts to gather information around Guangzhong. After Donga took command, he continued to besiege Guangzhong, following the previous strategy of Liu Zai, and tried to find ways to break through. However, when the Yellow Turbans learned that the Han army had replaced its general and that Liu Zai had been taken back to Luoyang, they changed their tactics. They no longer stubbornly defended, but instead gathered elite fighters and launched a counterattack. Dongjua was completely unprepared. The Yellow Turbans, who had been treated like toys by Liu Zai, still had high morale and fought back fiercely. The Han army suffered heavy losses and retreated 30 angered. Donga reorganized his troops and led them into a direct battle against the Yellow Turbans again, but suffered another defeat. The Yellow Turbans, with their overwhelming numbers, broke through the Han formations and surrounded most of the Han soldiers. Donga was about to flee in chaos. As soon as you learned that the Yellow Turbans had started to counterattack, you suggested that Liu Bei, who was marching quickly, should arrive at Guanghang in time to attack the weak Yellow Turban forces from behind. Even though the Yellow Turban forces still had many fighters defending, they could not withstand the fierce charge led by Guan Yu and Jing Fi, who had become elite cavalry. For a moment, the Yellow Turban army's central forces scattered. The Han army seized the opportunity to counterattack, and the situation completely reversed. In the end, the Yellow Turbans were defeated across the entire line, fleeing and being chased for 30 mi. In this battle, Jing Jiao was killed by Jing Fi's formation, and many high-ranking members of the Taiping Dao also lost their lives. As Jing Zio's head was displayed to the four directions, the faith of the Yellow Turbans collapsed everywhere, and Julu was taken without a fight. After this battle, although Dong was secretly bribed officials and claimed credit for defeating the Yellow Turbans, he was appointed governor of Liaho. However, with Liu Bei's help, Lu's name still appeared in the court. After the war, Lu was also appointed as a regional governor. But without Donga's defeat and escape, Dong's victory over the Yellow Turbans made the emperor believe more that Lu Zai was either incompetent or secretly colluding with the Yellow Turbans. This led to a stalemate with the Yellow Turbans. In the end, North Middle General Luji was beheaded. Strategy evaluation. Your plan demonstrates the wisdom of accumulating strength and waiting for the right time. You knew that without your intervention, North Middle General Luji would be harmed by slander from minor officials and would be stripped of his position and imprisoned. Dongja would succeed Lu Zai. Although Dongja was brave and strong, he lacked Lu Zai's ability to win with weakness, and he was eager to prove himself to the court and gain military merit. He also looked down on the Yellow Turbans, which would surely lead to failure. So you seized the best opportunity when the Yellow Turbans thought they could win a decisive battle against the Han army. You launched a surprise attack on the Yellow Turban Central Army, and with the bravery of Guan Yu and Jing Fei, you decisively killed Zhang Zio, establishing the overall situation. However, without Donga's defeat highlighting Lu Zai's abilities, it also endangered Lu Zai's life. I still feel regret when I think about this later. Moreover, Donga's promotion to governor of Lian XHO gave him far more power than you expected, which could bring even greater trouble. As the simulation concluded, Li Jai suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing he had previously overlooked the detail. In the original timeline, North Middle General Lu Zai was summoned around June due to slander from minor officials and the prolonged siege of Guangzhou, leading the emperor to issue an edict stripping him of his position and imprisoning him. This caused Li Jai's eyes to narrow slightly unconsciously. This time, the simulation of waiting for the right moment turned out much better than Li Jai had expected. It maximized his foresight advantage and the hidden strength of Lu's army. Using the original point where Dongyua, who replaced Lu Zai, was defeated, the situation was instantly reversed, leading to victory over the Yellow Turbans. However, Dongyua is not a modest gentleman, nor does he need to cooperate with Lu Yin like Lei. Instead, he forcefully and directly bribes the eunuchs, almost taking all the credit for himself. If Lu Yin hadn't spoken up for Liu Bei at a critical moment, Dongjia probably wouldn't even have reported Lu's name to the court. In terms of the outcome, this plan turned out quite well. Liu Bei successfully gained the position of county governor, but Li Jai felt an inexplicable deep dissatisfaction. It was like Li Jai and Liu Bei worked so hard only to see most of their achievements stolen by Dongyua. Dongjia, truly the top player of the late Han dynasty, has taken concubines, princesses, and now even Li Jai's contributions, although being stolen from by Dongyua isn't shameful. After all, the current Han emperor has accumulated a lifetime of consorts and princesses only to have Dongyua enjoy them all. Li Jai, who usually stole from others, couldn't accept being stolen from so easily himself. If Liu Bei hadn't launched a surprise attack on the Yellow Turban army at a critical moment, killing Jing Zio and causing chaos among the Yellow Turbans, Dongyua would have been defeated and fled, ending up imprisoned by the court, also highlighting Lu Zai's skills. But thanks to Liu Bei and Li Ji's intervention, Dongjia turned a near defeat into a great victory, shamelessly claiming all the credit for himself. Dongyua, Dongyua. Li Jai silently repeated the name, pondering whether there was any way to counteract Donga's taking, but the conclusion was impossible for Liu. Now, Lu Yin and Lu Ji are his biggest supporters in the court. With Lu Ji imprisoned, there's no strong voice left to help Liu Bei earn military merits. Lu Yin's reports mainly mention Lu to highlight his own achievements. The only person who might fairly advocate for Liu Bei's merits, Lu Zai, was doomed after Dong was great victory. At this moment, Lig suddenly understood the feeling of I didn't kill Boyne, but Bowen died because of me. He also felt some curiosity and respect for Lu, who always spoke with admiration for the Northern Middle General. Unexpectedly, this plan not only buried Lu Zai's last hope, but also metaphorically reinforced it with a shovel. And if that's the case, then later when Donga stays overnight in the imperial bed and disturbs the harem, does that mean I was secretly helping him? Thinking of this, Li Ji's mouth twitched. But he still felt that no one should be taken lightly, especially Dongjua. Even if he helped, it had to be Dongjua behind him, pushing him forward. Wait, something seems off. Li massaged his aching temples, feeling mentally overwhelmed, which made his thoughts somewhat scattered. Then after calming his mind, Li Jai took out his bamboo notebook again and wrote down the key information he had noticed during this deduction. For if no action is taken in June, North General Lu Zai will be imprisoned. When he reached this point, Li Jai paused, crossed out June, and changed it to May. He considered the travel time for the young from Luoyang to Guanghang. So they would likely arrive in Guanghang by May, and Lu Zai would already be officially stripped of his position and imprisoned by then. Therefore, if he wanted to support that remaining backbone of the Han dynasty, he needed to act before May. 5. Julu can influence the yellow turban situation in Jiha. Conversely, if Jing Zio is captured, Julu can be taken without bloodshed, even breaking the morale of the yellow turbans across the land. After writing this, Li furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. The situation with the yellow turbans and Jiha clearly showed how interconnected everything was. Julu and Jing Zio were undoubtedly crucial. Perhaps I should focus on Jang Zio. With this thought, Li's eyes widened unconsciously. As his ideas expanded, many flashes of insight kept appearing in his mind. Bang! Li suddenly stood up, tucked his notebook into his sleeve, and headed straight for the camp outside, heading toward Lu's tent. However, to Li's surprise, Liu was not in his tent. Where his brother Xuanda? Now Li asked the soldier guarding the tent. The soldier bowed and replied, Master Zikuan, Commander Chayo has been patrolling the surrounding area these days and will return to the camp for rest around the hour of Qin. Li Jai heard this and could only return to his own tent to rest first. But what he didn't expect was that within half an hour of returning, Liu along with Guan Yu and Jing Fi hurried over. Brother Xuanda, why are you here? Li asked. Liu dusted off his clothes and replied, I ordered the soldiers that if Zikuan seeks me, they should report immediately. Therefore, after hearing the soldiers' reports, he quickly turned back. Li looked at Liu Bei, who was dusty and hurried and felt touched by Liu Bei's concern. Even though he didn't know all the details, Li personally inspected the surroundings and immediately returned, showing how much he valued this matter. Brother Xuanda, are you not worried that Jai might just be seeking small matters to discuss? Li asked. Zikuan's matter is no small issue. Even if I just want to chat with Zikuan over tea, I would be eager to do so, Liu Bei replied humbly. After a pause, Liu signaled to Guan Yu and handed him several bamboo slips, speaking modestly. Just in time, some scouts have already returned with information. I wanted to discuss it with Zikuan. Hearing this, Li's initial excitement quickly settled down. He had thought he was highly valued in Liu Bei's mind, but now he realized it was just a side matter. Love that is just a side thing. No one cares about it. Luigi sneered silently, straightened his face, and began to read the bamboo slips. With the help of Shahobo, a wandering knight from Ju, the scouts' efficiency in gathering information had greatly improved. In just a few days, they had already made progress. Among the bamboo slips, 3 confirmed the terrain around Yulu, 2 investigated whether there were troops nearby, and 1 found the location of Guangzhou. Li's expression hardened as he carefully examined the bamboo slip about Guangzhou. Each time Li Jai put down a bamboo slip, Liu would pick up and read it, then pass it to Guan Yu and Jing Fi. Liu had just received the scouts' reports, but hadn't had time to look at them when he learned about Li Jai seeking him and hurried back with the information. Indeed, Zhang Zio and the Northern General are now fighting in Guangzhou County. The Northern General's army has surrounded Guanghang on 3 sides, Li Jai murmured. He set the bamboo, slipped down, and fell into deep thought. Now, with real intelligence, the situation around Yulu and Guanghang became clearer in Li's mind, no longer based mainly on guesses. The bamboo slip about Guanghang was also passed around among Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi for review. Compared to Liu Bei, who was very happy to learn about his mentor Luji's condition, Guan Yu thought for a moment, stroked his long beard, and asked with some doubt, Master Zikuan, why is the Northern Middle General only surrounding 3 sides? If they fully encircle on 4 sides, they could cut off Guanghang's supplies completely. With the yellow turban numbers, they wouldn't need a month's worth of supplies or even cut them off. They wouldn't last long and would collapse without fighting. Before Liu Bei could speak, Li Jai confidently answered first. Second brother, perhaps this is what Sun Tzu's art of war calls besieging the enemy's city from all sides. If they encircle on all 4 sides, the yellow turbine supplies will run out, which might make them fight desperately to survive. So Lord Lao only surrounds 3 sides, intentionally leaving a way out, so the yellow turbans won't have a desperate will to fight. Guan Yu nodded in agreement. I see, brother, your insight is excellent. Jinfi even gave a thumbs up and praised continuously. I also think brother's idea is very good. This analysis is just as good as Master-In's. Liu cleared his throat, trying to hide his pride with a humble and modest look, but his eyes kept glancing toward Li, hoping for his approval. However, Li felt awkward listening to Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Jing Fi praising each other, not knowing how to respond. Liu and Guan Yu's opinions roughly aligned with military strategy, but not completely. To be precise, Lu was probably at the 5th level of understanding, Guanu at the 3rd, and Jingfi might be just in the underground parking lot of knowledge. According to Liji's judgment, Luji's reason for surrounding 3 sides and leaving one open was probably at the 9th level. So Li Jai could only remain silent with a slightly awkward but elegant smile. Unfortunately, Jingfi didn't seem to understand Liji's intention to give Lei face. He loudly asked Master Zikuan, "Do you also think brother's analysis is very correct? How do you compare to him?" Li Jai made a gesture with his thumb and index finger, as if insulting Korea, and said, "Just a little bit short." Seeing this, Lei felt quite satisfied inside. Being able to get close to Li Jai like this made him feel he was making real progress through constant advice from Li Jai. However, Jingfi stubbornly asked exactly how much. Is brother's analysis wrong in any way? Lei helplessly picked up 3 bamboo slips and stacked them together, saying, "This is Julu." Then he took another bamboo slip and placed it on the corner of the desk, pointing at it. "This is Guangzhou." Julu is a big city, while Guangzhou is smaller. Previously, Brother Xuanda and Yun Changzheng's analysis was not entirely wrong. But according to Zikuan's view, the Northern Middle General's considerations are not about fighting the Yellow Turbans in direct combat. With the ability of the Northern Middle General, he can win many battles against the Yellow Turbans in open fights. He has already shattered their morale completely, making them lose confidence in fighting him. They now hide inside their city, afraid to face him. Therefore, the Northern Middle General's siege of Guangzhou is not about gaining or losing a city or land. His main goal is the overall situation in Jihe. Guangzhou's city walls are high and deep. If the Northern Middle General wants to besiege or attack it, the difficulty increases tenfold. So it's not that he cannot take Guangzhou with all his strength, but that he prefers not to force the Yellow Turbans to abandon the small city and retreat to Julu. As Li Jai finished speaking, Liu felt his face flush with embarrassment. Guanu still kept his eyes half closed, showing no obvious change in expression. Jingfi widened his eyes, blinked, and then pouted and said, "It seems I understand, but also don't quite understand." Li asked Wing Ted, "What do you think is the real way to end the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Is it to kill all the Yellow Turbans across the land, or directly target Jing Zhao himself, or completely crush the faith of the Taiping Dao?" When Jingfi heard this, his wide eyes showed a look of confusion, and he was momentarily stunned. Li Jai sighed helplessly and then spoke sharply. "This is the brilliance of the Northern Middle General. He doesn't care about gaining or losing a city or land. Even if he uses all his strength to take Guangzhou, there is still Zhou behind it, and it doesn't change the overall situation. Therefore, the Northern Middle General's siege of Guangzhou is not about Guangzhou itself, nor about Zhou. His true aim is Jing Zhao himself." Jing Zhao, known as the Yellow Heaven spokesperson, and calling himself Heavenly Dupe General, is under pressure from the Han army in Guangzhou and dares not move for a day. This is to the morale of the entire Yellow Turban army and will cause more faithful followers of the Taiping Dao to doubt their faith. The Northern Middle General's siege of Guangzhou, while targeting the Yellow Turbans, actually opens the door to the faith of the Taiping Dao. Hearing this, Lu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Master Lu's strategy is truly insightful over thousands of miles. I still don't know when I can grasp even a part of its essence. At the end, Lube looked at Li with a gaze that involuntarily showed more admiration and enthusiasm. Previously, Lube simply thought Li Jai was a rare talent of his time, but he never had a clear comparison. Now, with just some intelligence reports from scouts, Li easily saw through Lu Zai's plans and calculations in an instant. Such wisdom is rare in the world. At this moment, Lei suddenly felt a bit lucky. Fortunately, Zikun was not a member of the Yellow Turbans. If Jing Zhao had received Zikun's full support, he might truly have been able to overthrow the heavens. However, compared to Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang's thoughts, Li Jai was more impressed by Lu Zai's strategy, which was a clever way of winning without fighting, targeting not just a city or land, but the hearts of the Yellow Turbans. Sadly, Lu Ji's success was cut short before he could achieve his goals. Just a mere palace official was enough to imprison someone like Lu Ji, who was capable of turning the tide. How many truly loyal officials are there in the vast court? How corrupt has the Han Empire become? Got it. Suddenly, Jingfi slapped his thigh and shouted, startling everyone present. "Ah, what did you understand?" Lube asked. Jingfi hesitated for a moment, then said leisurely, "It turns out that Zikuan is even more impressive than my older brother in this area." Li Jai, so all my previous analysis was just talking to a wall. What a surprise. Zhang only drew one conclusion, that I am better than Liu in some way. Does that mean Jing Zan's little brain has even considered that Liu's wisdom might surpass mine? Edita, you're really clever. Li nodded and praised. Jingfi grinned and said, "Big brother, is Zikuan really praising me? Well, kind of." Lei dared not point it out, fearing he might also be judged by Li Jai as a great smart person. After all, Lube felt that his long-winded analysis sounded a bit like a smart person, and he didn't dare speak up and question whether he was truly a great smart person. Guan Yu at this moment squinted his eyes as if he were asleep. Before this, the word smart was a compliment. Therefore, being called a great smart person by Zikin made Jing Fi feel proud. Only Liu Bei and Guan Yu, who witnessed the whole process, clearly sensed some hidden meaning and chose to remain silent. Ahem. In the end, Li Jai cleared his throat and refocused on the main matter, asking Brother Schwanda, "Do you have any token or proof to confirm your identity to the Northern General? Does Zico have a useful item?" Lube asked. "Yes, indeed." Li nodded and said, "To defeat Zhou, we must first win people's hearts. To win hearts, we need to target either the grain supplies or the bandit leader, Jing Zhao. There's no need to talk much about the grain supplies, but to defeat Zhang Zhao, Julu will be a difficult obstacle to bypass." Then Li Jai suddenly stood up and walked to the simple map of Jihe hanging in the camp. He pointed to Gaoai where they now were, then drew a line passing through Julu and heading toward Guangzhou, saying, "This chain of events is too complex for the 6,000 soldiers you laid, Brother Schwanda, to handle alone. Our plan now depends on the Northern General. If we act as his special troops, striking directly at Zhang Zhao, we might achieve something." Lu Guanzhang heard this and looked both excited and cautious. After less excitement, he suddenly seemed to think of something and said, as if doused with cold water, "Julu is located beyond Guangzhou. If we lead our army through Julu toward Guangzhou, we will be cut off by Julu and could even be attacked from behind by both Julu and Guangzhou." Li Jai smiled and said, "Brother Schwanda, in warfare, deception and truth are interchangeable. Zhang Ling is cautious and careful, and he is stationed in the great city of Julu. It's very hard to break his city, but he himself is also unlikely to accomplish great things, so there's no need to worry." He paused, then pointed toward Guanghem and said, "My concern is with Guanghem. This plan relies on being clever, with the Northern General acting straightforwardly. We need both cleverness and straightforwardness to work together to strike directly at Jing Zhao and Guangzhou and decide the outcome in one battle. Therefore, the key is to make the Northern General trust us. If he has even a little doubt, suspecting that we are spies sent by the Yellow Turbans, our plan will fail and we will be in great danger." Jing Fi heard this and said, "That's simple. We can send the token that Lu Yin gave us. The bandit suppressor seal to prove our identity." Lick smiled and said, "How many cities have fallen to the Yellow Turbans? Countless officials have been killed, and the seals we seized are piled so high they could make a mountain or even a small road. With that, it will be difficult." Guan Yu also frowned and said, "Could it be that we need our older brother to personally cross Julu County and go to Guangzhou? Such a situation is extremely dangerous, and the army will have no commander." Beside him, Lube lowered his head, pacing back and forth as if recalling something. Then he spoke. "Before I bid farewell to my mentor and return home, Master Lu gave me 3 volumes of military books with his personal notes. These are authentic and cannot be forged. If someone else gave them, it would be hard to verify, but with this I have proof." "Where are those 3 volumes now?" Li Jai asked eagerly. "That's a coincidence." Liu Bei suddenly smiled and said, "Without Zuan, I would have carefully stored those 3 volumes in Zhua County to prevent losing them." Li immediately understood and pointed to himself. Lube nodded affirmatively and said, "One of the volumes. I saw Zuan holding it and reading it day and night just 7 days ago." Immediately, Li Jai went to the corner of the camp tent, where 2 large chests were stacked, and began searching for the book titles Liu Bei mentioned. Unfortunately, Li Jai did not carry all 3 volumes of the military books gifted by Lu Zai during the march. This was because Lu Zai was not only a master of military strategy, but also a renowned scholar of his time. Of the 3 bamboo slips given to Liu Bei, only one was about military tactics. The other 2 were commentaries on Confucian classics. Led casually flipped through those 2 and then put them aside, only carrying 2 large chests filled with bamboo slips related to military strategy for further study during the march. Found it. In just a moment, Li retrieved the bamboo slip Liu Bei mentioned. With this, Brother Shwanda can write a copy himself and the Northern Middle Commander will have no doubt, Li said with a smile. Ziquan, what should I write in the letter? Liu asked. Li fell into deep thought upon hearing this. In the previous scenario, when the Yellow Turbans were completely entangled with the Han army, Loe led a surprise attack that captured the Yellow Turban central camp and even killed Jing Zhao, securing victory. This also gave Li Jai another possibility. Assisting with a surprise attack on Dongja could lead to victory, and helping Lu Zai with a surprise might also have a chance. Of course, the great victory in the last scenario was mainly due to changing generals at the last moment and Dong's repeated defeats. This caused Jing Jiao to gamble everything for a comeback, which ultimately sealed his fate. Now, Lu Ji's challenge is how to get the Guangdong Yellow Turbans out of the city. Otherwise, if Liu Bei's less than 6,000 soldiers are used to attack the city, it would be no different from merely shoveling sand into the sea. However, this meant that Li Jai would have to give control to Lu Zai, which made Li Jai feel uneasy and uncertain. Instinctively, Li's mind was immersed in the strategy simulator, but he noticed that no third option appeared in the system. Unlike the deduction about Dongzhi's defeat, which incorporated some historical details, I have too little information about the northern general Lu Zai and the Guanghang Yellow Turbans. Is it simply impossible to simulate a plan? Li Jai quickly understood the reason behind this. More importantly, from a purely rational perspective, I can't tell if Liu Bei with just a bamboo scroll and some letters can convince Lu Zai to risk his entire army on a surprise attack that might change the strategic situation. There are too many subjective thoughts involved, and it also depends on Liu Bei's past relationship with Lu Zai, which I don't know. For now, my only options are to choose between Dongyue and Lu Ji. Facing Dong Xha means actively trying to influence him, but risking being exploited. Facing Lu Jai means passively enduring and being rewarded by him, but soon Li developed a preference. It's okay to be exploited, but I won't be. Li Jai would rather use his military achievements to fill Lu Yian's mouth, making him full and even bloated than to let Dongge benefit. He didn't want to give Dongyue an excuse to cause chaos in the palace later, feeling that he had indirectly contributed to it. Moreover, even if Liu Bei's role as a surprise soldier didn't have much impact, Lu Ji's outward personality and style would surely remember Lu's loyalty and help. As long as Lu Ji remained in power, even if Liu Bei's banner fluttered outside, he wouldn't be completely unsupported in the Grand Court. In purely military terms, waiting for the right moment seems more stable and rational, but war is ultimately an extension of politics. Ensuring that Lu Ji as Lu's mentor remains in power is very important for Lu's rise. Even if Lu's role as a surprise soldier doesn't succeed this time, and he doesn't earn enough merit to become a governor, as long as Lu Zai with his connections and reputation supports Lei, he can easily promote him. Li Jai kept weighing all these possibilities in his mind. After a few moments, he finally spoke to Lu. Brother Sh. Wanda, you should mention more about past friendships with teachers and students in your letter. Also, talk about how the North Zhang general is fighting rebels in the south. After he led the troops in Jua County to destroy the Yellow Turban rebels, he didn't dare face the north and did nothing. So he has already led 6,000 soldiers south to station in Gaoi, waiting for orders from the North Zhang general. He paused, then continued. Later I will also combine the intelligence and maps of Julu Commandery that we have gathered. Brother Schwanda can include them all. Jingfi hearing this reminded him. Is there no need to say more? Should we add that we plan to march across Julu to support Guangzhou and ask the North Jianglong general to cooperate? Hearing this, Li couldn't help but look at Jingfi with surprise. Jingfi, sensing Li Ji's surprised look, asked confusedly, Master Zikyuan, did I say something wrong, or what you said is true? But it can't be said like that, Li Jai replied. Why Fi asked. Hearing this question, Lai felt a bit headache. In fact, Li knew that Guan Yu and Jingfi might share the same problem, that is, they treat military orders too casually. Why does the army repeatedly emphasize that orders must not be disobeyed to ensure a unified voice in the army? Mentioning this, it's no different from what Brother Schwanda wants to teach the North Jianglong general to do. Li Jai spoke slowly. Otherwise, even if the North Zhang general trusts Brother Xuanda's identity, he might think that Brother Shwanda won't follow military orders. In other words, if Liu wrote such a sentence in his letter, as Jingfi suggested, it would give Lu Zai the impression that, Brother Schwanda, I am glad you can help me, but your tone makes me wonder if you will follow orders. A commander must oversee the entire situation and plan carefully, but as a general, one may have many doubts in their heart, yet they must not question orders. They should simply carry them out. This speech not only left Jing speechless, but also made Lu and Guan Yu inside the tent think deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Master Zikyuan. Guan Yu and Jingfi both bowed to Li Jai respectfully, speaking with admiration. After all, Guan Yu and Jingfi are still young generals, only in their early 20s, far from the stage where they would often ignore orders from anyone except Lu, especially Jingfi, who repeatedly disobeyed orders and got drunk, causing trouble, losing Shuzhou and even losing his sister-in-law. Only Liu Bei could tolerate Jingfi. Any other ruler in history would have been furious, even with their own sons, if they lost their only territory. Ultimately, Liu was the only one who could indulge Guan Yu and Zhang Fi like this. Because of this, Li Jai deliberately kept asserting his authority in front of Guan Yu and Zhang Fi, repeatedly emphasizing military orders so they wouldn't someday ride over him. Li Jai quickly paid his respects to Guan Yu and Jing Fi, saying he dared not overstep. Then turned to Liu Bei and said, therefore, Brother Schwanda need not say much in his letter. Just explain the situation of the army. I believe that the northern middle general with his talent must have plans. Of course, there was one thing Li Jai did not say aloud, that if Lu Ji truly was stubborn and unwilling to believe Liu Bei, then Lu's letter was his way of showing loyalty and friendship. In the future, after Lu Ji was imprisoned for long siege at Guanghang and questioned by the court officials, Liu Bei would not be blamed for his actions. And Li Jai also showed some respect for this great man of Han. By then, Li Jai could only regret giving Lu Ji a chance, which Lu Ji failed to seize. Still, Le could choose to wait and see, quietly letting Dongyue take a small advantage, then look for a way to recover from him later. Soon after, Liu Bei finished writing a quick letter. Lig also completed gathering information and maps about Julu Commander. However, these 3 bamboo scrolls were extremely important. If any mistake occurred and the scrolls fell into the hands of the Yellow Turbans, Liu Bei's army position would be fully exposed, putting them in danger. Therefore, how to safely deliver these 3 scrolls to Liu Zai was a critical issue. Guan Yu and Jing Fi were not afraid of danger and volunteered eagerly, but Liu, knowing their personalities well, hesitated. Although Guan Yu and Jing Fi's bravery was unquestioned, Ju was still a Yellow Turban stronghold, and any carelessness could be dangerous. Brother Shwanda, perhaps consider Gi Chong Zai Obo, Li Jai suggested. Liu Bei upon hearing this had no doubt about Zaiob's loyalty. Since they were stationed at Gaoi, it was Zai Obo who led them there, so he trusted him. However, I wonder if Gi Chong can safely reach Guanghang, Liu Bei asked anxiously. Gi Chong is a wandering knight from Jai province, familiar with the terrain and customs. Whether sneaking through remote areas or pretending to be a Yellow Turban rebel, he is very skilled. This task is definitely suited for him, Le replied. Good, Lube trusted his people as always. He immediately took 3 bamboo scrolls and went to find Ziobo, hoping to entrust him with this task. Soon, Ziobo rode quickly on a fast horse, heading straight toward Guangdong. Li was right. Others might want to go to Guanghang, but besides the difficult journey, the route was full of dangers. Even if Guanu was in charge with his bold style, he might just clear all obstacles easily. However, as a wandering knight, Ziobo didn't worry about disguising himself as a refugee or a Yellow Turban rebel. Knowing the local terrain well, he arrived almost smoothly near the Guangzhou area. But before Ziobo could get close to the Han army camp, a group of scouts surrounded him from all sides. Ziobo, captured as a spy, had his 3 bamboo scrolls and the official seal of the inspector of county, Qian, all passed up to the main tent in the center of the Han camp. Inside the main tent, only 2 people were present. Seated at the head was an old man with a short beard wearing a patched faded scholar's robe. Despite its worn appearance, he exuded a calm mountain-like presence. Only the northern middle general's seal at his waist proved he was the famous scholar Luji. Standing in front of Luji was a scarred man, his face weathered from many battles. His scars seemed to tell stories of numerous fights. Even inside the tent, he was still dressed in armor as the human middle general Zhang Yuan. Master Lu, you summon me. Is there an urgent matter? Zhang Yuan asked respectfully, bowing. Luji handed him the bamboo scrolls and the intelligence gathered by Li Jai, indicating he should review them. Then he ordered his guards at the tent entrance. Bring the scout who delivered the bamboo scrolls and the official seal. Yes, the guards went to fetch him. Soon, Zhang Yuan carefully examined both bamboo scrolls and asked, Lord Lu, the intelligence about Julu County is very similar to what we have gathered. There are only minor differences, which is normal. The Han army, currently facing the Yellow Turbans around Guangdong, naturally collected information about Zulu County. In fact, they sent many more spies into Julu than Liu Bei did, and their reports were even more detailed than the one Li Jai compiled temporarily. However, this report doesn't prove much. The main question is whether Lord Lu can confirm the identity of this disciple. Lube asked Zhang Yuan. Luji stroked his beard and smiled. Lube is one of my former disciples when I lived in Duanti. At that time, he didn't like studying much and preferred dogs, horses, music, and fine clothing. So this person is quite ordinary and has wasted the great opportunity one gave him. Zhang Yuan shook his head. His impression of Liu Bei greatly diminished. Luji recalled briefly and said, no, everyone has 2 sides. Although Shinga was difficult to focus on his studies when he was young, he was already calm and composed, showing no anger or joy. Though he comes from a declining noble family of the Han, he has made many friends among heroes, scholars, and merchants through his love of dogs, horses, music, and fine clothes. Therefore, Shinga may not be as skilled in martial arts as Gong X Han or as talented in literature as Gao, but I see that he has great ambitions. In the future, he could achieve something. Now he has taken advantage of the situation, leading the bandit suppression team, and is heading south with 6,000 soldiers to Chongzan. Zhang Yuan, who appeared stern, nodded in agreement. There is no doubt that Lord Lu's teachings played a part. Lu Zai smiled calmly and continued, Shinga, living in Jua County, is a relative of the Han imperial family and has a compassionate and ambitious heart. He would not willingly join the bandits. If he is only surviving by force and working with the yellow turbans, it means Yanha has already fallen to the bandits. But if Yanzhou has fallen, some information must have leaked out, so most of this is likely true. Your insight is clear, Lord Lu, Zhang Yuan said. However, we still need to ask the spy who brought the bamboo slips for more details before we can be certain, Luji replied. At that moment, the personal guard entered the tent, leading Xiaobo, who had his weapons taken away. Luji carefully observed Xiaobo and then spoke. I am Lu Zan. You are the messenger sent by my disciple Xinga to deliver a letter. Xiaobo quickly saluted upon hearing this. Chashin Hoji Chang, I come to pay respects to the Northern Middle General. Seeing this, Lu Zai, a highly respected figure in the Han Empire, personally stood up to help Xiaobo to his feet, then guided him to a seat and spoke kindly. Earlier, my soldiers were rude, mistaking Gi Chang for a yellow turban spy. I apologize on their behalf and hope Gi Chang will forgive us. Being treated with such courtesy by Lu Zai, Xiaobo felt both surprised and honored. So Xuanda truly has the style of a northern middle general. He thought silently, then quickly bowed in respect. Alternatively, Xiaobo's approach of secretly entering the Han camp and leaving a bamboo slip was likely a way to send a message. Otherwise, he had no formal way to meet Lu Zai. As for rumors about Xiaobo wearing black and sneaking into the camp, leaving a bamboo slip, then disappearing, those were just stories. Xiaobo was a wandering hero, not a great hero. From the camp Lu Zai had set up, Xiaobo's left foot probably hadn't even stepped inside the tent before being cut off by chaos and blades, leaving only his left foot. Jai Chang is from Changzan. I wonder how he knows Xuanda and why he's delivering this message, Luji asked. Hearing this, Xiaobo dared not hide anything. He respectfully explained the full story. When Luji learned that Xiaobo was acting out of gratitude, voluntarily guiding him and crossing Julu County to reach Guangzhou to deliver the message despite danger, his eyes showed more admiration. Zai Chang, though a wandering hero, understands loyalty and kindness. That is truly admirable, Lu Zai praised. Xiaobo's face lit up with a hint of joy at these words. You flatter me, Lord Lu, he replied. Jai Chang, you've worked hard. Please rest for now. I need a moment to think. Then I'll ask you to return with my message, Lu Zai said. He then ordered his guards to prepare a separate tent for Xiaobo to rest. Turning to Zhang Yuan, he asked, General Zhang, what do you think? I've been observing Xiaobo's expression carefully. He responded to Lord Lu's questions without showing any panic, so I believe what he said is true. Zhang Yuan replied honestly. Luji nodded, sharing the same judgment as Zhang Yuan, then picked up the two bamboo slips and examined them carefully. Excellent. He suddenly exclaimed with a smile, clapping his hands. Zhang Yuan looked at Luji with some confusion. Xuanda must have a wise advisor by his side. Luji concluded confidently. How can you be sure? Zhang Yuan asked. Then Lu Zai stood up and walked to the map of Jihe hanging in the tent. Unlike the simple map Liu Bei held, this one was a detailed military topographical map approved by the court. Lu Zai pointed at the area in the north of Jihe, bordering Zhua County near Zhejiang State, and said, Xinda entered Jihe from Zhua County, so he must be coming through this area. If he wants to attack Julu Commandery or support the battle at Guanghang, the best route is to go south from Zhejiang State, attacking Tuang and Julu, or to enter Amping State from Zhejiang heading straight for Guangzhou. However, Luji's finger slid from the northeast of Zhangzan State along the border with Shua County westward into Chaos State, then south through Jinding to Gaoi, and he continued, General Zhang, look at Xinda's marching route. It's a big detour, not to mention how difficult the journey is. More importantly, Xinda is now stationed at Gaoi, and his goal is clearly to head straight for Julu City. At this point, Luji couldn't help but smile and said, perhaps Shindo initially planned a surprise attack on Julu, hoping to take it all at once. But after gathering intelligence on Julu, he realized the enemy's strength was too great, so he had to give up that idea. Zhang Yuan, a seasoned general, listened and was amazed by Luji's analysis of the marching route. If Liu had 5,000 more men to launch a surprise attack on Julu, catching the enemy off guard, he might have succeeded. That would have been a great achievement. Exactly. Luji nodded, a hint of regret in his tone. If Xinda could take Julu, Jing Zhao at Guangzhou would be trapped. The Yellow Turban Rebellion could be ended in less than a month, and the common people would no longer suffer from war. He paused and then continued. From what I know of Xinda, he doesn't have the foresight and military strategy to plan such a campaign alone. He must have wise advisors with him. Therefore, Lu Zai weighed the bamboo slip containing intelligence about Julu and said, whether it was as the messenger Zhao be deliberately hiding the military route led by Xinda or the conclusion drawn from investigating Julu, it seemed to be just to gain my trust and verify his identity. In fact, it was secretly showing his abilities. and when Lu Zai reached this point, he paused, unconsciously, stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Zhang Yuan was still studying the map, observing Liu Bei's general marching route and analyzing the location of Gaoi. Based on the map, Gaoi, Julu, and Guangdong form a triangle connecting three regions: Chaos Kingdom, Julu Commander, and Amping Kingdom. However, Gaoi is near the edge of Chaos Kingdom close to Julu, while Guangdong is near the edge of Aping Kingdom close to Julu. Therefore, although Gaoi is behind the main battlefield of the Yellow Turbans and Han Army, an area overlooked by the Yellow Turbans, it is separated by vast land and marshes. If support from Gaoi were to reach Guangzhou, it would still have to pass around Zulu City. Impossible. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, the number of Yellow Turban bandits in Julu is countless. Even if Liu intends to use a surprise attack on Guangzhou's rear, how can he cross Julu and avoid interception? Liu, lost in thought, spoke up since Shinda already has a rough understanding of Gil's situation. How could he not know such crucial details? Moreover, Shinda's trusted advisors are both wise men, and in his letter he mentioned they could assist me. Surely he has a plan to cross Julu City or even a strategy to defeat the Yellow Turbans. Perhaps he hesitated to reveal it on the bamboo slips. Worried I might take offense, Zhang Yuan looked at the two bamboo slips in his hand with some disbelief. Even as a veteran officer who had served for many years and was appointed as Lu Zai's deputy by the court, Zhang Yuan couldn't see that these seemingly simple bamboo slips, one indicating the stationing at Gaoi and the other sharing intelligence about Julu, concealed such important information. Who could this wise man be so cautious? Does he think I lack the capacity to tolerate others? Luji chuckled, then took out a bamboo slip and wrote a line on it. Jing River May 5th Dragon Boat Festival. I plan to meet my disciple. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan asked, Sir Lu, what does this mean? Do you intend to go to Zhang River on May 5th to meet Liu Bei and confirm his identity? Luji smiled without speaking, then tied the bamboo slip and placed it into a cloth bag. He secured the bag with red cords at both ends before finally speaking. Since Lord Xuanda has high scholars interested in examining me, I will respond accordingly. If Lord Xuanda can understand the meaning behind this, it will be a blessing for the world. Hopefully, the Yellow Turban rebels will be defeated soon. Luji waited for a long time, asked his guards to confirm that Zai Obo had finished eating and rested, then personally went up to find Zai Obo. He handed over the cloth bag and a scroll of military strategy for Zai Obo to take back. When Shai Obo returned to Gaoi with the bag and the scroll, Liu looked at the brief message written on the bamboo slip and felt confused. Hey, he quickly searched for a map of Julu Commandery and found that the Jingshuer River was located between Julu and Aping. Jing Fi also looked at the message on the bamboo slip and shouted it. The northern general still doesn't trust my brother's identity. It seems he wants my brother to go to Zangshuer River himself. Jingshuer is west of Zhou. If my brother goes there, he will have to cross Julu. Guan Yu slowly said, if he takes many guards, it will be obvious. If only 2 or 3 follow, it will be dangerous. Hearing this, Liu also frowned, feeling worried and unsure what to do. He looked at Ziob and asked, Jaichong, besides the bamboo slip, does Lukir have any other instructions? No. Ziob shook his head. Liu Bei closed his eyes and thought for a moment before speaking. It seems only I must go in person to convince Lu Shi of my identity. Very well. On the 5th day of the 5th month, Gi Chong and I will go to Jingshuer to visit Lu Shi. At this moment, Li Jai, who had been looking at the writing on the bamboo slip on the desk, put down his brush and said, no need for that. Just hand this bamboo slip to the northern general. He then handed the finished bamboo slip to Lube. Lube took it and saw that the reply on the bamboo slip was also very simple. At Balin after the hour of the dog, I will wait quietly for my master and guests. Lube looked at it with confusion and asked Ziquen, are you confirming the specific time for my visit? Li Jai, seeing this, smiled quietly and said nothing. Brother Xuanda, what the North Central General mentioned is not an invitation for you to meet. You should know that the Jing River is behind Guanghang, and the North Central General wouldn't choose that place to meet you. If the North Central General wants to meet you since he's already at the Jing River, how far is it from there to the Han military camp in Guangzhou? Why not let Brother Xuanda go to the camp to meet him? Hearing this, Liu Bei suddenly understood. Although when two unknown people meet, they usually choose a neutral place between them. The Jing River is located between the city of Julu, controlled by the Yellow Turbans, and Guangdong County. This is very dangerous for Lu Zai and Liu Bei. So what does Master Lu mean? Support announcement after release. I will update twice daily between 10 and 11 a.m. Longer version. As a new author, I have loved Romance of the Three Kingdoms since I was young, and I've read many Three Kingdoms novels. Who hasn't dreamed of brave battles and strategic planning? Since I started writing stories, I have had a small goal to write a satisfying Three Kingdoms novel. It's a little dream of mine. Even if this book doesn't do very well, I will keep working hard. I also want to thank all the readers who liked this book. Your support is a great honor for me. Thanks especially to those who pointed out mistakes or logical issues. I will carefully consider and fix them. This book will be published on January 1st, the day after tomorrow. I hope for your support. Every subscription, vote, and review means a lot to me. Thank you all. Thank you again for your great support. Dear readers, you are all my masters. Listening to Liu Bei's question, Li Jai smiled and answered. The North Middle General did not invite Xienda to go to Jing Shuer for a meeting, but instead informed him of the next plan and also gave us a difficult problem. A plan everyone present looked confused and then turned to the simple sentence on the bamboo slip that Lu Zai had replied with. Jing Shuer, the 5th day of the 5th month, Dragon Boat Festival. The master wishes to meet with the disciple. How should we interpret this? It seems only to specify a time and place. Jing Fi scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled, and said, Master Zuan, stop with the riddles. Haha. Li Jai laughed loudly, then took the bamboo slip, rolled it up, and said, Everyone, please look. Then he placed the bamboo slip into a cloth bag and tied the bag with a red string at both ends. Suddenly, Liu Bei and Guan Yu looked thoughtful. After a moment, Li gave them some time to think and then continued. The reply from the North Middle General is not only inside the bamboo slip, but also outside of it. This cloth bag is not just a bag, it represents Jing Shuer. Li Jai lightly tapped the bag with his finger, then pointed to the red strings tying it and said, The Han dynasty is associated with fire virtue, and the army is red. The bag is tied at both ends, and inside is the date of the 5th day of the 5th month along with the yellowed bamboo slip. Do you understand immediately? Lu clapped his hands and laughed. I see the mystery is here. Guan Yu's eyes widened as he murmured, The master wants to meet the disciple. The meeting is not a simple gathering, but a hunt. It means capturing the yellow turbans as if they were turtles in Jing Shuer. Only Jing Fi was a bit slow and didn't quite understand how to interpret this. As for Shai Obo, who was also in the tent, he knew little about military strategy. He seemed to have some insight, but was confused about many parts. Then Liu Bei remembered what Li Jai had said at the beginning and asked, Zikon, what is the difficult problem that Lu Sir mentioned? Yin Cheng's idea of a hunting ambush is quite good. Now, we are in Gaoi, quite far from Jing Shuer, and we still need to pass through Julu on the way. After a pause, Li Jai walked toward the map and said, More importantly, when we go to Jing Shuer, we must consider whether we will be attacked from behind by Julu once we reach the Jing Shuer River. If that happens, we might become trapped like turtles in a pond. Therefore, the difficulty faced by the northern general is asking us, can we go to Jing Shu? Upon hearing this, Lei picked up the bamboo slip that Li Jai had just written on and read aloud. O Lu Jin, after the hour of Su, I will wait quietly for my master and guest to arrive. In the large Han army camp in Guangzhou County, Lu Zai was reading the contents of the bamboo slip. His normally stern and scholarly face showed a slight change. Then, Lu Ji stood up and walked to the terrain map behind him. He squinted and traced his finger along the Jing Shuer River, stopping at a place called Bo Luo Jin Ferry. Lu Ji pondered for a long time, and his aging face seemed to brighten with renewed energy. He said, Excellent, this must be the place. It appears that Shinda understands my meaning and is very confident. If so, I, old as I am, should not be content to stay behind. I will make one final effort. Standing nearby, Zhang Yuan looked at him with a look of surprise. Surrounding Guanghang to weaken the morale of the taping deist was a strategy Lu Zai had set earlier. Lord Lu, are you planning to fight a decisive battle? After a moment, Zhang Yuan continued. Wasn't it Lord Lu who previously held back his officers' fighting spirit, dug trenches, and besieged Guangzhou, aiming to make the Yellow Turban rebels collapse with minimal casualties times change? Facing Zhang Yuan's question as his deputy, Lu Ji patiently explained earlier, we only besieged Guangzhou without attacking because the cost of taking it was too high. Moreover, the Yellow Turban forces were still far stronger than us. Even if we captured Guanghang, they could easily retreat to Julu, so winning their hearts is the best approach. Attacking the city is secondary. He paused, a faint smile appearing on his face, showing a bold spirit as if he was a young man full of ambition. However, now Xienda has stationed troops in Gaoi, confident that he can cross Julu County and reach Jing Shuer to intercept the Yellow Turban rebels from behind. I will give it a try. In fact, Lu Ji had previously considered sending a force around Guanghang to cut off communication with Julu. However, the area from Guanghang City to Julu City is truly controlled by the Taping Dao. Many Yellow Turban spies are also believed to be scattered around Guanghang. Therefore, even if Lu Zai intended to send troops elsewhere, he couldn't hide the presence of Yellow Turban spies. Moreover, Lu Ji's current forces are less than 20,000, so he would not easily risk dividing his weaker troops further, as this could lead to being defeated by the Yellow Turbans. On the other hand, Liu Bei's approximately 6,000 soldiers are seen by Lu Zai as an unexpected and clever move. Most importantly, Lu's army is positioned in a very strategic location. After exchanging letters, Liu has shown Luzai that it might be possible to block the Yellow Turban's retreat. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back and said, "Lord Liu, if this plan fails and Liu disappoints us by not blocking the Yellow Turban's retreat in time." Luji chuckled, patted his simple robe, and asked, "General Zhang, are you overthinking even if Shinda's forces cannot reach Baluojin? What loss does our army suffer? How should we proceed afterward?" Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned and replied after a pause. "If our soldiers suffer little loss, we can cross the Jing River and attack Julu if the losses are heavy. We can confront the Yellow Turbans across the river and prepare our army for reinforcements." Exactly, Luji nodded, clearly having considered the worst-case scenario. He said, "Although I was previously reluctant to take Guanghang County at all costs, I have also heard rumors at court that some believe my prolonged siege of Guangzhou is for other purposes. So even in the worst case, this plan can serve as an explanation to the court." Zhang Yuan nodded respectfully, saying, "Lord Liu, your strategy ensures victory. I am in awe." Luji waved his hand and ordered, "Send the orders. All officers come immediately to discuss. We need to prepare how to invite our guests from Guanggang to Baluojai." After giving the order, Luji's expression grew serious. Once Dong Yuan left to deliver the message, Luji sank into deep thought. The plan is simple. Just lure the enemy in and cut off their retreat. However, for this plan to succeed, whether for Luji or Liu, many challenges must be faced. Communication difficulties, information delays. May Luji and Liu plan a meeting time and place in advance. Then act separately. Any small mistake could ruin their plan. During Emperor Wu of Han's time, Li Guang's difficulty in being granted a title was not because Emperor Wu targeted Li Guang on purpose. Li Guang kept getting lost during his marches, always failing to reach the planned locations on time. Anyone would get frustrated and call him a bad teammate. He was part of the double pillars of Han, a strong force. They often fought the Xingnu recklessly because if they lost once, Li Guang would be blamed and could even be executed for delaying the campaign. Right now, Lu's main task was to cross Julu and reach the Zhonggu River crossing at Baluan without being attacked from both sides by the Yellow Turbans. He also needed to block the Yellow Turbans coming from Guangzhou, a very dangerous task. As for Luji, his job was to invite the Yellow Turbans from Guangzhou to come to Baluan. The difficulty was just as great as Lu's. Just as Liu and Jai were confident that Luji could do this, Luji believed Lei and the mysterious scholar would also arrive at Baluojin so their efforts wouldn't be wasted. When Zai Obo brought back the bamboo slip written by Lu Zai, it only had 2 words, "Great Virtue." Even Liu Bei, usually calm and expressionless, showed a hint of excitement. Is there anything more satisfying than impressing your mentor? Of course, Liu wasn't just excited about this superficial achievement, but he also felt a part of his humanity. This was a moment to prove his growth in front of his mentor. Lei felt his change for the first time. He used to listen to Lu Zai's teachings, kneeling in a corner like a servant, but now he was hunting with Lu Zai at the Zhanggu River. Life is wonderful. Less than 24 years old, Liu Bei was filled with pride. Sitting at the main tent, he looked at Li Jai, Guan Yu, Jing Fei, and Zio both sitting below and spoke. "Everyone, I want to say a few words. We will hunt with Lu Zai at Zongshuer, aiming to cut off the Yellow Turban escape route from Guanggang and capture the evil leader, Jing Zio. If we succeed, the Yellow Turban rebellion will be over. We will report to the emperor and bring peace to the people, and this is the moment to do so." This inspiring and noble speech immediately heated up the atmosphere inside the camp. Guan Yu's face, already red like a ripe date, seemed to glow with pride. Jing Fi, with wide eyes and a furious expression, was breathing heavily through his nose. Even Zio appeared influenced by the brotherly loyalty, eager to show his commitment by touching his forehead to the ground. Only Li Jai maintained a calm, elegant expression, just joking. Although Lei is often praised in later times as a charismatic leader with a powerful influence, his slogans and words clearly did not stir Li's heart. In the end, Li Jai thought Lei was still too young. His ideas were broad and empty, not yet forming a solid system or containing a core spirit. This was especially important. For example, Duoleishi, a legendary figure, or making the beautiful country great again. And the slogan to elevate Liu Bei, the so-called revive the Han dynasty, gave him a sense of righteousness and greatness in others' eyes. Unfortunately, the Han dynasty was not truly in decline yet. The emperor was still alive and holding power, so Liu hadn't yet developed the idea of reviving the Han, a duty to carry on the long history of the dynasty. At this moment, shouting "Revive the Han" was probably no different from calling for support the emperor. Of course, don't think that after the Han dynasty fell, any relative of the Han would dare to shout such a slogan. Liu Yin, Lua, Liu Yu, Liu Jiang. Many relatives of the Han ruled different regions during the late Han period. They had the right to shout, but they lacked the courage. Deep down, they never truly believed in such bold words and knew their actions couldn't match the call to revive the Han. Even if they used that banner, it would only make others laugh. So in Li Jai's eyes, Liu Bei was still too inexperienced, too naive to truly move Li Jai's heart. Li Jai preferred maturity. Liu Bei's gaze often unintentionally or intentionally focused on Li Jai, seeing that Li Jai remained calm and indifferent. Liu felt a sense of helplessness. Liu, who often tried to impress Li Jai, found it difficult to truly win his heart. If it weren't for Liu Bei leaving Zhu on his own and then training Xiao Bi to serve him faithfully, Liu Bei might have doubted his own judgment once again. Then Lai stayed his mind, looked serious, and spoke. Next, I will arrange the troop movements. At this point, Lube suddenly hesitated, realizing he didn't actually know the detailed plans for marching to Buliajan. However, after a brief pause, he continued smoothly and naturally. Leave the arrangements to Zikyuan. The entire army, including myself, must obey Zikyuan's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be executed, Lu said sternly, even placing his sword on the table. In response, Guan Yu, Jing Fi, and Xiaobo naturally had no objections. However, Lit felt something was strange and wrong. Wait, I haven't officially agreed to join Liu Bei's side yet, have I? So, this feels like moving in together before even signing the papers and handing over all the financial control at home. What kind of situation is this? Li Jai looked deeply at Liu Bei, who responded with a trusting smile. Li, luckily, my name isn't Sima Gi, or else Lord Shwanda might have known what it's like to betray a ruler in broad daylight. Then Li Jai calmed his mind, thought for a moment, and explained, you all probably understand that our goal in heading to Balayujan is to block the Yellow Turbans retreating from Guangzhou. To achieve this, our army needs to pass around Zhou, but the most important thing is how to avoid being chased by the Yellow Turbans from July. If we fail, not only will we be unable to stop part of the Guanghang Yellow Turbans, but we will also face a difficult situation caught between the Jing River in front and Julu behind. Even with wings, it would be hard to fly out. As Li Jai finished speaking, the lively atmosphere in the tent suddenly paused, and everyone realized the situation was much more serious than they thought. Getting to bully Eugene on time was far more dangerous than expected. However, Jing Fi looked at Li's confident expression and pounded his chest. Mr. Zikyuan, just tell us what we should do to succeed. Julu Li stood up and walked to the map, pointing with a bamboo slip at the location of the great city. He spoke loudly. Military strategy says, when it is empty, make it full. When it is full, make it empty. We must pretend to attack Julu strongly so that the Yellow Turbans do not dare to move easily. Then we can secretly pass through Chinseng and go past Julu to Buliajai, Xiaobo. Li Jiske suddenly turned towards Xiaobo, who quickly stood up and saluted. Then Li Jai looked at Liu Bei and said, Brother Schwanda, I want Jai Chang to lead 50 soldiers with fire, oil, and other materials to secretly enter Julu City and wait for the right moment to attack the granaries inside. Lube asked, Zikyuan, only 50 men, won't that be enough to burn the granaries completely? What's the point to scare them? Li Jai replied seriously. At that time when there are fires and chaos inside Julu, I want Guan Chang and Ida to split into 2 groups, make many torches and banners, and create a big show. They will attack both the north and south gates of Julu at the same time, pretending to launch a full attack. After the fires inside weakened, Guan Chang and Ida will lead their troops 10 miles back to camp, still raising banners and cooking fires to confuse the Yellow Turbans. On the 3rd day of May at noon, in a ruined courtyard about 500 jing from the granary of Julu, this might have been a wealthy family's house in Julu City before, but now everywhere you look, there are marks of axes and knives and dark blood stains in many corners. It shows that the owner of this house has probably already gone underground. This was also the place Xiaobo secretly entered Julu City earlier to check the situation. He confirmed it was a good hiding spot. The main gate of this dilapidated courtyard was crooked, as if it could fall at any moment. Cobwebs and dust covered it, and the scene was so ruined that even Yellow Turbans passing by had no interest in breaking into loot. Or perhaps the wealthy families in Julu had already been looted repeatedly since the Taping Rebellion. Now, the Yellow Turbans in Julu knew that those big family estates probably had nothing valuable left except broken stones and wood. However, the back door of this hidden courtyard was tightly closed. Occasionally, a yellow turban-dressed man approached quietly, knocking softly in a pattern of 3 long and 2 short. The next moment, the back door would just open slightly, allowing the man to enter. Xiaobo was behind the door holding a steel knife, personally checking the appearance of each man who entered. Only when one of the men matched exactly with one of the 50 soldiers he had carefully selected from his memory would he let that soldier into the dilapidated courtyard to rest. Every man who entered carried not only a common plain blade suitable for Yellow Turban bandits, but also shared a similar feature, a small to medium-sized gourd or water pouch at their waist. The gourds and water pouches did not contain water, but flammable oil. This was the safest method to bring fire oil into Julu, serving as a means to ignite fires when needed. For this era, gourds and water pouches used to hold water were very common, not to mention that Julu, which was already poorly guarded, and even the imperial capital Wyang did not rigorously check every gourd or water pouch at the city gates. When all 50 soldiers successfully gathered in the courtyard, Ziobo finally relaxed slightly, deeply impressed by Lee's foresight. Then Shiobo closed the back door and entered the courtyard himself, joining the other 50 soldiers to make some small modifications to their gourds or water pouches. He removed the yellow cloth tied around his forehead and stuffed it into the opening of the gourds or water pouches, completing the simplest form of fire-starting device. At that moment, by igniting the yellow cloth stuffed into the openings and smashing the gourds or pouches, they could directly set a small area on fire. To avoid attracting attention, Shiobo personally checked each soldier's fire-starting device carefully. Then, like the others, closed his eyes to rest, making sure not to make any unnecessary noise until the night fully descended, and the entire city of Julu seemed to fall into complete silence. Ziobo finally opened his eyes, gently waking the other resting soldiers one by one. Then each soldier took out a piece of dried meat and a rice cake from there, rolling both into small bundles. Shiobo opened another water pouch at his waist, from which a fragrant aroma of wine wafted out, causing the soldiers present to swallow hard. In the darkness, Shiobo carefully approached each soldier, gently pouring some of the wine onto the rolled-up meat and rice cake bundles. After Commander Ziobo finished sharing the little wine he had, he toasted the soldiers in front of him. The soldiers responded happily and then started eating meat and wine. Although simple for ordinary soldiers, this was a rare and delicious meal. Before setting out for Julu City, Lord Zio personally invited them to a feast with wine and meat. Being able to eat again before fighting the bandits made them very happy. One by one, the soldiers either wolfed down or slowly savored the meat and bread soaked in wine, finishing everything. Then they picked up their simple knives and a serious, fierce atmosphere grew around them. These soldiers were carefully chosen by Liu Bei. Most had lost their families to the Yellow Turban bandits. They joined Lube's army, not only to repay kindness, but also to seek revenge on the bandits. Ziobo didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He knew very well that if Lube hadn't come to support Jinding in time, many of his fellow villagers might have been killed by the bandits. "Let's go," Shiobo softly said, then led his team out of the shabby house, heading toward the granary. Although the defenses inside Zulu City were weak, when Ziobo's 50 men approached 30 yards from the granary, the guards there, who were Yellow Turban bandits, became alert and shouted from afar, "Who goes there?" Ziobo didn't reply. Instead, he suddenly threw 3 small knives at the nearest bandits. Puff, puff, huff, 3 sharp sounds of blades hitting flesh echoed in the night. Under the cover of darkness, the bandits saw 3 flashes of white light, and 3 of them fell immediately. Enemy attack. The guards at the granary shouted sharply. Shiobo also yelled loudly, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" In response, the 50 soldiers behind him roared loudly. The next moment, Shiobo charged at the bandits like a tiger into a flock of sheep, leading the way. The 50 soldiers followed closely behind. Kill. As soon as they clashed, the hastily prepared bandits, who couldn't even see clearly how many enemies there were in the dark, fell quickly, like wheat being cut. As the other directions of the granary were suddenly crowded with Yellow Turban bandits, what they saw was a large group of men dressed as Yellow Turbans fighting each other. Only Ziobo and 50 soldiers could clearly tell friend from foe by whether they had yellow cloth tied on their foreheads. Inside the large granary in Zulu City, the total number of defending Yellow Turban bandits was no more than 300. Under Ziobo's unstoppable charge, he quickly led the soldiers to break through the granary's defenses. Spread out, light the fires." Shiobo's face lit up with joy as he shouted orders. Even before he gave the command, the soldiers, knowing their task, instinctively dispersed in different directions toward the granary. They had prepared fire-starting materials tied to their waists in advance, already soaked in oil and wrapped in yellow cloth, ready to ignite at fire pits or on torches. All the soldiers needed to do was throw gourds or water bags toward different parts of the granary from a distance. Suddenly, fires erupted in various directions inside the granary, and the shouts of battle woke many Yellow Turbans within Julu City. At the same time, from a distance, flames rose from the city, and the sounds of shouting and fighting echoed loudly from both the north and south gates of Julu City. For a moment, the city was thrown into chaos. Many Yellow Turbans, mostly converted from Taping Dao followers, lacked proper military training, so they were far less capable of handling sudden situations compared to seasoned soldiers. Moreover, under the cover of darkness, all they could see were the blazing fires of the granary and the terrifying shouts from both directions, as if Julu's city, protected by the heavens, was about to be breached and destroyed. Inside the city's government office, Jing Liang hurriedly arrived at the council hall wearing a simple toist robe. Some yellow-turbaned generals from nearby residences also rushed over. As the general of the people, Zhang Liang looked at the panicked yellow-turbaned generals and said angrily, "The heavenly mandate still remains. The great sage is still here, and I am also present. Why are you all panicking hearing this?" The generals showed respectful and ashamed expressions and dared not speak. Zhang Liang felt a deep sense of helplessness inside. These are said to be leaders of the Yellow Turban, but in fact, most of them were just common folk before. They were promoted to leaders solely because of their bravery and sincere faith, lacking the qualities of true generals. Even Jin Ling, who is quite self-aware, clearly knows that his skills in military strategy are only average. How frustrating. Despite having over 1 million followers in the Typing Dao, not a single one is skilled in battle. Zhang Liang feels gloomy but helpless. Currently, the Typing Dao uprising faces many setbacks, causing Jing Liang to toss and turn at night, unable to sleep. When he hears the distant sounds of shouting and fighting, he quickly gets up and goes to the meeting hall. Calming himself, he doesn't wait for the other yellow turban leaders to arrive and directly speaks. As Guan Hai arrived from the crowd, a burly man steps forward and responds, "General Ringgong, I am here." Zhang Liang hurriedly says, "Guan Hai, follow my orders. Quickly gather 500 yellow turban warriors and 3,000 followers to go to the granary and eliminate the enemies. Be sure to put out the fire as soon as possible." Understood. Guang Hai takes the flag of the Taping Dao handed to him and rushes out the door. Then Zhang Liang looks at the other 4 generals who have arrived and continues giving orders. Suhai, Simju, Wu Ba, and Chunba each lead 5,000 followers to support the north and south city gates. These 4 also take Jing Liang's orders and quickly go to gather their followers. Meanwhile, Jing Liang remains in the council hall, deep in thought, checking for any mistakes, hesitating and anxiously waiting for messages. Soon as the other yellow turban leaders arrive gradually, Jing suddenly remembers something and commands Bianchi quickly gather 3,000 followers to patrol the city and loudly promote the Taping Dao's message to comfort the believers' hearts. Yes, Bianchi quickly takes the order flag and immediately goes to gather followers. Seeing this, Chu Yen among the crowd can't help but remind him, "General Gong. Although the shouts of attack are coming from the north and south sides of the city, we must also be cautious in the east and west. It's best to strengthen the defenses." Jing Liang considers this for a moment, then nods and agrees. "Exactly right then." At that moment, a yellow turban warrior shouted outside the council hall. "Report, come in quickly," Jing Liang said hurriedly. The yellow turban warrior responded urgently. "General Ring Gong is here. General Guan Hai has already killed all the enemies attacking the granary. Now he has organized many people to put out the fire, which is now under control, and the damage is not serious." Good. A look of happiness appeared on Jing Ling's face. Inside Julu City, the granary was very important. It not only fed many followers of the peaceful Wei religion in the city, but also supplied grain to the front lines toward Guangzhou. Soon after, good news came from the north and south city gates, both having repelled the attacking enemies. Only then did Jin Liang relax, waiting for generals Guan Hai, Suhai, Simju, and others to return one after another. Jin Liang generously rewarded each of them and then asked General Renong. About 50 enemies attacked the granary and all were killed. Although we tried to put out the fire, the loss of grain still reached 10,000 bushels. Guan Hai cupped his hands and honestly reported just 10,000 bushels of grain. It's a small matter. Jing Liang waved dismissively, not caring much about this small loss. For Julu now, grain was not lacking, not only because they had seized a lot of people's property, but more importantly, because they had thoroughly taken from many local noble families, even extracting their very essence. Unlike poor farmers, noble families almost shared a common trait: hoarders. Storing large amounts of money and grain at home. This is why in times of peace, even with a strong army and national effort, it was hard to build a 1,000,000-strong army. But in chaotic times, many lords could raise tens of thousands of troops easily, because during peace, military expenses were paid by taxes from common people. If the total national tax capacity is considered 100, noble families and exempt groups often took half. Corrupt officials took 20, and another 10 was needed to keep the government running. Only the remaining 10 was available for the court. In times of chaos, the winners take everything. Not only did noble families hoard money and grain, but even the original Chao boss in the old records didn't forget to loot the ancestral relics buried underground to fund the army. Note, the following translation has been edited to remove explicit content and maintain a family-friendly tone. P.S. Just one fact here. During the Warring States period, when productivity was lower than in the Han Dynasty, Zhao state lost 400,000 soldiers at once. It shows how exaggerated the idea of endless soldiers can be. In comparison, Ming Dynasty's Cheng Jin was truly pitiful. He begged officials for military funds, but they refused to give any. Today, many noble families have hoarded large amounts of money and supplies, which all went to the taping dao, and Jing Zhao moved everything to Julu for storage. So for the taping dao, now money and supplies are not the problem. The real challenge is how to transport the food and weapons. Then Zhang Liang looked at Su Hai and Sima heading toward the south gate. Sima thought for a moment, grinning widely, showing his big yellow teeth, and said, "General Gong Su and I fought fiercely at the south gate. We killed well a lot. One person's brain was even chopped out, and he drank some salt after I did it." "Enough, enough." Jing Liang frowned, looking at Simju, who was calm and unruffled, and asked directly, "I want to know how many soldiers are attacking the Han army." Simu hesitated a bit, then said, "Well, I think there are at least 5,000. Zhang Weiyang nodded and looked toward Wu Ba and Qin Bai heading to the north gate. Wu Ba and Chun Bai exchanged glances. Then Chun Bai loudly said, "The Han army attacking the north gate has at least 8,000. Hearing this, Sima Ju's eyes widened, and he quickly added, "General Gong, I misspoke earlier. Not just 5,000, it's at least 10,000. Shiny continued, "I've re-estimated, and I think the Han army at the north gate is probably about 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. You're lying, don't think I don't know. You're just trying to brag in front of General Gong. Your whole family is full of nonsense. With those tiny eyes of yours, you can't even tell who's who at a woman's door, let alone count how many people there are. Who's not telling the truth, you with your sticking out? See if I can't tell the difference. Come on, come if you dare." Seeing Sima Ju and Chun Bai leading a group of yellow turban generals about to draw swords and fight, Jing Ling slammed the table hard and shouted, "All of you are univilized. Be quiet." "Yes, General Gong." The yellow turban generals below quickly apologized in a low voice. Jing Ling sighed and felt a terrible headache coming on. It was mainly because these yellow turban generals were very firm in their belief in the taping dao, and they were brave and fierce. Otherwise, Zhang Liang would have wanted to send them to serve the yellow sky immediately. From their recent argument, Zhang Liang understood one thing: they simply couldn't see clearly how many people there were. However, the 5,000 soldiers Sima Ju mentioned at first still seems more reliable. Frowning, Jing Liang fell into thought. But if there are 5,000 Han soldiers attacking from the south and 5,000 from the north, where do these 10,000 soldiers come from, since there are spies inside the city gathering to attack the granaries and set fires? Could there be more spies hiding and waiting for the right moment? Are they targeting me, or maybe some generals are secretly communicating with the Han army? Otherwise, how could the Han soldiers so accurately attack the granaries? These suspicious thoughts kept flashing through Jing Wei Yang's mind, making his brow fur tighter and leaving him hesitant. Outside Zulu City, Guan Yu and Jing Fi, each leading fewer than 3,000 men, quickly retreated to set up camp 10 mi away after the city's fires diminished. The camps and banners were all built according to the standard for 5,000 soldiers. Throughout this process, the 4 gates of Julu City remained tightly closed. No one went out to pursue or even send scouts. This made Lu, who was south of Julu, anxious all night. Only after the camp was fully established did he finally relax a little. After all, there were just over 2,000 tired soldiers who had rushed from Gao to Julu and pretended to attack the city for a while. If the yellow turban forces had disturbed them before they stabilized their position and set up the camp, Lui's weak force would have been exposed immediately. During this time, Lu's subordinate Li Jai was reading military books and asked casually, "Brother Xuanda, can you rest assured?" Now Liu Bei, hearing this, went over to Li Jai and asked, somewhat confused, "How does Ziquan know for sure that the yellow turban bandits wouldn't dare to leave the city to pursue us if Lu Da were defending the city? He also wouldn't dare to rashly leave." "That's common sense," Le replied. Lube considered this from a different perspective and suddenly understood. If the granaries in Liu Bei City were attacked and set on fire, and the city was also attacked from 2 sides by enemies during the night, they would definitely stay cautious and not move lightly to avoid being caught off guard. This is like everyone laughing at Boss Chow for borrowing arrows from Zhugelang. Boss Chow's choice is undoubtedly the safest option right now. In a way, the action taken is a normal and reasonable response by the enemy. If this plan were used against Zhang Fi, it would probably be useless, but against a normal person, it fits perfectly. "Understood. I will learn from it," Lu said with admiration. "Brother Xuanda, rest well. Tomorrow we'll follow the plan." Li put away the bamboo scroll he was reading and calmly returned to Liu Bei's camp to rest. His steady figure showed no sign of worry. This made Liu Bei feel more at ease inside, and he worried less about Li's bold and creative plans. The next morning, a loud roar like thunder came from the south gate of Zhul. Lord Jiang is here. Yellow turban villains come out and face death. When Jiang Liang, who had barely fallen asleep after thinking all night, led many yellow turban generals to the south city wall of Julu, he saw below a dark-faced man leading 1,000 cavalry, showing off and shouting coarse words. Someone said, "Your little virtuous teacher is also named Jing, just like Lord Jiang. But bah, I feel ashamed." It must be that little virtuous teacher who is afraid of pretending to be a representative of the heavenly decree and after death will drag his ancestors into suffering for generations. So that little virtuous teacher must have changed his name to Jing out of shame. Disgusting, truly disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Isn't this bullying honest Jiang family people? I always say that our Jing family has been brave men for generations. How could any young person accidentally leave bloodline in the wild, resulting in such a fake god and devil, fooling the common people? Jing Lian listened for a while and was so angry his face turned pale. Every word seemed not only to insult Jing Zhao, who held a high position in the Taiping Dao, but as Jing Zhao's younger brother, Jing Ling, felt a surge of rage rising inside him. Kill that man for me." Jing Liang tremblingly pointed at Zhang Fi below, clearly falling into Jing Fi's growing mockery skill, and shouted, "Who killed this man reward 10,000 gold. No, 100,000 gold." Immediately, most of the yellow turban generals following Jing Ling looked excited and eager. "I want to serve as a general and die for the cause. Step aside, let me do it." "Who dares to stop me?" While several yellow turban generals were still arguing, Suhai, Sima Ju, Wiwa, and Chun Bai directly charged down the city tower, leading their guards to open the city gates and rush out. Suhai, Sima, Wiwa, and Chunai almost rode side by side, charging straight toward Jing Fei. "Don't block me. I want to die for the gold. No, for the yellow sky. Get lost. All right, if you want to fight me, then let's see who can catch this thief's head. Let's see who's the best." The four generals pushed each other as they quickly rode toward Jing Fi, who was about 200 steps outside the city. Seeing them approach, Jing Fi didn't show any fear. Instead, he grinned foolishly, standing still like a fool in front of Jing Ling and others. Suddenly, as the four generals swung their weapons to get close to Jing Fei, he let out a loud roar like a tiger or leopard. The roar startled Suhai, Simju, Wuba, and Chinbai, causing their minds to go blank. Even their horses reared up in fright, lifting their front hoofs. In that moment, Jing Fi's mighty spear, the Jing Ba Snake Spear, at Sema's chest. Simja's chest was pierced before he could react, and Jing Fi lifted him with the spear, swinging him toward Wiwa and Chenbai, who were nearby. Two loud crashes sounded as Wuba and Chin were knocked off their horses and fell heavily to the ground. Poor Wuba was caught under the falling horse's hoof, which crushed his neck with a sickening sound. Wuba's neck was broken instantly. Then Zhang Fei turned sharply to look at Suhai, who was desperately trying to control his horse. When Jing Fi, with his fierce and commanding presence, fixed his gaze on the man with a fierce tiger-like face and piercing eyes, and combined with the scene of Sema Ju dying instantly, Wiwa being trampled to death by a warrior, so he was filled with fear and despair. He felt his heart break and slowly died on the spot, his face turning pale and ghostly white as he slid off the horse. Seeing this, Jing Fi couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Haha, such a cowardly person dares to offend the mighty third master." This scene frightened Chun Bai so much that his legs went weak. He instinctively crawled backward, trying to stay away from Jing Fi. But Jiang Fi quickly pressed his horse's belly with his legs, causing the warrior to lift its hooves and almost immediately catch up to Chen Bai. Jing Fi's spear, the Jingba Snake Spear, pierced straight through Chin's chest. Then Jing Fi swung the spear, throwing Chin Bai toward the Han-dressed warriors who had only just left the city gates much later. Suddenly, the city of Julu fell silent. Only Jing Fi's horse moved calmly, lifting its hooves as he turned his back to the Han-dressed warriors and headed toward his own troops. Even so, the Han-dressed warriors stared blankly at Suhai, Simju, Wuba, and Chenbai, who had been slaughtered like chickens in an instant. They dared not move rashly. With a loud shout in just a few moments, one general was killed. Another fell from his horse and died. A third was frightened to death alive. And a fourth was so scared he tried to run but was caught and stabbed. Not only the Han-dressed warriors, but even Jing Liang and others on the city tower stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw below, a dark-faced man slaughtering his enemies with such ferocity. Jing Liang, the general of the army, instinctively muttered, "Is there really such a brave man in the world? Could he be a divine being descended from the heavens suddenly?" Jing realized that with his status, he absolutely must not say such words. He quickly silenced himself and looked at the Han-dressed generals beside him. The Han-dressed generals looked at Zhang Fei with a mixture of fear and awe, their courage completely shattered. Suhai, Sima Ju, Wiwa, and Chunai were not the weakest among the Han-dressed generals, but they were certainly not the strongest either. Yet in just one encounter, all four were dead. How could this not terrify the other Han-dressed generals? Gold is good, but you need to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing this, Jing Ling immediately ordered the nearest Han-dress general, "You go kill that dark-faced man for me." The named Yellow Turban General instinctively shrank back, nervously pointing at himself with a surprised and incredulous expression. Zhang Liang, disappointed, raised his finger and pointed at the other generals. However, Zhang Liang noticed that wherever his finger pointed, the Yellow Turban Generals would almost instinctively shrink their necks, showing fear. At this moment, Zhang Liang couldn't help but feel like uttering rude words. Meanwhile, Jingfi watched from afar on the city tower, silent for a long time, then burst out laughing again. "Haha, what's the matter? Is that all you've got? Not enough to satisfy my lord at all?" Zhang Ling gritted his teeth and slammed his fist against the city wall, then spoke. "Would any of you dare to leave your name when the great virtuous teacher protected by the heavens returns? I will surely take your life." Jingfi was about to say, "I am Jinga from Yen," but suddenly remembered what Li Jai had specifically told him earlier. His voice paused, then he raised it loudly. "I am Jing Fi, a descendant of King Jing of Hongzan, a relative of the Han royal family, and a disciple under Lu Zai, the northern middle general of the court, brother-in-arms of Luanda." This long string of titles caused some of the Yellow Turban General's brains to short-circuit immediately. Even Jin Ling took a full 10 breaths to process it before fully understanding Jing Fi's identity. "I am Lu Wen's brother-in-arms, Jing Fi." And that long list of titles was not Jing Fi's prefix, but Luanda's titles. Descendant of King Jing of Jingzan, relative of the Han royal family, disciple under Lu Zai, the northern middle general. Each of these titles sounded more impressive than the last, especially the title disciple under Lu Zai, which for the Yellow Turban soldiers who had been defeated in battle and forced to retreat to Guangzhou was a powerful deterrent. In an instant, once most of the Yellow Turban generals reacted, they were frightened by Luanda's identity. As for whether this title was genuine, even the Yellow Turban generals knew it was almost impossible to fake. After all, impersonating a relative of the Han royal family or a disciple of the great scholar Luji was a serious crime, and the latter would be despised by the world. "Haha, I tell you, it's only because my big brother is kind and virtuous, unwilling to wait for the imperial army to arrive and turn your Yellow Turban city into dust. So my big brother deliberately asked Lu Gong for permission and led a part of his forces to Julu first, aiming to persuade you to surrender. My big brother said, those who abandon the Yellow Turban will no longer be pursued. Otherwise, if Lord Lu kills all the remnants of the Yellow Turban bandits in Guangzhou and rushes to Julu, it will be as if the Yellow Turban forces leave no heads behind. You all have only 3 days to think about this." Jing Fi seemed to be announcing a verdict against the Yellow Turbans, then swaggered back 10 miles to his camp with his cavalry, leaving Jing Liang and others on the city tower with shocked faces. To Jing Liang and the others, Jing Fi looked brave like a divine warrior, but his personality was clearly blunt, reckless, and impulsive. Because of this, the seemingly casual message Jing Fi accidentally revealed made Jing Liang and the others believe instinctively. Is Liu a disciple of Lu Zai, and did he come from Guangzhou to Julu? If so, could it be that the peace sect followers in Guangzhou have been completely defeated, allowing these Han soldiers to appear in Julu as if sent by divine power? And what about the wise teacher Jing Fi's confident tone, as if he was announcing a verdict, made Jing Liang and others imagine many possibilities. Back at the camp, Jing Fi couldn't wait and hurried to Liu Bei and Li Kai, excited to ask, "Big brother, Master Zixuan, how did I do just now? Your bravery rarely seen in the world." Liu Bei praised. Li nodded and said, "Flawless." This will surely cause suspicion and panic inside Julu City. Honestly, honest people can be very convincing. If Liu Bei or Guanu had spoken those words, the effect might not have been as believable as Jing Fi's seemingly reckless and impulsive manner. After all, Jing Fi seems naturally to look like someone who wouldn't use schemes. Right now, Jing Fi's face was full of pride and happiness, but he didn't forget to humbly say, "Haha, that's because Master Zixuan taught me well." Lube hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask Edda, "During your earlier heated words that you did it to deliberately anger the bandits, your words were somewhat coarse and insulting. Where did you learn that unconsciously?" Jing Fi looked at Li. Li's expression stiffened slightly, and he asked back, "What are you looking at me for? What are you looking at me for?" Li Ji's question left Jing Fi momentarily stunned. It was obvious. "Could it be that you expect Zixuan to speak for you?" Lube frowned and said. Jang Fi, anxious, immediately wanted to explain. "Big brother, but before could finish," Li interrupted. "Brother Schwanda, don't blame." Although what I said was a bit rude and crude. Only in this way could Jing Ling lose his temper and allow it to defeat the 4 enemies in one strike. Zixuan, just let it be. Still, this is really too much of a breakdown of proper manners, Liu Bei said with a slight frown. "Brother Schwanda, true kindness and righteousness are not about forcing everyone to be kind and righteous. It is about accepting others' shortcomings with kindness and righteousness. Isn't it? Li Jai patted Liu Bei's shoulder. Then as they headed toward the main tent, he calmly said, therefore, Brother Schwanda, why do you judge it by your own standards even if his manners are broken? He is still crude and rough, but being rough and crude does not mean he deserves death. A true gentleman judges by actions, not words. Is indeed a gentleman. Lube seemed to fall into thought, murmuring, Zuin's insights always get to the core of things, which makes one think deeply. Please let me think for a moment. Only Jing Fi remained where he was, blinking his large round eyes as he watched Liu and Li Jai happily walk into the main tent. Zhang Fi, wait, big brother, what do you mean by Zuin spoiling me? Clearly, it was Zuin who taught me. And why does it suddenly feel like Zuin is playing some new kind of training game with big brother? Why do I feel like big brother is almost becoming someone else? I am your third brother. Thinking of this, Jing Face suddenly reacted, quickly stepping forward as if afraid that something might happen to big brother inside the tent. Rushing toward it as if worried that Li Jai might be doing something to him. But when Jing burst into the tent, he saw Lei, who was happily talking with Li Jai, looking at Jing Fi with a puzzled expression and asking, Etta, what are you coming in for? Jing Fi, whose fierce face had just scared Sui to death, now looked a bit wronged and said, Is big brother upset that I came in to disturb you? Li smiled and beckoned to Jiahong Fi, saying, No, Ida, you came just in time. Under Liu Bei and Li Ji's obvious different treatment, Jing Fi suddenly felt that Li Jai was very good. He strode confidently toward Li. Li then handed him a bamboo slip and said, Etta, this is the patrol route I arranged. You should assign 500 cavalry to block the eastern side of Julu City along this route to prevent Jin Ling from sending scouts to Guangheng and informing Jing Zhao about Jula's situation. Besides, don't forget to provoke Julu City at the hour each day. Jing Fi wasn't sure if he was trying to compete with Liu Bei, but he respectfully saluted Lei and replied, Yes, Mr. Zikyuan. Then Jing Fi didn't even glance at Liu and strode out of the main tent. After Jing Fei left, Liu and Li Jai exchanged a look and both quietly chuckled in understanding. Zikyuan, how do you think my cooperation with Liu is going? Liu asked with a smile. Perfectly coordinated, Li Jai replied. Li Jai clearly understood how to use Guan Yu and Jing Fi well. Plus, Liu deliberately coordinated with Li Jai, either to repay his support or to prove his own ability. There was no need to worry about Zhang Fei changing the battle plans without permission. In this way, Edita, who had been holding back his anger, probably wouldn't slack off or secretly drink alcohol even if Lord Schwanda left the camp. Later, Lube waved his hand and said, I'm not too worried about, but what you just mentioned about sending cavalry to intercept scouts heading from Zhul to Guangdong is a hidden danger. Even though there aren't many yellow turban horses in Julu, sending half the cavalry to search and intercept might not catch all of them. If our news about appearing in Julu leaks to Jing Zhao, it could cause trouble. At the end, Liu Bei showed some worry. Lig smiled and said, Lord Schwanda, there's no need to worry. Sending Eda's cavalry to intercept is just a cautious move. Then Lig spread out the map and explained to Liu Bei, the route from Julu to Guanghong crosses the Jing River, which is a key passage. The two closest crossing points are Balagan to the north and Zhuzhou to the south. Although a scout could find a fisherman along the Jing River to cross, even without obstacles, it would take until noon tomorrow for the scout to reach Guangzhou. Even if Jing Zhao received the intelligence by noon tomorrow and became suspicious, he would immediately send a unit to support Julu across the Jing River or send a scout back to report on Julu. But the timing was already too late. Lube thought carefully along the line of reasoning Li Jai suggested. He felt a great weight lift from his mind and said, I didn't realize that Zikin had already considered these uncertainties. I was overthinking. After a moment, Liu asked curiously, then why did Zikyun go to the trouble of having a send cavalry to intercept the scout? Li replied, this was considered by the northern general of the Central Army to prevent the scout from escaping and causing problems for the northern general's plans. At this point, Li Ji's calm and confident eyes showed a hint of worry. Although he highly valued Liu Jai and believed Liu Jai would find a way to bring the yellow turbans and Guangzhong to the Jing River, the unpredictability of war made every move risky. Since Li Jai knew little about the Guangzhong yellow turbines or Liu Zai's command of the Han army, he couldn't use his strategy simulator to predict outcomes. To keep the most important plans secret, neither Liu Jai nor Li Jai shared their detailed strategies. First, where plans are not fixed and are often written down in words, which might take more than a few bamboo slips to record. Second, the principle is confidentiality prevents defeat, and secrecy ensures success. Every time Zhao crossed Zhul County to deliver bamboo slips, it was not without risk. Even with Ziobo's loyalty and willingness to fight to the death, if the bamboo slips containing detailed plans fell into the hands of the yellow turbans, it would be a serious problem. That's why, except for the first time when he had to risk revealing his identity, The bamboo slips Ziobo carried afterward were kept simple and cryptic so others wouldn't understand. Therefore, Lig only used his strategy simulator to successfully predict that arriving at Bo Luo Jin on the 5th day of the 5th month in time and avoiding pursuit from the yellow turbans along the way was possible. But for other unpredictable factors, they could only adapt as they went. Li Jai deliberately ordered Zhang Fei to send cavalry to intercept scouts, knowing it wouldn't affect his plan directly. This was to reduce surprises. After arriving at Baluo Jin, Liu, who understood this perfectly, said, "I hope that Master Lu can successfully push the Yellow Turbans from Guangzhong to Jingshuo so they can put an end to the Yellow Turban Rebellion and restore peace to the Han Dynasty. Peace and stability. That is only the beginning of the fall of the Han Empire." However, Li did not correct the young Liu Bei at this moment. The sooner the Yellow Turban uprising is defeated, the more lives can be saved. It is known that the phrase bones exposed in the wild, 1,000 miles without a rooster's crow, comes from the year 197. This means it describes the chaos from the end of the Yellow Turban Rebellion until Yuan Shu declared himself emperor. Although the Yellow Turban Uprising was fully defeated around 184, its remnants caused trouble for 20 more years across 8 provinces. By 192, the Yellow Turban forces in Chiho still numbered over 1 million. That same year, even some remaining Yellow Turban followers dared to gather and attack Bahai commander. The Black Mountain Yellow Turbans did not fully disband until 205. Of course, Lube at this time still does not realize this. He believes that after defeating the Yellow Turbans, the emperor has lifted the ban on political factions, and that future rulers will be distant relatives and eunuchs working hard to govern the people and restore peace. Meanwhile, inside the government office of Julu City, Zhang Liang and other Yellow Turban generals look serious and gloomy. Not only because Jing Fi's incredible bravery led him to kill 4 enemies in a row, but also because scouts sent out to check the surroundings have found 2 camps about 10 mi north and south of the city. Based on flags and smoke signals, each camp has more than 5,000 Han soldiers. To Jinglong and the others, these camps are clearly meant to prevent the Yellow Turbans from escaping as they are positioned like nails on the north and south sides. As for why there are no camps on the east and west sides, Jing Liang carefully considers and understands. To the west are the mountainous regions of Chongshan and the difficult Taiyang Mountains. To the east is Guanghang, and even if the Yellow Turbans flee there, they will likely run into the main Han army forces. This discovery of the 2 camps seems to confirm the news that Zhang Fi accidentally leaked. The Yellow Turbines in Guangzhong have been defeated, and while the Han forces are finishing off the remaining rebels there, Lu Zai has sent his disciples with troops to Julu City to prevent the Yellow Turbans from escaping. Big brother, Jing Lang, sitting in the main seat, looked up blankly and muttered softly. Below, the Yellow Turban generals were arguing loudly without realizing it, debating how to respond next. "I don't believe the wise teacher has lost. Guanghang has over 100,000 Taiping Dao followers, but the leader of the Han army is General Luji from the north, and in battle, he kept forcing the wise teacher to retreat. Maybe he used some tricks to trap the wise teacher, but it's not certain. The facts are right in front of us. If Guanghang hadn't had a big problem, how could a silent group of 10,000 Han soldiers appear in Julu? That's right. We might need to prepare early. What are you saying? Do you want to betray the wise teacher? I'm not saying that." Many Yellow Turban generals were mostly from humble backgrounds. They argued openly without caring about politeness or courtesy, simply shouting at each other. Soon, some hot-tempered generals seemed ready to draw their swords. With many of the Yellow Turban leaders doubting whether Jing Zhao was in danger, the army's morale clearly wavered. Meanwhile, Chu Yian among the crowd stayed silent. He first glanced at Zhang Lang, who was staring blankly at the main seat, then looked around at the shouting Han soldiers. Suddenly, Chu Yian felt that the future of the Yellow Turbans was even darker than he had imagined. Chu Yian was not originally from the Taiping Dao. He was from Chongzan. When the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out, he saw the government buildings being destroyed, soldiers too busy to help, and took the opportunity to gather some young men to become bandits. However, before they could enjoy a few days of freedom in the mountains and forests, they accidentally ran into a large group of Yellow Turban bandits and were surrounded. To survive, Chu Yian had no choice but to lead his group of young men into joining the Yellow Turbans. Chu Yian quickly gained recognition from Jing Ling for his exceptional martial skills and became a Yellow Turban general under Jing Ling within a month or 2. But because of his background, Chu Yian was often rejected by other Yellow Turban generals who believed in the Taiping Dao. Quietly, Chu Yian seemed to retreat to a small, inconspicuous corner to avoid being caught in any sudden violent fights that might splash blood on him. At this moment, rather than worrying about the wise teacher's life or death, Chu Yian was thinking about how to secretly lead his trusted followers away from the yellow turbans and return to Changshan. At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Enough. Seeing some yellow turban generals really draw their swords, Guanghai strode forward, and with a sweeping hand like a fan, he grabbed the shoulders of the two closest generals who had drawn their blades. Guanghai, whose arms were as thick as a grown man's thighs, suddenly exerted force. One hand lifted each of the two yellow turban generals, then threw them outside the meeting hall. Bang, bang, the sound of their bodies hitting the ground instantly silenced the chaos inside the hall. Wangai, who was nearly a head taller than the other generals, looked around at the crowd. Few yellow turban generals dared to meet his gaze. As the widely recognized strongest fighter among the Taiping Dao, Guanhai was usually silent and reserved, but when angry, no one dared to challenge him. The black-faced man, Jingfi, was still separated by a wall, but Guanhai could easily threaten their lives at any moment. Then Guanhai knelt before the main seat, respectfully, requesting, "General Ringgong, I wish to go to Guanghang to check on the safety of the great virtuous teacher." Only then did Zhang Ling, sitting at the main seat, regain some spirit and looked down at the restless generals and Guanhai kneeling on the ground. Jin Ling had no doubt about Guanhai's intentions. If any other yellow turban general made such a request, Jin Ling would suspect they wanted an excuse to escape from Julu, but Guanhai was different. Guanhai's loyalty to Jing Zhao and his faith in the Taiping Dao were absolute. Guanhai was in Zhul because Jing Jiao was worried that Jing Ling, who was hesitant and indecisive, couldn't control the other yellow turban generals, so he specifically sent Guanhai to assist Jing Ling. Then Zhang Liang stood up from his seat, pacing back and forth as he thought. "No," he said, regaining his composure, "since we do not yet know if the Han army is deceiving us. Even if we want to contact the great virtuous teacher, we only need to send a large number of scouts to Guangzhou to find out clearly. And if the great virtuous teacher is forced to temporarily retreat from Guanghang, then Julu City is even more vital to our cause. General Guan is a pillar of our movement. It would be reckless to leave Zhul now." Although Jing Ling has obvious character flaws, his abilities and vision are not comparable to ordinary yellow turban generals. When he calms down, he quickly understands the key point. Regardless of whether Jing Zhao encounters trouble, maintaining the loyalty of the Taiping Dao followers and holding Jewel City is the best choice. Guanhai, as the bravest fighter within the Taiping Dao, plays a very important role in stabilizing the morale of the army inside Julu City. Hearing this, Guanhai respectfully bowed to Jing Ling and said, "I swear to protect the faith with my life." Seeing this, the other yellow turban generals also knelt down and declared with the unique Taiping Dao ceremony, "We swear to protect the faith with our lives." A pleased expression appeared on Jing Ling's face as he said, "Good, good. With all of you helping, the Han army is just like grasshoppers in autumn. We only need to stay calm inside Julu City, waiting for Chang Shibo, Nanyang Jiang Manning, and Renan Pong Tu's forces to defeat the Han army and enter Silly Lo Yang, overthrow the heavens, and establish the Yellow Heaven. These Han troops will inevitably collapse." When he said this, many yellow turban generals' eyes also lit up with hope. Although the battlefield in Jihe was led by the great sage of the Yellow Turbans, who was defeated repeatedly by Lu Zai and had to retreat to Guanghang, there had been good news from other regions like Bakai, Jing Manning, and Pong Tua, who kept approaching Silly from different directions. If they could successfully enter Silly and capture Lu Yang, the fall of the city and the capture of the emperor would make the establishment of a new heaven just around the corner. However, at this moment, a yellow turban warrior hurriedly reported, "Zhang Fei has come to the south gate to scold again. His words are very rude and which has greatly angered the city's defenders. Please, General, decide." As soon as this was said, the yellow turban generals in the meeting hall, who had just begun to feel some hope, all shrank back nervously, afraid of being singled out by Jing Ling. Jin Luang felt even more troubled, unsure how to handle the situation. Zhang Fei's voice was truly thunderous, extremely coarse and rude. Zhang Liang considered himself to have good self-control, but he still was so angry that his 7 orphases smoked after just a few words from Jing Fei. It was clear that if Jing Fei continued to act recklessly, it would seriously damage the morale of the defenders inside the city. After all, Taiping Dao constantly claimed to overthrow the Yellow Heaven and lead the rebellion, but they had no way to deal with Jing Fei's behavior. This was a huge to their reputation and could even shake the faith of many followers in Taiping Dao. Only who can match that fellow Jing Fei? Jing Ling's gaze swept over the yellow turban generals who shrank back like quails. He understood that forcing them to fight Jing Fei alone would likely be pointless. Guanhai saw this and bowing slightly spoke in a deep voice, "General Guanhai requests to fight. I will take Jing Fei's head so he doesn't tarnish our Taiping Dao teachings." However, Jing Liang was reluctant to let Guanhai take such a risk. He waved his hand to refuse and then said, "Tell all the followers that Jing Fi's words are just inner doubts. What he's doing is disturbing our faith in the yellow sky. As long as we stay firm and silently uphold our taping principles, these doubts will fade away like clouds." Since they couldn't win, Jing Liang decided to lie low and not resist, showing a kind of self-coming attitude to reassure his followers. Suddenly, Jing Liang had a bright idea. He asked the yellow turban warrior, "Wait, how many soldiers did Zhang Fi lead this time?" Startled by the question, the warrior paused for a moment before replying, "About 500 cavalry." "Could it be a trick?" Jing Liang muttered to himself. "Where's the trick?" Guanhai asked, puzzled. Jing Liang explained, "Normally, even if Jing Fi came to challenge us on purpose, his rear should be filled with a large number of soldiers to support him. But this morning, behind Jing Fi, there were only 1,000 cavalry and now only about 500. Could it be a bluff?" The more Jing thought about it, the more suspicious he became. His eyes showed hesitation as he murmured, "Maybe we should test him." After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Ling felt more and more that something was off, especially since he had never seen the full strength of the 10,000 hand soldiers. He pondered for a moment and then slowly made up his mind. He turned to his most trusted officer, Guan Hai, and asked, "General Guan, do you dare to launch a night attack on the Han army camp to see the truth by the order of the general? I would never dare disobey." Guan Hai replied solemnly, "Good. Tonight gather 3,000 yellow turban warriors and 3,000 brave followers. At the of midnight, launch an attack." As he spoke about the target, Jing Liang hesitated again, torn between the northern and southern Han camps. South, not sure, not sure. To the south there is Jing Fi and over 1,000 cavalry. To the north, the Han army camp has shown no signs of activity so far, which seems even more suspicious than the southern camp. Attack the northern camp to see what's really going on. If anything seems wrong, General, remember to retreat quickly, Jing Ling carefully advised. Yes. Guang Hai respectfully accepted the order, then hurried to gather the yellow turban fighters and brave followers. Although the city of Julu is full of yellow turbans, most are just believers. Very few are officially recognized as followers of the Taping Dao. Even among the Taping Dao followers, only a small number are true yellow turban fighters and brave followers who are the backbone of the movement. Jing Fi kept up a pattern of shouting insults for an hour and resting for an hour, disturbing the enemy until the sun set completely. Only then did the angry shouts of the yellow turban followers die down. Guan Hai also began preparing the 6,000 elite yellow turbans for an early rest and then started eating. When Guan Hai finished all preparations and assigned tasks to the small yellow turban leaders, the hour of midnight approached. At this moment, the moon was dim and dark clouds covered the sky. The northern city gate of Julu slowly opened, and Guan Hai led 6,000 elite yellow turbans straight toward the Han army camp 10 mi away. When Guan Hai reached a distance where he could see the Han camp clearly, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he carefully observed the situation. Soon, Guan Hai noticed something was wrong. Not only were there a few soldiers on watchtowers and key defensive points around the camp, but even the patrols inside the camp were far fewer than expected for a 5,000-man camp, an empty camp. Guan Hai suddenly had this thought, which shocked him. Without hesitation, he led the 6,000 elite yellow turbans straight into the camp. The soldiers on watchtowers and key points saw the darkness and suddenly rushed out in a dense mass of yellow turbans. They did not resist, nor did they sound the enemy attack horns. Instead, they all fled backward in unison, cunning Han soldiers. There's definitely a trap. Guang Hai's confidence in this idea was now complete, and he understood why a force of 10,000 Han soldiers had suddenly appeared behind Julu City. He showed no hesitation, raising his broadsword to cut open the camp gate. After kicking the gate down, he shouted loudly, "In the name of the Yellow Heaven, we will crush the Han army camp." Behind Guan Hai, 6,000 elite yellow turban soldiers saw how brave Guan Hai was and became even more excited. They followed him eagerly as they charged into the Han camp. Guan Hai led the charge into the camp, encountering little resistance along the way. Occasionally, they saw a few Han soldiers who seemed just awakened from sleep, instinctively fleeing to the back. Guang Hai quickly estimated that the entire Han camp probably had fewer than 500 soldiers. He thought, "We've been completely fooled." The great city of Julu, revered as the holy city by countless Taiping Dao followers, was actually scared for a whole day and night by just 500 Han soldiers. Anger grew in Guang Hai's heart. He wanted to destroy the entire Han camp immediately and kept ordering his elite yellow turban soldiers to break all the tents they passed. As Guan Hai moved deeper into the camp, he didn't realize that the original formation of the yellow turbans had fallen apart. Or perhaps, even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. This empty camp was not worth even one more day near Julu City. He only wanted to destroy it quickly and report back to General Ren. However, when Guanhai chased after the scattered Han soldiers fleeing from behind the camp and cut open a tent in front of him, he was suddenly faced with a large group of disciplined Han soldiers just 50 steps away. This sudden change shocked Guanhai. In the next moment, the soldiers in formation parted, making a path. A bright red horse stepped forward, carrying Guan Yu, whose face was as red as a date with a 3 ft long beard. He wore fish-scale armor and a green cloak holding a blue dragon crescent moon blade that shone coldly under the light of torches, looking like a divine warrior. Guan has been waiting for you for a long time. Guan Hai felt a cold shiver and fear rise in his heart. He quickly stopped and shouted, "Who are you, someone who sells himself for fame? What ride do you have to recognize Guan's name?" Guanu replied calmly, then suddenly moved his horse forward and charged directly at Guanghai. Behind him, 2,000 Han soldiers in formation shouted, "Kill!" together and charged at the yellow turban elites, who were now in chaos. Just as the shouting and fighting grew louder, soldiers hidden near the campfire quickly set fire to the prepared materials around the camp. The flames created a large circle of fire and made the entire Han army camp very bright. Then the soldiers quickly moved to high ground behind the fire circle and aimed their bows at the elite yellow turban soldiers trapped in the middle of the camp. "Ah, I've been hit. Hang Tun, give me strength. Great teacher, give me strength. Ambush, ambush, there's fire. We can't escape from this side." In an instant, the already chaotic yellow turban soldiers fell into complete confusion. The screams and shouts of pain echoed loudly, and the bright firelight revealed the frightened faces of many yellow turban soldiers. At this point, Guanhai clearly understood that the Han army had set a trap. Instinctively, Guanhai wanted to use his courage and strength to help his followers escape. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to fight Guan Yu Clang. When the Xing Yinwei sword and the halberd clashed, sparks flew brightly in the dark night. Guanhai's face showed shock. That was a heavy strike. Confident that he had never met a worthy opponent in the typing Dao, Guanhai believed that even if he faced the black-faced man Zhang Fei, he might not win but wouldn't be much weaker. However, after just one clash with Guan Yu, Guanhai felt his halberd almost slip from his grasp, and his arms went numb and sore. "Great teacher, grant me your true energy and create the destiny of Huang Tian." Next moment, Guanhai shouted loudly, veins bulging on his body and his muscles visibly swelled. Guan Yu, who was crossing swords with Guanhai, slightly opened his eyes and took in Guanhai's change. He let out a light sigh. Desperate tricks, struggling to the end. With Guanu's sharp eyes, he could see that Guanhai was probably using some trick from the typing doubt to deceive others, entering a more extreme temporary state of readiness. But even if Guanhai exhausted his energy after 3 more strikes, it wouldn't negatively affect his future fighting power. As for Guanhai's condition, Guanu thought he could only hold on for a few more rounds before completely losing strength. Then Guanu almost hesitated no more and swung his second sword at Guanhai. Clang sparks flew again, illuminating Guanhai's fierce face. However, Guan Yu's third strike was like a flash of lightning, quickly following the previous blows, directly aiming for Guanhai's head. A loud sound, like the ringing of a bronze bell, suddenly rang out. Guanhai, who was blocking the strike head-on, sat on his warhorse, which let out a mournful cry. Guanhai remained silent, his body tense with bulging veins that looked like they might burst, blood beginning to seep from multiple wounds. After 3 strikes, Guan Yu's momentum had greatly diminished. His commanding presence visibly weakened, but his proud expression did not fade. After crossing swords with Guanhai and creating some distance, he turned his horse around and said calmly, "Being able to withstand my 3 strikes, you, a traitor who seeks fame and fortune, may have some tricks, but you are still barely acceptable." Guanhai paid no attention to the blood seeping from his body. Instead, he stared intently at Guanu, then tore off the yellow cloth from his forehead and tied it around his right hand, which held his large sword to prevent numbness and blood from causing him to drop his weapon. "I have not yet repaid the kindness of my wise master, and I absolutely will not die here," Guanhai muttered to himself. He looked back at the chaos behind him, where the elite yellow turbans were retreating step by step under the push of the Han soldiers. Guanhai understood. The situation was hopeless, and behind the Han camp, shrouded in darkness, it seemed as if countless Han soldiers were pouring out. "Retreat, retreat," Guanhai shouted several times, ordering the remaining yellow turban followers to withdraw while he charged again toward Guanu. "Take this." Guanu saw this and did not hesitate to meet him head-on. For a moment, the 2 horses spun around and their weapons clashed repeatedly, fighting fiercely as if evenly matched. Apart from a group of yellow turban warriors loyal to Guanhai, who were holding the rear, the rest of the elite yellow turbans under Guanhai's orders began to panic and retreat toward the camp gates. But retreating was extremely dangerous. Any mistake could lead to complete annihilation, especially for the disorderly yellow turbans. Even with a squad of yellow turban warriors protecting the rear, many of the elite fighters were still killed in the chaos. while soldiers on high ground on both sides of the camp kept shooting cold arrows. Bodies of yellow turban elites lay along the retreat path. Guanghai, who had been fighting Guan Yu for 50 rounds, felt his strength rapidly waning. He dared not delay any longer. During the clash between the circular blade and the green dragon crescent blade, Guanhai suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. After briefly blurring Guan Yu's vision, he quickly retreated to the heavily damaged yellow turban warrior guards, and they began to withdraw together from the camp. Gradually, Guanhai felt that his once seemingly invincible body was now so weak that he could barely lift his weapon. "See the gate," a weak voice from a yellow turban warrior reached Guanhai's ears, giving him a faint spark of hope. He hurriedly looked up toward the camp's main gate. The hope of escape grew in his heart, and his nearly exhausted body was filled with renewed warmth. "Charge!" Guanhai urges battered horse forward, rushing toward the seemingly unguarded camp gate. At this moment, the dark in Guanhai's eyes seemed to emit an invisible glow. "No matter what, as long as I reach there, I must return to Julu. I still have not repaid my great teacher's kindness." At this moment, Guanghai ignored the screams of his few remaining guards behind him. He leaped onto his horse and crossed the camp gate. Suddenly, Guanhai sensed an unusual silence. Why was it so quiet? Shouldn't half of the followers have successfully retreated under cover of the others from the Han army ambush? As his horse slowed, and his eyes adjusted to the darkness outside the camp, he saw the ground outside littered with yellow turban corpses and a line of Han soldiers waiting in formation. Among them, two figures on horseback were vaguely visible, one armored, wielding twin swords, the other dressed in a conspicuous white scholar's robe. Perhaps because of the eerie silence, Guanhai seemed able to hear their conversation. "Zikyuan, this should be the last one, right? This man is quite brave. Too bad, too bad. Let's send him on his way, brother Schwanda." In the next moment, countless arrows pierced Guanhai's body. As the arrows struck his horse, which let out a loud neigh, Guanhai, wounded by over 10 arrows, helplessly fell to the ground. Thud. After counting the breaths, Guanu ran out of his camp and saw Guanhai lying on the ground, still wittied. "Second brother." Seeing Guanu arrive, Lu was a little happy and rode out from the crowd. He asked, "Are you hurt?" Guanu proudly stroked his long beard and said, "A bunch of country bumpkins can't possibly hurt me." "That's good," Lu replied, relieved. However, Guanu was quite surprised by Lei's appearance and asked, "Brother, how did you come here earlier?" When dividing forces at the north and south of Julu City, Guan Yu's task was to pretend to attack Julu City, then retreat 10 mi to a camp with about 5,000 men. The soldiers rested inside the camp until the next evening, then set an ambush inside to counterattack the enemy, but Guan Yu's force was only about 2,500 soldiers. Even with the advantage of terrain and fire, when they counterattacked during the chaos of the Yellow Turban formation, they could only watch most of the Yellow Turban bandits escape. Unexpectedly, Guanu looked at the Yellow Turban corpses outside the camp gate and estimated the situation, feeling surprised. Perhaps no one escaped. Guanu originally thought the inside of the camp was a trap, but it turns out the only escape route was actually the real trap. This was naturally Zikyuan's plan, Liu Bei said proudly. On the southern side of the camp during the day, besides the cavalry led by Eda, the other soldiers rested. At night, Zikyuan ordered us to march around Yulu City to the north and set an ambush outside the camp. Even though Guanu had some suspicions, he was still amazed. If they had only anticipated a night attack, that would be impressive enough, but they also skillfully moved the weaker forces from the south to set a second ambush on the north. Master Zuin's plan is truly well thought out, Gu praised. At that moment, Guan Yu saw Li Jai riding slowly toward Liu Bei from behind and bowed to greet him. "Master Zikyun, Yin Chang did well," Li Jai said. Then feeling the strong smell of blood entering his nose and making it itch, he rubbed it and continued. "Brother Schwanda, Yin Chang, quickly clean up the battlefield and repair the outer defenses of the camp. Child Quan is right." Lu nodded, then began to command the majority of soldiers, who had just arrived from the south side of Jul, to enter the camp. This was to search for any remaining hidden yellow turban bandits inside the camp, extinguish the fires, and repair the camp. Outside the camp, 1,000 soldiers carried torches, checking each of the yellow turban corpses outside, to prevent information leaks and further confuse the yellow turbans inside Julu City. No survivors were left this time. Guan Yu looked again at Guan Hai lying on the ground and asked Li Jai, "Mr. Child Cohen, what should we do with the body of this leader?" Li Jai thought briefly and replied, "Do not damage the body. During the night, send it outside the north gate of Julity." Guanu nodded slightly and said, "Child Cohen, that is kindness and justice." Li Jai watched as Guan Yu personally dismounted, collected Guan Hai's body, removed the arrows, and then ordered his guards to carry Guan Hai's head toward Julu City. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Li Jai ordered the body of Guan Hai to be returned to Julu City, not out of kindness, but to further intimidate Jingling. Letting Jin Ling and the other high-ranking yellow turbans see Guanghai's body would make them very fearful and suspicious of the camp outside the city. Deception is about making the enemy believe what is false and hiding what is real. That's all there is to it. Li shook his head, feeling a bit bored. The yellow turbine fighters were few and very few were clever. Even though Julu City's yellow turbans had the advantage in numbers, Li Jai still played them like a toy. His clever plans, such as setting fires, attacking the city in single combat, distracted the enemy and hid his true intentions. But there was a flaw that could not be hidden. His forces were limited, and he dared not openly face Julu City with a full army. Anyone with a bit of brains would notice this. Jing Liang also noticed this obvious flaw as expected. But because of all the distractions like fires, city attacks, and single combat, Jing Liang was worried and hesitant to send a large force to attack the city unexpectedly. Due to Jing Fi's continuous aggressive provocations, Jing Liang instinctively chose to launch a surprise attack from the north. This gave Li Jai the chance to concentrate his forces and set up a series of traps to quickly defeat all the elite yellow turban fighters who had launched the attack. If the city of Julu was truly commanded by Li Jai or a wise strategist, they would not have simply sent one army to attack blindly. Instead, they would have tested the enemy camps on both the north and south sides at the same time. At the very least, they would have arranged backup forces to support Guanhai at any moment, Li Jai muttered. A truly incapable general has caused the death of 3 armies. He did not stay long in this blood-stained area, but pulled on his reins and led his 10 guards to a high ground, quietly waiting for Liu Bei and Guan Yu to clear the battlefield. This busy work lasted until late in the night when they finished dealing with the bodies of the yellow turban rebels and quickly repaired the camp's outer defenses. From a distance, the camp looked like just an empty shell. Before dawn, aside from leaving 100 men to maintain the camp surface, Liu Bei and Guanu led all soldiers to move toward the eastern Blow River under the cover of night. It was now the early hour of the 5th day of May with 8 hours until the scheduled time at dusk. This was enough time for Lube to arrive at Blo River and restock along the way preparing for the upcoming battle. All of this matched the predictions made earlier by Li Jai in the strategy simulator. Meanwhile in Julu City, Jing Ling, after Guan Hai led the army out of the city, waited in the council hall with many yellow turban generals for news. But the constant worry and a series of unexpected events had kept Jing Ling awake since the warehouse was attacked. Eventually, he and the other generals fell asleep in the hall without realizing it. When Jing Ling suddenly woke up, he looked outside and saw the sun rising slowly. He was startled and quickly asked the yellow turban guards outside, "Has General Guan returned?" "No, he has not," the guard replied. Jing Ling asked again, "Has there been any messenger sent to report no news has been seen?" Suddenly, Jing Ling grew fearful and suspicious, shouting, "Then send out scouts immediately to investigate." "Yes, General Gong." Immediately, Jing Ling, worried and anxious, ignored the reactions of the other yellow turban leaders and led his guards straight toward the North Gate Tower. Normally, when Guan Hai led his elite troops out to attack the city at midnight, even if there were many unexpected events after a tough night, he should have returned by the early morning. But now it was already dawn and there was still no news. Suddenly, a yellow turban warrior came from the North Gate rushing to report to Jing Ling. "Reporting to General Gong, we have found General Guan." Hearing this, Jing Ling took a deep breath, his hurried steps slowing down. Before the warrior finished speaking, he interrupted. "Quickly, go and ask General Guan to come here." The warrior looked at Jing Ling in surprise. "Why are you just standing there?" Jiang Liang frowned and scolded, then turned and headed back to the government office. After waiting for a while, Jing Liang grew impatient because he still hadn't seen Guan Hai. Just as he was about to send someone to check on him, 2 yellow turban warriors entered the meeting hall carrying a long object covered with yellow cloth and placed it inside. Jing Ling and the other leaders looked at the covered object and frowned. "What is that?" The warrior kneeling on one knee quickly answered nervously. That is General Guan Hai's body. We brought it here." Jiang Ling's brow furrowed deeply. He asked directly, "Are you saying this is Guan Hai's body?" The warrior hesitated for a moment and then nodded repeatedly. "Then where is General Guan?" Jing Ling asked again. The warrior pointed at the yellow cloth. Jing Ling was so angry that his blood almost boiled. He asked helplessly, "I know this is Guan Hai's body. What I want to know is where is Guan Hai himself?" The warrior, blushing, suddenly lifted the yellow cloth. In an instant, everyone was stunned. General Guan, everyone in the room stared at Guan Hai, who had several holes in his body, their minds buzzing. No one could react for a long time. Jiang Liang, visibly shaken, forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Who brought Guan Hai's body back? Where are the rest of the followers who participated in General Guan's surprise attack?" The yellow turban warrior, who responded, shook his head repeatedly and said, only General Guan." At this moment, everyone fully realized that last night's attack not only resulted in Guan Hai's death, but also the complete destruction of 6,000 elite yellow turban soldiers with no survivors. For a moment, the yellow turban generals in the meeting hall were all filled with fear and looked pale. Outside Jill City, Jing-Fi still led his cavalry as he did yesterday, shouting and scolding every hour near the city walls. Jiang-Fi's fearless attitude proved that the Han army outside had already set a trap. The yellow turban generals inside the city had become like frightened birds, daring not to respond to Jing-Fi's calls. Even if Jing-Fi cursed loudly and crudely, the generals pretended not to hear, only causing hardship for those yellow turban rebels who believed in their cause and stayed to defend the city. From initial righteous anger to silence, they had become numb and indifferent. Until the late afternoon, after Jing-Fi shouted again, he was almost out of words. A bunch of cowardly turtles. Even Lord Zhang is tired of scolding you. Remember, my elder brother only gave you 3 days to think. Today is already the 2nd day. Tomorrow I will come again to wake you up with my words. Jing-Fi shouted loudly, then turned his horse around and led his cavalry back toward the camp as before. This scene where the defenders on the city tower had been whipped repeatedly, and even felt ashamed to be human, finally saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes as they watched Jiang Fei leave. However, just as they thought Jing-Fi would come back tomorrow to scold them again, that faint hope quickly faded. What these yellow turban rebels did not know was that after leaving the city's view, Jing-Fi suddenly changed direction, regrouped with 500 cavalry he had gathered earlier, and quickly headed northeast. Hurry, hurry! Jing-Fi grabbed his water bag, took a big drink to soothe his dry throat, and his eyes showed urgency. In his mind, he couldn't help but picture Li's smiling face as he spoke. Rest assured, even if you rush to Bulyu Bay at the end of the late afternoon, you will definitely make it. Conversely, if you disappear early, it could alert the yellow turbans inside Julu City. Once they realize and send support to Bo Luo Jane, brother might find himself trapped from both sides. Thinking of this, Jing-Fi's face unconsciously showed a faint smile, but then he suddenly felt something was off. Why does Mr. Zikyuan's tone sound so much like a neighbor ant comforting a child? Maybe it's just an illusion. Meanwhile, in a forest less than 30 mi from Bo Luo Jin, Liu Bei's army of over 4,000 soldiers was resting, easing their fatigue from marching and preparing for the upcoming battle. Lig squinted slightly, feeling a bit worried about Lu Zai's situation, but he kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Finally, Li got up and wandered casually through the forest, observing the soldiers' condition. Although these soldiers hadn't received much formal training, following Liu Bei from Zhua County to this place had greatly boosted their spirits. Most importantly, the soldiers mainly consisted of 2 groups. Local villagers from Zhua County and recruits from the Yellow Turbans and Daxing Mountain. Their shared hometown bonds or the gratitude for survival plus Liu Ba's frequent kindness as the great haunt enchantress made these soldiers very loyal to him. So even though their march was chaotic and tiring, very few soldiers dared to desert. Suddenly Li Jai, approaching the forest's edge, heard a sharp breaking sound in the air. Carefully he moved closer and saw Guan Yu practicing his sword moves in an open space. However, when Li Jai got within a certain distance, even though he was behind Guan Yu, he was instantly noticed. Guan Yu suddenly turned his head, saw Li Jai approaching, and stabbed the handle of his green dragon crescent blade into the ground, then bowed and greeted him. Mr. Zikyuan, Li looked at the still 10 steps away from Guan Yu and said, "Yang is quite sharp." Guan Yu explained, "As a general, one must be especially sensitive to footsteps, the sound of drawing blades and breaking the air, or it's difficult to observe many attacks relying only on the eyes on the battlefield." Then how far can Yun Chang hear the sound of arrows breaking through the air? Li asked curiously. Guan Yu paused briefly before answering. Guan said he could hear arrows from about 15 jang away, and his second brother was slightly better, able to tell if there were hidden arrows within 20 jang. Suddenly, Li began to understand why Guan Yu, among top generals, often got hit by arrows more than others, because it was actually his weakness. If Lu Ji remembered correctly, he had read somewhere that Xiao Yun, also a top general, claimed he could hear the sound of arrows flying from 100 meters away, and Xiao Yun had never been wounded by arrows in his life. 100 m is roughly 33 jing, so compared side by side, Xiao Yun was clearly better than Guan Yu in this skill. However, Lig still found it hard to understand how these top generals, all humans, could do such things. If someone shot an arrow at Li, he felt he would need to be hit at least 3 in deep before noticing the cold arrow. Impressive, impressive, Li praised. Guan Yu, however, responded with a more serious tone. "Master Zikyuan, you flatter me. I used to think there were few in the world who could match me, but last night I encountered a Han soldier wearing yellow robes whose strength was quite remarkable. We fought dozens of rounds and I couldn't defeat him." He paused, thought for a moment, then continued. "Even if that soldier hadn't escaped, I believe I would have needed about 60 rounds to wear him down. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Guan Yu's tone was full of reflection, but Li sensed an undeniable pride behind his words, like Guan Yu believed naturally that the yellow-turbaned soldiers were no match for someone wielding 3 swords. So Yun Chang, are you still practicing your martial arts? Li asked. Exactly. Since last night's battle, I've gained some insights, so I am still refining my skills, Wan replied openly. He paused and added, my swordsmanship's essence lies in the first 3 strikes, which are inspired by the military strategies in the spring and autumn annals, specifically the Zuowan, your tin of Duke. Li, here we go again. This spring and autumn fanatic has brought the topic back to the spring and autumn annals in just a few words. Fortunately, Li had already memorized the entire Zuyuan during this time. He didn't seek to understand it fully, but only to be able to respond to Guan Yu, avoiding the awkward situation of a college student being stumped by a primary schooler's questions. Suddenly, Li briefly recalled and mentally reviewed the relevant passages from spring and autumn annals. What commentary your tin of Duke Wang then calmly replied, I see. So Yin Chang's sword technique secretly aligns with the idea from Chia Guyan War. In battle, courage is key. Strike once with full force. If you hesitate, your energy will weaken. If you strike a 3rd time, you will exhaust yourself. Exactly. Talking about the spring and autumn annals is what commentary. Guan Yu seemed to brighten up and said, therefore, the sword I use with the momentum I have built up makes each of my first 3 strikes heavier than the last. However, last night during the fight, the 3rd strike was still forcefully blocked by that man at the cost of injury. I practiced again just now, but I still can't find a breakthrough. I wonder if Mr. Zuin has any advice for me. Li Jai, who was afraid of cutting himself, even when playing with butterfly knives, obviously wouldn't know much about the green dragon crescent blade. Gee, I know little about weapons, Li said with some helplessness. This surprised Guan Yu a little. After all, in this era, even scholars were not as weak as the delicate students of later times. The 6 arts of a gentleman were fundamental requirements. Moreover, almost every scholar carried a sword, so swordsmanship was nearly a required course for all. Could it be that Mr. Zigju has never used any weapons? Guan Yu asked. Li, hearing this, could only reply, when I was young, I did practice a special spear technique for self-defense. Oh, what kind of spear technique? Guessed. Single-shot rifle, Li replied with a small dried joke, then added, unfortunately, it was a technique only usable with a special weapon made by an old man from the mountains. That special weapon has now been completely lost. I see. Mr. Zuin only masters one weapon, so he doesn't carry a sword. Guan Yu stroked his long beard, finally resolving the long-standing doubt in his mind, then continued to ask, then I wonder what advice Mr. Zuin has for me to improve. Faced with Guan Yu's repeated humble inquiries, Li Jai hesitated for a moment before replying. If you ask about weapons, I know little, but regarding the idea of strike once with full force. If you hesitate, your energy will weaken. If you strike a 3rd time, you will exhaust yourself. I do have some insights. Guan Yu listened attentively. Guan Yu's expression grew serious and he said, the way of military strategy lies in adaptability. A single burst of energy can succeed, then weaken and finally exhaust itself. That's natural, but the way of brave fighting is not just about relentless attack. It also involves exploiting the enemy's weaknesses during this time, responding to change with stability. He paused, then thought for a moment and suggested perhaps Lord Yun could try a heavy first strike, a heavier second, confusing the enemy with the first 2 blows, then switch to a very fast 3rd strike to break their defenses. In an instant, Guan Yu's narrowed phoenix eyes widened, and he felt as if the fog in his mind cleared and he suddenly understood. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Immediately unable to hold back, Guan Yu quickly stepped back 10 paces, focused his mind, and began to gather strength. Then he swung his green dragon crescent blade again. The first strike sounded incredibly loud as it cut through the air. The second strike was even louder, but Li could still roughly see the path of the blade. Like the first strike, the 3rd strike, Li only saw a blue dragon flash suddenly in front of Guan Yu. So fast that even the after image of the blade was impossible to see. Guan Yu's movements had already changed completely. Guan Yu's blade smiled happily and said, Mr. Zika's words are truly wise. I have been too biased in the past, forgetting that both swordsmanship and military strategy depend on change. Guan Yu, with a long beard and half-closed eyes, seemed to still be savoring the brilliance of his 3 strikes and said, if I were to face that yellow turban warrior from last night again, I could defeat him within 3 moves. Once I find a good horse that understands my intent, I can use its speed to make the 3rd strike even faster. Even my 3rd brother might be defeated in 3 strikes on his first encounter. Li Jai did not argue with Guan Yu, nor could he argue against his judgment. The only person qualified to do so, Guanghai, probably was already on the bridge of helplessness drinking soup. But Li Jai was sure of one thing. Guan Yu's surprise attack, cooking the opponent, had improved significantly. Even a brave general with strength close to Guan Yu might be killed in the first 3 strikes if they were careless. Then Guan Yu solemnly bowed to Li Jai as a disciple, saying, "The gratitude for your guidance is deeply remembered. If Lord Zone ever has a request, I will not refuse. Lord Yin, you are too modest." Li Jai quickly returned the bow and said, "It would be better for Lord Yin to rest for a while. Tonight might still be a fierce battle, so it's best to conserve your strength." Guan Yu nodded in agreement. He was pleased with Li Jai's reminder. After a simple patrol around the area to check the guard posts, he was satisfied that everything was in order and then went to rest, perhaps because he had personally witnessed Li Jai's many surprise attacks and ambush tactics. Lu Guanzhang's team was deeply impressed, even to the point of feeling some fear. As a result, Lu Guanzhang's group now paid extra attention to guard posts and patrol arrangements during their marches. Meanwhile, Liet continued reading a military book to pass the time. His mind unconsciously visualized all the intelligence he knew, like a 3D map that moved with the terrain. So far, Liu Bei's force of over 4,000 soldiers was sure to arrive at Bo Luo-jin in excellent condition by the hour of Su around 7 to 9:00 a.m. As for Jing Fi's side, as long as they followed the plan, they could also reach Balujin on horseback thanks to their high mobility. Although the cavalry might be slightly tired, this was the best way to cross Julu County and arrive at Baluo-jin as scheduled. The biggest risk from the Yellow Turban forces in Julu City had basically been eliminated unless there was a top strategist helping them inside Jul. It was unlikely they would see through the plan. Moreover, based on the time calculations, the Yellow Turbans in Jul wouldn't be able to reach Bo Luo-jin in time. Li Jai reflected on this 3 times in his mind before feeling assured that there were no mistakes. Next, the most important task was to coordinate with Lu Zai to ambush Zhang Ziao at the Jing River. With the ability of the Northern Middle General, I expect he can invite the guests to the Jing River. Li Jai pondered deeply. In Li Ji's view, there were only 3 possible scenarios. When Lu's army arrived at Bo Luo-jin, crossing the Jing River, the Yellow Turbans from Guangzhou could be either already there, not yet arrived, or about to arrive. If they arrived, the ideal situation would be to attack halfway across the river. As long as they hadn't landed or formed a battle line, the Yellow Turbans would find it very difficult to land on Balujin, even with thousands of troops. If they hadn't arrived yet, Lu's forces would hold Baluo-jin overnight until dawn. If by dawn, the Yellow Turbans from Guangzhou still hadn't reached Baluo-jin, Liu Bei would have to cross the Jing River and join forces with the Northern Middle General to avoid being attacked from behind by the Julu Yellow Turbans. The most troublesome case was if they had already arrived. Once the Yellow Turbans from Guangzhou had all retreated to Balujin, it would be impossible for Liu Bei's 5,000 soldiers to attack directly. At that time, Lu's forces could only retreat quickly to avoid the sharp attack from the Guang Yellow Turbans. However, the overall risk remains within acceptable limits. Li confirmed this conclusion again, feeling a little relieved, and patiently waited for the appointed time. Meanwhile, in the plains east of the Jing River Duangzhou, as the Great Wise Teacher, Jing Jiao was being surrounded and pushed back by countless followers of the Taiping Dao heading toward Bal Luo-jin. His eyes showed confusion and doubt. They lost. Even now, Jing Ziao is slow to react in memories of previous scenes kept flashing through his mind. More than half a month ago, to boost the morale after a series of defeats, Jing Ziao increased the promotion of the Taiping righteousness within Guanghang City, claiming that the Yellow Sky would send divine signs to protect believers. Then at some unknown time, a more radical idea began to spread in the city, claiming that the Great Wise Teacher had communicated with the Yellow Sky and that divine power would bring down punishment from heaven to kill the traitor Lu Zai, who was opposing heaven. At first, Zhang Ziao was confused. He hadn't even acted yet. So how could his followers have made such clear plans on their own? But seeing their rising morale, Zhang Ziao naturally didn't bother to explain that he couldn't communicate with the Yellow Sky or summon divine punishment to kill Luji. During the half-month when Jing Ziao didn't try to control these claims, they became the mainstream hope within Guanghang City. At this moment, the Han army camp suddenly hung white banners, and the sound of mourning filled the air as news spread that the northern General Luji had died suddenly. Jing Ziao was naturally very suspicious of this news, but once it spread through Guangdong, countless Yellow Turban followers became wildly excited. Even though Jing Ziao was reluctant to leave the city, he saw the Han army outside gradually retreating and was swept along by the Taiping Dao followers, demanding that he leave the city. Unable to go against the nearly unanimous will of the Taiping Dao followers, Jing Ziao thought carefully and began to see this as a great opportunity. Now the Yellow Turbans were full of confidence if they could strike a heavy or even destroy this elite Han force. The road from Jiha told Woyang in the Sili region would be almost open, while other Yellow Turban generals were busy distracting generals like Huang Fuang and Zhu Jun Zhang Drao could seize the moment, attack Lo Yang before the remaining Han forces could respond and kill the Han emperor. Even if Lu Ji pretends to be dead, at worst he will just fight again and lose once more. With over 100,000 Yellow Turbans in Guanggang, Zhang Ziao does not need to worry about being overwhelmed by Lu Zai's less than 20,000 troops on the plain. Things have gone surprisingly smoothly in Jing Zio's view. Facing the pursuit of the Guang Yellow Turbans, the Han army, all wearing white ribbons, fled in panic. The Yellow Turbans chased for more than 10 mi, collecting abandoned supplies and weapons along the way. Eventually, the Yellow Turbans continued their pursuit. Countless Yellow Turbans raised their banners with the character Lu, and an old man dressed in worn robes and present on the battlefield appeared before all the Yellow Turbans. "All of you fall back. I have a plan." Luji raised his sword, his old but commanding voice echoing everywhere, making many Yellow Turbans feel both fear and awe. Next, taking advantage of the S-height, 3,000 cavalry charged down, shouting, "Great wind rises, clouds fly high." Additionally, 3,000 crossbowmen lined up on the releasing a rain of arrows like a dark cloud toward the densest parts of the Yellow Turbans. Wind, wind, wind. 3 waves of attack poured down until the 3,000 cavalry broke through the chaos of the Yellow Turbans, who had been chasing wildly and collecting supplies along the way, carving a bloody path through their ranks. Han mighty, Lu Sai drew his sword high and shouted. The 3,000 crossbowmen abandoned their bows and drew hand swords, rushing into the battle formation. Meanwhile, troops from both sides appeared steadily on the slopes like a trident, thoroughly disrupting the Yellow Turbines' front line. With Luji's sudden appearance, the morale of the Yellow Turbans plummeted almost instantly. Zhang Ziao at the rear had no time to react before the front army was defeated and rolled back, eventually causing over 100,000 Yellow Turbans to flee in a frenzy. Many Yellow Turbans' interferes resurfaced. The fear that Luji was unbeatable in open battle, causing them to instinctively retreat into Guanghang City. Only the tall city walls offered them a slight sense of safety. However, when Jing Zio returned to Guanggang City, he saw the Han banners flying on the city walls and a Han general standing there laughing loudly. "Fen Zhang Zio, Guanghang has been taken by our Uyghur general, Zhang Yuan. Your end has come. Why not dismount and surrender quickly? This was merely a person named Jing Zio." How could he be skilled in military strategy for a moment? Zhang Zio looked at his home being stolen and was filled with fear and shock. However, countless Yellow Turban rebels continued to rush toward Guanghang City. Jing Zio had no choice but to lead many of them toward the Jing River. As Jing Zio gradually regained his senses, he let out a long sigh and thought to himself, "At this point, I must first retreat to Julu and then consider other plans." But still, Zhang Zio turned to look at the dense wave of Yellow Turban rebels behind him, seemingly endless. His heart felt a little calmer, but also bitter. Now, he probably only had about 100,000 followers left. The situation was even worse because when Jing Zio led his followers out of the city to pursue the Han army, he never expected Guanghang City to be stolen. As a result, these 100,000 Yellow Turbans had no food at all. Even Jing Zio himself was starving. "We must cross the Jing River quickly and use its natural barrier to block the Han army. Otherwise, if they chase us all the way to Julu, how can these 100,000 hungry followers survive gradually?" Jing Zio, who seemed to be a wise and mystical figure, realized the seriousness of the problem. Right now, the Han army, led by Lu Zai, was not fully pressing forward to continue the chase. The followers still had some strength left, and their numbers were still far greater than the Han army. However, once the followers ran out of energy, these 100,000 Yellow Turbans would become helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. In addition to crossing the Jiang River quickly, I also need to contact Julu City to send reinforcements. After thinking for a moment, Jing Zio summoned more than 10 trusted aides and told them to disperse and find opportunities to cross the Jing River alone and seek help from Julu. Then Zhang Zio hesitated for a moment, looked at the overwhelming and gradually slowing followers behind him, and made a harsh decision. He led the 5,000 Yellow Turban warriors under his command to break away quickly, heading toward the Bo ferry crossing. At this moment, Zhang Zio, overwhelmed with fear, had completely given up the idea of relying on his followers to resist Lu Zai. Instead, he believed that these demoralized followers would only slow him down and increase the chance of being surrounded by the Han army. Therefore, Zhang Xia, with a resolute heart, decided to use these followers as shields to delay the Han army while he escaped. No, it should be said that as a wise teacher, he personally went to the Jing River to open a path for his followers to survive. while spies hidden among the yellow turbans reported back. Zhang Ziyo led 5,000 yellow turban fighters away from the main force and disappeared without a trace. Luji was so shocked that he unconsciously snapped several of his beard hairs and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "These traitors are so hateful, so shameful. They deserve to be punished." No matter how much Luji had expected, he never thought Zhang Ziyo would be so ruthless and shameless, abandoning the 100,000 followers he had deceived. It's important to know that to control Zhang Ziyo's forces and make the yellow turbans from Guanghang retreat to Baluojin, Luji even slowed down the Han army's pursuit to avoid putting too much pressure on Zhang Ziyo. In Luji's plan, he spent half a month carefully guiding the beliefs inside Guanghang City. Then, by pretending to be dead, he used the power of faith to force Zhang Ziyo to leave the city. Faith is always a strange thing, both terrifyingly strong and fragile due to ignorance. The ignorance of faith makes people believe in the heavens' punishment prophecy that had been spreading for half a month. When Luji reappears, it will crush their morale completely. But the resilience of faith also makes them, in their confusion and hunger, continue to follow the wise teacher's footsteps, fleeing toward the Jing River until they are exhausted and become helpless lambs. The fragility of faith will cause the taping followers' fighting spirit to collapse entirely once Zhang Ziyo is captured or killed. Lu Zai's plan was that as long as a secret force appeared unexpectedly at Baluojin to block the Guanghang Yellow Turbans, even if they had 100,000 enemies, their strength would be greatly diminished. If Zhang Ziyo, cut off from escape routes, could be captured or killed, it would be a perfect victory, enough to end the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Now, Zhang Ziyo abandons the slow-moving followers and leads 5,000 Yellow Turban fighters lightly equipped. They will surely arrive at Baluojin before the scheduled hour. Baluojin is an important crossing point for transporting supplies. If Zhang Ziyo manages to establish a foothold there, it will be the end of everything. Luji frowned and muttered almost instantly, understanding that Zhang Ziyo's seemingly self-destructive move actually gave him a slim chance of survival. If Luji's patience and calmness weren't so high, he might have summed up his feelings with one simple phrase: "Really, what a foolish master." Any normal commander, when not facing a desperate situation, would never abandon 10,000 soldiers and retreat first. At this moment, Luji felt a difficult sense of hesitation. Even if they successfully defeat the 10,000 Yellow Turban rebels later, if Zhang Ziyo manages to escape, it would be of little use. Luji pondered for a long time, constantly thinking of different strategies, even considering sending the 3,000 Sana cavalry to flank around the Yellow Turbans and pursue Zhang Ziyo. In the end, Luji gave up this risky idea and let out a long sigh. I hope Xuanda can stop the evil Zhang Ziyo, but Luji didn't hold much hope for this. Not to mention that Liu Bei's strength was roughly equal to that of a local militia, about 6,000 troops, and facing Zhang Ziyo's 5,000 Yellow Turban fighters might not be easy. Moreover, Lu's forces would need to march across the entire Julu commandery, likely suffering significant losses. On the contrary, Lu Zai was worried that this might harm Lei, causing his brave army to be lost in Julu. At the hour of Su, around 7 to 9 p.m., the sky had darkened. Under the cover of night, Lei led over 4,000 soldiers to arrive outside Bello Ford. Looking at the distant crossing at Bu Ford, Lei asked Guanu beside him, "Etta, have you arrived yet?" "Third brother has no news," Guanu replied. Hearing this, Lube hesitated slightly, checked the time and said, "Not waiting for any more." "It's already Su. We should take Bo forward as planned to avoid missing the chance." Then Lube reached for his sword at his waist with a serious look. At this moment, Lube, who seemed calm and steady, was actually filled with tension inside. This battle was not only about Lu's future, but also related to the peace of the entire world, which made his blood boil with passion. Just as Liu Bei was about to draw his sword and give the order to attack BL Ford, a hand suddenly pressed on his waist, stopping him firmly. This unexpected event made Liu Bei instinctively want to shout, "How dare you!" However, when he turned his head and saw that the hand was held by Li Gi, he swallowed the words back, his face tense but with a faint smile. He asked Zikuan, "What are your instructions? Something doesn't feel right." Li Jai squinted and looked toward Bo Luo Jin from afar. Liu Bei and Guanu heard this and also looked in that direction with serious expressions. However, because of the distance and the fact that Bo Luo Jin was a ferry crossing surrounded by 3m high wooden railings and many houses and warehouses inside, it was impossible to see any problems with the eye. Liu looked for a while, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong? Could there be an ambush?" Guanu guessed. Li Jai nodded and pointed toward the river outside Bo Luo Jin, saying, "Brother Xuanda Yin Chang, look at the number of boats on the river." Liu, who had never truly traveled through a ferry crossing before, scanned the area, but still didn't understand and asked, "Zikuan, is there a problem with this if there are many boats?" Doesn't that mean Boluo Jin hasn't started large-scale Fing turbines across the Jing River? Li frowned and said, there are too many. So many that they completely block the river outside Boluo Jin. This number is very unusual, as if. He paused slightly and spoke with a serious tone, as if all the boats that should be on the east side of the Jing River have gathered at Balujin. That means there might be a group of yellow turban bandits coming from the east side of the Jing River inside Boluo Jin. Hearing this, Liu Bei and Guan Yu realized the seriousness of the situation. Li's mind was racing quickly, and he rapidly considered all possible scenarios. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the yellow turbans are gathered at Boluo Jin, or perhaps the North Middle General's side has leaked information and set an ambush, or maybe the yellow turbines from Guanghang have already retreated there earlier than planned. At this moment, Li Jai felt overwhelmed and even a little panicked by this unexpected development. But just then Li Ji's hand on Lu's waist was suddenly grasped. Liu responded with a bright gaze that cut through the darkness. Brother Xuanda Zikwenlei patted Li Jai's hand and smiled. You've done very well. You've achieved what I couldn't even imagine. Now I will take over. Then Liu Bei slowly drew his twin swords from his waist, holding them firmly, and said resolutely, at this point there is no room for retreat. If I advance, I will gain. If I retreat, all previous efforts will be lost. Even if it does not bring wealth and honor to us for the peace of the common people, I must also fight with all my strength within Bulyanjin, whether there are ambushes or not. Destroy it. In the end, Liu Bei shouted loudly, raised his sword high, and led the charge toward Bulyan. Kill. Like thunder on flat ground, more than 4,000 soldiers already ready followed Liu Ba's flag, with the character Liu, and torches rushing together toward Balangin attack fiercely, while Li was uncertain and weighing the risks and benefits. Liu Bei followed his belief and made a quick decision to fight to the end. What eased Li Jai's worries slightly was that during Liu Bei's attack on Bulyanjin, no traps or arrow storms appeared. Instead, chaos clearly broke out inside Bulyanjin. The gate of Balyanjin was just a wooden door, not blocked by many debris behind it. Therefore, as Guano leapt from his horse, wielding his green dragon crescent blade with force, he struck the wooden door with a loud crash. Boom. In the shock of many soldiers, the wooden door was split in two. General is brave. In an instant, the already high morale surged again, and they followed Liu Bei and Guan Yu into Balyanjin. However, they were blocked by a circular wooden fence outside. Li Jai could only hear loud shouts of battle from inside Bulyanjin, but couldn't see what was happening. Li Jai frowned, watching the 10 guards carefully protecting him behind, and kept scanning the terrain around Bulyanjin. Suddenly, Li Jai noticed a watchtower near the already captured main gate of Bulyan. He pointed to it and said, I want to observe the battlefield from there. Please send 5 of you ahead to scout and confirm safety. The remaining 5 will protect me on either side. Li never jokes about his life. In the strategy simulator, he had many chances to try and learn from mistakes, but in real life, life is only once. Seeing lives easily lost in war made Li understand how fragile life truly is, except for some top generals whose strength and armor protect vital areas. Most soldiers are at risk of dying in the chaos of battle. Ordinary soldiers could be killed at any moment. Lig really hopes he won't get shot in the knee or suddenly have a big brainstorm. Lu's words were full of passion and heroism. But after thinking a little, Lig realized that Lae was actually risking his own life by speaking so boldly. When the nest is destroyed, can any eggs remain intact if Lae's army is defeated? How far can Li escape? My future lord shouldn't be so reckless. Although Liu Bei's brave decision in a dangerous situation shows courage, Li prefers to be cautious and careful. Unfortunately, Liu Bei and Guan Yu are now trapped in Balyanjin. Li Jai can only bravely climb a watchtower with his guard's protection to observe the battlefield from above. Balyanjin is an old ferry port and the largest crossing on the Jing River with an area as big as a small county. Using the torches lit inside Balyanjin, Li Jai can see almost the entire battlefield from the high vantage point, which makes him feel cold inside. Yellow turban warriors inside Bulyanjin. There are not ordinary yellow turban bandits, but large groups of yellow turban warriors. Based on his initial estimate, there are at least 4,000 of them. Li then notices at the far end of his view a man dressed differently from the others, surrounded by many yellow turban warriors, Jing Zio. Although Li Jai has never seen Jing Zio before, he has a strange feeling that this person is definitely Jing Zio. Or perhaps the person protected by over 4,000 yellow turban warriors is unlikely to be anyone else. It's important to know that even Jing Leng, who is in charge of the main camp in Julu City, only managed to mobilize 3,000 yellow turban warriors to serve Guanghai. Compared to last night's easy victory through ambush and night attack, now both sides are fighting a fierce street battle inside Bulyanjin. Lu's soldiers are almost at a disadvantage everywhere. relying mainly on Guan Yu's bravery to hold the situation. Guan Yu's strength is impressive, but he is not good at breaking through enemy lines in street fighting. Once Guan Yu's energy runs out, the situation could collapse at any moment. Trouble ahead. Li frowned deeply, and the situation seemed worse than he had imagined. Zhang Xiao had appeared in Balagan before the hour of Su, likely indicating an unexpected event on Lu Zai's side. Many boats were densely packed on the river at Balagan, cutting off Lu Ji's chance to quickly cross the Jing River to support Balagan. On the other hand, if the battle dragged on, there was the city of Julu behind Balagan. Therefore, Lu's forces must take Balagan before dawn at the latest, then cross the river or use boats to connect with Luji's forces from the east side of the Jing River. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Currently, the battle was tough. Not only was it hard to take Balagan, but after Gu rested, his soldiers alone couldn't withstand the yellow turban warriors. What should I do? Li Jai forced himself to stay calm. Both sides were gathering information and looking for a way to turn the situation around, but in the narrow streets of Balagan there was a clear difference in strength. Was there any clever trick? Luigi clenched his teeth and tried to use the strategy simulator to plan. He realized there was only one option. In narrow paths, the brave win. Li hesitated for a moment and decided not to spend too much energy on detailed planning, because the strategy simulator usually only showed strategic steps and results, but now he needed tactical details that could increase the chance of victory in this risky situation. There is a chance to win. Li took a deep breath, gazing at the fierce battle happening nearby, and muttered to himself. Relying on tactical command and leadership, history shows many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Others can do it, so can we. As Li Jie calmed down completely, the terrain inside Balagan and the battlefield situation appeared in his mind like a series of quick-built 3D models. He tried to simulate the changing variables of the fight. Seeking weaknesses, pushing his mind to run these 3D models, he constantly urged his thoughts to simulate real battlefield changes, aiming to find the opportunity first. Move, make it move for me. If the guards below the watchtower observe Li closely, they would see that he no longer appears as the elegant person he once was. His eyes are wide open, bloodshot, and his expression has become somewhat fierce. Suddenly, even though Li Jai did not intentionally activate the strategy simulator, it automatically lit up in his mind. At that moment, Li Jai seemed to sense that the shape of the strategy simulator had changed. When Li reacted, he noticed that the 3D dynamic model in his mind disappeared, replaced by two new options: strategy simulation and tactical simulation. Li Jai couldn't help but smile and silently said to himself, "Looks like you really changed shape based on my ability." Without hesitation, Li chose tactical simulation. In an instant, a detailed virtual battlefield appeared in his mind, moving quickly, more than 10 times faster than real life. Li viewed the battlefield from a nearly godlike perspective. Below him, he saw clearly the scene of Baluo Jin and the ongoing fierce battle between the two sides. His gaze then shifted beyond Baluo Jin, but most of the view was shrouded in a fog of war, making it hard to see clearly. However, the city of Julu, which Li Jai passed through, was vividly reconstructed in the virtual world. All right, let's begin. Li's thoughts activated, and the virtual battlefield started running at over 10 times the normal speed. At first, Li did not interfere with the simulation. Lu's forces fought the yellow-turbaned soldiers until dawn and were defeated. Both armies were highly disciplined, with few soldiers fleeing as long as Lei or Jing Zhao were alive. As a result, Lu's forces were almost wiped out, leaving only a few remaining while the yellow turban still had 2,000 soldiers. Li then reset the simulation and restarted the battle, actively intervening on Lu's side. Throughout the process, he could freely adjust the speed of time in the virtual world. According to his ideas, he kept trying different tactics, seeking opportunities for victory. In the real world, Lig's face gradually lost some color and his eyes grew tired and dull. Suddenly, Lig's body swayed and nearly fell from the watchtower, but a smile appeared on his face. Found it, the future that will turn the tide of the battle. However, Li was not a commander like Liu Bei in that story, nor could he command soldiers with flags or drums. So Li Jai could only use the simplest, most straightforward method. After climbing down the watchtower, he tore off his sleeve into 2 pieces of cloth, intending to write on them, but there was no ink or pen. Li looked around, sending his guards back to the supplies behind the battlefield to get ink and pins was obviously too late. It seems I can only write with blood, Li thought, trying to bite his finger to bleed and write. But just as his teeth were about to bite down hard, he hesitated. He didn't care about the pain, only worried about infection. Then Li looked at the sword at his guard's waist and his finger. Finally, he exchanged a glance with the guard and gestured toward a nearby corpse. "Please bring the body over." "Yes," the guard quickly responded and dragged the corpse over. This was a battlefield. Was there a shortage of blood? It wasn't that he couldn't use his own blood, but others' blood was more cost-effective. Li Jai laid the cloth on the ground, dipped his finger in the fresh wound of the corpse, and then quickly began writing on the cloth. Soon, the blood-written message was finished. But as Li Jai looked at the content on the cloth, he suddenly felt that this command, like moving a machine gun position 5 m to the left, was somewhat similar. Then Li Jai handed the 2 pieces of cloth to 4 guards, instructing 2 to each piece. 1 piece was to be delivered to Liu Bei, and the other to be sent quickly beyond Balagan to stop Jing Fi and hand it to him. Li Jai could only hope that Jing Fi wouldn't get lost like Li Guang and arrive late to the battlefield. The only chance Li Jai saw in the battle depended on Jing Fei's strength. Watching the 4 guards leave, Li Jai climbed back up the watchtower, staying alert to the battlefield's movements while trying to ease the pain in his head. The tactical simulation was just as exhausting as using the strategy simulator in the past. If not more so. After all, predicting the movements of each soldier relied entirely on Li's calculations and reasoning, which was a heavy burden. So when that familiar sharp stabbing pain returned, Li Jai knew he was nearing his limit. "Brother Xuanda, this is my last plan. I can only rely on you for the rest," he said. From his position in the watchtower, Li Jai looked out at the large flag with the character Lu and the faint figure waving a double sword in the distance. His eyes showed a hint of hope. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, who was on the front lines, seemed to sense something. He instinctively turned his head toward the watchtower near the Bolo River Gate. "Is that Zikuan?" Liu thought to himself. But the danger on the battlefield left little time for Liu Bei to be distracted. In just a moment, on one side where Guanu couldn't see, several soldiers were killed by the yellow turban warriors, causing the line to weaken. Liu Bei, personally commanding at the front, shouted repeatedly, "Hold the line." Only Liu, who was on the front lines, truly felt the clear difference in strength between his soldiers and the yellow turban fighters. The situation was maintained mainly because Guanu stood firm like a pillar at the front, and because Liu as the leader was encouraging the soldiers from the front. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, both sides fought fiercely in the alleys of BL River, and Liu could clearly feel they were at a disadvantage. Liu didn't analyze the situation as calmly as Li Jai did, but he was anxious and knew he had to find an opportunity to turn the tide. Otherwise, if the stalemate continued, it would be very dangerous. Suddenly, 2 soldiers who had been assigned as personal guards to Li Jai, and who Liu Bei remembered well, rushed over and shouted loudly, "Lord Zio, the bandit leader." Seeing this, Liu Bei frowned, gestured for his guards to let the 2 soldiers approach, and asked hurriedly, "Why are you not guarding Zikoin? Wait, has something happened to Zuin?" His tone was urgent. The 2 soldiers, caught in the chaos of battle, had no time for formalities. They simply saluted and answered directly, "Lord Dia, this is a letter sent by Master Zikoin." Hearing this, Liu quickly took the cloth handed over by the 2 soldiers. With just a glance, Lei recognized that the fabric was torn from the scholar's uniform of Li Jai. In the next moment, Lei hurriedly opened the cloth, and what caught his eye was a glaring red color, a blood-ridden letter. Liu Bei was deeply shocked and felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. His body and skin are a gift from his parents. What virtue or ability does Liu Bei have that Master Zikun would write with blood? Moreover, the amount of blood suggests it was not just from biting his finger. Tears involuntarily welled up in Liu Bei's eyes as he imagined Li Gi risking pain and tearing his palm to write swiftly on the cloth. After staring blankly for a few moments, Liu Bei took a deep breath and began reading the contents of the cloth. As he finished reading every word, his eyes widened in surprise. He examined the last character carefully, then folded the cloth and asked the 2 soldiers, "How is Master Zikuin?" The 2 soldiers exchanged glances and replied, "Master Zikuin's face is quite pale. I am sorry. I am so helpless that Master Zuin has suffered." Loei felt guilty and then said, "Hurry back to protect Master Zikuin and tell him that I understand his message. But if I am defeated in battle, please leave quickly and do not stay at the Thin Falls crossing." "Yes." The 2 soldiers quickly saluted and then retreated to the rear. Liu took a deep breath and swiftly began to mobilize his troops according to what Li Jai had written on the cloth. If I had to describe the message on the cloth in one phrase, it would be, "Put yourself in a deadly situation to find a way out." However, Liu still chose to trust Li without hesitation. "Am I afraid to die? Do I cherish my life?" Liu's eyes were filled with determination. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded on the battlefield, as the commander Liu Bei, along with the large banner, continued moving forward from the already dangerous front line to the very front. "Big brother." When Guan Yu saw Liu Bei appear beside him, his face showed a look of shock that he couldn't hide. The appearance of the enemy's commander and the large banner meant victory was within reach. Those yellow turban warriors who already dared to face death suddenly became even more frantic. After Guan Yu beheaded 3 enemies, he kept shouting commands. "This place is dangerous, brother. Please fall back quickly. we're on the battlefield is safe. Lu also drew his twin swords and fought fiercely, stabbing a yellow turban warrior in the neck. He said, "Young, you should retreat now." Led 1,000 soldiers through a alley about a 100 red yards behind us heading north. After about 200 yards, turn east. This way, you can bypass the main yellow turban forces and head straight to the bank of the Jing River. Then launch a full attack on the evil wizard Jing Zio. Guan Yu hesitated and opposed. "If I leave, what will happen to my brother here?" Lu sternly shouted, "Stop talking. This is an order and our only chance to win. The safety of thousands of our soldiers and the peace of the people depend on this battle. We must not delay." Guan Yu clenched his teeth and with determination swung his green dragon crescent blade to clear the enemies around him. He then pulled on his horse's reins and retreated. "Take care, brother. Remember the oath we made in the peach garden. If you fall, I will follow you to the afterlife." Guanu barely managed to say this before disappearing quickly from Lu's sight. Almost at the same moment Guanu left the battlefield, a terrible pressure pressed down on Liu Bei. Watching Guan Yu's departure, Liu Yi seemed to relax as if a great burden was lifted from his heart. Whether they would win or lose no longer mattered. At this moment, all Lu could do trust Zuan, trust Yin Chang, and act as a bait, holding the position of leader until the very end. After the Prince of Jing, descendant of the Han royal family, Loe, also known as Luanda, stands here. "Who dares come forward and take my head?" Lu shouted loudly. While his guards protected him on both sides, he waved his twin swords, creating a bright display of sword light, cutting down wave after wave of enemies. Lu's bravery was not as legendary as Guan Yu or Jing Fei, but it was still impressive. He fought fiercely at the front, showing strength that didn't match his gentle and kind image. The leader was willing to risk his life, so how could the soldiers not fight with all they had soon? With the leader attacking first, the soldiers fought bravely and pushed forward 10 yards. Descendant of the Han royal family, disciples of Luji, Jing Zio stared at the large banner in the distance and also heard Lu shout. His face was full of gritted teeth and anger. Having either of these identities, Jing Zio believed there was already a way to die. Moreover, Lei possessed both identities at the same time and was also the enemy's main general. In an instant, Lei seemed to become a bait that attracted all the yellow turban warriors who, under Jing Zio's orders, charged wildly toward him. If Lei could be killed and the banner cut down, the Han army that suddenly attacked Bulaport would collapse. This era was not like later times when every soldier had their own beliefs. In the close and narrow battlefield, the commander and the banner were key to maintaining morale. If the commander died or the banner fell, losing either one was like an earthquake for the soldiers who had limited ways to get information. At that moment, Liu Bei and the banner's position had become the most brutal meat grinder. One by one, the yellow turban warriors with fierce faces surged forward while soldiers protected Liu Bei from all sides, even forcing Liu Bei to abandon his horse and fight on foot to reduce the pressure. At this moment, Liu Bei's only thought was cannot fall. Absolutely cannot fall. Keep fighting no matter what until victory appears. Fortunately, the narrow alleyway within Balaport prevented the yellow turban warriors from fully exploiting their numerical advantage. Otherwise, given the strength gap between the two sides, Lu's position might have already been cut off and taken. Even though Lei had killed many enemies with his twin swords, his bodyguards kept falling, gradually replaced by other soldiers. In the continuous bloody battle, Lei felt his arms numb and weak, and his body was crying out in pain, but he persisted stubbornly, shouting every so often, "Luanda is here." This scene made Li Jai watching from the tower feel heartbroken. The outcome of this battle was tied directly to Liu Bei. If they had fought the yellow turban warriors head-on in the alley again, even if Jing Fi led the cavalry to arrive later, the narrow environment within Bulaport would limit the cavalry's usefulness. They would only become a supplementary force. By dawn, the entire army would be destroyed, which was the final result Li Jai predicted. Therefore, the only way was to open more battlefronts and make full use of Guan Yu and Jing Fi's legendary bravery, which could lead to victory. In this situation, the key was for Lu as the leader to move forward and attract Jing Zio and the yellow turban warriors' attention without losing the battle, creating a chance to win. Finally, in Li's anxious gaze, Guanu led 1,000 soldiers in a wide circle inside Baluo Creek and reached the northern side of the creek. The overall shape of Baluo Creek was like a semicircle close to the Jing River. Liu Bei was positioned at the center of the semicircle. Zhang Jiao was near the inner side close to the river, and Guanu was now at the northernmost point near the river. "All soldiers follow me and fight." Guan Yu, radiating fierce killing intent, showed no hesitation and led his troops to attack Jing Zio's position. At the same time, a loud explosion sounded. On the southern side of Baluo Creek, where the wooden wall was not very strong, Zhang Fei, full of fierce energy, appeared, leading 1,000 cavalry. Yin people is here, big brother. Don't worry, Zhang Fei held a blood-stained letter in one hand and a spear in the other, rushing forward like thunder across the entire creek. In the next moment, Guan Yu and Jing Fi attacked from the north and south sides, targeting Jing Zio's weak defenses. Watching the scene from afar, Li Jai finally couldn't help but smile and said, "My plan is successful. Kill." Guan Yu quietly changed the position of his 1,000 soldiers, while Jing Fi's cavalry, like divine soldiers descending from heaven, appeared unexpectedly, far beyond Jing Zio's expectations. More importantly, under Jing Zio's command, most of the Yellow Turban warriors had pushed toward the front line. Now only 1,000 Yellow Turban warriors were left to guard Zhang Zio. Suddenly, the original single-line battle turned into a three-line battle. On the front line, Liu Bei led fewer than 2,000 soldiers, struggling to hold against double the number of Yellow Turban warriors attacking. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and Zhang Fi each led 1,000 soldiers from the south and north, charging at Zhang Zio, who was protected by only 1,000 warriors. This divine strategy gave Liu, whose chances of victory seemed slim, a glimmer of hope. As long as they could kill Zhangju before Liu's forces were completely defeated. Kill, boom. Guan Yu and Jing Fi nearly crashed like human-shaped cannons into the defenses of the Yellow Turban warriors, forcing a gap and fiercely advancing toward Jing Zio's position, especially since Jing Fi led a cavalry unit. Their charge quickly shattered the southern Yellow Turban line, leaving it full of holes. However, the Yellow Turban warriors, as fervent believers, fought with strength far beyond normal expectations around their leader, Jing Zio. Protect the great wise teacher down with the hand traders. After death, we can ascend to the yellow sky pure land. There's nothing to fear. By protecting the great wise teacher and you'll earn great merit. Those who come will enjoy endless blessings. Even when many Yellow Turban fighters had half their chest crushed by war horses and fell to the ground, they still wildly swung their simple blades at the horses' hooves, fighting until their last breath. At the center stood Jin Zio, calm and composed. He wore a Taoist robe, held a wooden sword, and stood on high ground. Accompanying him were a few Taoist boys playing instruments, mumbling as if performing a ritual, playing tricks, and pretending to be gods. Guan Yu and Jing Fi noticed Jing Zio's strange behavior, but paid no mind. Instead, their eyes caught sight of the distant large banner beginning to slowly retreat, filling them with a bad feeling. Big brother, we might not hold on much longer. Guan Yu and Jing Fi thought of the same possibility and shouted together, "Quickly kill Zhang Zio, demon die." In an instant, bound by the oath of the Peach Garden, Guan Yu and Jing Fi entered a furious state, attacking Jing Zio like mad demons. The Yellow Turban warriors blocking their path were almost turned to dust within 2 meters of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. However, what Guan Yu and Jing Fi didn't notice was that as Jing Zio performed his special ritual, nearly 1,000 Yellow Turban guards around him became even more fanatical. After Guan Yu and Jing Fi approached a certain distance, Zhang Zio shouted loudly, "Heaven will not cover us. The yellow sky will alternate. Gather the energy of heaven. Follow the way of heaven. With my true energy, I will unite the creation of heaven and earth, granting the followers of the yellow sky supreme power." Immediately, nearly 1,000 Yellow Turban warriors responded almost in unison to Jing Zio. "Great wise teacher above, grant us your true energy. Unite with the creation of the yellow sky." As the Yellow Turban warrior's voice fell, almost every one of them showed bulging veins and muscles that seemed to swell visibly larger. This familiar scene caused Guan Yu's face to change drastically, and he momentarily lost focus. The last time he saw such a change was on Guanghai. However, now under the command of the demon Jing Zio, thousands of Yellow Turban warriors exhibited this transformation simultaneously, causing Guan Yu and Jing Fi to pause their attacks. These warriors seemed truly blessed by the heavenly mandate, becoming incredibly strong and fearless of pain compared to before. Some of these warriors, despite having 3 swords in their chests and one arm cut off at the shoulder, still fought fiercely, turning around and slashing their swords to cut the nearby Han soldiers in half. For a moment, even Guan Yu and Jing Fi found it hard to advance under the attack of so many warriors, and the other soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Li Jai, watching from afar, was suddenly shocked and deeply worried. Unlike the so-called magic used in this era, Li knew that Zhang Jia was using a hypnotic-like method to stimulate the potential of the fanatical Yellow Turban warriors. More scientifically, it was about hypnosis and faith, causing these warriors' adrenaline to be actively and massively secreted. Under this condition, even ordinary people like the Yellow Turban warriors could become incredibly strong and fearless. Li Jai understood that this state could not last long, and the severe side effects would turn these warriors into helpless lambs, but Lu was about to break down. Li Jai, feeling cold sweat all over, knew that the hard-won victory was likely to slip away under Jingo's unexpected buff boost. If Liu Bei died, morale would collapse and the soldiers would retreat. Then the more than 3,000 yellow turban warriors on the front line would turn back towards Guan Yu and Jing Fei, leading to total defeat. Immediately, Li endured the sharp stabbing pain and forced himself back into battle simulation. The result was defeat. In this race against time, Liu Bei could not hold on until the end. The intense pain made Li's eyes go blurry, and he saw double with shadows flickering. He could only gasp for breath, trying to think, where's the key to breaking this deadlock? Suddenly, in Li's blurry vision, he seemed to see a white figure swiftly approaching from the direction of the gate of Baluchin. The guards below immediately drew their swords and shouted angrily, "Stop right there, brothers. Do not worry. I am just passing through here by coincidence." Li struggled to open his eyes and looked at the young man riding a white horse below the watchtower. A sudden thought flashed in his mind, and he asked, "Who are you, Xiao Xilong of Chanshan?" In that moment, Li's mind was shaken, and his ongoing tactical simulation instinctively included Xiao Zong in his strategy. Although Li Jai did not know Xiao Xilong's exact strength now, he understood that even the weakest among Xiao Xilong's skills was not inferior to Guan Yu or Jing Fi. Halfway through his hurried simulation, Li mustered his last strength and loudly begged. "The large banner ahead belongs to Luanda, a relative of the Han royal family. Please rescue him quickly." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Li Jai couldn't hold on and fainted right there, collapsing onto the watchtower. Hearing this, Xiao Xilong's expression changed. He looked along the direction Li pointed and saw a large banner retreating step by step. Luanda Xiao Xilong's heart was filled with both joy and surprise. Since leaving Chan, Xiao Xilong had searched for Liu Bei and Xiaobo for nearly a month. He traveled from Yuan's government in Changzan to Julu County, wandering in circles, but never found Liu or Xiaobo. Instead, he had killed countless yellow turban bandits along the way. Unexpectedly at night, he heard shouts and cries from the direction of Baluo Jane. Curious, he followed the sound and found Luigi's trail. He quickly bowed to the guards nearby, and his trusted steed, the Nichen Jade Lion, seemed to understand and galloped ahead. In an instant, the white shadow of the Nichen Jade Lion almost turned into a streak of light, circling behind Liu Bei's remaining 1,000 troops, and then charging from the side straight toward the large banner. To distinguish friend from foe, Xiao Xilong loudly declared, "Chanshan Xa Chokshing is here. Dear Lord Luanda, do not worry, I will protect you." Almost as soon as Xiao Xilong finished speaking, the white figure cut through the ranks of yellow turban fighters, leaving behind streaks of blood. None of the yellow turbans could match Xiao Xilong's strength. Even those who tried to slow him down couldn't keep up. With his spear and horse, he was unstoppable. Wherever the yellow turban warriors appeared, they were easily defeated and fell like weeds. If Guanu was known for killing enemies within 3 strikes, then Xiao Yun is undoubtedly best at breaking enemy formations and causing chaos in battle. When Xiao Yun loudly shouted to charge into the enemy ranks, he stepped over thousands of soldiers as if walking on flat ground. Within just 20 breaths, he reached Lu's side. Lu, covered in blood and exhausted, was stunned. Who is this hero so brave that he surpasses even Guan Yu and Jing Fi? Though Xiao Yin looked barely past his teenage years with a youthful face, he wielded his spear with ease. He moved like a venomous snake or a silver dragon roaring, easily killing the approaching yellow turban warriors without even a breath of effort, then calmly said, "Xiao Xiong from Chanshan, here to help your lord." The battlefield was dangerous. Liu Bei, despite many doubts, had no time to ask questions. He quickly thanked Xiao Yun and stepped back slightly, commanding his soldiers to help Xiao Yun and stabilize the line. Guan Yu and Jing Fi also heard the loud voices coming from the front line. Though they didn't know who Xiao Xilong was, seeing him break into the enemy formation and help stabilize the line around the great banner made them very happy. Soon after, facing the fierce yellow turban warriors, Guan Yu and Zhang Fi no longer rushed forward recklessly. Instead, they each focused on stabilizing their own positions and gradually moved closer to Zhang Xiao's location. Shouts of battle and screams of pain echoed into Zhang Xiao's ears. Xiao looked around and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He muttered to himself, using the power of the yellow heaven to activate the warriors. Yet they still can't hold out. At this moment, Jing Xiao looked around and suddenly felt as if there was no way out, like heaven had no path and the earth had no door. What should I do once the power of the yellow heaven fades and the warriors weakened? Jing Xiao turned back to look at the Jing Water River behind him. There were many fairies and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes again. Though there was the Han army led by Lu Zai on the east side of the Jing Water, Zhang Xiao could cross the river directly to Tuzhou and then return to Julu for a better plan. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiao moved to rush toward the fairies behind him. As long as he got on the ferry, the defeat was not complete. Watching Zhang Ziao retreat towards the Jing Water River, Guan Yu's eyes widened with anger. He swung his green dragon crescent blade quickly, but was still held back by the swarm of yellow turban warriors. Is pushing forward. Don't go, Zhang Ziao, you scoundrel, don't escape. Guan Yu shouted angrily, feeling helpless. If Jing Ziao managed to escape, even if these 5,000 yellow turban soldiers were defeated, it wouldn't be long before he could rally another 5,000, 10,000, or even more. Despite Guan Yu's furious shouting, Jing Zhao's steps did not slow down. At this moment, Zhang Fi remembered something. He hurriedly pulled out a cloth from looked at the writing on it, and loudly read aloud. Jin Zio Julu, my master Zuan wants to ask you a question. Jin Zio's pace did not stop. Jing Fi's voice continued without pause, sounding like thunder as he recited. Are you rebelling for personal gain or do you have great ambitions? Jing Zio's body paused slightly, and he turned his head to look at Jing Fi. Jing Fi kept shouting loudly. You leaked information and started the rebellion in a hurry only to be blocked outside the Silly region. Your defeat was already doomed. Even if you resist stubbornly to the end, what does it matter if it's for personal gain? Your reputation will be forever disgraced. If you have great ambitions, then look at the countless followers who have lost their lives behind you and the countless common people caught in the chaos because of you. Jing Zio's steps finally stopped completely, and his expression became somewhat blank. He had been spreading the teachings for over 10 years. He had even unconsciously forgotten the original purpose of spreading the teachings. But Jing Zio knew why the Typing Dao had spread across 8 provinces with 1 million followers. It was because the world was full of suffering and darkness. Therefore, Zhang Zio believed he was following the will of the heavens and the hearts of his followers, which is why he had risen up. Master Ziquan asks you, where else can you run? Do you want to save your life by hiding in a corner, watching countless followers die for an impossible goal? You should be dead. Jing Fi's thunderous voice made every word clearly reach Jing Zio's ears, causing him to tremble all over. This should be dead was not the same as the one he had heard before. In an instant, Zhang Zio seemed to understand the meaning behind Ziquan's words spoken through the mouth of the man with the dark face. Some people, even if alive, are better off dead. Only when some people die can they truly live forever. Even if I keep losing and fleeing, retreating to Jilu to hold on, what does it really mean? The more helpless and miserable I am, the more I shame Jing Zio's uprising, which is based on following heaven's will in people's hearts. If the military genius Han Zhen had died 10 years earlier, he would not have suffered the death of not seeing 3 times, which led to the destruction of his 3 clans, and he would be remembered as a great hero in history. It seems I am doomed. If I do not die, I will only cause more followers to suffer, and there is no point left. Even if I hide in Julu to save my life, is there any hope of victory? Tell Master Zuan that we came from Julu. We haven't taken Julu, but we have burned its granaries. This last sentence completely broke Jin Zio's mental defenses. It was also one of the key pieces of information that Li Jai had previously discovered through a strategic simulation. For Jing Zio, Julu has special meaning. The countless supplies stored there are undoubtedly the hope that keeps Jin Zio holding on to a faint illusion. During Li Jai's tactical simulation, because he didn't know about Jing Zio's ability to temporarily boost the Yellow Turban Warriors' morale over a wide area, the results of the prediction were off. But with Zio Yian's appearance, temporarily protecting Liu Bei and delaying enough time, Zhang Zio undoubtedly lost hope of turning the tide again. The only option was to escape by boat down the Jing River, as Li Jai had predicted early on. That was Jehia's only escape route, and unless Zhang Zio was determined to die fighting, there was no way to stop him from fleeing along that route. For a moment, Jing Zio looked up at the sky, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. As countless memories and ideas surged within him, Zhang Zio did not bother to verify whether the news that Jula's supplies had been burned was true or false. He suddenly realized one thing. The last hope that supported his final illusion was actually the supplies. It was absurd. Tragically funny, I am a great wise teacher, Zhang Zio said softly. While fleeing back to Jilu to survive and wait for the final humiliation, while holding on to his last shred of dignity and offering a final act of kindness to his followers, Zhang Zio had already made his decision. Then he signaled 2 young boys beside him to each carry a torch, swung his robe, and stepped toward the boat crossing the Jing River. This scene made Guan Yu and Jing Fi angry and unwilling, but they were helpless against the many obstacles posed by the Yellow Turban Warriors. They could only watch as Jing Zio stepped onto one boat after another, then reached the edge of the river on a small boat. Jing Zio then tidied his robes, sat cross-legged, and ordered 2 young followers behind him to pour oil onto the boat. Great teacher, even in death does the yellow sky die know. With a loud laugh, a spark lit up on the small boat. And in the shocked eyes of everyone, Jing Zhao and the boat burst into fierce flames instantly. The burning boat floated down the Jing River, carrying Zhang Zhao's fading figure into the fire, gradually disappearing from sight. Great teacher, great teacher. Why did you leave me to go to the yellow sky first? Sob. At first, the frenzied yellow turban warriors froze, tears suddenly breaking out from nowhere, then spread among all of them. Eventually, the yellow turban warriors ignored Guan Yu, Jing Fi, and the soldiers with them. They all knelt down and bowed to Jing Zhao's direction, crying loudly. Their heartbreaking cries also stirred many other yellow turban warriors fighting on the front lines against Lu. When they learned that Jing Zhao had died by self-immolation, these warriors seemed to lose their souls, ignoring the battlefield around them, rushing to the riverbank, nailing and crying uncontrollably. Lube watched this scene with a confused and complex expression. Zhang Jiao was a heretic, a troublemaker who caused chaos in the Han Empire. But if he was truly a wicked and evil person, was it really just his manipulation that made these warriors cry so painfully for him? And was Jing Zhao's death by fire really that of a greedy, power-hungry, petty man? If Jing Zhao was not at fault, then who was truly wrong at this moment? Liu Bei's previously clear and firm moral views were deeply shaken. Compared to Lei, who was overwhelmed by the shock, Jing Fi didn't think so much. After rushing to Liu Bei's side and confirming his safety, Jing Fi pointed at the dazed, grief-stricken, or fainting yellow turban warriors and asked, "Brother, what should we do with these warriors? They seem to have no will to resist anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu felt a mix of hesitation and doubt rise in his heart. If he captured all of them, aside from the issue of supplies, the main concern was that after a quick glance, he saw that more than half of his soldiers were injured or dead. Guarding the large number of prisoners while holding the strategic position at Balujin would be very risky. On the other hand, letting the prisoners go might lead to endless problems later. Unlike the innocent civilians caught up with the yellow turban followers, these yellow turban fighters were true fanatics of the taping Dao. Lu's moral sense made him instinctively oppose killing the prisoners. Without thinking, Lu blurted out, "Zikuan, do you think?" Suddenly, Lu's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Zikuan, is Zico safe and unharmed?" Zhao Yun standing beside Liu Bei asked softly. "The one the bandit leader asked about, is that a young man in a white robe?" "Yes, yes," Liu Bei replied quickly. "I know the location of the bandit leader. It was that young man in the white robe who pointed it out. I remember hearing his faint breathing, slow and weak, and his face was pale and bloodless. After giving me the directions, he fainted." Hearing this, even Lube, who had fought fiercely all day with a resolute face, suddenly lost his composure. His eyes dimmed, and he swayed backwards several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. He cried out in pain, "Zikuan! Oh, Zikuan, why did you abandon me?" Jing Fi saw this and hurried to support Liu Bei, shouting, "Wait, big brother. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. What Brother Zong said isn't that Zikuan is dead, but that he fainted from exhaustion." Hearing this, Lube suddenly seemed to recover from a near-death state. His body straightened quickly, and he hurriedly said to Jing Fi, "Ida, send some cavalry immediately to patrol outside Balujin and keep watch. Also work with Yun Chong to guard the yellow turban fighters carefully and start gathering their weapons to prevent another uprising." After a moment, Liu Yi turned and quickly saluted Zhao Yun, saying, "Xian, your rescue tonight will be greatly repaid by Xianda. But right now, I am so anxious that I cannot sincerely thank you. Please rest for a moment." Then Liu Bei, holding a TWJ sword in both hands, turned onto his horse and headed toward the main gate of Baluojin. "Zwain, Zwain, if something happens to you, how will I survive the rest of my life? Wait for me." Lu's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving Zhao Yun and even Jing Fi stunned. Surprisingly, a strange feeling arose. If I die, Big Brother will probably cry even more sadly than now. Yes, he definitely would. I am Big Brother's third brother, and in his heart, my position is still above Mr. Zcoin. Jing Fi nodded heavily, feeling confident in his thoughts. Then, Jing Fi turned his gaze to Zhao Yun beside him. Compared to Jing Fi's fierce appearance with a lion-like headband, sharp eyes, and tiger beard, Zhao Yun was slightly shorter and more slender, looking more like a scholar standing next to Jing Fi. However, Zhang Fi's attitude toward Zhao Yun was surprisingly kind. He said, "Brother Xiang, I thank you for helping Big Brother earlier. I will remember your kindness. In the future, if you need anything, just ask. Also, please don't take Big Brother's rudeness to heart." He was just anxious about Mr. Zikuan and left in a hurry. Zhao Yun cupped his hands and smiled, saying, "I am not someone who doesn't understand the situation. The behavior of the traitor Chao shows he is not a mean or unkind person. Haha, it's good that Brother Zong thinks so." Jing Fi patted Zhao Yun's shoulder, then hurriedly followed Liu Bei's orders to make arrangements. He patrolled around Bo Luojane, collecting the weapons of the exhausted yellow turban soldiers, and also cleaned up the bloody battlefield and treated the wounded. Before the Peach Garden Oath, even if Jing Fi had read about these tasks in military books, he would have been clumsy. Now, after several battles and nearly 2 months of marching, Jing Fei was completely familiar with these tasks. Because of this, Lu trusted Jing Fi to handle everything while he hurriedly went a fin. Soon under the watchtower on one side of the main gate of Baluo Jin, Liu Bei saw the familiar figure in a white rope. He quickly dismounted and ran to Li Jai's side to check his condition. After confirming that Li Jai had no wounds or arrow injuries, Lu felt a little more relieved. Just watching Li Jai faint, Lu couldn't help but recall a recent scene. That day when he first visited Zikyuan, Zikyuan also fainted in the same way. At that time, Zikyuan was also working hard to predict the yellow turban movements for the people of Zhua County. This time, Zikyuan fainted after making a quick decision to seize a small chance of victory in a dangerous situation. Lube took off his cloak, intending to cover Li Jai to keep him warm, but seeing the blood stains on the cloak, he frowned and gave up the idea. Instead, Lei personally carried Li Jai on his back, found an undamaged house inside the thin falling tides, and placed Li Jai inside. Then he patted Li's hand and said, "Zikyuan, rest well. Now the battle is decided, and I haven't let you down." In a vague way, Lake seemed to hear these words, but his mind was overloaded, slow, and dull. Just a little mental effort caused a sharp stabbing sensation. Even though Li's body kept trying to forcibly boot up, his brain kept refusing to do so. However, hearing Lu's voice faintly made Li relax completely. At least I don't have to worry about something unacceptable happening during the coma. This thought flashed through Li Jai's mind. Then he fell into a deep sleep. When Li Jai woke up peacefully, he felt a dull ache all over his body from lying still for so long. "Mr. Zikyuan, you're finally awake." A joyful voice sounded in his ear. When Li Jai opened his eyes, he saw Zio be standing in front of him. Jaichang Li Jai patted his still slow head, and after struggling to think said, "Seeing you here, it seems Jewel City has surrendered." Ziobo was slightly stunned, then nodded sincerely. "As expected of Mr. Zikin, you see things clearly from small signs. I'm glad you're okay, Zikin. Before I asked several times whether you were confident about hiding inside Julu City after burning the granaries. You were always confident, but both Shinda and I were quite worried." Li Jai said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zikin." Ziobo replied, touched. "Gi Chong, how long have I been unconscious? What happened during that time while speaking?" Li Jai massaged his temples to relax and listened carefully to Ziobo's story. Although Ziobo only returned to Liu Bei's side after surrendering at Julu City, he was quite clear about what happened during Li Ji's coma. After the battle at Bo Lu Jin, Lei kept watch over the surroundings and sent boats across the Jing River to contact the northern general. Learning that Liu Bei led about 5,000 soldiers and defeated Jing Zio's 5,000 yellow turban fighters, forcing Jing Zio to set himself on fire and die, greatly shocked Lu Zai. Later, after discussing with Liu Bei, Lu Ji decided to send the captured 3,000 yellow turban fighters to Julu City. When they arrived, news of Jing Zio's death spread throughout the city, causing endless mourning. A day later, Jiang Ling, knowing the situation was hopeless, followed his brother, Jing Zio, and set himself on fire inside the government office. The remaining yellow turban leaders opened the city gates to drive out many of their followers, hiding among the troops and fleeing in different directions. Julu City fell without a fight. Lu Ji, known for his kindness and virtue, did not carry out a harsh purge after taking the city. He understood that if he tried to kill everyone connected to the yellow turbans, the entire city might be destroyed. So he ordered the destruction of all yellow turban symbols such as buildings, robes, and yellow cloth, and arrested some high-ranking leaders who refused to leave their wealth behind, executing them without further investigation. Hearing this, I felt a sigh of relief. Luji and Lube shared a similar sense of kindness, showing compassion to the common people. That was why they let many yellow turban followers who only joined for survival go free. Although Ziobo said that Lu Zai had strict orders to prevent anyone from honoring Jing Zio, wearing yellow cloth, or reciting yellow turban teachings, with punishments including execution for disobedience. Lei knew that Luji was doing his best to protect ordinary people and avoid severe punishment from the court. If Hanger Wangfang had replaced Luji, given his ruthless approach to the yellow turban rebels, the entire Jewel County would likely have been filled with corpses. If there had been a title like Mass Slayer in Late Han, it would have been given to Hang Fu, who killed over 200,000 prisoners and used the bodies of 10,000 yellow turbans to build memorials. Even Lei suspected that Cao Cao's harsh tactics might have been influenced by his experience serving under Hong Fu during this period. Li Jai's dislike for the yellow turban was not because of the rebels themselves, but because they forcibly dragged ordinary people into chaos. Unknowingly, they destroyed the lives of many civilians who were barely managing to survive, forcing many to join the yellow turbans just to stay alive. Li worked hard to help Liu Bei defeat the Yellow Turbans, partly because he wanted to prevent more innocent people from dying in this chaos. I've been unconscious for 5 days, Li sighed. Looking at Shiobo, his eyes showed a bit of admiration. Shiobo recounted all the small and big events of these 5 days clearly and logically. More importantly, he knew many details that didn't directly happen to him. Is this also a trait of a brave traveler, being very sensitive to all kinds of news? Li thought silently while some ideas also appeared in his mind. Just then, the door to Li Ji's room was suddenly pushed open. In Li Ji's eyes, Lube almost rushed in instantly with tears in his eyes. Looking so excited as if they had been separated by life and death, he said, "Zikyuan, the heavens are watching. You've finally woken up." Seeing this, Li instinctively leaned back to avoid the tears splashing on him so he wouldn't taste the saltiness. Li couldn't really share Lube's excitement. He felt like he blinked, and in that moment, Li was right in front of him again. What he didn't know was that Liu Bei had been so afraid during these 5 days that Li Ji might wake up and suddenly disappear since Li Ji hadn't woken up for so long. Lube had searched everywhere for doctors and had them brought in to treat him. Soon after, a group of strong men rushed into the room, all caring and concerned about Li Ji's condition. Guan Yu, Jing, Fi, Zhao Yun, Zhao, Lu, 5 strong men, each tall and muscular. This made Li Ji feel that the small room was suddenly filled with tension. The 5 vigorous men gathered together, and even the room's temperature seemed to rise sharply. Li Ji cleared his throat a few times, thanked everyone for their concern and said, "Thank you all for your care, but I need a little more time to rest." Immediately, Lei understood and stood up to the others out so as not to disturb Li's rest. Bang. With the door closed, Leg looked at Lube still inside the room and felt a bit confused. His mind was still fuzzy, and he couldn't quite understand why Brother Schwanda thought he should stay inside instead of outside. Isn't he also considered an outsider, Zikyuan? Before Li could react, Lube sat back down in front of the bed, looking at him with pity and speaking softly. "You've suffered for me." Li Ji was silent. He felt something was strange about this atmosphere, and something seemed off. To show his stance, Li decided to test the waters a little and smiled as he spoke. "In that case, Brother Schwanda, just reward me with a few beautiful women." Hearing this, Lei froze, eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Li Ji with a somewhat troubled expression, silent for a long time. Finally, Liu Bei managed to say, "Zikyuan, would that be too much to ask?" Li, sticking to his position, replied, "I'm actually testing myself this way. The heavier the burden, the better." At this moment, Liu Bei, who usually kept his emotions hidden, showed a slight grin and looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing this, Li Ji asked back, "Brother Schwanda, don't you like beautiful women?" Immediately, Lu's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. As a fallen noble of the Han family, he was supported in his youth by his relative, Lu Yui, and studied under Lu Sai. He enjoyed some good days with music, fine clothes, and companionship, but after his uncle passed away, he had no more support. Lube suddenly realized his situation, felt ashamed of his ignorance in youth, and made a big vow. However, he had to start selling straw sandals just to make a living and survive. Therefore, Lu's concern was not about disliking beautiful women, but about avoiding pleasures that might weaken his resolve. "Zijugalang Liui does not dislike beauty," Liui replied. "Brother Shwanda, that is a big mistake," Li Ji said, seeing through Lu's thoughts. He relaxed a little and spoke half jokingly, half warning. "If the ruler enjoys beauty, his followers will imitate him. If Brother Schwanda stays away from such pleasures, his subordinates will also be cautious. Otherwise, it could be a hidden danger." A hidden danger. Lube was stunned, not understanding how not being interested in beauty could be wrong. "Yes," Li said with a smile. "Let's not talk about the big affairs of the world in the present and future. There is no way to plan for generations to come. No matter what achievements are made today, ultimately the future depends on the next generations. Therefore, if one avoids beauty, where will the next generation come from? Though beauty can sometimes lead to trouble, guarding against it strictly is like blocking a door. But blocking is not as good as opening a window. Let the winds of temptation in, for it is through facing these challenges that one can strengthen their mind." Lube blinked, feeling something was off, but unable to find a reason to argue. In truth, although Li's words had a joking tone, they were also good advice. Looking at the history of Shu Han, it's clear that there were serious problems with how the next generation was educated. Great figures like Zhu Qiang, Guan Yu, Zhang Fi, Zhao Yun, and others are well known, but the talented second generation of Shu Han was surprisingly weak. It relied heavily on external recruits like Zhang Wei to support the later period of the state. This was undoubtedly a tragedy. In contrast, Cao Cao's sons truly formed a strong generation, each more capable than the last. Of course, after Chaoi became emperor, he began to tightly control and suppress the Chaio family's descendants, eventually weakening the entire clan and laying the groundwork for Simi's rise to power. Lig also understood that beauty is a form of human desire. The more you suppress it, the the more likely it is to rebound strongly. Ideas like preserve natural principles and eliminate human desires cannot create saints. They only produce hypocrites who appear virtuous. In Li's view, after experiencing the temptation of beauty once, people naturally develop resistance. For example, Chow Chow and Lubu each fell for beauty once, and after that, they rarely let it cause trouble again. While Lub looked at Li Jai seriously discussing the topic of beauty, he hesitated to speak. Even behind closed doors, he felt embarrassed to openly discuss such matters with Li Jai. Li Jai was a scholar, and many scholars are charming, which was not unusual. What worried Li most was that Li Jai might be testing whether he could resist the temptation of beauty, fearing that his own image in Li's eyes might be damaged since Zikin likes beautiful women than I at this point. Lub suddenly paused and spoke more seriously. It's not appropriate. Zikin is very weak right now. How can he handle the burden of beauty? Even if Zikuan does like beauty, he should wait until he recovers fully. Li Jai looked steadily at Liu Bei. Does Lord Xuanda really think I am a greedy person for beauty? Li's earlier words were just a test and a joke. My head hurts. Is my Lord Xuanda too serious and strict? Reluctantly, Lit replied politely. Yes, thank you Lord Xuanda for your reminder. Zikuan, it's not that I interfere, but your health seems too fragile. You often faint and that worries me, Liu Bei said with concern. Li Jai was furious when he heard this. What kind of words are these? Do they mean I am a weakling every time I faint? It's because my brain is overloaded and shuts down, not because of my body. If I didn't need to maintain the image of a strategist, Li would have jumped up and demonstrated his strength with a martial arts routine. Now, Li had traveled across Shua County on foot for 2 and 12 years, and during 2.5 months, he marched and rode through 2 states and 4 counties. His physical strength was incredible. One slip could send a child flying half a kindergarten. Lub sighed and said, among all of us, Zikuan has the weakest body. This statement left Li Jai speechless. As a strategist, comparing his physical strength to that of a fierce general was like asking W. Xiaoi to fight Tyson in an octagon. Compared to the tough men like Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fi, Xiao Yun, and Zai Obo, not to mention Li Jai himself, even Bruce Lee would be considered fragile. Lord Xuanda, do you even realize what you're saying? Li Jai couldn't help but complain, making Liu feel a bit embarrassed. Li noticed Liu's unusual behavior. After a moment of thought, he directly asked, Brother Xuanda, is there something you want to say? Just speak openly. Liu suggested, I heard from Yun Chang that when Zikuan was young, he practiced single-shot rifle shooting to strengthen his body. Later, for various reasons, he stopped. So I want Zuan to learn spear fighting from Xiang. Since both are spear techniques, they should have similarities. This way, Zuan can also build his strength. However, Xiang's spear technique is not the same as single-shot rifle shooting. Li nodded but reluctantly agreed. After all, this was Liu Ba's concern, and he couldn't refuse. Moreover, being healthier and stronger would help him withstand more challenges. Lik saw no reason to decline. Being healthy and living longer, that's also a skill. Lub continued to ask if Li Jai had any other health issues, showing concern in a somewhat nagging way. This made Li Jai feel a bit helpless, but also warmed his heart. After the doctors Lub sent for arrived and thoroughly checked Li Jai's pulse and health, confirming he was fine, Lub finally felt at ease. Once the doctors left, Lub brought in a bowl of hot porridge himself, ignoring the usual rules of not speaking while eating. Sitting across from Li Jai, they ate the porridge together. While drinking, Lub kept talking about the decisions he had made over the past 5 days, giving the impression that he wanted Li Jai to help fill in the gaps. Li Jai listened quietly, comparing what Loe said with what Xiaobo had told him. He found that Xiaob's account was almost accurate, with Liu Bei providing more detailed insights on some specifics and considerations. Throughout the process, Liu Bei was somewhat nervous, afraid that Li Jai might frown and point out any major mistakes he made. Since raising troops in Duanti, Li had been involved in almost all of Lu's decisions. Each time, Li proposed nearly perfect plans. This made Li unknowingly rely on Li. During these 5 days, when making various decisions, Liu had to discuss with Guan Yu and Jing Fi, but their suggestions were almost always ineffective. Perhaps in the midst of charging into battle, Guan Yu and Jing Fi are each more brave than the other. But when it comes to strategy and decision-making, Guan Yu almost seems to be resting with his eyes closed, while Jing Fi is joking around and making silly noises. This makes Li increasingly realize the importance and ability of Li. Losing Li would be like losing an arm or even undergoing brain surgery. However, until Li finished speaking, Li quietly drank his porridge without showing any reaction or response. This made Liu ask nervously, Zikuan, do you think I have done anything wrong? Li looked up at Liu Bei and replied, Brother Xuanda's actions show kindness and virtue. There is nothing wrong. Hearing this, Liu felt happy but still felt uneasy and asked, then Zuan, do you have any advice for me? Li raised an eyebrow, seeming to realize that Liu Bei might be looking for criticism. Without pointing out any faults, he wouldn't feel at ease. May I ask, Brother S.H. Wanda, what are your plans for the future after a pause? Li continued. Brother Swanda defeated the Yellow Turbans and forced them to set themselves on fire, making great achievements. It won't be long before your name is known throughout Han, but I do not know what your plans are for the future. Perhaps entering the court, leading armies to fight bandits, guarding the borders, or governing a region. Lei listed several options one after another, causing Liu Bei's face to show clear signs of hesitation. Undoubtedly, these were dreams that Liu just 2 or 3 months ago could hardly have imagined achieving. Entering the court and standing in the center was truly a dream come true for Liu. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the lowest ranks to the core of Han's power. Leading troops to fight bandits was also something Liu Bei wished for. Even after pacifying the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Han Empire was still badly damaged with countless bandits and mountain thieves. The remnants of the Yellow Turbans would require a long time to fully eliminate. Garrisoning the borders was even more tempting for a Han man. Since the General Han, every Han soldier fighting foreign tribes entered a state of excitement almost instinctively. Governing a region was also one of Liu Bei's ideals. As the oath made in the Peach Garden vowed to bring peace and safety to the people and maintain harmony across the land, Li Jai watched as Liu Bei's expression changed from time to time, but he continued eating his porridge quietly, filling his hungry stomach. After a long while, Liu Bei suddenly realized something and smiled bitterly. How I will fare in the future depends on the emperor's appointment. I cannot decide it myself. No, you can. Lick shook his head and said. Currently, the court openly sells official positions and titles. Although the emperor does not completely lose his mind and sell off the most powerful government roles easily, it is still quite easy for Liu to choose a position he desires given his achievements. Lei understood this well. However, such matters went against Liu Bei's strong moral principles, and he was somewhat reluctant to accept them. Zikun buying official titles is not what a gentleman would do. Besides, I stand opposed to the faction. Liu Bei said seriously. Brother Schwanda, you misunderstand. With the support of the Northern Middle General and Liu Yan, the governor of Yuzhou, if you have any ideas, you should express them. Only then can the court assign you a position where you can best serve your abilities, Li Jai advised with a smile. In truth, Li Jai was neither fond of nor hostile toward the faction. Perhaps most people in this era blame the emperor's mistakes on the eunuchs, accusing them of stirring chaos at court and selling official titles. But in reality, the faction was just the emperor's spokesperson. The money spent on buying official titles was officially collected by the eunuchs, but in fact it contributed to the emperor's private treasury. Since Lei disliked the eunuchs, Li Jai, who avoided contact with them, believed that with Liu's achievements he still had many options available. Lei pondered deeply again, then looked eagerly at Li Jai and asked, Zikuan, what do you think? Li Jai wiped his mouth and spoke frankly. Entering and leaving the court is limited by the faction and their relatives, making it hard to do much. This is also what I worry about. Liu Bei nodded in agreement. Li Jai continued, as for leading troops to fight bandits or guarding the borders, that is just the work of a soldier. But what the Han dynasty truly needs is not just fighters, but people who can truly serve the people, govern and advise the court, or retreat to protect the peace of the land. This last sentence eased Liu Ba's inner conflict, and he said, Zikuan's words are very true. I have learned a lot. I just wonder, do you think I should strive to become the governor of a certain region at this moment? Liu no longer pretended to be modest. He clearly believed he could easily serve as a regional governor. However, the Han Empire has 13 provinces and over 100 counties with vast differences in economy, population, customs, and more. Some regions are chaotic and plagued by bandits, and in recent years there have been cases where bandits attacked government offices and killed officials. Additionally, governing these regions is difficult, and sometimes officials are stripped of their positions or demoted by the court. Therefore, choosing which region to govern is a very important decision, especially when options are available. Liu then took out a simple map of all 13 provinces and began studying it carefully with Ikai. If Brother Schwanda wants to govern a region to keep peace and stability and avoid border conflicts with other tribes, then there's no need to consider those areas. Lig said this and then used a brush to mark out Yuzhou, Buzhou, Langhe, and Yue, also shading those areas without officials. Jihe and Chihe are mainly affected by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. In the next few years, they will likely be busy fighting remaining rebels, leaving little room for achievement. He then marked out Jihe and Keiyu as well. If the Han dynasty had already fallen and the world was in chaos, then Jihe and Chihe might be good choices. But since the dynasty still exists, many things are restricted. In such a situation, governing Jihe or Keiyu would mostly involve fighting bandits, and the treasury is nearly empty, making it very hard to make a difference. Lube followed Li's reasoning and kept thinking, nodding in agreement. Most of these regions are indeed a mess. Yuzhou and Yanzhou are near the imperial court with many powerful and deeply rooted noble families. Even officials there are often constrained whether they are governed by noble families or officials. Who can say for sure? Le shook his head, and then also crossed out Yuzhou and Yanzhou. In the end, Lube with limited background and understanding couldn't grasp the complexities of Yuzhou and Yanzhou. At this point, the simple map of the 13 provinces showed a large black area with only Aizhou, Shuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jinga remaining. So Zikuan thinks that Baroa should aim to serve as the governor of the 4 regions, Izhou, Shuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jinga to make a difference. Lu asked. Li Jai nodded and said, each of these 4 regions has its strengths and weaknesses. We need to consider carefully. Lube looked thoughtful, but in fact he was staring at the map in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming distant. What are all these? Lu could name the 13 provinces of the Han dynasty, but analyzing the pros and cons of the unfamiliar regions, Izhou, Shuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jinghao was quite challenging for him. However, seeing Li Jai's focused gaze, Liu reluctantly pointed to each of the 4 regions and shared his opinions. Zhou, not bad, not bad. Shuzhou, also very good. Yangzhou is a bit further south, but still fine. Jingo, I suppose, is also good. Li, your analysis was very good. Next time, don't analyze anymore. Somewhat amused, Li didn't expose Liu Bei and simply responded, Brother Xuanda has good judgment. Liu's face re-ended and he honestly admitted, actually not that high. Cough, cough. I don't know much about these regions, but I believe Zikuan has excellent insights. Being praised and trusted so openly by Li felt unexpectedly happy. Oh no, has the great hand charm demon also cast a spell on me? Li quickly steadied his mind and focused again on the map. Each of the 4 regions, Yangzhou, Jingo, Shuzhou, and Izhou, had their own strengths and weaknesses, all worth considering. However, leveraging his foresight, Li was the first to eliminate Shuzhou. Shuzhou lacked natural defenses, was easy to attack and hard to defend, and was a strategic battleground. But making Shuzhou the starting point for his power would make it vulnerable to ongoing conflicts in the Central Plains. If he wanted to build a stable rear base, Shuzhou was not a good choice. After some thought, Li decided to discard Shuzhou. Besides, in the late Eastern Han period, the most stable and suitable places for development were undoubtedly Jingo and Izhou, which also formed the foundation of Shu Han statehood in the original history. Izhou, with its natural defenses, formed a stronghold. As long as the key passes were guarded, even 1,000,000 troops would find it difficult to breach. By seizing opportunities to open the gates to the Central Plains, Izhou could serve as a reliable rear base, providing continuous support and potentially dominating the world. Jinghe is protected by the Yangtze River and is far from the chaos in central China. Using it as a starting point, one only needs to block the Yangtze River, wait for the right moment, and then move north to conquer Yuzhou and Yanzhou. This would allow a clear view of central China without worrying about overextending or fighting multiple battles at once. Therefore, Yu and Jinghao are the best places to follow Li Jai's idea of accumulating grain, building walls, and delaying the claim to kingship. These areas can gather strength and wait for the right moment to sweep across the land. The only problem, Li looked at Lu, which made Lei feel a bit confused. Zico, and what's wrong? It's nothing. Li Jai sighed and casually decided to exclude Izhou first. Because of his foresight, Izhou has many advantages, but Li Jai knew there was a hidden risk for Lei. After Lu Yin submitted a proposal for the governor's strategy, he might focus on taking the position of governor of Izhou. At that time, Lu Yin, as Lu's uncle and superior, would have both personal and official reasons to control Lu strictly. So if Lu chose Izhou, no matter how hard he tried, it would be like making a gift for others. Considering all factors, after ruling out Shuzhou and Izhou, only Jinga and Yangzhou remain. Li Jai muttered and then asked Liu, Brother Xuanda, do you have any thoughts? Lingering questions. What are the main differences between Jinga and Yangzhou? Lei asked. Li Jai thought for a moment and replied, Jingo has many promising conditions, but the local aristocrats are deeply rooted. To make a difference, you might need to spend a lot of effort dealing with them. As for Yangzhou, it is further south where there are frequent rebellions by barbarian tribes and bandits are common. However, although Yanghe has many local families, most are small clans. Compared to Jinghao, this could be an advantage. As Li Jai spoke, he also fell into deep thought, although it seems that Eastern Wu mostly consists of minor clans and is mainly defensive with limited offense. After establishing its state, the prominent aristocratic families became very powerful and were somewhat conservative. However, at this stage, Yanzhou does not have any truly influential noble families. Until chaos arrived, the Central Plains fell into continuous war, and many aristocratic families migrated south. The Sun family, to quickly establish itself, actively cooperated with many aristocratic clans. This is how, after Eastern Wu was founded, a large number of prominent noble families emerged. For example, in the original path, the East Wu region was heavily influenced by the four major families of Jiang Dong, Zhu, Jing, Gu, and Lu. During this time, they were mostly small noble families with influence limited to a single commandery. In contrast, the noble families in Jinghe were much more prominent. They formed marriages and alliances with complex ties that affected the entire region. Over time, most of Jinghao had taken on the appearance of noble families. Among them, the Kai and Kwa families of Jinghao were considered true aristocratic clans. Although they did not rank highly in the entire Han Empire, their influence in Jingge was deep and widespread. After a pause, Liu continued to explain to Liu Bei. South of the Yangtze River, Jing and Yang regions divide east and west. Jinggo is on the west side bordering Shu territory and connects north to Yuzhou and Sili. Yangzhou is on the east side facing the sea with Shuzhou and Yuzhou to the north. Lube seemed to recall something and raised a question. Zikyuan, I've heard that both Jing and Yang regions are large but sparsely populated with many forests and marshes. The climate is hot and humid with many poisonous insects and wild animals. There are also tribes and mountain people hiding in the forests causing trouble. Liu nodded but did not deny this. It was also the common view of the time. Brother Xuanda, the reason for the sparse population is simply because the land is vast. Whether Jingge or Yangzhou, each is as large as the four states of Qing, Su, Yan, and Yu. Isn't that a major advantage? Brother Xuanda faced with Li Jai's question. Liu Bei frowned, looking somewhat understanding, but unable to grasp the core point. Li saw this and did not rush. Instead, he found some tea leaves in the room, brewed a simple cup, and poured a cup for himself and Lube. So bitter, Li Jai frowned as he drank, but he could only endure the bitterness. Compared to the bitter tea, Li Jai found the era's popular practice of adding salt and spices to tea even harder to accept. Then Lig opened a window and looked out at the small courtyard outside. This was inside Julu City, which was also Liu Bei's temporary residence assigned by Liu Jai. At this moment, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Zai Obo had already left. Only Jin Fi was waiting in the yard for Liu. Li Jai waved his hand toward Jin Fi and called out Etta. Seeing the situation, Jin Fi walked over. First, he casually and unconcernedly looked through the window to see what Liu Bei was doing, then cupped his hands and said, Mr. Zikyuan, is there something you need? Li smiled and replied, Etta, please stay outside the courtyard gate. No one is allowed to approach without Brother Xuanda's permission. Hearing this, Jin Fi's eyes widened, and he took a noticeable quick breath. If there is any sound or movement inside, shouldn't be surprised. Jai is about to discuss some important matters with Brother Xuanda. Li Jai continued. Jin Fi asked, since it's just a discussion, why not bring me along? Mr. Zikyuan, it's still too early for there will be opportunities in the future. Li Jai waved his hand and then closed the window, leaving Jin Fi inside the courtyard feeling confused. Then Jin Fi's expression changed slightly. He looked somewhat displeased as he walked toward the courtyard gate and ordered the nearby soldiers acting as guards to set up a strict watch. Lube, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, Zikyuan, what is this about just being cautious in case there are ears behind the wall? Li smiled and sat down in front of Liu Bei asking, Brother Xuanda, do you understand what I just asked? Please, Mr. Zikyuan, kindly advise. Liu Bei cupped his hands respectfully and said seriously. Li Jai hesitated for a moment, but decided to take this chance to speak clearly. He asked Brother Xuanda, have you ever thought about where the Yellow Turban Rebellion started? Of course. It was the evil sorcerer Jing Zhao who deceived the people and had great ambitions. Liu Bei answered without hesitation. Lig smiled and said, if Brother Xuanda thinks that way, then I must ask, how did Jiang Zhao gain such power and charm to incite a rebellion of 1 million yellow turbans across 8 states? Even the wise sages of the past were not so extraordinary. Is Jin Zhao's ability truly above those sages? One person's charm is limited. Rebellion and chaos are crimes of family destruction and exile. Even if Jin Zhao could persuade 30 or so people daily to abandon everything and rebel, that would only amount to tens of thousands in a year. It would take 100 years to reach 1 million. Lube suddenly found himself speechless and realized his answer was full of flaws. He then said, that is the teaching of the Taping Tao written by Jing Zhao, which is highly persuasive. Jing Zhao's disciples deceive the world, and this cycle continues. Have you read the Taping Tao teachings? Brother Xuanda, Li Jai asked again. Lube thought for a moment and did not hide anything. He replied, when assisting Lord Liu in burning items related to the Taping Tao inside the city, I only briefly looked through a few things. Brother Xuanda, do you believe in the teachings of the Taping Tao? Li asked. Of course not, I do not believe in such deceptive words that mislead people. Liu Bei answered without hesitation. Since Brother Xuanda knows this, why do you not understand that the chaos caused by the millions of Yellow Turban followers does not stem from the seeds planted by the heretic Jing Zhao, but from the existence of the millions of common people who allow these seeds to take root and grow. Hearing this, Lei couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As long as there is soil, even without the seeds sown by Jing Zhao, others like Zhao Zhao, Xin Zhao, and Sun Zhao can produce similar seeds which quickly take root and sprout in the hearts of the people. These words, which hit the core of the issue, made Lei look surprised and somewhat dazed. Then why are there so many common people? As he spoke, Lu's voice grew softer. Being from the lower class himself, Lu quickly understood why so many people believed in the yellow heaven and even rebelled. Perhaps it was because they could not survive and saw no hope. And the reasons behind all this, though Liu Bei was reluctant to admit it, gradually formed in his mind: corruption among officials, dark court politics, heavy taxes, and levies. This made Liu Bei, still a passionate young man at heart, feel as if his ideals were shattered. After a moment, Liu looked somewhat absent-minded and slowly said, "ZQhan, could it be that the yellow turban chaos was truly not caused by the people below, but by those above? This statement was undoubtedly disrespectful. If it got out, the court could easily imprison and punish Liu Bei. That was also why Li Jai had already ordered Jing Fi to keep watch outside the courtyard, not allowing anyone to enter to prevent eavesdropping." Then Li Jai narrowed his eyes and replied, "Foolish one, you only blame Jing Zhao. The wise examine the court, the officials, and the aristocrats. I believe the root cause is simply that the land is not wide enough, and the people are not sparse enough." Not wide enough land, not sparse enough people. Lube looked at Li in surprise, unable to connect this statement with the root of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. But Li Jai understood very well that all social problems during the feudal period ultimately stem from land conflicts. Perhaps the decline of China's feudal dynasties can be analyzed through politics, economy, climate, and other factors. But ultimately, it comes down to one essential point: the land is vast and the population is sparse. When land is fixed, the more people there are, the more intense the conflicts over land become. According to Li Jai, before the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the population of the Eastern Han was nearly 60 million, not counting hidden or unregistered households. By the end of the Three Kingdoms period, it had dropped to about 8 million. In less than 100 years, due to war, disease, famine, and other factors, the population decreased by over 80. This was not just a matter of 1 in 10 dying. It was more like 9 out of 10 dying, leaving only a small number alive. It was truly a life and death situation. As the population nearly vanished, land conflicts naturally diminished. The importance shifted from land resources to human resources, and everyone grew tired of war, which helped bring about peace. Of course, these insightful data points Li knew he could not share with Lube. Land consolidation is becoming more serious, and the poor have nowhere to go. Naturally, they have no way to survive. "Isn't that because the land isn't enough and the people aren't sparse enough?" Li Jai said gravely. At this point, Lube finally began to understand why Li Jai earlier said that the land is vast and the population is sparse was a good thing. "Zikon, are the lands of Jing and Yang really suitable for farming and development?" Lube asked. Li Jai chuckled softly, unable to hold back, but this was understandable as it was a limitation of the era's perspective. The southern lands were hot and humid, filled with dense forests, masma, and marshy areas full of insects. In that time, most people saw these lands as far less valuable than the central plains. However, Li knew very well that even during feudal times, if the southern regions were fully developed, without crops like potatoes, the population supported by the Ming dynasty could reach over 200 million. The main difference in development levels between the north and south meant the southern regions could support nearly 4 times as many people. Therefore, BG always believed that instead of wasting resources on war and losing population, it was better to develop and cultivate the land as much as possible. Why focus only on the central plains? As long as the Yangtze River southward was developed, even with a population of 6 million, supporting them would not be difficult. "There is actually something I've been hiding from Shindanda," Li Jai said. "What is it?" Lube asked eagerly. Li Jai replied, "Actually, my understanding of strategy is just the beginning. What I truly excel at and enjoy is farming." Really, Lube was surprised. Lube knew that when Lai Gi mentioned farming, he didn't mean actually working in the fields himself. Instead, he meant developing good land and managing internal affairs like ensuring food supplies. Before, Lai thought Li Jai's talent for planning was nearly as good as that of Jing Ling or Fan Zheng, truly a genius, but now Lai claimed that his skill in farming was far better than his strategic abilities. "So is your son Quan not Jin Ling, but Zia Aoi?" Liu Bei murmured, then suddenly remembered his recent interactions with Li Jai and realized something important. Strategy and farming, plus the recent battle of Bo Luo Jin, where Quan quickly found the weaknesses of the Yellow Turbans and defeated them with a small force. This was more than just Jing Ling or Zioi. It was a combination of the 3 great talents of early Han. Suddenly, Lu was so excited that he accidentally knocked over his teacup and looked at Li Jai with enthusiasm. If it's truly like that, with Qin's help, I wouldn't worry about developing good land south of the Yangtze River, he said. After a moment, Liu Bei clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, many noble families in Jingo might have some restrictions on Qin's talents. Why not choose a place like Yangzhou? Li Jai nodded in agreement. Yangzhou is indeed a good choice. Brother Ashwanda has good judgment. No matter what, establishing the state in eastern Wu was based on Yangzhou, which laid the foundation for the three kingdoms. This showed how promising Yangzhou was. Liu Bei saw the lively atmosphere and felt his breathing grow heavier. His heartbeat quickened with excitement and nervousness, while his mind was in a constant struggle. Just now, Kun was probably hinting at me, right, suggesting I choose to govern either Jinghe or Yanya, and clearly stating he was good at developing land. That must be a hint. But Liu Bei also felt a surge of impulse. Yet, as he looked at Li Jai, who valued him more and more, he felt strangely anxious and hesitant. He was afraid that if he broke that delicate balance, their relationship might become distant. Swallowing hard, Liu Bei finally made up his mind. He couldn't wait any longer. Lube clenched his teeth and suddenly stood upright, solemnly tidied his clothes, then bowed to Lei. However, when he finally spoke, the speech he had prepared for a month or two was suddenly forgotten entirely. Brother Schwanda, what is this? Hearing Li Jai's question, Liu Bei's mind went blank and he blurted out, if I am fortunate enough to become a county governor, I wish to appoint Zikyuan as deputy county magistrate. After speaking, he immediately felt a wave of regret. His words did not show how much he valued Zikyuan, nor did he praise Zuan's abilities, nor did he promise future respect. How rude he was. Lu's mind raced quickly just as he was about to speak and find a way to fix this. Thank you, Lord, for your trust. I am willing to serve faithfully. Lu stared blankly at Li Jai for more than 10 breaths, feeling a bit uneasy himself, beginning to wonder if he had misread the situation. Suddenly, Lube slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. Ha. To be favored by Zikin is the greatest happiness in my life. Then, Lube hurriedly helped Li Jai to his feet from his bow, his mouth almost unable to close as he said, Zikyuan, although we are called Lord and subject, we are truly brothers. Even if I only have a bowl of meat broth, I will share half with you. Li Jai also smiled and asked, what about gold and silver treasures, beauties and titles? Liu Bei was momentarily stunned, pretending to be angry as he said, how can Zikyuan compare himself to such worldly things? Those gold, silver, treasures, beauties, and titles are nothing compared to Zikyuan. He paused, seeming to think of something, and asked, are you worried that someday I might not accept you and thus belittle myself? Before Li Jai could answer, Lube immediately raised one hand to swear to the heavens, and with the other drew his sword and cut the nearby table in half, shouting, sky above, in the name of my ancestors, I swear if I ever harbor any thoughts of rejecting Li Zikyuan, I shall be cursed for my descendants, and my body shall be split in two. Li quickly stepped in to stop Liu Bei and said, Lord, what are you doing? How could you swear to the heavens to be unfaithful? This is trying to make me seem disloyal and unjust. Lube replied, seriously, Zikyuan, I know I am rough and lacking talent. Your favor is a blessing from heaven, and I also see you as a brother. Even though Li Jai was very resistant to empty promises, at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved by Liu Bei's sincere and heartfelt words. He said, gee, I will do my best, even if it means risking everything to serve our Lord Zikyuan. Just as Liu Bei was becoming more emotional, tears welling in his eyes and about to say more, bang. The door was suddenly kicked open with one side flying past Lei and crashing into the wall. Jing Fi, tall and strong like a tower, rushed in loudly, asking, is Big Brother safe? Why is there the sound of swords being drawn and swung? When Jing Fi saw what was inside the room, his voice, usually loud and fierce, suddenly softened. Lube's face looked very dark, almost like ink. This made Lu feel like he was on his wedding night with all the decorations taken down, and suddenly a police officer showing up to check the house, making him very angry and frustrated. Big Brother Zikyuan, I'm sorry, please continue. Seeing the situation was not good, Jing Fi immediately wanted to leave. He quickly shrank back, pulling the remaining half of the door shut with force. Bang! But Jing Fi's roughness was too much and the half door already hanging loosely shattered instantly. Without looking back, Jing Fi rushed out of the small courtyard, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu couldn't help but rub his forehead and sigh, saying, Eda still acts so recklessly. I will teach him a lesson later. Please don't take it to heart, Zikyuan. Li Jai looked at his broken door, leaning against the wall, feeling a bit amused but not angry at Jing Fi. It's just a small matter. Li Jai waved his hand and sat back at his desk. Then he noticed that the map had been cut into 2 pieces. He quickly pieced the 2 halves together and said, Lord, I have some ideas about your future in Yangzhou and beyond. Would you be interested to hear them, please, Zikyuan? Do not hold back your advice, Liu Bei replied. Yangzhou in the land of Gayang includes 6 regions: Lujiang, Denyang, Wu, Kuai, Yujiang, and Jiujiang. Most of the population is concentrated in the northern 4 regions: Lujiang, Jiajiang, Danang, and Wu. Li Jai explained simply. So Ziquan's idea is to choose one of the 4 regions, Lujiang, Jiujiang, Danang, or Wu as the prefecture. After a pause, Lu spoke. By the way, Master Lu also served as the governor of Jiujiang and Lujiang and was well loved by the local people. Later, he was recalled to the court for his talents. Since I am a disciple of Master Lu, perhaps I can use his reputation if I go to serve as a governor in Jiujiang or Lujiang. Regarding Lu Zai's past official career, this was something Li Jai had not known before. Moreover, if Lu Jai had once been the governor of Jiujiang and Lujiang, Loe could easily gain some public support by claiming to be Lu Zai's disciple when taking office. However, Li Jai slightly shook his head and said, "My lord, in my opinion, the first choice should be to serve as the governor of Wu County, then Danyang County, and finally Zhejiang County." Wai Lub asked, somewhat confused. Because among the regions in Yangzhou, only these 3 counties border Shuzhou. If we can establish a connection with Shuzhou, we can continuously attract refugees fleeing from the Central Plains, helping to develop farmland that currently lacks labor. As for why Wu County is considered the best choice, Le did not feel comfortable explaining openly. The saying from later generations, "Great lakes are abundant and the world is full," refers to Lake Tai, which is located within Wu County. Therefore, although Li Jai had not yet had the chance to visit Wu County personally, he was certain that Wu County held the greatest potential. By establishing a strong foundation there and waiting for the right moment, one could move from north to south, east to west, unifying Yangzhou and building a foundation for dominance. Then perhaps advance along the Yangtze River to seize Jingzhou and enter Shu territory, launching armies from Guanghang, Nanyang, and Guangling to dominate the world. Alternatively, defend Jinghe in the west, seize Shuzhou in the north, and use Yangzhou as a base to supply grain, gradually expanding into the Central Plains from Shuzhou, ultimately aiming for total. However, these grand plans could not be openly discussed, while the Han dynasty still stood, as Liu Bei would see them as treacherous schemes. Only when the Han dynasty was in decline in Liu Bei, a relative of the Han royal family, was determined to restore the Han and revive the era of the Jihan, could Li Jai openly share his visions. So Li Jai pondered for a moment and began to sketch out his plans. If only the Lord could properly govern Wu County, simultaneously settling many refugees and cultivating countless fertile fields, not only would the achievements be immense and hard to measure, but it would also prove to the officials in the court the great potential of the Jianghan region, enough to feed all the people. Then, with further support from the court, the Lord could personally oversee the migration of people southward and develop the fertile lands of Jianghan, ensuring the people's livelihood and ample grain supplies. This could lead to a prosperous era for the Great Han. This is the idea of ruling the world from a single commandery. I must say Liu Bei was completely moved by the grand vision painted by Lei, especially since Liu had recently suffered a setback due to the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Now in Leg's future vision, Liu Bei saw the possibility of changing the chaos in the world with his own strength, making the common people well-fed and restoring a glorious era, ruling the world from one commandery. Good. Lube clapped his hands in praise. Ziku and truly is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. To govern the world from a single commandery shows great ambition and a promising future. This might be the right path to serve the country and bring peace to the people. The road is long and full of challenges. But I will seek tirelessly. Lu's eyes shone with determination. Then he would jingla li sodal zikwen. With your help, I am confident I can change the chaos of this world and stay true to my heart's goals. Li Jai bowed respectfully and replied, Gi also believes that the Lord can realize his dreams. Therefore, after Li Jai further explained to Liu Bei why he chose the northern 3 counties of Yangzhou near Shuzhou as his target, and added various ideas about ruling the world with one county, Liu, who was quick to act, immediately went to visit Luji. He asked for Lu Zai's guidance, and to formally report the county magistrates to the court. Now, the news of Lu's defeat by Jing Zhao and his assistance in capturing Julu City had already been sent to Luoyang. Luji had no intention of secretly taking credit for Liu Bei's achievements and honestly described Liu Bei's contributions. Therefore, if Luji had not promptly reported Liu Bei to the court and recommended him, the court's reward might have come too late. Since the government office in Julu City was burned down by Jingling, Luji had to choose another residence as a temporary government office after moving into Julu City. At the same time, Luji stopped the advancing troops to defend Julu City, preventing the surrounding Yellow Turban rebels from recapturing it. He also gradually cleared the area of Yellow Turban bandits around Zhou. With Julu City taken, the overall situation in Gi province was basically settled. The remaining Yellow Turban rebels were minor threats, hardly capable of causing trouble. Luigi only needed to steadily push forward, slowly eliminate the remaining rebels, and hold on to Julu City, which was very important for defeating the Yellow Turbans. When Lui visited Luzai, Luigi was busy handling official documents in the temporary office and soon personally received his impressive disciple. Seeing Lu's calm expression and hidden joy, Luigi, dressed in simple clean robes, showed no sign of the commanding presence that made the Yellow Turbans fear him. Instead, he looked like an old scholar. After Lui respectfully greeted him and sat down, Luigi asked, "Shinda, seeing your face full of happiness, do you have good news to share with me?" Lui replied, "Lu-stirring giant, I do have good news and I can't hide my joy." Luigi asked, "Oh," Lu continued, "the unconscious Zuan has woken up and has accepted me as his master." When mentioning this, Lei tried to control his expression, but a smile still appeared on his face. Luigi asked further, "Is this the Li Jai Li Zikuan whom you mentioned several times before, the one who planned to build a mountain fortress, deceive Jill, and break Zhang Zio's forces in 3 routes exactly?" Liu answered. Luigi heard this and immediately became silent, his eyes on Liu, showing a strange and somewhat disdainful look. Seeing this, Lei asked nervously, "Master Lu, is something wrong?" Luigi sighed slightly and said, "I had hoped that after Lai Zuan woke up and we talked, I could recommend him to the Emperor. With Liz Zikuan's talent, he is not suited for just one province or city." Hearing this, Liu immediately understood Lu Zai's meaning. Using Li Ji's talent with Liu Bei was clearly a waste, like a pearl cast into the dirt or a beautiful flower in the mud. This made Liu Bei feel guilty for not helping Li enough, but also a bit lucky. If he had delayed when Lu Zai and Li Jai met and decided to recommend him to the court, Lu wouldn't be able to compete for Li Jai's talent even if he wanted to. Now that Li Jai is officially his subordinate, unless Li Jai strongly wishes otherwise. Even Luigi couldn't bypass Liu Bei to make arrangements for him. However, Luigi's words implied that his admiration for Li Jai was fading, making Liu Bei feel like the teacher's love had completely disappeared. Back in the day when Liu Bei was studying, Luigi also valued him highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him several handwritten scrolls, and after meeting at Bo Luojin, Luigi often praised him. Unexpectedly, Lu felt somewhat wronged and said, "Master Lu, I will not let Zikin down. I will do my best to let him use his talents for the benefit of the world." Luigi stroked his beard and said, "Since it has come to this, can I still insist otherwise? A wise disciple would already be worried about his teacher and willing to sacrifice Li Jai." But Liu Bei pretended not to understand the hidden meaning in Lu Zai's words and replied earlier. Zikuan proposed governing the world with one commandery. I feel deeply inspired by this and come to ask Master Lu for guidance. Govern the world with one commandery. Luigi listened and pondered the meaning of this phrase. On the surface, it was not hard to understand. Using a single province to influence and govern the entire world showed confidence and broad ambition. But how to govern the world with just one commandery was a confusing question. Interested, Luigi said, "Shinda, please explain in detail." "Master Lu, why can the evil sorcerer Zhang Zio easily deceive many common people? It is mainly because natural disasters happen often, and the people have little farmland to sustain themselves." In front of Luigi, Lube couldn't use overly aggressive or sharp words. Instead, he gently shared his thoughts in a softer way. Luigi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. This point is indeed undeniable. Therefore, Zikuan suggests focusing on the area south of the Yangtze River. At this, Lube's tone became a bit excited as he spoke. Compared to the Central Plains, the south of the Yangtze River, despite its hot climate and many dangerous insects and beasts, still has a lot of land that can be cultivated. The water networks are dense and there is no risk of drought. Thus, I plan to go south of the Yangtze River to manage a region, settle refugees, improve water systems, and develop good farmland. If I succeed in governing this area well, I believe the officials in the court will see the potential of the south of the Yangtze River. It could change the overall situation of the world, encouraging the court to develop the south, gradually making it the granary of the world. Luigi listened without replying immediately. He stroked his beard and fell into thought. Unlike Liu Bei, who was a northerner unfamiliar with the south of the Yangtze River, Luigi had served as governor of Jiujiang and Lujiang, so he knew a lot about the region. After a long pause, Luigi sighed and said, "I once read in Hansi, the evident learning chancellors often rise from the provincial offices and fierce generals come from the ranks of soldiers." I didn't believe it at first, thinking it was just one opinion, but today I see it is true. Hearing this, Lube felt very excited. He understood that Lu Zai was praising the cleverness of this plan and also saw that Li Jai had the talent of a chancellor. His vision is truly admirable. Luigi sighed and said, "I also once governed regions south of the Yangtze River, but I never thought that developing the south might help ease the shortage of farmland across the land. I feel ashamed." So, Master Lu, do you think this plan is feasible? Lu asked. However, Luji shook his head and replied, I do not know. He responded. Nothing is certain until it happens. Luji asked back, then added, but in my opinion, this is a possible and promising direction. At that time, I was governing Jiujiang and Lujiang. Jiujiang County had a rebellion by a barbarian tribe. I was ordered to suppress the rebellion, but later I found I was not suited to the water and land of the south. After quickly ending the rebellion, I had to resign due to illness. Later, Lujiang also experienced a barbarian uprising. The court appointed me as the governor of Lujiang to quell the rebellion. However, after serving for less than a year, I was called back to serve as an official to review Confucian classics and continue writing the records of Han. After a pause, Luji continued. In addition, based on my experience in Jiujiang and Lujiang, I observed that the region around Yangzhou not only faces frequent rebellions by tribes and mountain tribes, but also has many bandits and robbers everywhere. Because of the dense water networks, water pirates are as numerous as fish crossing the river, making cleanup very difficult. Any disturbance causes these pirates to hide in rivers, lakes, and reed beds, taking advantage of their knowledge of the water systems, making them hard to find. Therefore, when I served as the governor of Jiujiang and Lujiang, I was almost busy every day fighting bandits. If Xuanda plans to develop good farmland south of the Yangtze River, the threat from these bandits must be addressed first. Hearing this, Liu Bei immediately felt discouraged. He had also heard Li Jai mentioned that there were many bandits south of the Yangtze River, but he never expected that Lu Zai with his abilities would also find it extremely difficult to suppress the bandits. However, now that things have come to this, Lu saw no reason to retreat. Regardless of his trust in Li Jai, the most important thing was that developing the south of the Yangtze River would greatly benefit the people of the world. That was enough to motivate Liu Bei to face the challenges. Thank you, Master Lu, for your teaching, but I have made up my mind. How can I retreat just because of some bandit troubles? If this effort benefits the world greatly, I would happily spend my whole life on it. Liu Bei answered firmly. Good. Seeing Liu Bei's determination, Lu Zai was quite pleased. He then asked, since wishes to govern the world with one command, does he have a preferred place to serve as governor? I can also recommend someone to the court, which would be a way I can help. Hearing this, Lu was overjoyed. This was the main reason for his visit to Luji. Now that Luji had offered, how could Lei not be happy? Zikuan suggested that Wuki was the best choice, followed by Daneng and Jiujiang. This would connect to Xuzhou, helping settle refugees in Central Plains and alleviating population pressure. It would also increase labor for developing farmland and managing water projects. Lube responded, that's a good suggestion. Luji thought for a moment and replied, if I remember correctly, the household registration records show that Jiujiang has over 400,000 people, Danyang over 600,000, and Wuhan more than 700,000. Considering the reclamation of good farmland and water management, a lot of labor is needed. Population size is an important factor. Also, Wuhan borders Xuzhou and Guangling, making it the easiest place to bring in refugees. He paused and then said earnestly, all right, I will recommend Lord Xuanda to the court. I hope he remembers kindness and virtue and governs with the well-being of the local people as his priority. Lei quickly bowed and replied, disciple, I will remember Lord Lu's words. Meanwhile, Li Jai was handling Liu Bei's administrative work, including personnel arrangements, resource losses, and grain supplies. Previously, Li Jai hadn't officially served Liu Bei as his subordinate, so he couldn't get involved in these matters. But now, he had no reason to refuse, and naturally took on the responsibilities. Li realized that the Battle of Bo Luo Jin was truly a narrow victory. Before the battle, Lu's forces had about 5,500 soldiers, including 1,000 cavalry and 4,500 infantry. During the battle, about 2,200 soldiers were killed on the spot, and around 500 were severely injured. Now, Lu's forces had fewer than 800 cavalry and just over 2,000 infantry suffering heavy losses. The severely injured with broken limbs were clearly no longer fit for battle. According to common hand practice, disabled soldiers were usually given some food and money to disband and return home. While handling documents, Li found a letter drafted by Liu Bei suggesting that Liu Jai should show mercy to the 500 disabled soldiers as they couldn't return home easily. It proposed allowing them to settle around Julu City and be given land. Compared to others, Lu's approach was quite kind. Most soldiers who followed Liu Bei had no attachments in JWA County, so farming around Julu City was a good plan. However, just as Li Jai was about to set this document aside, Liu Bei returned with a happy face, rushing into the room and saying eagerly, Zikuan, Lord Liu has agreed to recommend me to the court as the governor of Wuhan. Hearing this, Li Jai also felt pleased. Wu County is undoubtedly the best area that Li Jai envisioned. With Liu Bei's current military achievements and Liu Ji's reputation for pacifying the Yellow Turban in Ziha, as long as Liu Jai reports to the court, this matter is almost certain to succeed. Furthermore, with Liu Bei proposing the strategy of ruling the world with one commandery, as long as Liu Zai remains loyal, Liu Bei can serve as the governor of Wu County without fear of being removed halfway. Once the current emperor passes away, the fragile Han dynasty will face its final moments. At that time, compared to other warlords who have already built their foundations 5 years earlier, Liu might have enough time to turn Wu County into a strong fortress and a large granary. Compared to the original timeline, Sun Tzu only took control of Wu County in 195, but now Liu is nearly 10 years ahead with an incredible advantage. Good. Li Jai happily responded, then handed a document to Liu Bei and said, "Lord, since the position of Wu County governor is almost secured with the support of the Northern Middle General, you may need to reconsider this document." Lei took the document, glanced at it, and asked confusedly, "Zikyuan, isn't this the document I drafted to settle wounded soldiers around Julu City to ensure their survival? Those soldiers, I have also visited them all. Though lucky to save their lives, their bodies are damaged. Some have broken legs, some broken arms, and others broken fingers. They are no longer suitable for the army. Is there something I missed?" Lei replied, "Your kindness and virtue are admirable, Lord. This document mainly considers the soldiers. But in my opinion, even if these wounded soldiers are settled around Yulu City and Sign Land, how can they ensure their own survival with such injuries?" Hearing this, Liu's face showed sorrow, but he believed this was the best he could do for these severely wounded soldiers. He said, "This is my fault. I can only give them more food and rewards. If I had more strength, I would certainly support these soldiers who fought and risked their lives for me for the rest of their lives." Unlike before, when Liu temporarily raised over 2,000 children in JWA County at that time, he seized a large amount of money and grain from the Yellow Turban, enough to raise those children until they could support themselves. Even if Liu Bei led his army south, he couldn't carry all that wealth with him. So he naturally was not stingy with it. However, Lu's gains from capturing Baluojin were very small. Perhaps there were many supplies in Julu City, but they had already been stored away by the upright and just Liu Zai for the court. Therefore, even now, Liu Zai is responsible for distributing the food and supplies to Liu's more than 2,000 soldiers. And Liu Bei has no confidence in providing for the remaining 500 injured soldiers. Li Jai, who manages official documents, knows well Liu Bei's financial situation. After thinking carefully, Li Jai spoke, "Lord, do you know what is most lacking if you want to govern Wu County Zikyuan? Please tell me." Liu asked. "It is loyal people who support the Lord." Li Jai replied, "It is said royal power does not reach the countryside. To govern a region well, one must win people's hearts and have enough staff to oversee everything. Otherwise, even if there is a county magistrate, they will still be completely overruled by subordinates. Since the Lord is from the north, even if you go to Wu County as the magistrate, there will likely be people inside the government who secretly oppose you, not to mention every village and town within the area. Therefore, placing these injured soldiers around Julu City is not as good as bringing them to Wu County, dispersing them into different villages to serve as your eyes and ears, spreading your benevolent rule, and preventing local officials from deceiving the villagers." Hearing this, Liu Bei suddenly understood and praised. Zikyuan's words are very true. Instead of leaving these soldiers around Julu City, it is better to bring them to Wu County so I can take better care of them. In the following days, the situation of the Yellow Turban Rebellion gradually calmed down as Li Jai predicted. Zhang Zhao died and Julu fell. This undoubtedly completely destroyed the foundation of the Taping Dao. Perhaps the Yellow Turban remnants still exist, but the Taping Dao was almost completely disbanded. When news of this spread from Julu across the world, countless Taping Dao leaders' fighting spirits shattered and they mourned deeply. Many leaders saw that the situation was hopeless and even dismissed their followers on the spot, hiding in the mountains and forests. Even those stubborn leaders who refused to surrender were thrown into chaos and defeated one after another by the Han army led by Huang Fuang and Zhu Jun. However, Li knew that the Han had extinguished the fire called the Yellow Turban Rebellion, but the sparks from it would continue to smolder for 10 or 20 years. Although the Taiping Dao has disbanded, the remaining yellow turbines still hide everywhere, causing chaos. The Imperial Army sent to clean up the chaos is overwhelmed and exhausted, only able to let local officials handle the suppression themselves. This has strengthened the real power of local officials and became the foundation of Liu Yan's governor's strategy. At this moment, if Liu Yan is clever enough to seize the opportunity, he should take the chance to submit a second report about the governor's strategy. Li Jai, while seriously practicing swordsmanship, was already lost in thought somewhere far away. This scene made Zhao Yun, who was guiding Li Jai, feel anxious and unable to say anything strict. Earlier at Lewis, repeated requests worried about Li Jai's health. Lei asked Li Jai to learn spear techniques with Zhao Yun to strengthen his body. Initially, Li Jai also had some hopes of fighting in battles and dyeing his armor with blood, so he looked forward to learning spear skills with Zhao Yun every day. However, reality often contrasts with dreams. After practicing for a full month, Li Jai's spear still often aimed at the sneck, but inexplicably stabbed at its lower 3 roots. This frustrated Zhao Yun, who was gentle and modest by nature, and he couldn't understand why Li Jai's elegant and grand entrance spear technique focused only on the lower 3 roots. Knowing that Li Jai had no talent for spear fighting, Zhao Yun decided to teach him swordsmanship instead. Compared to the difficult beginner level of spear fighting, swordsmanship was much easier to learn, so Li Jai now looked somewhat competent when practicing swords. However, Li, who already knew he lacked talent in martial arts, had little interest in practicing swords. After all, if the battlefield forced strategists to draw their swords and fight, Li would rather draw his sword and end his life than be captured and subjected to torture, cruel treatment, or temptations by enemies and beautiful women. Therefore, even under Zhao Yun's personal guidance, Li Jai's mind often drifted away. 7 days ago, the imperial court also sent a small official to Julu to announce that Liu Bei was officially appointed as the governor of Wu County with official seals and ropes. Liu was ordered to go to Wu County to take office within the year. Lei, however, remained in Julu following Li Jai's advice and sent Guan Yu and Jing Fi with troops back to Zhua County to prepare to move the large amount of money, grain, and over 2,000 people from the Peach Garden to Julu and then head to Wu County together. Therefore, Li found himself somewhat idle for a while. Every day, he either read books or was supervised by Zhao Yun to practice martial arts. However, what puzzled Li Jai was that, unlike usual when Liu Bei would practice swordsmanship with him, Liu Bei was absent today. "Zilong, where is the Lord today?" Li asked. Zhao Yun thought for a moment and replied, "I saw the Lord being called away early this morning by the northern general of the Central Army. It seems he is preparing to welcome the 2 generals, the left and right middle commanders." Li paused his sword practice. The left middle commander, Hong Fu, and the right middle commander, Zhu Jun, of course. These 2 are capable and brave generals worth paying attention to. More importantly, Ko is now under Huang Fu Song, and Sun Jian is under Zhu Jun, obeying orders. With this, the founders of the 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu would gather at Julu according to the original plan. Suddenly, Li Jai felt that his sword was less appealing and said, "Let's go, hey."